The protagonist of this morning finds himself dragged into hell by an evil demon lord, and of all the things he could worry about, what troubled him the most was the complete lack of understanding from the demon lord when it came to the concept of consent. See, just before the day when Dae Sung could graduate from high school, he was living his day walking like any ordinary human, when suddenly, he stumbled, and somehow his soul separated from his body, and he found himself sinking deeper and deeper. The next thing he knows, he is in hell, terrified when his eyes meet fierce and cruel monsters locked in brutal combat with each other. The horrible part is that the losers end up being devoured. Somehow, Dae Sung keeps hidden and survives, without eating for 10 consecutive days. Wait, is that even possible? The strange thing about this place was the absence of any cycle, of day or night. When our hero finally reached his limit, his only option to survive was to consume the rotten and raw flesh left behind by the monsters. As repugnant as it was his only way to stay alive. Over time, he gradually adapted to the hostile environment. He began to fight back against the monsters that saw him as prey, using only pebbles from the ground, somehow managing to fend them off. With no other choice, he was forced to fight, relying on anything he could find, and turning it into an improvised weapon. Tears fell from his eyes as he missed his mother, and in that moment of pain, he vowed not to succumb to despair. As the days blurred together, the time came when he decided to say goodbye to his humanity. He started from the bottom, struggling to rise. The flesh that once disgusted him now became a rare luxury, something he learned to appreciate to survive. One day, while eating, a panel unexpectedly appeared before him. It was revealed that he had leveled up to level 3. At that moment, everything felt like a game. 7 years passed quickly, and he reached level 24. With that level of strength, he could easily defeat the creatures that once seemed like fierce monsters. After enduring 24 years, he managed to forge a sword from a stone collected from a dragon knight. However, time did not stop. It flowed like a gentle breeze. In his 51st year, Dae Sung accomplished the formidable feat of killing an ancient dragon by his 79th year. He finally found the way to the demon lord, the very creature that had dragged him into this hellish existence. And more importantly, without consent, he effortlessly cuts down the insects guarding the demon lord's lair. And even the doorkeeper stands no chance against the aged yet surprisingly young protagonist. He threatens the guard, demanding that he politely open the gate or else his remains will be fed to the monsters of this so-called hell. However, the guardian is far from cooperative and offers some resistance. Taking the situation as a personal affront to the honor of the demon lord, he loses control while saying unpleasant things. Suddenly, he feels something pierce him. When he looks down, he discovers a huge hole in his chest. Dae Sung impassively comments that this noisy guardian is irritating him. Meanwhile, the floating skeleton fireball, which is probably his pet, asks if he is not worried that the demon lord will retaliate for killing his guard, and if he really intends to take hell. However, he dismisses the fireball's concerns, stating that he has no interest in something like becoming a stupid ruler. He explains that 80 years have passed since he was dragged to this place, and every monster he faced was remarkable, each with fascinating stories and reasons for their presence in hell. That is why he wants to confront the demon lord and ask why he brought him here. The fireball thinks his method of inquiry is somewhat foolish. He suggests that there might be a more polite way to approach the situation, proposing that he should kneel and beg for forgiveness. But he remains resolute, insisting that he will resort to violence in response to the suffering he endured, especially since he was brought here without any notion of consent. With that, he grabs his sword and advances towards the demon lord, only to suddenly find himself in a hospital. He panics, wondering if all of this is a dream, especially since he hasn't dreamed of the land in a long time. Nearby, he sees children playing, and realizes that by his own physique, he seems quite weak, unable to move his body. He convinces himself that it must be a lucid dream. At that moment, his mother opens the door, trembling at the sight of her son awake. After 30 long years, she bursts into tears and hugs him tightly. But Dae Sung feels a wave of disdain for this dream, finding it incredibly childish. To his surprise, he actually defeated the demon lord and became the absolute ruler of this hell. When his fireball companion asks what he plans to do next, a sudden message appears asking if he wishes to return to the land. For all those 80 years, all he wanted was to escape this place. Without losing a moment, he quickly accepts the offer, and suddenly, he finds himself in the hospital, having awakened from a comatose state after 30 long years. The doctor checks his eye reflexes and gestures positively to his mother, assuring her that rehabilitation treatment will get her son back in shape in no time. For his mother, this is a blessing, But for Dae Sung, it feels like a curse, the idea of returning to life after wasting 30 years in bed, now in such a fragile state, is completely unacceptable to him. He becomes increasingly agitated, questioning if his entire journey to hell was nothing more than a dream. The people around him become frightened when he starts to act like a psychotic patient. Overwhelmed by his frustration and confusion, he threatens the doctor not to come near him, but when the doctor approaches, our hero bites him like a wild animal, demanding to know what happened to his body. He questions if he was paralyzed or poisoned, desperately, hoping this is just a nightmare. In his madness, he falls from the bed, which only increases his mother's concern. He reflects on the 80 years of continuous struggle he faced in hell, feeling as if it had all been in vain. Even in his darkest moments there, he never lost hope of escaping, and now he longs to return. The team members are immediately called, holding both of Dae Sung's arms, to force him back to bed. When he looks out the window, he sees a huge wormhole opening in the sky, confused and desperate. He questions his fate, wondering if his life in hell was just a dream he had while in a coma. When he refuses to calm down, the anesthetist uses an injection to put him to sleep. Then, as his senses return, he finds himself watching a news channel on TV, which confirms his suspicions. The vision he had seen was indeed a gate, and a hunting team was sent to eliminate the monsters. The team leader sends reports to a man who came to see him. The man looks shocked and radiant upon finding him. Awake, still feeling confused, Dae Sung asks who he is, only to realize in a flash of recognition that this is your friend, Chunho. Chunho informs that he has been in this state for 10 years. He explains that a decade ago, while returning home, he fell unconscious and fainted, and since that moment, he has been lying in this hospital bed upon hearing 10 years of the Zoom. He feels a mix of confusion and relief. He thought that 30 years had passed. What irritates him the most, however, is the realization that he spent 80 years in hell. He shares that his mother suffered greatly, working 3 jobs to cover his hospital expenses. He encourages him to take back control of his life, revealing that he also has a job opportunity ready for him. While our Demon King is taken outside by his mother in search of some fresh air, he feels a strong sense of responsibility and a deep hatred for his body. He cannot move on his own. Suddenly, 2 men appear, demanding the money that his mother borrowed. She apologizes and begs for just 1 more month, but the brutes remain unmoved. In a moment of aggression, one of the brutes pushes her, threatening her with violence. Tears stream down her face as she pleads for them to stop humiliating her in front of her son, her voice trembling with despair. However, the thug pays no attention to her pleas. He rolls up his sleeves and begins to hit the poor woman. Witnessing his mother's suffering ignites an intense fury within Dae Sung. Then he begins to call them insects and hurls insults at them. When one of the thugs grabs him by the sleeve, his mother desperately urges him to apologize, begging the thugs to release her son. Remembering that he is just a child, Dae Sung refuses to give, and adopting a hardened expression, the thug, smiling, throws him to the ground with a strong shove. After that, the gangster delivers a brutal beating while he struggles to control his anger and longs for his old body. A sudden mission appears in the status window. Without hesitating for a moment, he quickly accepts, recognizing that he has little choice in this situation. The status window had been his lifeline, allowing him to endure his time in hell on his own. As soon as he acknowledges the mission, everything around him freezes, as if time itself had stopped. The mission conditions unfold within the status window. He is instructed to reach a specific point within 1 hour. With the promise of receiving a recovery elixir upon success, driven by determination, he contemplates if regaining his old strength is possible, and spots a red marker just 10 meters away. He tries to get up, but with a smile spreading across his face, he begins to crawl towards the target. The idea of complaining about something so trivial angers him. After all, he is the one who has already conquered hell, crawling slower than an insect. The centimeters stretch into meters, and the meters seem like endless kilometers. At this pace, he begins to doubt his ability to reach the location in time. Still, he strives to remain calm, knowing that in his experience, the system never assigns impossible tasks or missions. As the seconds pass, he suddenly notices a loophole. Recalling the terms of the mission, he realizes that the only requirement is to reach the destination, regardless of how he manages to do it. Our crawling hero grows irritated, realizing that the obvious solution had been there all along. With his weak hands, he reaches for his wheelchair, moving slowly but steadily until he manages to settle into it. However, only 35 seconds remain undaunted. He grips the wheelchair and propels himself forward. Refusing to lose hope, he advances, and against all odds, reaches the location at the last second. With the mission completed, he grabs the reward and consumes it quickly. Almost instantly, a wave. Relief invades, your pain disappears, and although in a small fraction, he begins to regain a bit of his former strength. Physical. With the completion of the mission, the time pause effect dissolves. The bandits look around in confusion, searching for Dae Sung, who has apparently vanished into thin air before they can begin the search. However, the police arrive. Apparently having witnessed the entire incident with no other choice, the bandits quickly flee the scene later that night. While lying in a hospital bed, the Demon Lord repeatedly tries to summon the status window, but all efforts prove futile. He has no idea how it opened. Before desperate, he tries different commands like quest and missions, but in the end, he abandons the attempt. His mind fixates on the need for new missions, hoping they will help him regain his strength before the bandits reappear. Suddenly a strange noise breaks the silence, and he finds himself floating in a place known as the Pantheon. Initially, he dismisses it as a meaningless dream, but it quickly becomes evident that this is not an illusion. He has been summoned here to fulfill some kind of task. Without hesitation, he requests another mission on a punching bag, or more precisely, a punching monster materializes before him. He does what he was instructed, and upon completing the task, he is rewarded with a memory chip. As soon as the mission ends, another one appears, this time requiring him to run 10 kilometers. The missions continue to arise one after the other, and with each task completed, he earns yet another reward for 10 consecutive days. He struggles through completing mission after mission, but manages to achieve only 55% of the total implementation. Frustration mounts as he tires of these low-level tasks, and finally demands a proper challenge. In response, the system grants him a new mission: to kill a crying demon. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes before him, and the crying demon materializes. Called the Demon King, he remembers how he almost died facing this opponent in the past, and feels a wave of excitement at the chance for a new fight. The thunder-covered monster lets out a deafening roar, and charges into the duel with a fierce claw attack. Dae Sung barely manages to dodge in time fully. Aware that a single blow would reduce him to dust, he leaps forward, intending to attack, but the monster easily swats him to the ground. Blood spills from his mouth as he struggles to endure the humiliation of being thrown by a crying demon corroding his pride. The battle drags on with Dae Sung, a demon lord who should be feared as a villain, forced into a frustrating game of evasion. But eventually his luck runs out, and the demon captures him, holding him firmly in its claws at that moment. Desperate, Dae Sung recalls how he crushed the monster. In their first encounter, he had almost forgotten that he could summon a sword without hesitation. He calls one to his hand and slices the demon's left claw in a swift and decisive move. Without hesitation, Dae Sung shows no mercy, quickly sending the demon back from whence it came, as if it were no more than an insect. With the mission completed, he finds himself back in the hospital room. The morning has already arrived. He opens the window, whose sound awakens. His mother dazed, she asks who is beside her, only to be shocked to see Dae Sung in front of her, his physique now resembling that of a bodybuilder. The hospital staff responsible for his rehabilitation is left speechless. According to their expectations, his recovery should have taken at least 6 months, incomprehensible to them. How Dae Sung managed to make such remarkable progress in just 15 days. His mother, still worried about her son, expresses her concern, but the doctor gently reassures her, calming her nerves by stating that there is nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Dae Sung feels the effects of his mission. Noticing a significant improvement as part of his strength returns, he stretches, looking around the room until he sees his mother talking to a nurse, tears filling his eyes, as she thanks the nurse, who in turn offers comfort, acknowledging her struggle and empathizing with her situation. Seeing this, Dae Sung realizes how difficult the last 10 years must have been for his mother, his heart tightening with emotion, and as he clenches his fists, he silently promises to protect her. Now that he has finally returned, he goes to the bathroom and shouts, "Pantheon." Instantly, his soul is drawn to the Pantheon upon arrival. He asks if the system can speed up the implementation process. The system responds affirmatively, allowing him to select the difficulty level for random missions. Recalling his status as the Lord of Demons, he boldly sets the difficulty level to Hell, the highest and most challenging level available. In response, a dark sphere materializes before him. When it shatters, the vision that emerges leaves him wide-eyed in astonishment. Before him stands nothing less than the absolute ruler of Hell, a perfect mirrored image of Dae Sung but at full strength. Dae Sung summons his sword, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of battle. Without wasting a moment, his replica charges forward, delivering a fierce downward strike. The weakened Dae Sung barely manages to block the blow, feeling the tension. The replica maintains the offensive, attacking from all angles, searching for a weakness in Dae Sung's defenses. Overwhelmed by the overwhelming force of his doppelganger, he realizes that the longer this fight drags on, the more it works against him. Suddenly, the replica finds an opening and lunges its hand toward Dae Sung, throwing him across the arena. Breathing heavily, Dae Sung murmurs that the replica seems more like a genuine article at this point. Still, with a smile forming on his lips, he seems to have a card up his sleeve. Ready to turn the tide, he activates his blood neutralization ability, becoming immune to his double's attacks, even when cut by the sword. He feels nothing, and quickly changes the course of the battle, slamming the replica's face into the ground. However, this advantage is short-lived. To his surprise, the replica is not defeated so easily. It also possesses the same ability. The battle resumes with renewed intensity, and soon Dae Sung finds himself stabbed by the sword, a clear reminder of the risks. Meanwhile, a cleaner approaches the bathroom, ready to open the door after receiving no response from inside. As she reaches for the doorknob, she is abruptly called to the third floor. Urgently back to the Pantheon, Dae Sung feels cornered. The weight of possible defeat presses down on him, and he realizes that if he loses now, all his hard work will have been in vain. Desperation fuels his thoughts as he searches for a way to turn the tide. Even if it requires a stroke of luck, he quickly accesses his inventory and pulls out a nutritional tonic, one of the rewards he received for completing missions. This potion has the remarkable ability to restore 20% of his stamina. Realizing that 5 vials would completely replenish him to 100%, he feels a spark of hope ignite within him. In the heat of battle, he decides to take the risk and downs 1 bottle, feeling the invigorating effects coursing through his body, interrupted by his false doppelganger. Our hero does not hesitate and throws his fist fearlessly. Ignoring his low health with his doppelganger being thrown away by a single punch, our hero's confidence is quickly restored without wasting time. He grabs 2 more tonics and drinks both. His doppelganger, however, does not appreciate this, and almost hits him with a violent spinning kick. Skillfully avoiding the attack, he takes a 3rd tonic. They have no chance to pause, as they exchange blows at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Meanwhile, our protagonist manages to finish a 4th tonic. However, to his frustration, even after recovering significantly, he still cannot defeat his doppelganger, who wastes no time and locks him in a chokehold. A mischievous smile spreading across his face as his blade advances towards our demon king. As a last resort, our character executes a high IQ plan to completely change the game. The ripped abs of his double are pierced by the blade of the original, leaving him confused while his own weapon disappears into Dae Sung's inventory. With a cheeky smile, our protagonist laughs at his previously confident doppelganger. Seeing him fall to his knees, he savors the last-minute victory that his gamble secured by completing the hellish difficulty mission. A blazing blue window proclaims that the user has achieved a 100% implementation rate, and that his body is now restored to its peak. As a bonus, he even gains the ability to use the Hell system on Earth. Suddenly, his hospital clothes are torn apart. The sight of his battle-scarred body triggers a flood of memories, reminding our demon king of all the suffering that brought him to this point, giving him a sense of déjà vu. However, when he commands the system to return him to Earth, a panel appears asking if he wishes to read unread messages. Upon selecting yes, the messages congratulate him on becoming a monarch. It is explained that after the monarch departed, celestial beings took control of Hell, leaving the demons trapped. Realizing the implications, our protagonist scoffs at the very hell that stole 80 years of his life, now asking for its help. With a mischievous smile, the Hell Monarch challenges his subjects with an offensive gesture, cursing them with vengeful satisfaction. He orders the system to remove him from the Pantheon, leaving the orders of monsters in Hell stunned as they realize their fate is sealed. Back to the hospital. My friend is casually doing insane vertical push-ups with one hand, while his mother and the doctor watch in silence. Impressed, using his deduction skills at the level of Sherlock Holmes, the doctor concludes that Dae Sung has apparently awakened, but his mother still struggles to believe in her son's incredible transformation. Despite the doctor's assurance, she expresses solemnly her desire to understand how this could have happened eventually. The doctor suggests she visit the Awakened Association, which her son overhears. The scene shifts to our protagonist and his mother in a taxi as he reflects on her conversation with the doctor, wondering what his mother might be hiding from him. To increase his confusion, he looks out the window, wondering what happened on Earth while he was in a coma. When they finally return home, his mother mentions that she will be back soon and leaves. Upon entering the house, he is surprised to find a girl with cotton candy hair taking money from a drawer. He struggles to remember who this mysterious girl could be. At that moment, his mother quickly enters, breaking the awkward silence. She reveals that the girl is Randy Sue, his sister. The realization dawns on him that the girl he couldn't recognize all along. His sister, the perception arises in him that the girl he couldn't recognize all along. It is her own sister noticing her spoiled daughter taking money again. Their mother becomes visibly irritated while she ignores it and prepares to leave. Meanwhile, our older brother is still recovering from the shock of not recognizing his only sister. As she passes by him, his sister bitterly reminds him of how the last 10 years have been hell for their mother and for her. Daisy looks down somberly, regretting not being able to do anything to help as she leaves. The mother asks where she is going. Then a loud voice catches everyone's attention. Once again, the debt collectors have returned. They threaten to break down the door. If it is not opened by the count of 3, everyone falls silent, but our boy is furious, ready to take revenge. Tired of waiting outside, the man in the silver suit kicks their door. The mother begs her daughter to come back inside, but she remains fearless. The man in the silver suit turns to the thug accompanying him, asking if they should just break down the door. To his surprise, she comes out and complains that they are being annoyingly persistent. Momentarily speechless, the man in the silver suit concludes that she must be the daughter. Seizing the opportunity, he storms into the house furious, while his ugly, lecherous partner looks greedily at her. Their mother, trembling deeply, apologizes, while taking money out of her purse. But a moment later, the money is in the air as the man in the silver suit, furious at the paltry amount, violently slaps her, knocking the fragile woman to the floor. Seeing his mother being mistreated, our hero, boiling with rage, sends the man in the silver suit flying with a single satisfying punch. The ugly, fat thug asks what is happening, while the once arrogant man in the silver suit cries to Daddy about being bullied. The thug can only look shocked. While our demon lord thanks them for coming directly to him after a brief provocation, the thug is grabbed by the jaw. As our guy prepares to give a well-deserved beating in the name of his mother, he punches the thug's face, not 5, not 10, but 100 times before the brute falls to the ground in pain, beaten and bloodied. The thug spots a wooden chair. In a desperate move, he grabs it by the leg and tries to attack our hero. But like a true tough guy, our guy punches the chair directly, sending the thug flying against the wall and falling next to his partner. Panicking, the man in the silver suit pulls out a dagger and mocks our unflappable boy. Our protagonist calmly grabs the guy by the wrist and twists it brutally like Play-Doh in revenge for having assaulted his mother. The man screams in agony. Grabbing his now useless and limp hand, the ugly, fat thug warns that he will not get away unscathed. Instead, wilder than the two scoundrels combined, our demon king presents one simple solution: leave no witnesses. Just as he is about to finish off the thug, he freezes upon hearing his mother scream. She begs her son to stop, and the two debt collectors, now in tears, run out of the house. They stumble back to the car, incredulous, discussing how a hospitalized boy could become so strong. After spending 10 years in a coma, worried about the consequences of failing at work, the man in the silver suit anxiously asks his partner what they should do while tending to their wounds. The ugly giant tries to change the subject, but the man in the silver suit quickly interrupts. Having just spotted Dae Sung's sister returning home, the mother explains that after he fainted, she had to sell the house and the store. She continues, saying that once those savings ran out, she took loans from 3 different institutions. Unlike the original borrowed amount, the interest accumulated into an unpayable, extremely high debt. Curious about this, our protagonist discovers that she had to drop out of school and work in a restaurant to help pay off the debt. With tears in her eyes, his mother reveals how his sister worked tirelessly day and night just to support him. Gritting his teeth, he laments that she should never have had to leave school. His mother then explains that despite Jisoo's efforts, she wasn't earning enough and had been going somewhere unknown for the past few months. Heartbroken by the family's suffering, our boy wishes they had let him die. But his mother gently reassures him. The ensuing heavy silence is interrupted by a phone call. Seeing that it is the debt collector, our boy tells her to pass the phone. Frustrated, he mocks them, but his pupils dilate in shock upon hearing the bad news. The scene shifts to his sister, tied up with duct tape. The brute shoves her head while he is on the phone with our protagonist, threatening to gather 100 million in 24 hours if he wants his sister to be okay. Furious, our boy grips the phone tightly when his mother asks what is wrong. He simply says he will be back after a while. His mother warns him against hurting or killing anyone, insisting that his life will be ruined if he does. But the monarch knows that killing them won't solve anything, unlike in hell. To his surprise, as soon as he mentions the word hell, a flaming panel appears, calming his mother. By saying he will not commit any crime, our protagonist accepts the offer to obtain a basic ability, presented with 4 options. He ponders which choice would be the best, but concludes that none of them are remarkable. Meanwhile, the gangsters continue moving his sister, crying for Dae Sung as they go up in the elevator. The ugly thug reminds her of her role as a hostage suddenly, Sparks fly, and the lights go out, stopping the elevator. Noticing sparks near his feet, the fat guy is surprised. When our protagonist magically appears, he sarcastically comments that he came to deliver the money. It turns out our hero chose the Shadow Spectre ability, allowing him to summon a spectre that takes on his form, once it has the target's blood. Now that he has located his target, the spectre slams the silver-suited head against the metal wall. Meanwhile, the ugly guy panics, realizing that Dae Sung was a hidden awakener all along, shocking his sister in the process. However, the spectre feigns ignorance when the elevator doors finally open. The fat guy stumbles out, announcing to the gang members that an awakener has invaded. But before he can say more, a quick blow to the back of his neck sends him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Insulted in their own territory, the gangsters grab their weapons. The apparition greets them threateningly, and the first guy rushes to attack. However, he quickly finds himself teleported behind him, receiving a kick that knocks him unconscious. Thus, Electric Daisuke wreaks havoc on the mafia. Now the last man standing. He approaches Jisoo and checks if she is okay. He quickly removes her restraints and tape and encourages her to go home, but she reveals her concern for her dear brother with a calm hour. He assures her that he will come to the candle after finishing his business. So as the elevator door closes for her, the spectre prepares for another battle. Groans of pain echo through the corridors where only unconscious bodies are visible. It seems our hero climbs the stairs, clearing each floor one by one. As he approaches another group of smoking gangsters, he jokes that they are all so weak that the lack of challenge frustrates them. Irritated by the insult, like all the previous gangsters, they are completely demolished. One of them calls the boss, a man covered in tattoos that cover his gigantic muscles. He answers the phone, reprimanding his subordinate and reminding him to never call when he's relaxing in the sauna. However, the terrified gangsters insist that he come quickly. Being ordered to come infuriates the boss even more. But upon hearing his subordinate being knocked out, he realizes something is wrong. Getting up from his seat, he clenches his giant fist in frustration, crushing his phone. What a waste. Meanwhile, back at the gang's headquarters, numbers of bloodied bodies are on the floor. The dark figure approaches another member who pleads not to suffer the same fate. However, a wall suddenly explodes. Caught by surprise, Electric Sung turns to see a giant man grab his face immediately. Smashing his head into the ground, the boss expresses his anger over the mess caused by Sung. Meanwhile, our hero reflects on how his mother and sister aren't even surprised by his powers, realizing that others like him also exist. His spectral shadow powers allow him to retreat safely. The boss is shocked to see the guy cleaning himself in front of him, causing all the chaos. Alone, the spectral shadow questions if the boss is also an awakened one. The boss smiles proudly, promising to send our boy to hell. Upon hearing the very familiar word, our hero narrows his eyes at the muscular monster, whose clothes tear due to his physical growth, not caring about his size. As always, our hero punches the boss's face and taunts the fallen giant against a wall. The boss denies being defeated so easily, and gets up angrily to launch a counterattack, but is promptly humiliated by a kick to his sculpted face. A flurry of kicks. Our guy beats up the boss, explaining what true hell is and how much misery he causes. Meanwhile, the giant man only thinks about surviving and begs for time. With his soul in pieces, the muscular gangster offers money and everything he has in exchange for his worthless life. Hearing about the money piques our guy's interest. He questions the boss about the gang's security after pointing our protagonist to the closet with the safe. The boss flees like a crying little girl, finally reaching his white car in the parking lot, thinking he is safe. The boss rants about how he will ensure to hunt our boy down, but his nemesis approaches stealthily, whispering that he forgot to ask for the safe's password. Even as the boss goes insane with fear, the spectral shadow torments him once again, saying he can be found at any moment, anywhere. Later, money magically falls from a portal in front of our protagonist, totaling over 500 million. Our hero smiles like a greedy goblin at all the things and apartments he can buy. With that, he enters a mall and is enchanted by a newly released foldable phone that the shopkeeper mentions costs 2,990,000. With his curiosity piqued, he examines another model, one that resembles the Samsung Z Flip. The shopkeeper, hoping to facilitate the purchase, suggests an installment plan, but Dae Sung, without hesitation, puts 5 million on the counter and buys both models outright. The shopkeeper, with a suspicious look, accepts the money as if he had tricked someone or charged more than the fair price. Our devil arrives home, casually dropping his purchases when his mother calls him to join her for a meal. He replies that he needs to go out before she can ask where he is going. he has already disappeared into reality. He was invited to dinner by his friend at a restaurant. Chan Ho is visibly surprised by the transformation of Dae Sung since his physique has changed significantly since their last meeting just a few days ago. The two begin the meal, sharing a drink. Chan Ho starts a conversation asking Dae Sung about his future plans, remembering that they are no longer the carefree schoolboys they used to be. Dae Sung, however, steers the discussion to another topic, asking how many apartments could be bought with 500 million. 1. Chan Ho momentarily surprised questions if Dae Sung really has that kind of money, but quickly shifts to discuss the current state of inflation. He explains that, unfortunately, such an amount would barely be enough for a lease on a modest apartment, located on the outskirts of the city. This revelation disturbs the Demon Lord, and he anxiously asks how much it would cost to buy a place in the city. Chan Ho informs him that it would cost at least 2 billion won, then encourages him to relax, reminding Dae Sung that the world has changed drastically since he fell into a coma. Changing the conversation, Chan Ho gets straight to the point, asking if Dae Sung is awake. Dae Sung replies that to confirm this, he first needs to understand what it really means to be awake. As they leave the restaurant, Chan Ho explains everything. He starts from the beginning, narrating how shortly after Dae Sung's coma, mysterious portals known as portals began to appear everywhere. At first, the portals were seen as a minor threat and were kept under control. However, things took a dark turn when monsters began to escape from the portals flooding the land. In what became known as a portal fracture, these monsters caused destruction, sparing no one in their path. Humanity fought back, but soon discovered that their man-made weapons were completely ineffective against such nefarious creatures. Dae Sung, unable to contain his curiosity, interrupts asking if not even firearms or cannons could hurt them. Chan Ho confirms that it is safe to say that normal weapons did nothing. He then continues explaining that over time, a new type of weapon was discovered, special weapons known as aura weapons. These new weapons made from monster byproducts proved effective against the creatures. Those capable of using them became known as the awakened heroes who were on the front lines. When humanity faced near extinction, the saying, "necessity is the mother of invention," proved to be true. As humanity adapted to survive in an attempt to show off, the Demon Lord pulls a state-of-the-art foldable smartphone from his arsenal trying to impress Chan Ho, but his confidence crumbles upon discovering that such phones are now being distributed for free. Realizing he was tricked, overwhelmed by shame, Dae Sung keeps the matter to himself, choosing not to reveal to his friend how much he actually paid for it. He then shifts the conversation back to the topic of the awakened, telling Dae Sung that even if he doesn't use an aura weapon, he can still harness the aura to strengthen his body. He then points out that he heard not only about Dae Sung's improved physique, but also that he recently gave quite a scare to a group of notorious delinquents. Dae Sung, with a touch of bluff, asks Chan Ho if he would still offer him money and would have the same attitude towards him if he were not an awakener, subtly revealing his intentions to exploit their friendship. His temper flares up, but before their argument can escalate, a portal fracture suddenly occurs above them, and monsters begin to emerge among them. While the monsters slam their wooden weapons against the ground, the earth shakes violently, resembling an earthquake. The pure force sends waves of fear through the nearby citizens, making them tremble in terror. The monsters let out threatening growls, sending the humans into a panic as they flee for their lives. Dae Sung, however, does not recognize these creatures, upon encountering them, distinctly different from those he had faced in hell. Without wasting time, Dae Sung stomps his foot on the ground, breaking a piece of the road and launching it towards the approaching monsters. But before the debris can hit, a shining shield materializes, blocking the attack. Chanyol quickly remembers the Isung, that such weapons are ineffective against these creatures. When one of the monsters approaches them, Chanyol closes his eyes, convinced that they are finished, but the sound of blood splattering forces him to open them again, only to find the monster decapitated, with Dae Sung standing. He had proven by sheer strength that unarmed attacks could take down these creatures. Chanyol can hardly believe his eyes. But as he watches Dae Sung easily take down an entire group of monsters, he begins to wonder if his friend has awakened to Class B. However, he quickly realizes that now is not the time for such thoughts. She directs his focus to the safety of the citizens around as panic takes over the crowd. He raises his voice, urging the terrified people to follow him, assuring them that he knows the way to safety through the sewer system. As the people begin to react, they find themselves surrounded by monsters. A girl overwhelmed by fear starts to cry, and when she seems about to be attacked, Chanyol springs into action, saving her life at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, Dae Sung intervenes to eliminate the monster. With a smug smile, he mocks Chanyol for being in his way, and urges him to find a place to hide, remembering that he is still exposed outdoors. Taking the lead, Chanyol quickly spearheads the effort to help the public evacuate to a safe place. Meanwhile, a young vlogger seizes the moment, starting a live stream of Dae Sung as he fights alone against the monsters. The audience watches, captivated by the broadcast, cheering for Dae Sung's bravery. Suddenly, the vlogger shouts, telling Dae Sung to look behind him. However, it is too late. The demon lord is thrown against a car by one of the monsters, the impact reverberating through the chaos. The vlogger, smiling and laughing, is focused solely on his content and views, knowing that a hero being thrown makes for engaging footage that will surely attract attention. Meanwhile, the crowd manages to escape into the sewers. Chanyol reunites the little girl with her mother, who hugs her tightly, apologizing in tears for the separation. A man turns to Chanyol and asks if he plans to go back. Torn, he struggles with the decision, aware that his friend is still out there, fighting the monsters. The scene shifts back to Dae Sung, who finds himself cornered by the monsters, one of them displaying a smile, ready to attack. The young vlogger covers his eyes, believing the hero is finished. To the astonishment of both the vlogger and the monsters, Dae Sung dodges the attack with agility. Then he turns to the monster, thanking it for inadvertently helping to restore a fraction of his mana. Then he turns to the monster, thanking it for inadvertently helping to restore a fraction of his mana. In exchange, he offers the creature a painless death, his voice calm and authoritative. The Lord of Demons shows no mercy when facing the monsters, defeating them with precision. While the viewers of the live stream flood the comments, complaining about the poor image quality and asking the vlogger to get closer for a better view. Among the viewers, one called Slayer of 5 million, one promises another 5 million if the vlogger manages to capture a clear image of Dae Sung fighting the monsters. The excitement grows as the stakes rise for both the vlogger and the heroic Lord of Demons. Knowing about the donation of 5 million won sends shivers down the vlogger's spine. He feels excitement, but his cowardice prevents him from approaching the action, while Dae Sung continues decapitating the monsters with powerful punches, quickly realizing that this relentless fight consumes a significant amount of his mana. Another viewer comments, offering more money for a clear image and asking for the vlogger's email. Overwhelmed by the flood of sponsorship notifications, the vlogger experiences a mix of excitement and anxiety, torn between his desire for fame and the fear of what lies ahead. The vlogger receives another donation of 20 million from a viewer, who demands detailed information about the hero fighting the monsters, promising even more money in return. The scene shifts to several viewers of the livestream who are engaged in a bidding war for Dae Sung. These individuals, clearly prominent clan leaders, find it both entertaining and impressively strong. Their interest in Dae Sung grows as they witness his prowess, contemplating how they can leverage his abilities for their own gain. On the other hand, Dae Sung has eliminated so many monsters that the remaining ones now tremble in fear of him. However, one creature, presumably its leader, kills one of its minions without showing any signs of fear, as it prepares to confront Dae Sung. Meanwhile, the vlogger's greed for money has grown to the point where he is now willing to take risks for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as he gathers the courage to approach and get a better shot, Tainho suddenly appears, startling him by demanding to know why he hasn't evacuated yet. The unexpected encounter causes the vlogger's phone to drop, and his viewers explode in the comments, calling him a loser and a coward for his timidity. Zano drags the vlogger toward the safety of a nearby building, but the boy resists, consumed by thoughts of money and views. As he is forcibly pulled, a monster approaches, crushing his phone underfoot. In shock, the vlogger loses consciousness, but before any further harm can come to them, Dae Sung intervenes, decapitating a monster with a swift move. As the remaining monsters are eliminated, Dae Sung turns to Chanyol, asking why his friend returned despite the danger. Chanyol expresses his concern, admitting that he was very worried about Dae Sung. In response, Dae Sung asks if his friend can wait about 20 minutes, explaining that he needs to visit a specific location. Chinho reassures him, mentioning that the clans will arrive soon. Noticing his friend's lack of information, Dae Sung promises to update him later. He quickly enters the Pantheon, and Tichon watches in confusion as Dae Sung opens a gate. He wonders how Dae Sung can open a gate by himself, and what has happened to him since the last time they met. Upon entering the Pantheon, our Demon King scoffs, clearly irritated by the condition of his body after such a minor injury from battle. A panel emerges revealing that his mana reserves are at only 10%, unhappy with his miserable mana levels. He looks for a way to restore them quickly. He soon discovers that, to regain his strength, he must relive the experiences recorded in his diary, with rewards that mirror the trials he overcomes, A wave of déjà vu floods him, as the memories from the diary that kept him during his time in hell resurface without a second thought. He accepts the test in an instant. A diary materializes before him. Massive bursts of energy explode from the book, signaling the start of the challenge. Memories of his suffering flood our hero's mind. As the diary releases its contents, it bursts into flames, leaving a bitter aftertaste of painful memories with a fierce determination to finally enhance his humanity. The ruler of hell orders the recreation of page 16, detailing 5 agonizing years in hell. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Tainho accompanies the vlogger boy, who clumsily tries to uncover details about his hero with his savior. With an awkward movement, the boy casually asks where the incredible monster fighter has disappeared, unperturbed. Tainho casts a disdainful glance at the spineless boy, loudly questioning why anyone would offer 20 million saws just for a picture of his friend's face. Uninterested in the answer, the boy feigns ignorance, but their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a deafening sound that shakes them both. Cheo calmly instructs the boy to follow him in silence. Towards the gathered evacuees, feeling his phone vibrate, Cheo reads a message from his leader informing that, since it is the weekend, reinforcements will be delayed, urging to escape as quickly as possible. Disturbed by the news, Cheo can only hope that his best friend the demon hunter returns soon before it is too late. Meanwhile, in another dimension, our hero finds himself reliving his time in the Predator Forest. Gentle winds pass by him, but he feels restless. With the eerie silence around him, a panel appears, announcing his task. Subjugate 10 white colossi. The divine beings of the forest, unaware the innocent demon king wonders where his enemies could be oblivious to the enormous shadow looming above. The robot locks onto the target, its eyes glowing with a threatening red hue. Before releasing a dazzling beam of energy, sensing the danger in time, our hero narrowly avoids the attack, almost being incinerated through the blinding fog. Our demon king spots the white colossus, righteous, a machine with a face only a mother could love, if it even had one. While he assesses this so-called divine creation, its hand suddenly lunges in his direction, slicing through the air like a drill. Unfazed, he responds with a counterattack, his fist striking the metallic face of the automaton, absorbing the impact of the blow. Destructive from our demon king, the colossal robot stumbles back in a final desperate move, its fingers extend like sharp blades, ensnaring him, but he easily dodges the projectiles and delivers a powerful punch directly to the abdomen. The sheer force of the blow tears the divine machine from top to bottom, leaving only scraps and smoke in its wake. As he pauses, waiting for the next challenger, his eyes are drawn to a strange red core lying among the debris. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Tainho and the vlogger boy arrive at the rooftop, only to be confronted with the bloody sight of bodies scattered everywhere. Horrified, Shanio notices a severely injured man, still clinging to life. He and the vlogger boy run to see how he is. With trembling lips, the nearly dead man tries to alert Shanio about the threat behind him. Confused, Chain turns around and finds himself face to face with a giant goblin monster, wielding a huge wooden club just a few steps away. Worried about the injured man, the vlogger boy suggests they move him, but Chain dismisses the idea, stating that the man's time has already passed. He warns the boy not to make any wrong moves. Then the cowardly boy turns to look at the threat, which he should have been so careful about, instantly getting scared seeing the paralyzed boy. Chanho tells him to wake up if he doesn't want to die. With a deafening roar, the giant monster leaps into the air ready to crush them. But for now, let's revisit the Pantheon where the ruler of hell is analyzing the large red orb. It seems that the divine machines can rebuild themselves, becoming stronger and more adapted against their opponents. Several panels appear to elaborate on the annoying feature in detail. Quickly realizing our hero advances and punches the core, but almost like jelly. His attack is easily repelled at 3% restoration. He lands on top of the core, visibly irritated. With a powerful punch fueled by anger, he manages to produce only a few sparks of red lightning. Despite the relentless blows from the Hell Monarch, the core's recovery continues smoothly. Indifferent, however, as the restoration approaches 70%, error alarms begin to sound just as our guy prepares to deliver the decisive final blow. A beam of laser whizzes by, almost hitting him. He turns around, realizing he is surrounded by other robots all along, the Colossi. In a well-coordinated attack, fire from all directions, dodging the hail of fire with ninja-like agility, he realizes the critical situation he is in. To make matters worse, the core silently advances to 98% completion. Regardless, the ruler of hell refuses to give up. Pushing through the chaotic laser attack, he manages to reach the core and obliterate it. At the last second, frustrated by the unfair confrontation, our hero decides to rummage through his memories for a solution. But before he can fully process his thoughts, a crushing headache suddenly overwhelms him. By a stroke of luck and a plot armor touch, the robots ignore his opening. Thus, with the memories of his past experiences returning, he devises a plan to give those ugly machines the beating they deserve. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Sean and the young vlogger run desperately, with the monstrous creature looming over them. The two strategically separate, leaving the oversized, Brutamonte confused about which one to pursue. The plan is to circle back and re-enter the building where the oversized and uglier cousin of the Hulk cannot follow. Despite the monster's massive arm trying to grab them, they manage to escape, giving them a brief moment to catch their breath. When the creature finally gives up, Shanio seizes the opportunity to escape while he still can. On the other hand, our hero is busy jumping and dodging among the divine machines in the other dimension, barely avoiding their relentless laser beams. His goal is to cause as much confusion as possible, drawing the attention of all nearby automatons. As soon as he seemingly achieves his goal, he runs away from the swarm of celestial beings. Landing in an empty area of the forest, he finally stops, allowing the enemies to lock onto him and charge their laser attacks. But suddenly, one of the colossal robots falls to its knees, ignoring its ally, while the others prepare for the attack. But our demon lord sits comfortably and shows the finger to the brainless machines. One by one, the line of machines falls, while the swamp whale reveals the reason behind the name of the forest. A giant jaw emerges from the ground and devours the aligned divine machines one by one, and living their horrible memories. Our boy casually observes from afar, while the colossus of a whale completes the challenge for him. With all the celestial beings defeated, a congratulatory panel appears. In exchange, he receives his new rewards, enhanced physical abilities, with increased mana reserves, and the Dagger of Judgment. As the weapon materializes before him, he inspects its special ability. The system explains that the dagger works like a remotely controlled plane within a radius of 100 meters. Now, this is a cool birthday gift. After testing his new cool weapon, the ruler of Hell decides to return to Earth. The scene shifts to a news broadcast. From when the portal first opened, the anchor solemnly reports on the tragic fracture that took many lives, and consults a pale professor who looks like that uncle who brings politics to birthday parties in search of a solution. The man points his finger at the Awakeners Association, claiming they are responsible for the disaster. He comments that they take many vacations and just postpone the problems. When there is a shortage of hunters, he emphasizes that the fractures do not care if the hunters are relaxing in Hawaii or on duty, so they should be held accountable. Next we see a guy, with a bun, watching the news on his phone. Irritated with the frustrated professor, he comments that the hunters from the association earn a pittance compared to the clans. Listening to the complaints of his partners, the team leader next to him tells them to focus on getting results now, or they might lose their jobs. But their conversation is interrupted when they hear breaking news about a certain awakened one who dealt with the monsters alone back at the disaster site. The vlogger boy and Tianho hide in a room anxiously waiting for a rescue group. Suddenly, a series of loud noises catches their attention. As the whole room begins to shake, they try to cautiously peek outside, but before they can understand the situation, the ceiling collapses. Completely terrified, dominated by fear, Tian wonders if their time has come, but it turns out to be just a hungry Dae Sung and Petrie. Umfante, over the decapitated remains of the giant extra-large, is delighted to see his friend when he needs him the most. Despite his terrible condition, our boy smiles calmly, noticing something strange. His best friend asks if he is okay. Trembling in pain, the ruler of Hell orders the fast food boy to cook some meat for him. The two stare at him speechless, going crazy over the fact that he wants to savor a grilled hamburger. In a life-or-death situation with no chicken in stock, our knowledgeable demon analyzes whether the monster's meat is edible. He starts to devour it, making the other two almost lean over and empty their empty stomachs happily. A soldier appears, leaving the vlogger boy euphoric for being able to survive, while our hero quietly savors his meal. The soldier ignores the boy who enthusiastically expresses his gratitude to him and declares in awe. Before he can realize that it is monster entrails, Shanio enters and distracts the soldier, introducing his friend. Shanio pulls our hungry hero away and encourages him to eat until he is full. Later, unexpectedly, the soldier changes his attitude and explains that they cannot just leave, then proudly arrives and shows his clan identification card. Upon seeing the man's clan symbol, the soldier smiles, ready to escort them to a safe location. On the other hand, elsewhere, the guy with the bun is busy emptying his stomach after seeing the mutilated remains of the monster. Irritated, the team leader shouts at him to find survivors instead of cowering on the ground like an insect. The bun guy immediately convinces a soldier to enter the restricted area since he is a hunter from the association. Meanwhile, The elegant team leader reflects on what kind of monstrous guy could shred bodies like that. The scene shifts to the boys in Chanyol's car. Our hero's best friend suggests they sleep at his apartment. But being a family man, our boy insists he needs to see his family. The best friend reminds him that his family would be terrified if he visited them in his current state. Giving a quick glance at himself, the ruler of hell decides to make a call to his mother, and the two go out to savor some freshly made fried chicken. After cleaning up, of course, they finally arrive at Chanyol's apartment, and my guy is impressed by the extravagance. After freshening up, the two sit at the table with several expensive dishes lined up. Curious, our protagonist remembers his friend telling him about the insane money hunters make. Chanyol states, but he also adds that hunters are cheaters, considering how much they are paid when asked if he wants to become a hunter. My friend responds with a grunt while devouring a whole chicken wing. A bit disturbed, Tiano informs his friend that he would be ranked quite high if evaluated. He adds that with his insane power, our protagonist would be nothing less than an A rank. Confused by the terminology, Chanyol explains to him that a better rank simply means he can join the great clans anyway. He points out that the monthly income is insanely high. Intrigued, Dae Sung asks if there is a higher rank than that. Then Chanyol reveals that there are only 5 of them among the 200 million awakened worldwide of rank S. Smirking mischievously, Chanyol jokes that his best friend shouldn't dream of becoming the 6th of rank S. Stating that rank A is already good enough, he asks again if our hero intends to become a hunter. Agreeing, Shanio promises to help with everything, and the two brothers toast to the occasion. The scene transitions to some mobsters eating in a fancy restaurant. A strange guy with long hair repeats his words to a bald gangster who is terribly scared of him. The guy repeats, wondering if he is correct in thinking that an entire organization was taken down by a single hooded boy on his tablet. Elegantly wiping his lips, he jokes that it is really embarrassing. The brown-haired man, manager of the Hongma clan, and his course, stands up and asks why the bald guy didn't run away and came crying to him. One of the good guys, bald, pleads, trembling intensely as the boy places a hand on his shoulder with a terrifying expression on his face. He then asks if the bald guy is shaking, because of the dead body on the other side of the room, making the gangster sweat profusely. Crying, the bald guy begs his boss not to execute him, like the body that is just a few meters away. Gently stroking the bucket's head, his boss calmly explains that all he cares about is the stolen money. He makes it clear that he plans to also take the gang's secret hideout, but Bucket, paralyzed by fear, pretends not to understand. Terrified, the bald guy remains silent while his boss silently decides his fate. Unexpectedly, the long-haired man steps back, claiming to trust the bald guy's word, but of course, mere moments after expressing gratitude for the information, the shaved head evenly in his hand explodes, his rear end barely recognizing the source of the gushing blood, as he casually grabs his tablet, showing a picture of Dae Sung. He orders a woman lurking in the shadows to efficiently capture the culprit, while our boy finally visits the Hunters Association. Tianhao advises him to take the awakening test, but when our guy ignores him, Tianhao reminds him to speak formally, unless he wants to seem like a nervous outcast, like a father waiting for his children's test results. Xander asks him to send a message with the result as soon as it's ready. Approaching the front gate, our boy observes the strange crowd of oddballs who also came to register. Focused on the payment, he ignores his peers and heads straight to laboratory number 3. After securing a spot in the waiting line, he checks his phone and sees a message from his mother, asking when he will come home. To avoid worrying her, he replies that he will take a shower and be home very slowly. Like all mothers, she also asks if he is eating well, making our boy smile and feel even more anxious to go home. His warm moment is interrupted when an attendant informs him that it's his turn. With that, a delusional old man starts complaining that he is awake, despite the employee's assurances that the meter is functioning correctly. The old man refuses to stop his loud complaints, continuing to claim that losing hair overnight is proof of his awakening, causing everyone before to be irritated, to burst into laughter. The stubborn man declares that he will not budge until his complaint is acknowledged. Tired of waiting, my friend grabs the shiny scalp of the man and silences him with an overwhelming aura. Even so, the old man persists, insisting that the meter is indeed broken. Then the graceful Demon King gives him the benefit of the doubt, and a hunter offers to check personally. When he places his hand on the orb, it sparks and turns green, showing that he is a Class C. Confused, the old man begins to sweat profusely. The cheerful employee happily shows the old man the way out, clearly making him look like a fool, while the old man continues to deny, and makes our friend cringe in embarrassment. Finally, it's his turn. The attendant gossips with her colleague about our hero, perhaps being the best of the day since she saw his frightening aura, but he just ignores her with a pat on the head. Then, with the full support of the cute attendant, our hero approaches the manometer. A sudden chaos unfolds at the Hunters Association of Korea. With commotion rising everywhere, the branch manager starts receiving urgent calls, directing him to visit examination room 3 on the 6th floor. Immediately growing suspicious of the raw nature of the call, he wonders if perhaps a 6th S-rank hunter has awakened. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, considering it impossible. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he heads to examination room 3, only to find a large crowd already gathered there. Making his way through the crowd, he finally sees what caused the disturbance. The crystal meter's sphere is broken, resembling the cracked shell of an egg. The manager grows anxious and immediately seeks an explanation from his staff about the situation. The team quickly informs him that a man named Dae Sung placed his hand on the crystal ball for the exam. At first, the colors inside the orb flickered unpredictably. Then, without warning, it exploded in a cloud of smoke, leaving both the staff and spectators completely confused. Frustration grows within the manager as he responds, insisting that the explanation could be as simple as a faulty meter. However, the team points out that they used 3 crystal meters, different, and each had the same fate. Upon hearing this, the manager concedes, realizing that it is impossible for them all to be defective. Meanwhile, our boy anxiously hopes that he won't be asked to compensate for the 3 broken crystal balls. With this concern in mind, he turns to the manager and asks about his results, only to be met with the manager's confusion. The manager then informs him that continuing to use additional meters could lead to the same explosive result. He mentions that this is the first time they encounter such an unusual situation, and therefore they would have to make a decision at the limit. He continues to explain that in cases where the crystal ball fails to provide an adequate assessment, the results of the license test alone will be sufficient to evaluate him. Normally, the test would only be part of the classification determination process, but in Dae Sung's case, it will be the only decisive factor. Dae Sung, still unsure, questions the reliability of the license test. Before anyone else can respond, a team member intervenes with a detailed explanation about how the exam system works, holding back to alleviate his concerns about this issue. With nothing left to do but wait, the demon nods, accepts their proposal, and discreetly withdraws. The branch manager finds the whole situation concerning, still trying to understand what happened. Meanwhile, the attendant who previously discussed the mechanism of the crystal ball suggests a theory. She proposes that the crystal ball may be unable to measure power beyond a certain limit. The manager, increasingly curious, asks if she is implying that Dae Sung could be at a triple S level. To this, the clerk nods in agreement. However, her colleague quickly mocks the idea, pointing out that, while anything is possible in this unpredictable world, he seriously doubts the idea of Dae Sung reaching a triple S rank. The scene shifts to Dae Sung exiting the Hunter Association building, still pondering the events that just occurred. His phone rings, and it's his friend Tianho on the other end. Dae Sung informs him that he has been given a linear status for now. Finding the situation strange, Tianho asks if the meter got stuck. Dae Sung, with a touch of amusement, explains that it actually broke, which was the reason. Knowing Dae Sung's tendency for chaos, Tianho jokes if he has been messing around but quickly dismisses the idea, thinking it shouldn't have been possible. Dae Sung holds on to Tianho, who carefully followed the instructions, placing his hand on the meter exactly as he was told. Then, Tianho retorts, mentioning that he had a feeling something strange would happen. From the beginning, Dae Sung promises to share more details about the exam later, and with that, the call ends. Moments after hanging up, however, the demon's sharp senses come into play. He immediately detects the presence of a sniper positioned far away, the finger already resting on the trigger, aiming directly at him. The female sniper murmurs about Dae Sung, observing that he doesn't seem strong. She feels confident that he will be defeated with just one bullet, despite his supposed strength. However, just before pulling the trigger, that he will be defeated with just one bullet, despite his supposed strength. However, just before pulling the trigger, she notices something strange, and is surprised to realize that she has been discovered. It seems impossible to her since no hunter has ever managed to notice her before. Dae Sung points to his head with a face reflecting anger and urges her to look. The sniper feels fear, for not only has she been noticed, but Dae Sung's voice now reaches her from a distance. She trembles in fear, but quickly composes herself to pull the trigger. An explosion occurs and the sniper feels a wave of confident happiness, believing she succeeded in the assassination. However, as the smoke begins to dissipate, Dae Sung remains there completely unharmed. Despite the sniper using an aura bullet, it seems totally ineffective. Feeling scared, she thinks about retreating. However, as soon as she turns to run, Dae Sung throws his weapon, a dagger, stabbing the assassin in the leg and causing her to stumble. When the shooter turns her face, her target is directly in front of her. Reminiscent of a horror movie scene, Dae Sung bluffs, claiming that the bullet hit him in the head but could not kill him in response. The sniper quickly draws a weapon, pointing it at him, and demanding to know where he came from. The demon lord says nothing but the truth, stating he came from nowhere else. But hell. Still, the lady certainly would not accept this reality. Overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, she fires several aura bullets at Dae Sung, in hopes of seeing him die. Suddenly, he reappears behind her, catching her off guard with his unexpected presence. She finds it incomprehensible as she is sure her target had fallen. However, he is there completely unharmed. Our boy grabs the lady by the neck, choking her and throwing her against the wall. He uses his power, enveloping her in a demonic and numbing material that terrifies her. As she faints, Dae Sung clarifies that he has no intention of killing her. He collects the bullets and searches her belongings for clues. Then he places the bullets on her head, forcing her to regain consciousness. Covered in sweat, the lady screams subdued by the repugnant hands emerging from the creature summoned by Dae Sung. Dae Sung adopts a gang leader stance, demanding that the lady answer all his questions peacefully if she wishes to live. Upon spotting family photos in her luggage, he questions her about who sent her to kill him and his family. Feeling anxious, she realizes she cannot reveal anything about the Hongma clan. However, she suddenly remembers a gangster who disappeared and seizes the opportunity to use his name, telling Dae Sung that it was Kim Sung-ri who sent her. She explains that Kim Sung-ri is the same rookie that Dae Sung crushed some time ago in the private loan organization. Arguing that he stole her safe in exchange for her location, she pleads for her freedom in response. Dae Sung throws a bullet at the woman, piercing her shoulder. She comments that she did what he asked and told him everything. Our boy maintains his gangster act, arguing that it is quite suspicious for an assassin to provide sensitive information so easily, feeling a grain of salt in her words. The lady, drenched in fear, realizes she made a mistake by being so hasty. Dae Sung politely asks again, who ordered the assassination? She thinks to herself that she has already failed the request, and even if she survived this encounter, the psychopathic head of the Hongma clan would certainly kill her. Considering her death inevitable, she screams that she will never reveal that information even if asked 1,000 times, and tries to commit suicide. However, before she can, our gangster fires a bullet, opening a huge hole in her torso. The assassin coughs blood and collapses dead. Dae Sung feels irritated, realizing he failed to find out who was behind all of this. He then looks at her lifeless body, contemplating ways to get rid of it. He remembers an item he possesses that could be useful, yet he hesitates to use it instead. He reviews his memories of the diary, searching for any relevant recollection about the keyword dead. After examining 134 pages, he opens a portal to the Pantheon, fully aware of that this area should be off-limits due to the fractures in the nearby gates. He nonetheless decides to cover the body. As he covers the body with a blue cloth, he enters the Pantheon. Upon entering, he is greeted, and requests the system to recreate the 134th page of the diary where the soul's imprisonment is recorded. As he rummages through his memories, he remembers that the soul's imprisonment was the main weapon of one of the 15 rulers of the states of hell, known as the Phantom King. He recalls his struggle, remembering that the weapon he acquired is an artifact capable of summoning the dead when imbued with his own blood. Initially, when our protagonist obtained this item, he thought it would be incredibly useful. However, to his dismay, the commander he summoned turned out to be too weak to be of any real help. As the 198th day of the 67th year is recreated, he considers that this item might be useful for disposing of the bodies. Our hero finds himself in front of the River of the Dead. He remembers that the Phantom King's territory is on the other side of the river. The last time he saw this river, there was a boat available to cross it, but this time there was nothing. Thinking about swimming across the river, he realizes that it is impossible. Even a single dip in the water is enough to disintegrate a person's body. As he contemplates how to get to the other side, the first part of the journey begins when many small celestial beings, resembling celestial insects, swarm in his direction. These insects, known as the White Pillars of Righteousness, begin to shoot balls of toxic sludge at him. Dae Sung skillfully dodges the attacks, questioning whether defeating these monsters will earn him a common boat as a reward. He draws his weapon and slashes one of the insects. When the creature is killed, it explodes, releasing numerous poison bombs, each resembling a poison bullet. Deciding not to dodge the attacks, he pushes them all away with a simple barrier. However, he finds the process annoying and slow. dealing with the insects one by one, and quickly aims at another approaching him. He then swiftly advances, eliminating the remaining insects, cutting them all down with ease. Upon completing the mission, he receives 50% of the implementation fee and is rewarded with an armor called Plague's Blessing. The armor's status reveals that it makes its user immune to the energy of the dead, suggesting that he could swim while wearing it. Without losing a second, he dons the armor and swims across the river. A notification appears informing the demon lord that his swimming skills are admired by the demonic beasts of the Pantheon, who express their apologies for not being more useful. This only serves to irritate him even more. He quickly arrives at the Phantom King's territory and, to his surprise, discovers that the castle of the undead has vanished into thin air. Another notice appears with the demonic beasts, apologizing for the disappearance of the castle, which only aggravates Dae Sung further. He contemplates whether completing some side missions might take him back to the castle. Just then, a long architectural structure known as the Celestial Obelisk appears before him, presenting a gate at its base. As he wonders when the next mission will begin, a system window opens before his eyes, requesting that he kill 1,000 celestial creatures in 2 hours to complete the second mission. When this message appears, a monster materializes before the demon lord, and he instantly recognizes it as a commanding general. Assuming they are demons, he shouts for the monsters to kneel before their lord. However, another notification appears informing him that the demonic beasts lament the betrayal of their companions as the monsters begin to flee. In his direction, he kills several of them, but notices that they are without their cores. He wonders if the architectural pillar is responsible for this anomaly. He activates Blood Neutralization, transforming into a hybrid, half-human, half-demon, increasing his attributes and attack power of abilities by 300%. With this new strength, he quickly advances, taking down large groups of commanding generals as he moves through them. However, when he gets close to the pillar, he considers that it might be more effective to destroy it from the inside out. He runs towards the gate and enters the tower, killing everyone in his path. In a few seconds, he destroys the entire structure as the tower collapses. The suspicious demons without cores disintegrate, disappearing into the air. With that, the second mission comes to an end, and the implementation rate of the soul prison is completed. He receives 2 spheres as a reward, one purple and one orange. He thinks that one of them must be a reward, while the other could be an implementation item. He collects the purple sphere and checks it first to his delight. It turned out to be the weapon he was looking for. It grants him 3 abilities. The first allows him to imprison a dead target, the second allows him to resurrect it, and the third allows him to peek into its memory. Although his main goal was to collect corpses for information, he is disappointed to find that he can only imprison 20 souls at a time. He then collects the other orb, which turns out to be an expansion rune. He collects the rune and engraves it on his artifact, Soul Prison, increasing its capacity from 20 to 100, which is enough for his needs satisfied. He collects the Soul Prison and decides to leave the Pantheon, having fulfilled his purpose. However, suddenly, the demonic beasts send him another message, begging him to be cautious. They consider it a nuisance. A golden panel opens in front of him, but he dismisses it as a waste of time, uninterested in whatever it might offer, shaking off the nonsensical enigmas of the demonic beasts. He exits the Pantheon upon returning to the spot where he left the body of the shooting woman. He discovers that she is nowhere to be found. A corpse cannot walk on its own, or can it then zoom? He feels tired, and decides to go home upon entering. His sister peeks out and comments that he is late. Noticing that the rice soup is cooling, she calls him and reheats the soup as they start to eat. Their mother turns off the television. Our boy starts a conversation, arguing about how much the world has changed. His mother expresses her concern that he might be shocked by it, so she didn't tell him anything. She apologizes for feeling useless as a mother. Dae Sung reassures her, saying that he is grateful for her having survived all this time. He then asks his mother and sister if they want to get something for themselves. His mother hesitates with the question and offers him more soup. Instead, after lunch, he calls his friend Chanyol, informing him that he will be out of touch for a while. Chanyol asks if this is in preparation for the licensing exam. The demon lord replies that it is similar to training, but that he actually found an error that disappeared, and he needs to look for it. His friend seems to have no idea what he is talking about. Dae Sung then asks Chanyol to take care of his sister and mother, while he is away, deciding to stand out in an attempt to attract those behind the female assassin. The scene shifts to the Hogma clan building, where discussions are taking place on how to deal with the new extraordinary hunter. Upon hearing about the massacre by the Class B assassin, his cousin suggests forgetting him with a smile. He proposes to sabotage the ranking test instead by saying this. He turns to Gentiol, the class a punk in a water tank, and asks if he is ready, stating that he was born ready. A scientist prepares to infuse him with a mysterious serum, smiling sadistically as his assistant warns him of the overwhelming pain he will experience. Confidently, the guy responds that he has been prepared since he entered. With the green light from his assistant, the mad scientist begins the process. Bubbles start to burst in the water, causing the veins and teeth to swell. Gritting his teeth, the assistant's eyes turn white, and magical energy begins to illuminate the skin over his veins. Suddenly, the scientist starts to sweat cold and warns that the assistant could die if they continue. However, his assistant remains indifferent. He emphasizes that he would never recruit someone so weak. With 90% of the serum injected, the assistant howls in agony, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. At that moment, his heartbeat ceases, and the scientist declares him dead. Still, his assistant silences him. The assistant's hands begin to move, shocking the scientist in the white coat. When the subject's heart starts beating again, now with bright green eyes wide open, the assistant destroys the tank with a powerful punch. He bursts out of the tank, exploding with energy, grimly smiling as his mentor praises his little test subject. He expresses excitement for his performance in the coming days. Meanwhile, our protagonist is on the rooftop, talking with Chanyol, his best friend, who informs him that he will need to use the association's equipment. Upon reading this, he conducts an experiment on his own, picking up a stick. Our boy discovers an extraordinary loophole, an invisible, hellish armor. Realizing that the hellish armor is invisible, our boy takes the judgment dagger from his inventory. Commanding the system to recognize the wooden stick as his dagger, his weapon disappears, and the system confirms that the stick is now replaced by the dagger. Just like a Hogwarts student, my friend can now destroy his enemies with his little wand. This also gives him a new idea, so he enters the Pantheon once more, now stepping into the territory of the King of Flames. He expresses satisfaction at visiting the place again. Suddenly, an army of Orkiel's servants, wolves clad in snow-white armor with crimson eyes, surrounds him. The system instantly presents a mission to defeat 1,000 of them. Of course, in exchange for half of the weapon he seeks, the great infernal fire sword. Our hero cuts his hand, displeased to have to use his soul prison on such trivial enemies. One of the wolves quickly appears before him, but our hero remains impassive, ready to begin his slaughter. Using his insane speed and flying dagger, our hero slices through the heavily armed giant wolves, as if they were butter. With 33 fallen soldiers in his hands, he summons them from the corpse prison once again. The pack of wolves advances on him. This time, however, an exact copy of his own kind appears. A shadow crushing the head of his brother. The army of Orkiel's subjects freezes in confusion as exact replicas of them emerge from the ground at their master's command. The shadow army advances in their place. The two sides face off in a bloody battle, while the ruler of hell casually lights a cigarette. However, he quickly spits it out, perplexed by the fact that Sean could like something so bad. Soon, one of the enemies breaks through his army of minions and approaches our demon king. To the aggressor's surprise, the shadow's arms grab him from behind. While regenerating, the ruler of hell savors the moment, watching his fearless immortal minions do the work for him. Still, tired of the slow progress, he realizes that the other mission stands between him and the weapon. They do the work for him. Still tired of the slow progress, he realizes that the other mission lies between him and the weapon. A blazing hour envelops our boy as he kicks the ground, shooting into the sky like a firework. Considering the enemies unworthy of wasting even 2 hours, he decides to annihilate them instantly. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he dives back to Earth at a dizzying speed. A golden and dazzling comet descends over the desert plains, releasing its shockwave with a gigantic explosion that eliminates all monsters in sight. The scene shifts to the Soul Clan headquarters, where a samurai, Shin Cho-young, practices her skills, slicing through a purple monster, resembling a doll, as the holographic simulation ends. 2 men watching through a glass window assess her skills. The leader of the Soul Clan, Wang Jun-young, comments that she has developed some dangerous habits. The department head mentions that they can improve this flaw since they have 10 days. Then the clan leader orders him to increase the difficulty of her simulations faster, as they need to defeat the mad dog of the Hongman clan. Adjusting his glasses, the department head asks if the leader is referring to Jintil. The leader affirms that Shoyoung would be invincible if it weren't for the ice of the Hokuma clan. Enraged, he cursed the clan for their dirty tactics. The department head tries to calm him down, reminding him of a past prohibition, but Junhyung insists that the Hongman will, as always, also play dirty in the next competition. The department head states the obvious, observing that the stage is ultimately prepared for the 2 best, Choi, Hyung, and Dintil. However, the cunning clan leader suggests that this is only true if there isn't another monstrous underdog yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, our hero receives messages of gratitude from the demons, quickly approaching the end of his mission. Irritated by the notifications while smoking over the bodies of his enemies, he complains that there should be a mute button. Hearing one of the nearly dead wolves growl, he tells it to shut up while smoking, ending its life with a stab. This death marks his 1000th kill and grants him half of the great sword of hellfire. The souls of his enemies begin to gather in an orb before him, forming a special item, reading that he must offer it to an altar. The demon lord is displeased to have to seek it out like a peasant. However, as soon as he collects the soul stone, a giant structure emerges from the ground before him, facilitating his work. Thus, the second mission for the great sword begins. The ruler of hell must now offer the soul stone and be recognized by the guardian serpent. Without wasting time, he places it in a sacrificial bowl. Suddenly, a gigantic serpent is summoned. Closing his eyes, our boy begins the fight, facing the colossal serpent in an epic manner. A panel appears before him, revealing the victory condition, to answer the serpent's questions. Intrigued, the demon king smirks ironically at having to take a quiz. He gives up and orders the serpent to ask him a question, but what the guardian serpent asks is more incoherent than Chinese rap music at double speed. Our hero sighs in frustration, furious. He throws his dagger directly into her eye, causing the beast to writhe in pain. Not satisfied so easily, he gestures to the other side, forcing the dagger through her head, exiting through the other eye. Summoning his dagger back, the demon lord charges at the serpent, boiling with rage at the system for thinking he had softened. Challenging it to give everything against the absolute ruler, he repeatedly strikes the head of the guardian beast. The serpent's head swells like a muffin from the beating, and then explodes as our hero bathes in its blood like a tough guy. However, with his experience, he finds the battle suspiciously easy as he turns around. He recognizes the old pattern of enemies that regenerate, confidently recalling how to defeat it. Our boy invites the beast to attack him, and the serpent responds to his call. Flying towards him with its mouth open, it catches him in its jaws while a blue flame of regeneration flickers inside. However, our hero knows this very well, and without hesitation, he enters the mouth of the guardian serpent, perplexed. The snake suddenly turns its head. Its pupils explode as the serpent vomits him out, and our protagonist makes an epic landing, holding a blue flaming sword in his hand, the Great Hell Sword. The system congratulates him for collecting the sword, but informs him that his abilities will be sealed until he completes the mission. However, he confidently declares that even this is enough to defeat the giant worm. Holding the great flaming sword with both hands, our boy brings his new weapon down upon the guardian serpent. Its fiery energy courses through the entire body of the beast from head to tail until the body is cleanly cut in two halves. The mission comes to an end. The serpent cannot hear the answer if it is not alive. Firmly gripping the fully activated great sword, our demon king sports a crazy smile. Eagerly anticipating what comes next, a panel materializes, announcing the trial of scorching fire. He must endure 10 whole days of burning agony, again to fully unlock the legendary weapon, or so it seems. The flames engulf him. Still, my dear, maintains a calm attitude. He orders the sword to calm down and stop burning its rightful owner. However, the timer continues to count down, an even fiercer attitude than the sword. He demands that the King of Flames regain its reason, and the timer quickly hits 0.00. The sword responds to its master, pleading for forgiveness. This calms our hero's temper, allowing him to greet his old partner, as all the demons were, sent to the final destination of the souls of hell. Chaos ensues after their departure. Our hero feels relieved to have found his weapon without needing to visit that decrepit place. The demon sword proclaims that it has been waiting for the ruler's return, making it wonder if it's old partner or recent. But the King of Flames humbly says he does not despise him for leaving, but rather for the consequences of it. Confused, the monarch of hell asks him to explain. The demon sword explains that hell was invaded by celestial beings who took advantage of the demon's helplessness in the absence of their ruler, thus sealing all of hell, banishing all the demon folk to pandemonium. The King of Flames pleaded with his master, who was swallowed by the serpent, reluctantly, and avoided the banishment like his brothers, thus patiently awaited the arrival of his Lord and Savior. The sword humbly asks his reason for returning. My boy promises to share his purpose when the time comes. Changing the subject, he asks his demon sword if it recognizes the energy orb left by the guardian serpent. Then the Flame King warns him. The Flame King recalls, feeling the same mysterious energy from the celestial beings that invaded hell, slightly disturbed. the ruler of hell casually raises his hand, absorbing the orb with the confidence that the system will not deceive him with a sham. After successfully collecting it, a panel appears informing him that one more is needed to gain access to a currently hidden area. When asked if he plans to return to Earth, he comments that there are still more rewards for him to claim. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a member of the Soul Clan is talking to the director about the viral video of the massacre. Forcing himself to awkwardly hide his friend's identity, to his surprise, the director appears. He invites him for a private conversation. The director, who is handsome, humbly asks why he was chosen. He simply responds that he wants to take the opportunity to smoke together now on the terrace. Sharing a cigarette, the director questions if Xuan was really at the center of the massacre. Xuan quickly realizes that the director is assessing whether he can recruit the infamous awakened individual. Not wanting to expose his friend, Tian states that there is nothing significant to report. The director, with a philosophical air, expresses his determination to recruit our boy at all costs. Chan smiles awkwardly, pretending ignorance, and directs the conversation towards the guild's ace, Zhou. In response, the director suddenly falls silent when Chan gently incites him again. The man reveals that she has been worrying too much. 7 days before the Dae Sung licensing test, she is seen training in her most challenging simulation yet at the Soul Clan headquarters. The B-class samurai instantly cuts down her training dummies before they appear. But surrounded by more than she can handle, she becomes overwhelmed, allowing another dummy to bite her shoulder. The leader immediately ends the simulation. Frightened, Choi Jung begs him to wait and give her a chance. But as the enemies disappear, she turns to face the clan leader, who calls her to discuss her performance. Frustrated, Choi Jung exclaims that she would have done better if she had been given the chance. Calmly, Jun Jung points out that she is putting too much pressure on herself. In response, Choi Jung complains that he always encouraged her to fight for what she wants, even if it means going through hardships. Keeping calm, the clan leader clarifies that this advice strictly applies to physical training. Shou Jung, with a touch of sarcasm, comments that she understands her body's limits better than he does, and insists that she hasn't overdone it. Jun Hyung, now becoming sarcastic himself, asks if she really believes she knows herself better than an AI. He tells her to compare her current mental state with that of a normal person. Seeing her out-of-control graph, Zhou sadly admits her mistake. Jun Hyung, gritting his teeth, asks if she still hasn't realized her abnormal mental state, as indicated by the AI. But with a dark look, she murmurs that it's all to get into the top 5. Hearing this, the clan leader questions her true motivation for wanting to rise in rank. He wonders if her goal is to gain access to the ranking portals, where she could earn much more glory and wealth. But Zhou, squeezing the bottle until it breaks, bites her lip. She firmly states that her desire is not for money or fame, but rather to exterminate all the monsters in the world. 2 days later, in the Hongma clan building, her assistant advances to a heavily protected area, using his fingerprints to unlock a high-security door. It creaks open, revealing a mysterious room. Repulsed by the stench, her assistant is surprised. He discovers that his subject is doing well, while murmuring about changing the ventilation and lighting. His eyes turn to a hunched figure, devouring a corpse. The man is chewing raw flesh, looking like an animal at the man who is dawdling over him. Totally unconcerned, her assistant casually comments that the classified subject should keep eating and rest well, so that the monster serum continues to work. Looking at the blood-covered demon hunter, the long-haired psychopath reveals his excitement for his pet to become the star. Completely unconcerned, his buddy casually comments that the classified must continue eating and rest well, so that the monster serum continues to work. Looking at the demon hunter covered in blood, the long-haired psychopath reveals his excitement for his pet to become the star. In the next licensing test, and as 2 days pass, our protagonist is busy, completing missions to increase his power in the Pantheon. So, when the King of Flames asks when they left Hell, the Absolute Ruler announces that their time has begun, with the last 3 days passing quickly. The day of the test arrives at the arena, and the commentator announces how, with more people awakening each year, the competition continues to intensify. Journalists eagerly snap photos of the lined-up candidates, but soon their attention is drawn to an elegant white Lamborghini, and the crowd immediately recognizes its owner. They rush to greet the 2 stars of the Rongma clan. A journalist gets the first opportunity to interview his co without beating around the bush. She directly asks how he feels about the return of the Rongma clan after being banned for cheating 2 years ago. His co, cursing internally at the annoying lady, calmly responds that he regrets the so-called accident from that time. Another presumptuous journalist accuses him of shirking responsibility with empty words. His unfazed, pats the man's shoulder and confidently declares that this time the match will be fair and honest. With that, the two enter the stadium, and Ginchu explodes with anger, upset that his did not retaliate. But his calmly reminds his pet to have fun, while warning him not to get too emotional and to stay cautious, as they cannot afford another suspension. Hearing this conversation, a large man in white listens in. The Rongma leader narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the heavily disguised silhouette of none other than the leader of the Soul clan, Jun Young. He tries to provoke him by saying he looks like a gorilla dressed like that, but the elegant old man responds that it's a tactic to avoid the paparazzi. Jun Young replies that he doesn't like to flaunt his fame like certain people. Lowering his hat, the legendary clan leader analyzes Jin Chu's aura and instantly recognizes her abnormal nature, which was skillfully disguised. With a smug smile, his tries to boast, suggesting that Jun Young is quite focused on his candidate, but the old man quickly responds jokingly that he hopes his hasn't brought another cheater like last time. After the heated discussion, the members of Hongma move away, grumbling that the leader of the Soul clan was looking at him like a creep, but his ignores it, telling him to disregard the old man in white and focus on his true target, the cute Shin Cho Jung. People watch her like a pervert, commenting that it will be easy to take her down. However, his warns him not to underestimate her, reminding him that the leader of the Soul clan trained her well. But hearing this only excites Jin Chu even more. His repugnant face twists, eager for the chance to crush her, while Jun Young continues to analyze Jin Chu from afar, trying to unravel what the Hogama clan might be planning. But suddenly, his attention is drawn to something much more sinister. Dae Sung arrives, emanating a monstrous aura, and as he passes, the leader of the Soul clan shudders. Disturbed by the dark energy radiating from him, surprised by his shaken behavior, Choi Jung asks the leader of her clan, what is wrong? With his jaw still slightly open, Jun Young warns her to remain cautious. She ignores his concern, confidently promising that she won't let the Hanma clan pull tricks on her. But Jun Young, narrowing his eyes, clarifies that he is more worried about the other person who passed by her. With 30 minutes remaining, an announcement calls all candidates to gather in examination hall number 3. Ending his call with Chan Ho, our hero scans his fingerprints and receives one special uniform from a vending machine station. In their new cyberpunk-style outfits, all the candidates, including our favorite grumbler, gather for the exam. In the room, the old man proudly reflects on the hundreds of complaints that brought him here. Excited, he decides to crush our protagonist for daring to touch his head, rounder than a baby's. But soon after, a huge guy lifts him by the skull and tells him to get out of the way. Swallowing his pride, the old man gives up on his revenge. Then, while the old man is feeling down, our guy arrives on the scene in his new uniform, ready to dominate anyone who opposes him when the exam begins. The competitors gather in the arena, where purple rings descend from above. The supervisor greets the crowd and begins an explanation, noting that these rings represent the 3 floors of the gate specifically designed for the licensing exam. He further explains that each floor has its own unique environments and distinct conditions to be completed, as murmurs spread among the participants. A pale boy like a ghost asks when they will receive weapons, and who is in response. The supervisor incisively clarifies that no weapons will be provided, and no one is allowed to bring any equipment, besides the given outfits. This announcement causes an uproar, with complaints that no one can fight without weapons at this moment. A cute hologram appears, announcing its role in tracking everyone's progress. The cheerful hologram reveals that the test is not about the hunter's fighting ability, but rather their natural ability to survive the harshest conditions. With this clarification, the gate opens, and the participants then find themselves on the first floor of the gate, a tropical forest, all quickly drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, a team of analysts watching through various cameras laughs at the low quality of the candidates while speculating on the possibility of everyone failing. A guy with a mushroom head praises Uncle Jung for keeping a cool head and conserving his energy as he sees everyone praising him. Jun Young smiles satisfied. While others praise Jin Chu from the Roma clan, his eyes look at Jun Young's reaction, assuming that his shock stems from Jin Chu's performance. However, the old man's expression remains frozen as panic spreads among the crowd. All eyes turn to a certain calm guy. His eyes widen in shock, recognizing the very person against whom he sent an assassin. It seems unbelievable that Dae Sung does not emanate an aura, with not a drop of sweat visible on his body. While it is revealed that our boy drank a potion, making him immune to all environmental factors, he laughs to himself, knowing it is forbidden, but only if he gets caught. Then, when purple bands appear on everyone's wrists, the friendly AI announces the start of the first round. revealing that the condition to clear the first floor is to hunt 20 swamp orcs. With a confident smile, our hero kicks off as soon as the round begins, making everyone rush to avoid falling behind. In a true test to filter out the fools, a thirsty hunter falls victim to an obvious water source trap. A sticky worm emerges from the ground, swallowing him whole and eliminating him. However, he is saved by the safety measures of the outfit. Meanwhile, our hero runs through the forest in search of his target. At the same time, the rescue team that is extracting the eliminated candidate suddenly receives a signal with the order to track candidate 104, Dae Sung. Now let's return to our protagonist who finally finds a swamp orc, provoking the giant pig while holding a stone. He throws it into the air as if it were a ball with a punch, shattering the stone into thousands of fragments that destroy the monster. Upon seeing this, the rescuer realizes why he was sent to spy on one of the candidates. Meanwhile, our Demon King understands that hunting the orcs one by one is the most efficient approach to speed things up. He reluctantly uses his mana and summons a dark specter. Over time, he arrives at a cave full of swamp orcs. The cave begins to tremble, causing the group of monsters to become cautious about what is about to happen. Suddenly, the ceiling opens, and our boy makes an epic landing. Forced to dig deep into the ground like a peasant, he is visibly irritated. The monsters celebrate, thinking their prey has come to them, but he casually counts them with his staff resembling a magic wand, counting enough targets to complete his mission. He asks the King of Flames to translate the last words of the monsters. Upon hearing that they are discussing hunting the ruler of hell, he orders the demonic sword to burn them to ashes. Elsewhere in the forest, Cho Jung uses his aura to search for targets. When his ability detects one, he instantly kicks through the trees like a bullet. The confident members of the Soul Clan estimate they can clear the first floor in just 1 hour as Shojung approaches his fourth death. A hunter suddenly flies in, and her pupils dilate in shock at the monstrous figure that passes her disdainfully. She looks at the wretched Rongma, who boasts loudly about his fifth death. Frustrated, she declares that stealing deaths is expected behavior from trash like Rongma. In response, he ridicules her for being foolish enough to think that death belonged to her. The two continue exchanging insults, throwing deadly glares at each other. The gentle one thinks about killing her to eliminate the annoyance, but decides to wait until the second floor. With that, Cho Jung walks away with a sigh and raises his middle finger with a smile. Irritatingly arrogant and furious, the short-tempered trickster advances, ready to kill her, but both suddenly freeze, their attention captured by a roaring sound. A few minutes before their encounter, Dae Sung uses his flaming sword to burn his enemies, unleashing the first skill of the great infernal fire sword. Suddenly, a beam of devastating flames shoots from his small staff and envelops the target, creating a tornado that erupts into the sky. The shocked observers are left speechless by this display, then announces the promotion of our fiery hero to the second floor. Chaos erupts among the judges who cannot find any information about him, while others rush to recruit him. The leader of the Soul Clan smiles, intrigued by the monstrous power of our demon lord. Irritated that Dintul has stolen the spotlight, he hides, scoffs, and walks away disappointed. The lady at the ranking counter begins to shake her colleague, who mocked her guess about Dae Sung. Meanwhile, another observer can hardly believe what he sees, realizing that the weak old man with blood on him had been following him all along with an axe in hand. The foolish old man begins to finish off the half-burned corpses left by our boy, totaling 11 deaths. The ranking staff discusses how the old man managed to get in. Then the attendant reveals the flood of complaints made by him. Seeing his staff relaxing, the branch manager arrives to explain that he personally approved the old man. He reveals that the old man was reported to have entered a gate with dynamite strapped to him, mouth agape. The cashier asks if the crazy man is trying to commit suicide. However, the branch manager shares the tragic tale of the bald man. The story seems that he lost his family due to a portal fracture and now lives only for revenge. Questioned about his unnecessary favoritism towards a candidate, the manager proudly states that he appointed Dae Sung and jokes about the 3-month salary cut to cover the damages was worth it when they mentioned his name. The screen focused on our hero begins to blur, while on another part of the stadium, his henchman sends a secret message to a guy with an assassin's appearance and informs him that the control room's transmission is down. The man is confused, remembering that they were supposed to eliminate our protagonist from the second or third floor. His henchman clarifies that the plan has changed now that Dae Sung has left Jin Chol behind, with his frightening smile. Leader Hong Ma jokes that eliminating him sounds very severe. In the end, he tells the guard to read his orders, which are, to inject a mutant serum into the monsters at the second floor gate. As a result, the watcher following our protagonist executes the task. Then, as our hero approaches the gate to the second floor, his henchman awaits his failure with a sadistic smile. When the mutant vials are injected into the monster, the golem at the second floor gate evolves into a floating mutant golem in the swamp, now capable of producing mist to deceive those who approach. The man hired by his henchman enjoys watching the mutant creation, admiring the monstrous result he helped bring to life, and expecting a generous monetary reward. However, the item he holds suddenly explodes, revealing that it had been contaminated with a paralyzing agent, likely placed there by his own henchman to eliminate all evidence. Paralyzed and unable to move, the man watches helplessly as the swamp golem approaches him with no intention of letting him escape. Meanwhile, the demon lord grows increasingly worried, realizing he has been walking in circles for some time. The map, installed in his equipment, seems to be malfunctioning, leaving him disoriented as he advances. He comes across the decomposed corpse of the man hired by CEO CU. Suspicion immediately arises in his mind as he doubts that the test organizers would have intentionally left the body in this location. Suddenly, the shadow of the monster looms before the demon lord, followed by a swift surprise attack. He deflects it in time, using his fire sword cleverly disguised as an ordinary staff. However, before he can fully react, the golem hurls a massive stone in his direction that detonates upon impact, releasing a wave of smoke and searing heat. To survive the intense heat, our hero activates his flame absorption ability, protecting himself from the scalding explosion. He contemplates using the same fury ability that once defeated the orcs, but unfortunately, it is still on cooldown. Worse yet, the golem seems reluctant to wait for his recharge. The floating swamp golem unleashes a rapid sequence of attacks that the demon lord deflects with growing frustration. Finding the barrage irritating, Dae Sung decides to end the battle decisively by driving his blade into the creature's core. Running towards the golem, Dae Sung strikes its core with a powerful punch, but his efforts barely scratch the surface of its solid stone body. In retaliation, the golem hurls him through the air with overwhelming force. The scene then shifts to Jin Chol, the trickster. He has just defeated his final ogre, successfully, fulfilling the conditions to ascend to the second floor. As a reward, he receives a small, special box containing a navigation compass, a vial, and an enigmatic note, essentially tools for his continued trickery. After reading the note and realizing that Dae Sung is still on the first floor, he burns it without hesitation. The scene returns to our hero, who has just been thrown against a tree. He quickly regains his composure, and with a smile on his face summons his ghostly shadow, ordering it to consume the golem. Pulling out his sword, he clears a path for the sinister creature, promising it a reward, double what it gives him. The flames shrink the shadowy ghost to a mere fraction of its original size. But as the golem approaches, it suddenly inflates back to its full size with rapid growth, extending several shadowy hands, grabbing all the flaming stones from the golem. Meanwhile, the screen of Dae Sung lights up again, although all the examination faculty can see is a dense fog. One of the staff comments that the first floor should resemble a tropical forest, suggesting that something clearly went wrong. Suddenly, the golem appears on the screen, causing the viewers to question why such a monster was placed in the test. The branch manager's assistant observes that the creature is a mutant, in every sense, and asks for orders on how to proceed. However, the branch manager remains unresponsive, completely absorbed by the scene unfolding on the screen. At that moment, another staff member arrives and informs that the test examiners have surrounded Dae Sung. They ask if they should intervene forcefully and stop the test. Apologizing, the manager acknowledges that the situation can no longer be helped, but at that moment, the attendant points something on the screen. It appears that the golem has already been defeated. Its flaming fragments are seen flying through the air, followed by a powerful explosion at this moment. The manager finally realizes the true strength of his demon king. What he had previously dismissed as a mere measurement error now becomes clearly obvious. Dae Sung's power is beyond their capacity to assess, making their attempts futile. The branch manager reflects on Dae Sung, now realizing him as a monster beyond imagination, possessing unmatched strength. Meanwhile, the attendant who had previously been impressed with Dae Sung seems to be silently cheering for him. However, her colleague warns that, despite his power, Dae Sung may not be aware of the bigger picture, as Jin Teol seems poised to defeat him. To reach the second floor, a staff member asks the branch manager if he wishes to withdraw the personnel stationed around Dae Sung. The manager declines and instructs, and the staff member, to have them present a report as soon as they find out exactly what happened. The scene shifts to the cheater number 14, Jin Sho, who is filled with rage as he runs around looking for the gate that should be nearby. He notices that the snow begins to dissipate, indicating that the golem has been destroyed, but he remains confident that he will be the first to reach the second floor. Meanwhile, the demon lord pours his blood over the remains of the mutant golem, preparing to use his soul prison on it. With an authoritative voice, he utters the word, summon, leaving all the spectators' mouths agape in shock as the viewers watch in disbelief. The monster is brought back to life. The Demon King orders the creature to stop showing off and reveal its true form, noting that it has already delayed him long enough. The golem bows, and Dae Sung climbs onto it, instructing it to run towards the gate. Upon reaching the gate, Dintil feels a wave of excitement, convinced that he is the first to reach it. However, his excitement quickly turns into perplexity when he hears an unusual noise echoing around him. The scene then transitions to Sok Woo, who enters the projection room followed by his men, commenting that he expected the test to be over. Looking at the screen and seeing his pawn with a perplexed expression, a wave of anger washes over him. Fueled by frustration with his failures, the scene returns to Dae Sung, who is calmly riding the floating golem using the breath of the Flame King. To clear a path, he skillfully creates the shortest route that undoubtedly leads straight to the gate. He punches the golem's head, encouraging it to run faster. Mimicking the actions of a knight on a donkey or horse, he continues using his flames to forge a path ahead, propelling the golem forward. At the same time, staff and spectators conclude that number 104 probably utilized some kind of summoning technique. In this world, such a technique is completely new and unprecedented. A team member suggests it might be a type of aura-based technique. The colleague next to the staff member comments that this test is certainly going to go viral on YouTube, praising Dae Sung for resembling a hero straight out of a fantasy movie. His frustrated boss pounds his fist on the table in the control room. The staff member approaches, calmly suggesting that he should leave the room if he intends to continue causing disturbances. His boss regains control of his anger and pretends with a polite tone that he momentarily lost his composure due to the incredible performance of number 104. Standing beside him, the only clan leader, Jun Young, comments with a touch of ostentation that his boss could never have predicted this, and confidently predicts that Uncle Jung will soon arrive at the gate entrance. Jin Chu, equally irritated with Dae Sung, is quickly approached from behind by Uncle Jung. Seeing him, he rushes toward the gate, determined not to fall behind, turning the moment into an impromptu race. Meanwhile, our hero has already reached the second floor with his puppet, Gollum. Noticing that this level is shrouded in a blizzard, completely opposite to the first, he mocks the test administrators for their lack of creativity. Dismissing the golem, he receives congratulations for being the first to reach the second floor. The AI guide soon reveals the conditions for the next part of the test. The AI explains that the top 5 players will start from different entrances, and all participants will have a single objective: to reach the peak of the snow-covered mountain. The Demon Lord makes a rough estimate that the distance is about 5 kilometers, and begins his ascent. He finds it annoying to climb with bare hands, especially knowing that cameras are positioned everywhere, preventing him from using his abilities. The scene shifts to Jin Chu, irritated with his position on the mountain. The test has clearly affected his nerves. He is consumed by frustration, fearing he will lose control and composure unless he eliminates number 104, who reached the gate before him. Despite all the tricks he had planned, suddenly Jin Chu heard movement a short distance behind him. Furious, he shouts, demanding to know who it is. To his surprise, it is the same bald old man from before. Somehow, the man managed to reach the second floor just in time, although the harsh weather seems to be overwhelming him with a glow seen in his eyes. Jin Chu presses against the mountainside, trying to trigger an avalanche to get rid of the man. Unaware, the bald man slaps his own face, trying to gather strength while memories of his lost family flash through his mind. With a burst of defiance, he shouts that he feels no cold. However, his determination is short-lived, as he is soon swept away by the avalanche. Jin Chu, having successfully rid himself of him, flashes a sinister smile. Shortly after, the transmission drones malfunction, leaving the team unable to monitor the situation. His boss, who is undoubtedly behind the disruption, silently wishes good luck to his pawn, hoping he does not make mistakes or disappoint. The scene shifts back to the second floor, where some of the regular players, though frozen by the adverse conditions, encourage each other to keep going. Suddenly, Dianto appears behind them, moving at lightning speed without warning. He grabs their heads and crushes them with his hands. Enhanced by the effect of the Orc Champion's vial, Dim Chu seems enormous and unstoppable, killing everyone in his path as he advances. Meanwhile, Shojung is perplexed, realizing that all technological and electronic devices have mysteriously stopped working. Dae Sung, on the other hand, sees this as a stroke of luck, Realizing that he can now use his abilities freely without being noticed, Dae Sung leaps off the cliff, activating the Dragon Knight armor of destruction, Valak. As his majestic demonic wings unfold, he flies through the air. Cho Jung, sensing a powerful and unknown aura, looks up and sees Dae Sung flying above with an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Jinchu is still busy massacring other players. He sees Dae Sung flying towards the peak and speculates that Dae Sung might have used a harpy vial to gain the ability to fly, and immediately begins to chase him. The scene shifts back to the association building, where Jun Young is urgently requesting the branch manager to abort the test. He argues that the safety of the awakened should be the top priority, pressing for the test to be stopped immediately. The president, seeming distracted, asks the captain of the Soul Clan, Jun Young, to be patient, reassuring him that an investigation team will be sent as soon as possible. His subordinate, however, takes the opportunity to mock Jun Young, questioning why they even call it an awakening if they can't handle such small risks. This comment ignites Jun Young's anger. Captain Jun Young, now suspicious, directly questions his subordinate, asking if he is responsible for the current situation. His subordinate, ignoring the question, continues to provoke him, insinuating that Uncle Young must be weak if Jun Young is so worried, pushing further by calling him an old man, and suggesting that he should consider retiring, deliberately stepping on his nerves. The scene then shifts back to Dae Sung, who has reached the peak and is warming up, preparing to enter the third floor. Meanwhile, the bald old man somehow survives the avalanche, lying in the snow as tears stream down his face. Rising, he shouts loudly, declaring himself a winner for having survived. It is only fair that he celebrates his success, since the first step is always the most challenging. When Cho Jung enters the third floor, she learns the conditions to complete this level to progress. Participants must acquire 1,000 points, which can be earned by defeating the monsters that inhabit this new environment. As it is very dark, Choi Jung remains cautious, taking a moment for her vision to adjust to the shadows. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from behind her. Turning around, she sees her rival, the cheater, Jin Teol, standing there, muscular as if he were on steroids. Jin Teol comments that she was lucky to arrive before him, but Cho Jung dismisses his remarks, telling him not to be so loud. Her main concern is not Jin Teol but Dae Sung, who has outperformed everyone on the first and second floors. Even her captain recognized his formidable strength. Cho Jung receives an alert indicating an error in the aura reactor, but before she can react, Jin Teo cowardly attacks her from behind, leaving her wounded. Dianto, the cheater, arrogantly claims that he intended to deal with Dae Sung first, but now he has changed his plans to focus on her. Meanwhile, our demon lord is focused on accumulating points to complete the stage. He activates his special fire cannon ability, annihilating the targets in front of him. The rusty Fire King comments on how long it takes to defeat such insignificant opponents. Looking at his points, he notices they are stuck at 530 and wonders what is happening. He decides to eliminate all remaining targets before resolving the issue. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who is increasingly worried, because the network still hasn't returned. While the atmosphere fills with anxiety, the greatest cheater of all remains calm. He fused the vial he gave to his pawn with a hedgehog, allowing him to monitor her pulse. He looks at the anxious Jun Jun and informs him that his trainer is probably either half-blind or in terrible condition if she manages to come back alive. The scene shifts to Cho Jung, who is gravely injured. She asks Jin Teol, the cheater, about his objective. In a disturbingly inhuman manner, cheater number 14 licks the girl's blood and taunts her, asking if she isn't going to use the shield aura. Cho Jung decides to retaliate by launching a kick at Jin Teol. However, her kick misses, and she quickly hides. This movement irritates Jin Cho, who mocks her for being a coward. Desperate, she tries to heal herself, but she is spotted by Jin Cho. In a swift move, she throws her defense suit in his face, followed by a blow to the groin and a knee to his face, declaring herself the wing of the Soul Clan. She channels all her strength into her attack, throwing Jin Cho to the ground. With that, she steps back, determined to find and hunt the monsters. Meanwhile, Dae Sung becomes increasingly frustrated with the device he is using, finding it useless, as it does not register points. He wonders if he should go ask the organizers about the faulty equipment, realizing that all his devices seem rusty and unreliable. While Cho Jung navigates the area, she finds herself alone, not understanding where everyone has gone. Suddenly, Jin Teol approaches from behind, seeking revenge. Scared, she turns to run for her life, but Jin Teol appears in front of her as if he had blinked, throwing her to the ground. He continues to attack her relentlessly, behaving like an unpleasant goblin, making her bleed while grabbing her by the hair. He holds her head and taunts her, saying that she will face a painful death. Tears stream down Cho Jung's face as she bleeds and receives a punch to the face. Jin Taeol provokes her, asking her to call for help, only to mock her by reminding her that all the equipment is broken. Taking advantage of an opening, Cho Jung digs her finger into Jin Taeol's eyes, making him bleed, and in pain, she tries to get up to escape. But Din Taeol grabs her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. As he prepares to strangle her to death, Dae Sung appears from behind, confronting him and demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Upon seeing Dae Sung, Din Taeol immediately releases Cho Jung, and breaks into a crazy laugh, seeing Dae Sung as prey that has fallen right into his trap. He tells Dae Sung that he has been looking for him everywhere. Our demon lord thanks Jin Taeol for waiting, deliberately dodging his attack while walking towards Cho Jung. Noticing her poor condition, he wonders if she has a significant injury given her slow recovery process. Turning to Dae Sung, he questions him if he is responsible for her injuries. With a smile on his face, Dae Sung replies that he just taught her a lesson, and soon he will make Dae Sung end up just like her. Cho Jung bursts into mad laughter, seeing Dae Sung as a prey that has fallen right into his trap. He tells Dae Sung that he has been looking for him everywhere. Our demon lord thanks Jin Taeol for waiting, deliberately dodging his attack while walking towards Cho Jung. Noticing her poor condition, he wonders if she has a significant injury given her slow recovery process. Turning to Dae Sung, he questions whether he is responsible for her injuries. With a smile on his face, Dae Sung replies that he just gave her a lesson, and soon he will make Dae Sung just like her. Dae Sung reiterates his question, clarifying that he is referring to the broken point meter. As the king launches a wave attack towards Dae Sung, he mocks the demon lord, claiming that he is out of luck since the emergency protection is instantly broken. Dae Sung advances towards the scoundrel and delivers a powerful punch to his face, sending him flying, followed by a barrage of fire attacks. Dae Sung adds insult to injury. Despite this, the trickster still refuses to acknowledge his situation, believing he can easily defeat Dae Sung. However, his confidence wavers when he suddenly notices a group of docile spirits behind Dae Sung. Filling him with fear, the scene shifts to the Korea Hunters Association building, where an employee approaches the branch manager. She informs him that the network has been restored on the second floor. However, she mentions that it will still take 30 more minutes for the network on the third floor to be restored. The branch manager instructs to move the security team from the second floor to the door of the third floor. The atmosphere becomes tense between the leaders of the two main guilds. Suddenly, an employee approaches the branch manager, bringing alarming news according to the security team. There is one confirmed death and numerous injuries reported on the second floor. This revelation leaves the branch manager tense, as he never anticipated such an outcome, realizing he should have cancelled the test. Meanwhile, T. Chan-ho is reviewing the news update. He discovers the failure of the video transmission at a testing location that has not been restored for over an hour. Upon realizing it is the same place where his friend went, he quickly grabs his coat and prepares to visit the site. The scene returns to Jinchu, the trickster number 14, who is now running for his life after realizing that his prey has turned into a predator. Suddenly, one of his legs is cut off, causing him to fall to the ground in a supine position. Dinchu quickly uses a regeneration vial to grow his leg back. With only one left, Dae Sung ridicules him, comparing him to the grotesque regenerating insects in hell. As Dinchu's leg regenerates, the network on the third floor is restored, allowing everyone to see the live recording of Dae Sung confronting Dinchu on the screen. His heart races with worry upon seeing his puppet on his knees, begging for his life, and declaring that he has already used all his vials and can no longer regenerate completely, oblivious to what a regeneration vial is. Dae Sung retorts that he will try to split him in half to see if he can multiply like bacteria while the strange one is pulverized. He begs even more desperately for mercy, noticing a flash of light. Our demon lord realizes it is a camera, and that the connection has been restored. He then shifts his attention back to Dinchu, presenting him with a proposal. Dae Sung offers the scoundrel a chance to be released alive if he can correctly answer 3 of his questions, desperate to save his life. Dinchu anxiously asks Dae Sung if he is telling the truth. Dae Sung, using his sword disguised as a baton, makes Jinchu bow before him and casts a terrifying deadly gaze, declaring that if he finds him lying, he will split him in 2. With that, our demon lord begins the questionnaire. The first question he asks is whether Jinchu is responsible for everything that happened at the testing site. This question intensifies the tense atmosphere, creating an air of anxiety that permeates the environment, especially affecting Sok-woo, the trickster captain, irritated by the sudden silence of the chatterbox. Our demon lord warns Dinchu to answer quickly if he does not want to be split in half in response. The proud guy starts to cry and admits to orchestrating everything like a whiny baby. Then Dae Sung finds the emotional confession intriguing without wasting time. Our hero, impressed, asks his second question to reveal the identity of the mentor. Dintil immediately throws his clan leader to the wolves at the mention of the Hong Ma clan. Behind it all surprises our hero, but this fuels rumors in the control room, suspecting everyone in the control room from the start. They turn to look at the long-haired guy. Upon hearing the accusations, his butt boils with rage at the betrayal of his pet. With no options, he attacks the management. However, the branch manager remains impassive and orders him to prepare an explanation for the police, realizing he has lost. The man agrees to attend his hearing at the hunter's office. With that, he silently lowers his head to avoid attracting more attention moments later. Outside the stadium, his butt leaves along with his guards, one of whom wonders why the clan leader bows his head like a peasant. His butt calmly explains that it is the smartest choice to avoid the wrath of the clan leader, which is reasonable. As Jung-hoon in the control room was boiling with rage, the manager expresses gratitude to the graceful leader for his patience. But Jung-hoon responds that he doesn't give a damn about the association, while the branch manager orders his team to implement maximum security measures. Our protagonist asks his third question to the pathetic, ranked kneeling before him. He asks if Dintil has any point, reluctantly. The whiner honestly responds, still shaken by the idea of being cut in half. With that, the AI announces Dae Sung's victory and the conclusion of the three-phase exam. However, our Demon King is not satisfied with the sudden victory. While Jin-Chu the sycophant looks up thinking he is safe, his smile distorts. With both halves of his body living up to his title, the ruler of hell declares this as punishment for not responding in time. But before leaving, his gaze turns to Cho Jung, still tangled on the floor, surrounded by a healing aura the whole time. Moments later, the security team arrives and begins to evacuate the injured, including Choi Jung. Observing the chaos from his office, the president of the association closes the laptop while reading the anti-Hong Ma comments. His secretary informs him that all 10 clans are gathering. The old man wonders if Dae Sung is the first monster in a while. After the famous number 1 in Korea, Lee Chang-shik, when the secretary confirms our hero's instant promotion, the grandfather of the hunters orders her to recruit him at all costs. As soon as the results are revealed, rumors spread about the fall of the Hong Ma clan. But they are interrupted by the announcement of the cute AI. She explains that due to the unusual circumstances, the ranking criteria will be by the order of passing the first level. Consequently, our boy receives an A ranking for securing first place. Upon seeing the results, Chanho immediately calls Dae Sung and asks where he is. Then his friend replies that he is relaxing in the Class S Hunter's Lounge, leaving him speechless, relaxing in a massage chair. Our boy's relaxation is interrupted by his best friend, who seems deeply confused. My friend casually mentions that the president's secretary told him to relax in the Class S Lounge. Incredible Chanho. Dae Sung was personally invited by the great chief as the man of the moment. As he drinks his boba, he reveals that he might even be promoted to level S. Astonished, Tianhao imagines the insane amount of money he could earn. He updates his friend that there is a promotion out there because of this news. Meanwhile, as journalists and recruiters gather, one of the participants exits an elevator. All eyes turn to him, and they rush to secure the first interview, taking advantage of the spotlight. The famous elder celebrates his great victory in the licensing exam. Reporters shout for his attention and ask him to state his name with a serious expression. The elder introduces himself as Frog of Esung. At that moment, the crowd goes wild, but after a while, when he almost tramples an old man, some begin to realize that Dae Sung shouldn't be an old bald man. When the announcement of the results ends, the elder's borderline ranking is revealed. Meanwhile, the rescued hunters escape, cursing Jin-Chu for his disgusting behavior. However, the infiltrator from the Hongma clan, who is after them, is in a panic. Without news of Jin-Chu's body, he hesitates and approves the decision to close the gate. Meanwhile, our hero's mother watches the sensational news. The anchor reports that despite a terrible accident in the most difficult licensing exam of all time, a candidate has broken all records. Suddenly, an image of Dae Sung appears on the TV, congratulating him for achieving rank A, along with speculations about his promotion to rank S. His mother is absolutely shocked. Desperately calling for him, his daughter quickly enters, nervous, and looks at the TV. Both are stunned when the man of the moment enters the house and casually greets the paralyzed women. Meanwhile, in the Rongma clan building, inspectors from the association give an ultimatum to the leader, declaring that they are prohibited from hunting again. The two inspectors advise their Kiyu to go with them obediently. However, trying to assert his position as the 6th strongest hunter, Kiyu declares it ridiculous to expel him over trivial accusations. With a false smile on the outside, the clan leader feels furious about how his little experiment is starting to lead to his downfall. Manager Kim from the department delivers another warning. In response, the clan leader stands up and emphasizes that he shouldn't be detained just because of his association with Jinchu. Tired of the discussion, the manager warns Ki-yu one last time and prepares to use force. The 6th-ranked hunter tells the manager to remember how Ki-yu became the leader. This statement makes the calm man sweat, as he recalls that the long-haired stranger killed the previous leader in an attack to take his place. With that, Ki-yu unleashes his puppeteer skill. The manager instructs his partner to prepare to fight, causing the spiky-haired inspector to become scared. The manager urges him to act like a man if he doesn't want to die, and advances against Ki-yu with a devilish smile. Ki-yu ends the fight with a single move. Before the manager can react, he is stabbed in the back by Johnny Woo, his own partner. Shocked by the betrayal, Kim yells at him, but the spiky-haired guy insists that he didn't move his body. When Kim realizes it's Woo's ability in action, the long-haired guy uses his final move, ending Kim at the hands of his own partner. While the traumatized inspector trembles, Suoku casually exits his office as if nothing happened. He decides to inform the president of the association. The scene then shifts to Cho Jung, resting in a treatment capsule, observing the situation. The clan leader receives the news that due to permanent damage to his aura, he will not be able to work. Anger boils within him, while Jun Young declares his revenge against Sei-ok. Meanwhile, at home, Dae Sung's mother expresses her reluctance to let him take such a dangerous job. His sister agrees with their mother, mentioning that she is happy to see him becoming famous. But it is a dangerous job nonetheless. Hearing this, our guy remembers Chan Ho telling him that most hunters go against their families, or are expelled from their homes, almost crying. Their mother said she would break down if he got hurt again, but then he reveals that he has already signed up for Chan Ho's clan. With that, our boy rummages through his inventory and pulls out a bag full of stacks of money, leaving his mother shocked by his magic. He boasts about the initial payment he received to pay off their debt. Both the mother and the daughter are stunned to see the unbelievable amount of money on the table. Dae Sung tells his sister not to be so shocked, encouraging her to listen to their mother and enjoy school life. He reassures them that he will take care of the expenses and proudly announces that he will be their protector. The two start to cry, prompting him to tease them about their awkward reaction. He jokes that it's against him to hunt, but the money made her change her mind. Enjoying the emotional scene, Dae Sung considers going through hell worth it every second. The scene shifts to Inspector John Woo, recalling how manager Kinhyo saved him when he was an innocent recruit. The manager's sincere words and paternal smile from that night circulate in his mind as he returns to reality, trembling while standing over the cold, lifeless body of the manager. Seeing him cry intensely, the bank manager expresses his shock that Sok-woo has gone so far. Jong-woo, driven by anger, tells them not to touch Sok-woo and vows to avenge manager Kim with his own hands. Watching this heartbreaking scene, the president of the association orders the branch manager to use all available resources and destroy the Honma clan, along with the Liseokuwu. Meanwhile, our demon king, half asleep, is awakened by a flood of notifications. He checks his phone to see who is sending so many messages. In the chaos, he notices a message from Chan Ho telling him to call when he wakes up, so he goes out for a walk. Chan Ho shares the good news that he managed to get a C-rank gate for Dae Sung. He jokes that he just has to show up and make easy money. The scene shifts to the Hongma clan building, with lines of cars parked outside the skyscraper as numerous men in black uniforms gather under the leadership of Class A hunter Jin Ki-hong. John Woo prepares to invade the building. The cavalry is ordered to subdue anyone who resists, even going as far as to kill if necessary. As soon as Ki-hong gives the green light, the agents invade the building from all directions. But when he and John Woo enter, they are shocked to see members of Roma severely injured everywhere. Undeterred, Captain Ki-hong orders the main force to retreat, while the rest follow him towards Sok-woo's office. An exhausted Jun-young sits alone, confused. John Woo rushes through the orders of unconscious bodies towards Sok-woo's office, with a dagger in hand. He shouts for the Hongma clan leader to reveal himself. To his dismay, the villain is lying beaten and bloodied on the floor next to him. The other forces follow, equally confused. Before the captain can ask the clan leader what happened, a crazed Jongo steals his attention. He immediately confirms the death of his clan member and urges the inspector, driven by revenge, to calm down, use all available resources and destroy the Honma clan along with the Liseoku. Meanwhile, our demon king, half asleep, is awakened by a flood of notifications. He checks his phone to see who is sending so many messages. In the chaos, he notices a message from Chanho telling him to call when he wakes up, so he goes out for a walk. Chanho shares the good news that he managed to get a C-rank gate from Sung. He jokes that he just has to show up and make easy money. The scene shifts to the Hongma clan building. Lines of cars parked outside the skyscraper. Meanwhile, numerous men in black uniforms gather under the leadership of Class A hunter Jin Ki-hong. John Woo prepares to invade the building. The cavalry is ordered to subdue anyone who resists, even going as far as to kill if necessary. As soon as Ki-hong gives the green light, the agents invade the building from all directions. But when he and John Woo enter, they are shocked to see members of Roma severely injured everywhere. Undeterred, Captain Ki-hong orders the main force to retreat, while the rest follow him toward Seok Woo's office. A worn-out Jun-young sits alone, confused. John Woo rushes through the orders of unconscious bodies toward Seok Woo's office with a dagger in hand. He shouts for the Hongma clan leader to reveal himself. To his dismay, the villain is lying beaten and bloodied on the floor next to him. The other forces follow suit, equally confused. Before the captain can ask the clan leader what happened, a crazed Jongo steals his attention. He immediately confirms the death of his coup and urges the inspector, driven by revenge, to calm down. Captain Kirong expresses concern that even in revenge, the leader of a Jung has gone too far. The shadowy man clarifies that he only eliminated those from outside. He then shocks Hongo by revealing that he found his brother dead before his arrival. The news quickly spreads that the leader of the Hongmar clan has been found dead, with the suspect being the leader of his clan. Zhang Zhongyung, on the other hand, is confused as he can't find any work. Despite having created a clan of porters using his only chance at fame, he is worried about starving before he can get any work. A call at the right moment restores his hope. Meanwhile, in Chanho's car, Sum confirms that he has rejected all offers from the other clans. Chanho boasts about all the crazy equipment that the Sky clan possesses, but our guy is not worried. Thinking about his incredible hellish equipment, a thought comes to mind, and he asks how much money a sea-level portal costs. But Chanho starts complaining that it cost 50 billion to buy one, of which 40% went to taxes and fees. This leaves Dae Sung perplexed, cursing the greedy system. Chanho summarizes that instead of cleaning a portal, the profits from the cores of heteros are where the real money lies. He then asks his friend if he would reconsider, if it would be okay to go alone, which surprises Da Young. Our guy insists that Chan Yol is going with him, making the man sweat cold with fear. He reveals that he asked his sister to handle the bureaucracy, and she registered his best friend as a porter. Chan Yol's eyes widen as he wonders if his brother wants to kill him. Finally, the two arrive at the gigantic red gate of C-Rank. Upon receiving a greeting from the guard, Chaim hands over the entry form. Upon reading that only 2 hunters will enter, the guard expresses his concern and confirms if they really intend to clear a duo-team gate. Since the minimum is 100 hunters, taking advantage of the opportunity, Chaim tries to persuade him not to open the gate just because a crazy A-rank hunter is involved. He adds his desire not to die single, but the man opens the gate to avoid problems with our psychopathic hunter. One last time, Chaim tries to argue with his friend that it is irrational even for an S-level hunter to go solo on a group gate, but our guy grabs him by the neck and drags his best friend inside the gate. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, images of the last moments of CEO Ku are displayed. It seems that someone made the proud man fall to his knees telekinetically, twisting his limbs in different directions. Then, from a mysterious portal, an arm emerges and rips the heart out of CEO Ku's body. Analyzing the video, the president asks the branch manager and Captain Rong if they can't figure anything out. Ron explains that camera footage is not enough, and the branch manager adds that no traces of aura were found. Perplexed, the president wonders if they have a ghost assassin on their hands. Meanwhile, outside the red portal, the bald man, having changed his name, arrives as a porter. The guard, suspicious, asks why he came so late, but with burning confidence, the bald man asks if Dae Sung is currently inside. When the guard confirms this, the old bald man celebrates the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He can eat all the leftovers from Dae Sung as the only porter. The scene then shifts to the past. Shortly after Gentle was split in half, regenerating from the fatal injury, he cries over the misfortune he faced and vows to take revenge. The scene then shifts to the past. Shortly after Jin Tiol had been split in half, regenerating from the fatal injury, he cries for the misfortune he faced and vows to take revenge. Suddenly, the same entity that took Kiwo's life appears, laughing menacingly. The Eye offers itself to take revenge in his name. While our demon lord enters the dungeon alongside his friend, Xian grows increasingly nervous looking around since it's the first time he enters the gate. Dae Sung points out a stampede of monsters approaching, causing Xian to panic, wondering why they are so large. The approaching monsters are Class 3 lizards from the desert, seeing the two as nothing more than food. Our demon lord, however, grabs his sword, excitement growing within him at the sight of so many monsters gathered. He tells his friend to watch closely and leaps into the sky. Upon landing on the monsters, he activates his third hidden skill, known as Hellfire Volcano, which ignites everything around him, turning all the monsters to dust from a distance. Kanho watches in awe, impressed and questioning if this is really the same childhood friend he knows when Dae Sung approaches. Tiago scolds him for hiding his strength from him all this time, with a smile. Our demon lord responds that he has now revealed it, filled with excitement, declaring that he has decided to create a new clan that would be the strongest not only in South Korea but in the whole world. As the scene transitions to the guards, standing outside the gate, they notice something strange, mistaking it for a fracture in the gate. They begin to panic immediately, giving directions to contact headquarters of the signal body, however, before they can leave. The old bald man points out that someone is emerging from the gate. To their surprise, it is none other than our hero and his friend, proudly informing the guard that they can handle the byproducts. As they manage to clear the gate, this leaves the guard confused, as he has never seen anyone clear a gate so quickly. The old bald man immediately runs towards our hero, handing him his card. He introduces himself with a false name, Anderson, and shares his details, reminding our hero that he participated alongside him in the test. He explains that he is responsible for the disposal of the byproducts. Noticing they share the same name, Dae Sung finds the old man suspicious. His friend Tachan then asks the old man why he is alone if he works in an importing clan. The old man takes back his card and replies that he was the one who created that clan and believes the process will be quick, then insists further, asking if his name is really Dae Sung. The old man gives a thumbs up, saying he is willing to change his name in the future, to avoid any inconvenience for both. The real Dae Sung, feeling irritated and frustrated, storms out of the scene. The scene then shifts to a real estate agent showing an apartment to our demon lord and his family. Dae Sung's sister seems excited about the place, loving, especially the fact that each room has a private bathroom like a typical mother. Dae Sung's mother gets straight to the point, asking the agent about the price of the apartment. The agent informs her that the house is worth 18 billion in real transactions. Seeing her mother shocked after hearing the price, the agent explains that the high demand is due to the proximity to the Hunters Association. He emphasizes that safety is the most important factor, given the current circumstances, which justifies the high price. The agent then confirms her suspicions by asking if her son is a successful hunter. Before she can respond, Dae Sung's sister intervenes, boasting that her brother is an A-class adventurer and is about to become S-class. She adds that this news has created a stir in the media. The agent replies that this explains why Dae Sung seems so familiar to him. Meanwhile, our demon lord finishes analyzing the house and accepts it as his domain. He asks about the payment procedure and questions if he can get a discount for paying the full amount up front. The agent informs him that he can offer preferential contracts if Dae Sung is indeed an A-class adventurer. He explains that, during the meeting of the apartment residents' representatives, a fund of 2 billion won is raised to attract hunters, and if someone is classified as S, they can receive a deposit of 10 billion won. The ladies are petrified upon hearing such a huge amount, while our hero feels excited about the idea of acquiring the house for only 8 billion won and the possibility of saving up to 10 billion won if they become classified as S. The scene shifts to a lady walking down a road in the darkness of the night. She feels an unsettling sensation as if someone is following her. Suddenly, she stumbles, but someone catches her before she falls. Startled, the girl asks who the man is. The man responds with a chilling smile, and as he approaches, his repugnant face is revealed. He tells the lady that she has been chosen. The next day, the lady is found dead, and her body is taken to the autopsy room. In the National Police Agency building, the coroner states that this woman died in the same way as Seokwu, making her the 10th victim just in this large city. Captain Kiram has suspicions because, based on his experience, such a murder definitely involves some resentful individuals. Just when he believed the situation had calmed down, he now faces the challenge of dealing with this new serial killer case. Inspector Jongo tells Kirong not to worry and assures him that he will take care of the matter. However, Captain Kirong instructs Jongo to prioritize the search work at the gate at headquarters. Upon leaving, Captain Kirong of class asks the forensic expert to make the investigation public. Furthermore, he promises active support for the inspection department, while Jinchu, the trickster number 14, finds himself alive in a laboratory when he opens his eyes, feeling disoriented and screaming, asking where he is. A nearby scientist expresses pleasure at seeing him awake, mocking him for screaming like a baby. Jinchu repeats his question about where he is. The scientist points out that the room resembles the laboratory in the Rongma building, which leads Jinchu to realize that he is in the infusion room for awakening vials. The scientist continues explaining the situation to the bewildered man, introducing himself as an elder from Ronze, and mentioning that his name is Roman. He adds that he is responsible for saving him. Upon making a special request to the chief priest, he notices a peculiar eye looking at him, and, confused about his survival, he seems to wonder if he truly did not die. Roman clarifies that he has been reborn as one of the people of Ronse. The young man, however, still appears lost in thought. Roman then presents a vial, asking if he wishes to rule the world alongside them. Meanwhile, Cheo receives a call from his close friend, the confident demon lord, who shares his desire to be promoted to rank S. Cheo argues that focusing on clearing the portals should be his main priority, but upon hearing his friend's reasoning, he becomes curious about why he suddenly wants to buy a house. In the end, Cheo agrees to bid on all the portals he finds and asks Dae Sung to help lighten the workload by acquiring some equipment in the aura market. Who needs to buy equipment when they can obtain superior gear from the Pantheon? With this thought, our hero enters the Pantheon and chooses the field implementation mission of the Absolute Rulers. Among the 5 types of fields available for implementation, he opts for the 5th, known as the Iron Castle of Balarke. The Demon Lord is then informed that the rulers of each field have been hypnotized by transcendent beings from the heavens, and his mission is to defeat them. He carries the necessary data and prepares for the implementation. He is teleported to the Iron Castle of Balark, only to find himself equipped with cheap-looking armor, including a shield and a sword, which immediately irritates him. He mocks the items, questioning whether being equipped with such armor qualifies him as weakened. The scene shifts to the office of the manager of the Korean Hunters Association branch. The branch manager is in the middle of issuing orders when, without warning, an employee rushes in with urgent news. The Ocean Clan has failed to clear a certain B-level portal. The assistant to the manager has difficulty believing the news, given that the Ocean Clan is led by Baekhyun Haring, is one of the 4 main clans in Korea. However, the attendant clarifies that the monsters at the gate were not compatible with the captain's aura ability, leading to the assistants of an S-rank being frightened. Normally, such a request would cause concern, but the branch manager feels confident. After all, this is Baek Harin, an elegant and powerful figure, someone anyone would be eager to assist. The manager quickly gives instructions to locate the S-ranks Lee Chang-shik and his Dong Chu. Informing them of the situation at hand, the assistant considers it an easy task, commenting that no one in Korea would refuse a request from Baek Harin, the country's top hunter and healer. However, the employee points out an exception, Ryo Selian, from the fortress, who is known to hold a grudge against Baek Harin. After issuing the final orders and granting permission to use the helicopter, the branch manager dismisses his staff. The scene then shifts to Hope Kindergarten, where the children are playing outside, pretending to be hunters and monsters. Among them is Dong Chu, the S-rank hunter with a pencil-sketched beard from the Crow clan, happily playing with the children. A sister approaches Dong Chu, calling him director. She informs him that he has received an urgent notice from the Hunters Association. Without wasting a moment, the ranking hunter asks the sister to take care of the children, explaining that he must urgently attend to a gate. The worried sister asks him to be careful, but he reassures her with a smile, reminding her that, as the #1 hunter in South Korea, there is no need to worry. Meanwhile, the other S-rank, Little Sheik, has just returned from clearing a C-rank portal on the island of Jeju. He finds these lower-ranked dungeons tedious and longs for a more challenging task. His secretary approaches and informs him that he has been requested for assistance by Baek Harin from the Litian Ocean clan. Sheik wastes no time and immediately calls for his helicopter, preparing for departure. Of course, he has a special regard for Lady Heron, as her name seems powerful enough to change the course of his life. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon, our hero finds himself before the formidable Guardian of the Iron Castle. Under normal circumstances, with his true strength, the Guardian would not pose a threat, but now he is only armed with a curved sword and an ice shield. Ridiculous. For a moment he sits down, reflecting on how he managed to defeat this opponent in the past. His eyes carefully examine the items in his possession, and he begins to wonder if the ice shield holds the key to solving this puzzle. Realizing something, he stands up, ready to face the gatekeeper in battle once again. Once again, the scene shifts to the classification gate B that the Ocean Clan failed to conquer. Reporters gather in front of it. Eager to capture significant moments for their audience, they inform the public that the Ocean Clan is preparing for a second attempt at the gate. Suddenly, Lady Harry arrives at the location, and the reporters quickly surround her, bombarding her with questions. The moment they see her, they seem enchanted. She approaches one of the reporters and asks for his microphone, wanting to share important details with the audience. Meanwhile, the two rank S hunters, Chung Shik and Don Chu, to arrive, ready to assist the Lady of the Ocean. It is evident that Tiffany has a crush on her, evident in her attentive behavior. The news reporters begin to discuss what title to give their coverage. When the hunters enter the gate, a voice advises the reporters to form the title, using a combination like Lisa Elbeck to capture the audience's attention more effectively. The scene shifts back to the Pantheon, where Dae Sung, in a burst of determination, tries to ignite the Guardian in an attempt to awaken him from his slumber. The Guardian screams upon waking, fully prepared to confront whoever disturbed his rest. Our hero thinks carefully, knowing that one misstep could lead to his death. He strategically applies lubricant, causing the monster to stumble. As the monster falls to the ground, he quickly advances, thrusting his sword through the Guardian's seal, defeating him easily, as if it were just child's play. Our hero stands tall and proud, enjoying the fact that he remembered the weakness of the sleeping giant. In time, he drops the items, realizing he won't need them inside the Iron Castle once inside. His first priority is to find a weapon. However, he soon finds a dead end. Recalling his experiences from his time in Hell, he remembers a hidden secret button on the wall and quickly locates it. By pressing the button, he activates the entrance to Bellarke's treasure chest room, which can be accessed for a limited time of 5 minutes in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. He discovers the weapon he was looking for, the black dragon-slaying sword, renowned for its effectiveness against dragon-type monsters. Although the black dragon-slaying sword may not match the power of the infernal fire sword, he knows that the true value of a weapon depends entirely on who wields it. Just as a pen may hold value in the hands of a scholar, but be nothing more than trash to an illiterate, so too does his new weapon possess potential. With some time remaining, he decides to explore the treasure room further. The gleaming treasures capture his attention, and he wonders if he could sell them in the real world. For a good profit, gripping the black sword tightly, he prepares to enter Bellarke's chamber, maintaining a calm demeanor, remembering to see the former ruler only as a lonely and pathetic chief. Meanwhile, in the B-class dungeon, the Ocean Clan is busy, fighting against the relentless monsters. Don Chu becomes irritated by the loud screams of a particularly unpleasant creature, and frustrated, he crushes its mouth to silence it. After striking his weapon against the monster's head, he shouts to rally the Ocean Clan, directing them to launch a coordinated attack. Amidst the chaos, Herring cheers for Don Chu, encouraging him. At that moment, Chang Chik arrives on the scene, covered in blood and looking exhausted. He asks Herring if she would really have dinner with him if he managed to clear the dungeon. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Herring quickly heals him, helping him regain his strength. Shang-Chi then presents her with the head of an ogre king as a trophy, and Herring seems impressed, asking if he really faced a calamity-class threat alone, noting that the Ocean Clan still hasn't managed to take down the stinky monster. Don Chu feels a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing he is carrying the burden alone. Chang Chik then turns to Rarin, fulfilling his promise about dinner as he joins the fight. Confused, Rarin wonders aloud when she made such a promise, trying to recall the details. The scene shifts back to the Pantheon, where our hero spends a significant amount of points to apply all available enhancement potions as his stats increase. His morale also rises, and he confidently enters the final room. Upon entering, he greets his old adversary Balak, but the reception is far from warm. Balak, clearly in no hospitable mood, summons a lizard dragon to attack our hero, while Dae Sung stands aside with a smile on his face as he activates Blood Neutralization, transforming into a semi-demon. The scene changes to a live streamer, Yong Chil, who is analyzing the strongest hunter of the week in South Korea. In his latest video, according to Yong Chil, first place goes to Chang Shik, the youngest son of a prominent Chaebol family. He emphasizes that Chang Shik has a deep passion for hunting, which contributes to his impressive ranking. In second place is Don Chu. If he had to summarize him in a single word, it would be Daddy. As the director of the Hope Orphanage, he declared all those who lost their families due to portal fractures as his children, offering them care and support. In third place is the esteemed Lady of the Ocean Clan, Young Chul, discusses the recent crisis involving the B-class dungeon, noting that these three hunters joined forces and managed to clear the dungeon in just 6 hours. As Young Chul wraps up his live broadcast, he notices Dae Sung on the internet and feels a strange sense of familiarity soon. Discovers that the Demon Lord cleared a team-type dungeon by himself, a hard piece of information for him to digest. The scene transitions to the Hunters Association building, where a man named Jarek goes through the day's news, his expression marked by discontent. With the increasing speed of portal closures as his workday comes to an end, one of his friends invites him for a drink. Jarek declines the offer, explaining that he has matters to attend to at home, but assures his friend that he will join them next time. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon, our hero delivers a single powerful blow to the lizard dragon, causing blood to spurt over him. The crimson stains remind him of the past when he often found himself soaked in blood during battles. He then turns his attention to the final boss, preparing for the confrontation as the boss launches its first attack. Our hero skillfully dodges, getting ready for the approaching fight, while Balak continues his relentless attacks. But our hero blocks them effortlessly, treating the confrontations like a walk in the park. Then Dae Sung announces that it is his turn, charging his sword with a vibrant purple aura. However, just before he launches his attack, the boss surprises him with a new ability, catching him off guard and irritated. Dae Sung watches as Balak invokes a Thunder Dragon ability, transforming into a silent monarch with a mocking smile. Our demon lord scorns the creature, derisively calling it a lizard, trying to be a dragon. In an instant, he retaliates, obliterating Balak with a single powerful blow. As Balak falls, defeated, a mysterious creature materializes before Dae Sung, claiming to be a kind of divine celestial being. The scene transitions back to Earth, where a serial killer is over yet another heart he has collected. He contacts Jarek, the manager of the portal search team, referring to him as his priest. The killer informs Jarek that he has successfully built an altar with the hearts he gathered. Jarek responds with praise, assuring him that he will contact the Hunters Association immediately to organize a curious sacrifice. The serial killer asks when he should break the altar. Jarek instructs him to wait until he has accumulated a substantial number of valuable sacrifices before acting. The scene shifts back to our hero, where his system goes haywire, alerting him that he has been infiltrated by unknown beings. The status screen reveals that the entity is one of the transcendent celestials, but the rest of the information remains hidden. Suddenly, the system notifies Dae Sung that the field implementation has been completed. Recognizing this as the perfect moment, our hero activates the absolute body reinforcement that he just received, then asks if Dae Sung intends to, interfering with his plans by launching an aura ball attack against him, convinced that he is finished. To the creature's shock, our hero emerges unscathed, defying its expectations. In an instant, he retaliates, attacking the creature with a powerful punch. The creature boasts that it cannot be harmed, but Dae Sung's hand passes right through it, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. With a smile on his face, Dae Sung taunts the celestial creature, asking if it is still so confident. He then unleashes the supreme hell skill known as Eternal Pain of Hellfire, a devastating attack that can only be used in this domain. The creature finds itself overwhelmed by the power of the attack and, as it is engulfed by the flames, it begins to disappear into a black hole in a last desperate attempt. Lamenting that it will tell its mommy, the system promptly notifies our hero about the sudden disappearance of the celestial creature, confirming that it has been somehow defeated. Dae Sung is then directed to take his place on the throne. To complete the mission, His Highness touches the wall, which begins to transform and mold into the shape of stairs as he ascends. The hell monsters offer their praises, clamoring for him to free them from the bottomless pit so they can take revenge. Upon sitting on the throne, he completes the mission. The monsters he defeated during the challenge are summoned as his servants, but he quickly finds their noise oppressive. With a wave of his hand, he instructs them to leave until he calls upon them again. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a Class A gate suddenly emerged, causing significant commotion. Questions arise from all directions as the president of the association enters the building, facing the growing pressure from concerned hunters and the general public. The president of the association turns to the branch manager, asking if this new portal resembles the one that reduced a city to ashes 5 years ago. The branch manager promptly informs the president about all the details he has gathered about the portal so far, highlighting its potential threat and the urgency of the situation. In response, the president issues a decree to mobilize all available hunters and requests assistance from the World Association to deal with the impending crisis. The scene shifts back to Dae Sung, who meticulously checks all his skills and the extent of their implementation so far. Realizing that he still finds them insufficient, he decides to acquire a few more skills. With this goal in mind, he enters the treacherous Spider Valley. Meanwhile, the president of the association has organized a conference with all his superiors. Even those who cannot attend in person participate via video conference. The branch manager informs the president that all preparations have been made and emphasizes that the purpose of this meeting is to find a solution for the Class A portal that recently appeared in Dogokdong. In the next scene, a prison van is shown transporting Dae Young, who is shackled inside wonders who could have killed his key. Noting that not even the highest-ranking assassin could have executed such a trick, the realization disturbs him. making him fear that something significant is unfolding at this very moment. His thoughts are consumed with worry for Cho Jung. Meanwhile, Cho Jung struggles to eat, blaming herself for everything that has happened. The nurse gently advises her to consume at least one meal a day, if she wants to live. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to transfer her to intravenous fluids. Tears stream down Cho Jung's face, as she feels powerless and worthless, grappling with the weight of her emotions. Back in the conference room, the availability of the hunters is being discussed. Gyeon-soo, the leader of the fortress class, informs everyone that their best real member, So-yeon, has not yet returned from training. Meanwhile, Cho Han-wook, the vice captain of the Clammable, mentions that their captain, Han Yu, is currently busy developing an aura weapon in the Silicon Valley. The branch manager then turns his attention to the trio of Rank S, who recently conquered a Rank B dungeon, inquiring about their availability for the next mission. Don Chu lazily expresses his interest, noting that he sees no other option. Chang Chi also agrees, citing his obligation to fulfill the promise made to Herring about their meeting. Upon hearing this, Herring playfully protests, insisting that she has already gone on a date with him. Shang-Chi argues that it shouldn't be considered a proper date, since Don Chu also joined them, leading to a light-hearted exchange among the three. Don Chu intervenes, assuring the manager that he will handle the situation and emphasizing the need for support from all available Rank S hunters. In response, the president instructs the branch manager to arrange for 100 Rank S hunters, along with 100,000 hetero cores. Voices of dissent arise in the room as some express their concerns, arguing that this amount is excessively large, representing an entire year's budget for the Hunters Association. However, the president silences them, stating that all participants will be adequately rewarded for their efforts, reinforcing the importance of the mission at hand. Yeji, sitting among the gathered officials, sketches a smile as she devises a dangerously wicked plan. As the conference concludes, public announcements are made, urging nearby residents to evacuate to the Hunters Association's air defense shelter. As dark clouds begin to form and rain falls, the hunters prepare for the impending challenge, urging the nearby residents to evacuate to the Hunters Association air defense shelter. As dark clouds begin to form and rain falls, the hunters prepare for the impending challenge. As soon as all the preparations are complete, they gather around the portal, murmuring about the sudden emergence of this unexpected portal, creating an atmosphere of unease and anticipation among them. Many classified as higher ranks rush to join the mission because of the presence of the trio of Rank S. Otherwise, they would never have dared to enter the dungeon, sensing the danger ahead. Don Chu playfully teases the Chunk Sheik about whether he still wants to go to that dinner with Ryreem. With a determined spirit, Don Chu encourages all the hunters, motivating them to fight together. He offers some advice before leading everyone into the dungeon as they enter. They find themselves in a surprisingly peaceful place. Don Chu instructs all the hunters to check their communication equipment, and to spread out to cover more ground. The group divides, including Raiden and Chun Shik, ensuring they can gather as much information as possible in this unknown territory. All the hunters test their earpieces to ensure they are working correctly. Meanwhile, Tiano repeatedly tries to call their hero. As Dae Sung finally answers the call, Chanyol's frustration overflows, as he complains about his current situation. It turns out Chanyol is busy moving into the new house he just bought. Getting straight to the point, he informs Dae Sung about the sudden emergence of the new dungeon, of Level A, mentioning that all Level B and above have been summoned to participate. Our hero examines the location, discovering it is quite close to his new residence. He asks his friends about the reason for the evacuation order issued for just one portal. One of his friends explains an incident involving a Class A portal fracture that occurred 5 years ago while traveling to his new home. The hero asks his friend about the possibility of being promoted to Class S. If he manages to solve this problem, he pretends to be surprised, observing that all his best friend seems to aspire to is achieving Class S status within the dangerous portal limits. Ferocious, bloodthirsty wolf monsters emerge. The hunters act as scouts, communicating their locations to each other. Suddenly, they find themselves surrounded by the threatening creatures. They say humanity was on a path to destruction. This continued until the Ether Core, a miraculous resource left by defeated monsters at gates, became the new energy source for humanity. That is why it is believed that the amount of Ether Cores needed to power aura equipment determines whether an incursion is successful or not. Surrounded by threats, Don Chu advises everyone to use their Ether Cores to power the aura equipment. Meanwhile, to fend off the furious wolf beasts, Tanchik uses her wide area aggro skill, despite hating it deeply. while the white-haired hero gathers the monsters behind him. Don Chu, supported by Erin, prepares to launch an attack with her fully charged deadly skill. The muscular guy announces to his prey that the single-use skill costs over 1 billion hetero cores. Showering sparks of lightning, the Class S hunter unleashes his ultimate skill, Thunder on the ground. The lightning instantly incinerates all the beasts in a wide area, and then the speed skill of Rowena is activated, supercharging all the hunters with her new strength and morale. The hunters prepare to eliminate all the monsters. Meanwhile, the city outside is in ruins. A group of latecomers from Rongma gathers, but one of their scouts warns that the police are coming, causing everyone to panic as they flee. A boy, with curly hair, is stopped by a police car. Blinded by the intense headlights, the group hears a peculiar voice, telling them to surrender or face false drug charges. The man draws his dagger, ready to fight or die, but to his surprise, an infamous hunter steps out of the car. He laughs at how the leaders of the Hongma clan look like trash, which irritates them. Looking better than ever, Gentius invites them to join him. Seeing a dead man reborn, their jaws drop. Then with a stitched smile, Gentius offers the survivors a new purpose. Meanwhile, back at the gate, the invasion seems to have ended. The hunters wonder if, for the first time in history, a Class A gate was cleared without casualties while Herring heals her wounds. Dong Chui says he could have cleared in numbers of portals if he had her healing abilities, but Herring sighs and makes a painfully long rant about how many expensive hetero cores her skills consume. Listening to her slowly about the logistics, Don Chu's ears begin to bleed from her Category S complaining skill. And of course, Tanchi ensures not to miss her flirting quota with her, making things awkward. Nearby, a hunter digs up a rare rank B hetero core from a corpse, before the upper half of his body is shredded to nothing. His friends can only look on in perplexity as they see a majestic white wolf with 4 glowing eyes. Outside, the atmosphere is filled with suspense. News specialists express their concerns. As the SSS ranking team takes an alarmingly long time to clear the gate, a reporter announces that 10 hours have passed, leading the association to send as many rankings as possible to watch the news. The branch manager is irritated because the support from the World Hunters Association has still not arrived. As no one can enter the portal, they can only gather reserves outside and pray for the success of the Dream Team. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the hunters begin the fight with a rain of arrows on the giant beast, completely unperturbed. The beast charges forward and raises its claw to eliminate the entire squad, but the white-haired swordsman intercepts the attack. Just in time, he uses a skill, but the hard claws of the white beast absorb the impact. Without giving anyone a moment to breathe, the beast attacks Changshik again. The brute force of the attack makes the rank S spit blood when he tries to finish it off, but Don Chu saves him just in time. Raren heals several cuts on Changshik's body, and as always, he acts on the impulse to flirt with her. The Ocean Clan member tells him to stop playing around and focus on not wasting his last skill since she has run out of header cores. Completely recovered, the White Knight returns to combat to cover Don Chu with a full-force strike. The greatest hunter in Korea knocks down the white giant in one blow, and everyone starts praising him, which irritates Don Chu, who is tired of the kid always stealing his glory. But suddenly everyone's ears are pierced by a deafening noise. To everyone's despair, a humanoid wolf appears and curses the hunters for daring to enter his world, backed by numerous white colossi behind him. The hunters lose all morale. Chiang Shik is left speechless, but Don Chu instructs everyone to gather quickly. The gate fractures, causing panic throughout the association, and leaving the employee and the branch manager in shock. He assumes this indicates that the invasion team inside has been massacred. Despite losing all hope, the manager quickly commands his team to deploy the reserve units and urgently call all foreign hunters. Meanwhile, the wolf chief releases his army of beasts, giant wolves, and declares the beginning of a massacre near the gate. Captain Kuram gathers the reserve units. He reads the strange names of the clans, feeling disappointed by the appearance of the B-class weirdos. But finally, he mentions the Isung clan upon seeing our hero. The captain immediately recognizes him as the ranker that the president was looking for. While the captain begins to read the instructions from Isung, he pouts, disappointed that his friend didn't show up or call him, before realizing he was the one who didn't answer. Suddenly, a loud sound marks the fracture of the gate and echoes throughout the city. This worries everyone. But the Demon King smiles with excitement inside the gate. The bodies of the attack team members lie among the dead wolf beasts despite the total resistance of the top hunters. The pure strength of the giants dominates them. Don Chu does his best to save a hunter, shouting at him to take it seriously if he doesn't want to become dog food. Meanwhile, the #1 hunter in Korea takes down the beasts one by one, exhausted. He wonders how long Don Chu and the others can hold on as the scene returns to the past. When Don Chu received a Rank S protection artifact, the branch manager shares that it is an invaluable gift from the president made with the Rank S hetero core, while Don Chu worries about the cost. He is sure that the president considers this essential for the safety of his children, the hunters. Then the manager makes him promise to bring them back alive. Pausing for a moment, the man jokes that the president should stop having children and promises to protect the entire team. Returning to the attack team inside the gate, he takes out the artifact. After confirming that everyone is gathered, when he places it on the ground, a giant barrier forms around the team, repelling all the beastly wolves that leap at it. However, while Don Chu boasts about the cutting-edge German technology, the wolf chief leaps into the sky and smashes his axe against the barrier, seeing it sway like jelly. The hunters panic, fearing it might break. Our imposing lord mocks the wolf chief for his futile attempt. When a worried hunter asks what the next step will be, he pokes his nose and simply says, "They will try the classic wait and see." The spiky-haired ranker boasts that persistence always works, even making the Changchik Raren reluctant witnesses of his claims. While the hunters feel lost, a suspicious hooded guy from Rands activates his artifact. Suddenly a fracture in the portal appears out of nowhere. The fracture captures the attention of the wolf chief. The unexpected occurrence leaves all the hunters in shock. Looking through the portal to the human world, the king of the white wolves smiles ominously, declaring that this time the monster raid team will hunt humanity. Meanwhile, the giant wolves invade the land, tearing apart the weak infantry. True chaos erupts when the wolf chief lands in the city center with a swing of his axe. The raw power of the shockwave knocks away all the soldiers on the front line, trying to assess the situation. The approaching drones are obliterated by the Wolf King's howling ability, cutting the visual feed to the association. Infuriating the branch manager, not knowing what to do, he confirms the next target of the monster and orders his team to send the reserve unit. Meanwhile, a familiar vlogger flies his drone and starts his live broadcast. From a rooftop near the gate, Yang Chu dramatically speaks in his live, trying to profit from a mysterious disaster. Although the coward is far from danger, he boasts of his courage and dedication to the viewers. However, a giant drooling wolf quickly destroys his supposed courage. Seeing a mutilated hand fall from the wolf's mouth, the young vlogger falls backward as the giant attacks, causing him to cry like a girl. That is, until our hero arrives to save the day and decapitates the white wolf. The young vlogger turns to look at Dae Sung, who is equipped with epic armor. From head to toe, my friend ignores him and goes straight for the great wolf boss. Surrounded by a pack of giant wolves, my friend taunts the Wolf King by calling the wolf army stray dogs, who are dirtying his home. Enraged, the proud Wolf King attacks our protagonist. However, his destructive axe attack is easily blocked by the Sovereign of Hell. Meanwhile, in a shelter near the gate fracture, people are seen in panic trying to get in. A certain live stream opens on their phones. Funny enough, despite the association losing its drones, our vlogger boy manages to monopolize the disaster coverage with his live stream. After reaching 1 million views, the greedy boy continues to stream without caring for his life. In the control room, the employee opens the live stream on her phone and shows it to the manager, leaving everyone shocked to see our Rank A hunter facing alone the threat that overpowered 3 Rank S hunters. Returning to our hero at the center of it all, he casually watches the dogs gather like Power Rangers. Suddenly, the large white dogs charge at him all at once, but at that moment, Dae Sung is furious and unleashes flames from his hellish sword, roasting the wolves from the skin down. The irritated Wolf King extinguishes the fire with a swing of his axe. Finally living up to his title, the king withdraws his army and declares that he will fight against our hero one by one. Impressed by the monster's audacity, the ruler of hell tells him to first get past his infernal beasts. Piercing the ground with his sword, immense energy begins to radiate from Dae Sung, the Wolf King, and the boy vlogger, both perplexed as a gigantic dragon materializes in the sky. But that's not all. Hearing his master call, more infernal beasts begin to appear, frightening the branch manager and the reserve team, under the command of Captain Ki Hong. Seeing my guy supported by his epic summons, the wolves can only snarl in fear. Using the Wolf King's own words against him, our Demon King orders his minions to destroy the others while he faces the supreme boss alone. Seeing the giant dragon descend, Captain Ki Hong and his unit approach Dae Sung's summons. While watching the dragon attack the wolves with its claws, Chi Hong wonders if the majestic, white beast is friend or foe. The other 2 summons chase the previously terrifying wolves, as if they were little puppies hunting effortlessly. Meanwhile, in the shelter, the civilians watching the live stream of the boy vlogger are perplexed. Witnessing monsters massacre other monsters in a moment of pure chaos, the branch manager calls for Chan-ho, as the representative of the Dae Sung guild. Without wasting time breaking the ice, he directly asks Dae Sung's friend to share details about the legend itself. Meanwhile, the legend in question continues to mock the Wolf King. For fun, he approaches threateningly, bringing a proud monster to deliver a powerful blow to him, but my friend easily blocks it with a frightening smile and unleashes a series of attacks, dominating the proud dog, impressed by his skills. Our hero praises the ranking chief, who seemed like a dog that barks but doesn't bite. However, the proud monster chief suddenly begins to gymnasticize to free himself from the Demon King. When the ruler of hell invites the Wolf King to make his next move, the dog curls its tail and starts running at full speed. Our boy is left speechless. But it seems the Wolf King realized that his immense power comes from pandemonium. However, the Lord of Demons does not let this end easily. Catching up, he asks the dog why it is running on 2 legs. He delivers a kick like a bully, forcing the proud king to stagger like a puppy learning to walk. As if the humiliation weren't enough, he ensures that its escape is thwarted, ordering his dragon to grab the dog, making the puppy look on with its mouth agape while giant claws scratch it along the ground, giving it a good scrape. Standing over the burned white puppy on the road, my friend grotesquely cuts it open to extract a core. Meanwhile, the 3 Class S also emerge from the fracture of the gate. Don Chu expresses his frustration at not finding reinforcements. Heron does his best to save those who are still alive, and the 2 main hunters of Korea, working together against the Wolf Chief. Don Chu leaves, leaving Haran alone. Suddenly, she feels a demonic energy, and a small scream escapes her lips moments before a wolf leaps at her. But of course, no one would let the cult of the Ocean Clan die. The decapitated head of the gigantic dog rolls away, cleanly cut by our knight in shining armor. Baek Haran looks on in awe. But my friend, without even recognizing her, asks if she is a hunter or not, astonished to see the monster that Korea's #1 fought, being defeated in one fell swoop. She is stunned, saying what the devil. Chang Chiquita advances on the man who is stealing the heart of her passion, of course. Dodging a few times, both Heron and Don Chu call the top hunter for his strange behavior, yet the white-haired swordsman feels confused, shocked to see a seemingly random boy easily dodge his blade. He said he mistook our hero for a monster. Upon hearing this, everyone pauses for a moment to ponder his words. Chang Chik clarifies that, of all the monster auras he encountered, Dae Sung possesses the strongest. His detection abilities are impressive, our demon lord. Recognizing each other, they introduce themselves with that. The disaster ends, and the scene shifts to a meeting of the Swankins with the president of the association. Don Chu smiles, feeling happy that the president's expensive artifact saves many lives. However, Chang Chik emphasizes that they should focus more on the fracture of the Kwass gate. Still, Raren can't stop thinking about our demon king, who abruptly woke up, transforming from a comatose state to the tyrant leader. The masked S-Rank remains silent. Then the president presents his main objective: to promote Dae Sung to the S category or not. Of course, no one objects to that, and Harana even jokes that the others can take more vacations if the president uses him. Instead, Chung Shik acknowledges his power, adding that he performs the unimaginable feat of clearing a portal to rank alone, but the masked S-Rank finally speaks, observing that he is already far above the S-Rank. Meanwhile, on his newly viral channel, the young blogger interviews the bald man, pretending to have a strong relationship with our guy. Already in the main office of the Isung clan, Chanhao is surprised to see his friend's name trending in all the videos on the web. With that, the man of the moment enters his office. Zanhu greets him enthusiastically, like a true sycophant, making our guy wonder if his friend is on drugs. Getting straight to the point, Dae Sung asks his best friend the reason for the call. His friend reveals that they are going to pick up his brand new license. News anchors from all over the world gather outside the Hunters Association building, eagerly awaiting the arrival of our hero. Then the man of the hour arrives with his best friend by his side. The girls in the crowd sigh for our hero, and Tianho suggests they raise their hands for the fans. As he simply raises his hand, the women start screaming and begging him to marry them, leaving him speechless. Inside the president's office, the graceful man expresses his gratitude for the services of Dae Sung and Chanho Ri, mentioning that they are just doing their duty. With that, the president instructs his secretary to bring the shiny new S-Class license. They gaze in awe at the object that most people never get to see. Thus, the president congratulates our hero and offers him a request that he will fulfill. Absolutely intrigued, Our demon lord has a brilliant idea to become a billionaire at home. Confirming that it is worth anything, he smiles mischievously and asks for access. Unlimited access to all portals does not sit well with the clans who are furious about him monopolizing all the portals. The president reminds the Council of Ranu that they cannot reject the hunter's conditions. More valuable, our protagonist humbly demands the right for his summoned beings to enter the portals alone. The graceful old man is perplexed. Upon hearing that a single summon can clear a gate, the scene shifts to a gothic girl, Ryo Seoyeon, browsing the computer. Seeing our protagonist all over the internet, the Hell Witch from the Fortress clan is enchanted by him. Thinking she has found someone who can heal her, she surprises her father by leaving her room for the first time in 6 months. Her father embarks on a quest for his hero, while several representatives from the clans gather. Against the branch manager, like frustrated single mothers in a supermarket, they complain that Dae Sung does not leave portals. For the smaller clans, stealing their livelihoods, they emphasize that it is absolutely unfair. Observing this happen, the manager, although already expecting it, innocently asks what he can do for them. A solution arises to limit Dae Sung's attacks to high-ranking gates, and to join them in Category A. On the other hand, unaware of how many enemies he has made, our boy is busy losing games. Chanho calls him repeatedly, and he finally answers his best friend, reprimands him for not answering his calls, and our demonic lord explains his extremely valuable occupation of playing. But like a mother, Tianho immediately calls him, forcing him to go to the clan building. Now in the clan office, his best friend tells our player about the complaints. To adjust the portal monopoly, Tianho explains that the smaller guilds are going bankrupt, thanks to Dae Sung's summons stealing their jobs. Therefore, the Dae Sung clan can only take B-ranked portals. The association also imposes a restriction on facing A-ranked portals, unless allied with another clan satisfied with the fortune they made. Dae Sung simply tells his friend to just bid on A-ranked portals. Chanho humbly boasts that, with only 2 members to share, he is also swimming in money and even bought the clan building with his share. With a mischievous smile, our demon king tells his friend to bid only on the gates that yield the most, to maximize profit, impressing Chanho with his business-minded thinking. Changing the subject, he asks Tianro if his equipment has been sold, but his best friend explains that it is difficult to sell equipment that cannot use ether cores. Our friend, hoping to sell it and buy a property for his family, wonders if it is possible to sell it somehow. Chanho talks about Parkton Hulk, a legendary aura engineer. He adds that the man is an acquaintance of the only leader of the clan, but unfortunately is in prison, so that option is off the table. However, he remembers another person who could take them. To Don Hulk, the scene shifts to the Hard clan using teamwork. Impressive to clear a rank C portal. Now that our hero is not clearing all. But when they are about to leave, the leader spots some silhouettes approaching. It is none other than the trickster number 14, who looks disdainfully at the clan members. Grinning malevolently, he orders his zombie squad to crush the disturbed hunters. The Heart clan members wonder if the attackers are human or not, feeling an intense danger. The leader shouts for everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. However, moments later their lifeless bodies are scattered on the ground of Incheol. Extracts the leader's hour and steals his appearance. The scene shifts to the new mansion of the Demon Lord, where his family is engrossed. In a news broadcast, they discover that 2 individuals have been kidnapped, leading his sister to joke about whether aliens are responsible for the rapid showing the characteristics of a typical anxious mother. Dae Sung's mother expresses concern for her daughter's safety, advising her not to leave the apartment for a while. She then turns to her son, asking if he is hungry. The Demon Lord, with a big appetite, asks her to bring him an abundance of meat. The scene shifts to an altar where hearts are being roasted. As if they were in an oven, the serial killer begins a ritual, along with his henchmen. Initially advancing, receiving a blessing from the killer, the resurrected trickster, number 14, seeks only revenge against the hero, firmly believing that his new powers will help him achieve that goal. Then the scene shifts to a child playing with a soccer ball. Suddenly, a large hole opens up in the ocean, attracting his curiosity. His parents rush to prevent him from approaching the dangerous opening. A crowd gathers, engaged in heated discussions about the unexpected appearance of a gate in such a peculiar location. The attendant receives the news and promptly informs the branch manager. The manager becomes anxious, recognizing it as the most challenging maritime gate of the type they have encountered so far. He asks if the attendant has sent requests to each clan for their cooperation. She informs him that all 5 main clans have made bids, observing the unusual detail that all bids include the same conditions. To clarify the situation, it is revealed that Don Chu recently visited Dae Sung's building to meet with his director, Chan Ho. Don Chu presents a proposal, suggesting a joint attack on the gate. Suddenly, Chan-chik enters and joins the discussion. Chan-ho looks perplexed to see all these S-rankers arriving at his building unexpectedly. Upon noticing Don Chu-chang-chik instigates a confrontation, remembering what he had mentioned earlier about wanting to take a break from the attacks to spend time with the children. Chang-chik presents the same proposal to Chan-ho that Don Chu made, expressing his desire to jointly attack the water portal. He even offers to cover all related expenses for information and other essential needs. Meanwhile, the Ocean Clan seems to share a similar mindset in the meeting room. Their leader, Raren, convinces her team that she wants to help Dae Sung, feeling indebted to her for saving his life. Her team responds enthusiastically to this arrangement, showing no objections. Meanwhile, similar discussions are happening at the headquarters of the Clammable. The vice captain gets into a heated argument with the captain about his decision to join forces with others to attack the portal. Captain Johan responds that he wishes to meet with Dae Sung, seeking to learn more about his abilities, which seem to surpass even level S. Returning to the hero, he is busy assigning guard duties to his shadow minions. He designates the 2 main minions to protect his family in his absence. The minions express their anxiety, swearing their lives to fulfill this order without fail. When the Demon Lord exits the Pantheon, the Hell Witch, Ryo Seon, notices him and questions whether this portal is the source of his inexplicable strength. She introduces herself as the backbone of the Fortress clan. However, Dae Sung calls her Fortress Kid and demands to know what she wants. She approaches the hero, staring intently at his face and asks for his help. As she gets closer, he instinctively pushes her away, only to discover that she transforms into a black magic doll. The hero wonders if she possesses ninja skills to perform such a feat, but suddenly, he detects a demonic aura emanating from the doll, leading him to question if there is any connection between them. In the next scene, the clans gather along the coast, preparing for the imminent operation. They spot a flying dragon approaching them. As it gets closer, Dae Sung descends from the dragon, gracefully landing before the assembled clans while everyone marvels at the idea of riding a dragon. The hero feels irritated by the quality of the ride. He sees the same ninja girl from before, cursing everyone and biting her finger. In frustration, he approaches her, asking if she is also from Hell. The Hell Witch, not understanding what he means, simply nods at everything he says. Surprisingly, she feels a sense of positivity in his presence and discovers that she can ignore the noise around when he is near. She then asks him to stay with her at the gate before the Hell Witch can receive a response. Her longtime rival, Lady Harry, arrives at the scene. The animosity between them is evident from the expression of the Hell Witch as they begin to confront each other. But the fight is abruptly interrupted when the hero unleashes a nearly invisible wave attack to intervene. With the confrontation resolved, it is time to proceed towards the gate of the Hell Witch. Reluctant to leave the Demon Lord's side, she insists on accompanying him on his boat, which he finds quite irritating. The atmosphere becomes tense as the serial killer just enters the scene, likely with the intention of interfering with the hero's plans, perhaps even targeting his brain as the boats pass through the gate. The atmosphere becomes even denser, and dark clouds cover the sky. Lady Harry activates her detection ability, which is recognized among people for its effectiveness. She senses the approach of monsters and quickly prepares everyone for an attack. However, instead of encountering horrible creatures, the hunters come across adorable little spirits, so charming that no one perceives them as a potential threat. Suddenly, they are hit by a massive wave of water, and a colossal queen monster emerges from the depths of the ocean. The mere sight of the terrifying creature sends most of the hunters into a panic. The monster launches numerous tentacles, dominating the white spirits and using them to pull the hunters towards it. Fortunately for them, the hero draws his dagger and intervenes, saving them from certain doom. All he wants is to get home quickly, and the fastest way to achieve that is to defeat the boss monster. Suddenly, the creature dives back into the depths and disappears from view. Dae Sung, although reluctantly, turns to the Hell Witch seeking her assistance. In exchange for solving her own dilemma, he assigns her the task of capturing the monster and luring it out of its hiding place. She readily agrees to his request and sets off to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, the hero calls the leader of the Ocean Clan, asking her to deal with the flying monsters. Raren, initially confused by his words, soon looks up and sees a swarm of insects descending upon them from the sky while everyone engages in battle with the monsters. The villain occupies himself with an evil scheme. He activates his stealth technique, hiding while declaring that his mission is the hunt for hunters. The Hell Witch, having made her preparations, dives into the ocean, ready to prove herself. The scene transitions to a cafe where Cho Jung has been invited by Chan Ho. Upon arriving, He finds her already there, waiting. They exchange formal introductions, establishing a courteous atmosphere. Meanwhile, the scene returns to the confrontation, where the Hell Witch uses her aroma ability to attract the monster back to the surface. Dae Sung sprouts wings from his back and draws his sword, advancing towards the beast. Your system alerts you that your ability to blow from the King of Flames has been modified, allowing the cloud of flames to precipitate without hesitation. He activates the ability, launching a massive fireball directly into the monster's mouth. The monster quickly closes its mouth, wondering if it captured something. Within seconds, bubbles appear all over its body, combining into a massive explosion. The infernal witch, witnessing the spectacle, realizes that the hero exceeds her expectations. She screams at him to fulfill his part of the promise and fix it. Our hero responds, asking her to wait a little longer, as there are still some monsters to face. Meanwhile, Harim remains busy, repelling the attacks from the sky monsters. She channels her aura ability to boost her team's morale and strength. At the same time, Jinchu's team prepares their nefarious plan. Gentil boards Harim's boat, deciding to first eliminate the celebrity before seeking revenge against the hero. As Gentil approaches Lady Harim, he feels an ominous presence approaching the boat. His anxiety increases as he realizes it is an irritated Dae Sung. The hero walks towards Lady Haren's boat, questioning her about her progress. Haren responds that she is doing her best to handle the situation when Dae Sung approaches her. The resurrected trickster number 14 seizes the perfect opportunity to attack, aiming to kill him and finally fulfill his revenge, as the resurrected trickster number 14 thinks this. The eyes of the Sejudo hero activate a skill that detects all hostile targets within a radius of 1 kilometer. He switches to Scalding Flame mode, launching a fireball that targets not only the monsters, but also Jinchu's team. Chaos ensues among the Ocean Clan as they suddenly find their comrades under attack. Rarinia demands an explanation from the hero, but before he can respond, Jinchu materializes before them. The attack neutralized his stealth ability, and he is furious with the hero for the interruption. The nearby hunters look at Jinchu, questioning his identity. Dae Sung asks if he is a sea monster that somehow survived that day, but all the resurrected trickster seeks is revenge. He injects himself with a drug that envelops him in a dark aura. With a guttural cough, he spits out a black substance before diving into the sea. The nearby hunters quickly identify Dainchu as a member of the Haranma clan, but are perplexed by the fact that he was considered dead at the testing site. Suddenly, a black mist envelops their ship, obscuring the hunters' vision. Tentacles radiating an evil aura emerge from the water, piercing some of the hunters as a tentacle reaches Lady Herring, breaking her barrier. The hero reacts quickly, grabbing with his bare hand and saving her with his bare hand. The hero twists the tentacle, forcing the monster to emerge from the sea with a howl of pain, transforming into a Class S King Giger monster, exuding confidence that he will finally achieve his revenge by analyzing all his strength. Gently launches a powerful attack directly at the hero, eager to witness his downfall. The scene shifts back to the cafeteria, where Tianhao assures Chojung that they are prepared to exhaust their last resources to save her director in exchange for her help. Eager to save her director, Chojung asks about the help they need from her. Getting straight to the point, Tianhao asks if she can help them contact Dr. Park Dong-hyuk. Chojung responds that the doctor's whereabouts are highly confidential, and suggests discussing it directly with her director. Meanwhile, the monster threw all the hunters into the water. Daisy can use her special ability, but hesitates, knowing that it could put everyone around her in danger. Reluctantly, she allows Jinchu, now transformed into the King Giger, to envelop her. With his tentacles, Jinchu launches a fierce attack against the hero, determined to kill him. This time, the members of the Ocean Clan are petrified, but suddenly, they spot the hero flying above them, ready to face the impending danger. Surprised, Harim asks the hero how he accomplished such a feat, but Dae Sung warns him to stay away from his attacks if he wants to survive. Flying through the air, the hero activates his Extreme Fury ability, creating a blazing zone of fire. In an instant, Jinchu is torn apart, swearing that he will wait for the hero in hell. The crowd erupts in excitement and disbelief at the hero's unexpected victory. Suddenly, Dae Sung receives a notification about the existence of the specters, and he acquires new abilities, stealth and transformation, along with the ability to use hetero aura. When the Ureport clears, the bald old man arrives with his clan of carriers, humorously named Rice Cake. This time he is not alone. The live streamer has also joined them, and to everyone's surprise, he now boasts 1 million subscribers. He shares his first experience as a carrier in the water portal, introducing the bald man to his viewers. A genuinely impressed viewer with his videos sends a donation of 100,000, increasing the excitement in the chat. The scene now shifts to the training center of the Fortress clan, where the Hell Witch dragged the Demon Lord to help her eliminate some ghosts in a playful act of irritation. He is there, her forehead, which only irritates him more. My friend explains to her that there are no ghosts present, just a spell that he has suppressed for now. Curious, he then asks how and where she acquired such a magical seal. The Hell Witch smiles with pride as she admits that she entered a awakening portal. She asks him to keep this a secret and explains that sometimes an awakening portal materializes within a monster gate. Driven by her desire to awaken, she explains that she took the dangerous risk of entering a portal she found, fully aware of the dangers involved. Dae Sung ponders if Hell has similar portals, when suddenly, he receives an emergency alert from the Pantheon, indicating that a celestial being has invaded the territory of the Ghost King. Forcing him to respond immediately, he informs the Hell Witch that their agreement has been addressed and prepares to leave, while in the meantime, in a prison cell, a visitor arrives to see Captain Jun Young when the door opens. Cho Jung stands before him, ready to discuss significant matters. The presence of Cho Jung brings a sense of peace to Captain Jun Young, who feels relieved to see her in good health. She inquires about Dr. Park and his whereabouts. The captain provides the information suggesting that he may have a method to restore her damaged aura. However, he warns to be cautious of him as he may be linked to Rongmar back to the Pantheon. When the Demon Lord enters, he receives a notification indicating that his servant has joined him. Curious about who it could be, he turns and finds the Hell Witch behind him. Surprised, he asks how she managed to enter. Her Riem eagerly expresses the desire for him to be her master and train her in magic. The Demon Lord checks the girl's status panel, feeling irritation grow within him, as she may prove to be an obstacle to his plans. It turns out that whoever placed the magical seal on the girl registered her as a servant, and by replacing that seal, the Demon Lord has now made her his servant. Although initially reluctant, he sees no way out and decides to take her with him to the territory of the Ghost King. When the teleportation takes effect, he finds himself chained to a wall. The Hell Witch looks around, admiring the equipment scattered on the Izung table, asking for his help to free herself. Explaining that her power is sealed in the chains, preventing her from escaping. She replies that she will try, and to his surprise, she quickly frees him from the chains. Curious, the Demon Lord asks how she managed it. She proudly reveals a key she forged using her magic, demonstrating her skill as if it were a simple task. Our hero peeks out the window and points to a monster for his servant, identifying it as the chief jailer. Known as the Spectre Collector, the Hell Witch asks for permission to deal with the monster. Alone, the scene shifts to a garage where Uncle Jung arrives in a car and invites Chan Ho joins her, offering to take him to Dr. Park's laboratory. Meanwhile, Dr. Park is absorbed in reading the headlines when he comes across news about his servant. Jin Chu, however, remains impassive. Knowing that he has cultivated more than enough to give his laptop, he issues an alert notifying of Cho Jung's entry into the building, and he feels a sense of satisfaction with her arrival. It is clear that he was anticipating her visit, even referring to her as his test subject. Returning to our duo in the realm of the King of Ghosts, the Hell Witch unleashes a series of penalties, completely disabling the jailer as he collapses to his knees. Our Demon King quickly ends his life with the first mission completed. Dae Sung receives a skill point intended for Seo Yeon, the Gothic girl, boasts about how her skills have improved in Hell, paying no attention. Our boy tells her to keep her dolls ready since the danger will only increase, surprising her with how her master already knows all her skills. She follows him carefreely. Soon they arrive at the life-sucking tomb labyrinth and receive another mission. Standing before the labyrinth, the ruler of Hell claims to have the layout memorized, but as a precaution, he asks Seo Yeon for one of her dolls. When she asks about the purpose, he informs her that he will call her as soon as he is on the other side, unaware that he is fully prepared to sacrifice her too. She mocks him for being such a caring guy, once again ignoring his annoying comments. My boy prepares to conquer the labyrinth. He advances, crossing the wall, activating the traps and the life-draining effect. Aging faster than expected, our Demon King continues to slide under the attack of a prison guard. Like an experienced professional, seeing the exit, he runs for the final stretch. Unaware of the ambush, he is attacked by another prison guard, forcing him to counterattack, which drains even more of his life force. Trapped in place, he watches as thorny vines advance towards him. Determined not to die, our hero seemingly disappears. Meanwhile, on Earth, Shojung, Chan Ho parks outside Dr. Dong Hulk's laboratory. Chan Ho is surprised by the difficulty of finding the laboratory. Cho Jung comments that she has visited him once in the past. The two then find a huge elevator at the entrance. Suddenly, the blinds open, revealing Dr. Nam Ji-woo's frightening assistant, who greets them back to hell. Our gothic witch, busy playing with magic, suddenly hears her master's voice calling her, after hearing for the millionth time that she needs to teleport. She confirms her mission and teleports. She appears in front of a monster ready to attack, but Dae Sung quickly tells her to relax, and reveals that it is him transformed. Despite her discomfort, he continues to unlock the stairs leading to the underground hall of the Ghost King. He continues to unlock the stairs leading to the basement for the Ghost King's hall. Our Lord Demon finally receives the mission to defeat the final boss. The two silently enter the boss room, but upon seeing the already transformed monster, he panics, realizing they might be a little too late. It turns out that the celestial corruption transformed the Ghost King then. Our transformed hero explains a complicated reason why his current body cannot kill the boss. Instead, he resorts to the abilities of the Hell Witch, and without hesitation, evolves his instant death, suicide attack. She looks on in awe as a panel shows her maximum success rate increasing. Although the death penalty is highlighted in bold, like a child receiving a birthday present, the Hell Witch beams with no concern for her safety. My friend instructs her to use this on the Ghost King. Hearing this, our boy confidently encourages her. You can do it, completely indifferent to the risk of dying. She happily agrees, and prepares a voodoo doll. The cruel Demon King watches closely without shame, hoping she completes his mission. Moments after she takes the doll's life, the Ghost King collapses to the ground with a loud crash. Dae Sung feels a wave of excitement until he notices his unconscious friend behind him. Still, having fulfilled his role, our hero intervenes to finish off the weakened boss. Puffing himself, with blood neutralization, he predicts the boss's next move, and advances, confidently to end the life of his former subordinate. But when their swords collide, his weapon is thrown far away to his dismay, his chest is pierced, and his soul is absorbed by the sword of sin. With that, the King of Ghosts claims victory, mocking his seemingly dead opponent. Meanwhile, in the land, Cho Jung apologizes to the doctor's assistant for bringing an uninvited guest. Surprised, the scary scientist innocently asks who it is. Arriving in his amazing sports car, the man in question makes his epic entrance. Cho Jung introduces the fifth hunter of Korea and leader of the Marvel clan. Cho Hanyu humbly expresses his desire to collaborate with Dr. Dong Hyuk, as they both share expertise in aura engineering. Although Jiu internally curses the man for disrupting his plans, he maintains his composure and introduces himself to the masked S-Rank. However, Ronnie brutally ignores him and greets Chan Ho and Cho Jung instead. Without wasting time, the lady of the Se Yu clan instructs the scary assistant to take them straight to the doctor, believing that Cho Jung brought Ronnie as a bodyguard. Jiu's desire to subject her to experiments only intensifies, leading to the use of a room in the laboratory. He instructs them to wait and leaves feeling something strange. Comments that the place doesn't look like a typical laboratory. As a precaution, the leader of the group advises his team to use aura protectors. Chu Jung explains that Young Jung suggested she bring Ryu for extra safety, reminding them that he could have also asked the masked aura engineer for help. Suddenly gas starts to infiltrate the room. Randy's alarms instantly trigger, recognizing it as a trap. He slams his shoulder against the locked doors, breaking them open with sheer force. The three launch themselves outside, only to be confronted by an army of orcs. Without hesitation, Ranyu materializes a violet blade and a striking aura whip, easily cutting through the approaching order. Worried Chan Ho and Choi Jung ask why the monsters are loose, but the clan leader recognizes the sinister nature of the trap. Watching through a screen, the sinister assistant smiles eagerly to test his enhanced experiments on the hunters, now marked by the gas. Meanwhile, the ruler of hell lives within the sword of sins as new souls enter. The ghosts rush to devour them, unaware that our boy has regained his original body. More terrifying than the monsters, he declares that they will be the ones devoured outside. The Ghost King approaches his unconscious slave. As he raises the sword to attack her, the sword takes control of him. He looks confused as the weapon begins to speak before suddenly turning against him, advancing on the Ghost King, just as he seemingly defeated Dae Sung, receiving a dose of his own poison. The Ghost King is banished to his own sword. Marking the end of this twist-filled mission, Dae Sung scratches his head, irritated at having to solve all the little problems of hell. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, revealing his final adversary looking directly into his eyes, the strange celestial being possessing the Ghost King. Asking who he is, our Demon King scoffs at the creature for daring to ask questions after invading his domain. Realizing he is facing the ruler of hell, the luminous creature launches its attack, effortlessly dodging the strike. Our Demon King cuts off the celestial being's arm, watching the torture unfold as the demons eagerly plead with their ruler to deliver punishment in their name. Hearing the demons speak, the celestial being is shocked and unable to comprehend how someone other than the Supreme of Heaven can communicate with the banished race. Intrigued by the mention of the Supreme of Heaven, our hero becomes interested. However, their conversation is abruptly interrupted when chains suddenly bind the divine creature. The creature begins to plead for forgiveness for its failure, but the cold and indifferent apostles of heaven show no mercy. The strange novella confuses my friend. Questioning why the singing apostles are executing their own, they ignore him. Enraged, he flies and cuts down the three with a single blow. Then the creature looks horrified at someone killing the apostles so easily, but moments later, it screams in pain as blood gushes from its wound. The system announces the completion of the mission. After shedding tears for being abandoned by the Supreme, the celestial being withers before Dae Sung's eyes, eventually transforming into a baby. Stunned, our guy watches silently, as the baby then transforms into an egg. Not knowing what to do next, he picks up the egg, contemplating whether or not to break it. At that moment, a panel appears, revealing that the egg will hatch into a demonic beast worthy of serving our demon king. Intrigued, he immediately begins the incubation process. The egg is enveloped in flames, and a countdown of 1 hour appears. Meanwhile, back in the laboratory on Earth, the filled Jong-gu questions why such heinous acts are being committed without receiving an answer. Uncle Jung states that Jong-gu has taken over the laboratory for his inhumane experiments and is likely holding Dong-Ryuk hostage. As they piece things together, one of the experimental subjects uses sight. Looking at the grotesque monstrosity, the other two are horrified. Hano quickly realizes it is the result of a fusion experiment between human and monster. The creature, with its twisted human head drooling, murmurs about wanting Choi Jung's head instead of its monstrous one. Seizing the opportunity, Choi Jung shoots at the abomination to distract it. Giving the clan leader the perfect chance, with a quick and powerful attack, he explodes the monstrous head, enraging the Karaok when Ranu tries to attack him again. He strikes him with his enormous mace, throwing the masked hunter against a wall. Seeing Choi Jung shoot at him, the Karaok drools at the thought of having her head on his body again. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, So Ryo anxiously watches Dae Sung's egg until it finally hatches, revealing a creature resembling a fairy. The little being floats and asks who its master is. However, Dae Sung wastes no time and instead presses it for information about its type. To his frustration, the floating animal claims to have no memory of heaven. Irritated by how useless his prize seems, our demon king begins to grab his sword, but his Hyun, who has always wanted a pet, pleads with him not to kill her discreetly, urges the little creature to prove its worth if it wants to be spared. Eager to obey, she summons a celestial shop while Dae Sung is unimpressed. The Hell Witch shows the most enthusiastic reaction she can muster, while our hero, bored, flips through the items displayed on the shelves. A fortune diary catches his attention. The little creature explains that he can buy the diary with mission points and get a glimpse of the future. The system clarifies that once a week, he can see up to 24 hours ahead. Upon learning this, he quickly presses the purchase button, and a scroll materializes before him, revealing information that suddenly makes my friend serious. Shortly after, Dae Sung leaves Hell, telling his Hyun to go home. The Hell Witch playfully comments that he shouldn't abandon his disciple, but he calmly suggests that she focus on fixing her doll. As she continues to complain, Dae Sung turns with a mortally serious expression, silencing her immediately back to the lab. Although Ranu seems calm, smoke begins to billow from beneath his suit, revealing a cyberpunk-style design. The number 5 Hunter of Korea rises furiously. Now forced to play his hidden card, he lunges at the orc, punching the mutant's face with his metal fist, completely distorting it before the orc can retaliate. Ranu's armor, similar to Iron Man's, fires an energy beam from his fist, disintegrating the upper half of the creature. Witnessing this, Cheol remembers the rumors about Ranu being covered from head to toe in aura technology. Exhausted, the leader of the clan warns that their ether cores need to be recharged. Frustrated, Cheol observes that they are falling directly into Jonggu's plan. But this outcome was not part of the mad scientist's strategy. Since Jong-gu intended to capture them all alive, pressed for a solution, he releases his most dangerous experiment yet. While Ranu recharges his equipment, a door opens ominously. Emerging from the shadows is Jong-gu's prized creation, a goatman. Watching the hybrid view of human and beast, brandishing a cleaver, Choi Jung prepares to fight. But Ranu warns that it is probably an S-class monster. The masked hunter and the grotesque goatman stare at each other before our cyberpunk hunter begins the battle. Ranu's fist nearly hits the creature's face, but the monster easily dodges. The goatman grabs his wrist, making Ranu realize that he is faster than him with brute strength. The monster throws him, wrenching his heavily armored wrist with sheer force. Chol watches in disbelief as Choi Jung boldly charges at the monster. Dagger in hand, as expected, the creature disappears, teleporting behind him and throwing him against a wall. Fortunately, the aura shield of the clan leader activates just in time to save her. Refusing to fall easily, the S-class hunter takes advantage of the distraction to charge an energy beam with his remaining hand. Unfortunately, the goatman leaps from wall to wall like a ninja, slicing his other hand before stomping the fifth best hunter in Korea to the ground. This infuriates our boy Chanyol, who orders the grotesque goatman to stop the attack. The goatman teleports right in front of Chanyol, laughing at what he perceives as a weakling trying to act brave, striking a brave pose. Tainho boasts of knowing someone who would easily defeat the ugly creature. Impassive, the goatman brings down his blade upon him, only to have the strike intercepted by an amorphous shadow. To everyone's surprise, the figure emerging from the shadow is our boy Dae Sung, playfully toying with the tension about whether he is still alive. The goatman tries to finish off Choi Jung. However, our demon lord sends another shadow to block the monster's deadly strike, drawing the goatman's attention. Our hero tests his new stealth ability, becoming invisible. The stunned goat looks around in panic before letting out a deafening howl to locate him through sound. Dae Sung finds it impressive how the goat behaves more like a bat. Meanwhile, from his control room, Jung becomes frustrated seeing such a significant threat to his plans. As a last resort, he presses the large forbidden red button to release his chimeras. The laboratory system announces that it will self-destruct in half an hour. Meanwhile, from his control room, Jung feels frustrated to see such a significant threat to his plans as a last resort. He presses the large forbidden red button to release his chimeras. The laboratory system announces that it will self-destruct in half an hour. After releasing the venomous chimeras, Diongo reluctantly leaves his laboratory, confident that even the strongest hunter will fail against his creations. Upon hearing the announcement, our team of hunters finds themselves surrounded by a horde of monstrous hybrids and mutant humans. Jung observes that the laboratory has turned into a factory of monsters under the command of the terrifying scientist. Out of nowhere, Ranu explains that the creatures were likely created by injecting humans with awakening vials. Regardless, seeing his former bodyguard incapacitated, Tuchanho turns to his friend for help. Initially, our demon king thinks about burning everything, but he decides to transport everyone to the territory of the Ghost King. All three companions are amazed by his incredible powers. Still, the ruler of hell does not stop there. He summons his ghost army and commands them to annihilate their enemies, the two armies clashing in a brutal battle. There, Sung reassures his squad that they are safe before disappearing once again. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Jiu exits through an elevator. To his shock, he fails. Shadows infiltrate through the door where our hero spies on him. The mad scientist stands paralyzed, staring at his arch-enemy, standing right in front of him like a true lunatic. Jiu begins to smile and invites our demon lord to end his life. Grabbing him by the collar, my friend demands to know his motivations behind the mutant experiments. IU is left perplexed. Then, our hero activates his newly acquired ability, Ghost Eyes, to dive into the madman's mind. Inside, he witnesses the past where Jiu nearly perished under the gaze of a giant floating eye. Some memories of Jincho's experiments flash by, revealing a masked bishop apparently granting Jiu access to Ranz's body after he offered sacrifices. Having seen enough, my dear friend throws him against the wall, realizing that the mad scientist traded countless innocent lives to extend his own longevity. Thus, Sung decides to punish him personally for the rest of his long existence. With only 1 minute remaining until the laboratory implodes, a goatman in a white coat suddenly appears, using a master key to interrupt the self-destruction sequence. To his surprise, our hero appears behind him, confused to find another goat hybrid. He introduces himself as Dr. Don Hulk. Moments later, our group of hunters gathers to meet the doctor. He expresses his regret and accepts responsibility for everything. The goat doctor also confirms that there is enough evidence to prosecute his mad assistant. Like children judging every strange person they see, Cheo whispers that he can't believe it's the doctor, but Cho Jung confirms that his voice matches. However, Hanu is fascinated that the doctor's mind is intact, even after merging completely with the monster. But the doctor is much more impressed with his cyborg body. The goat doctor remembers Cho Jung's aura injury, and mentions having a vial that can heal it completely. But our hero interrupts, asking the question everyone has in mind: what did he do to end up as a goat man? Don Ryuk's face turns pale as he reveals that he was the first test subject for merging with monsters. He justifies his actions, explaining that he saw this as the only way to face increasingly formidable monsters. Thus, he and GU experimented on terminal patients. He explains that due to an accident during the experiment, his original body was lost despite the success of the test. But Dae Sung expresses his irritation at the fact that the doctor is completely ignorant about Hans. When Cheo asks who they are, our hero explains that the cult is responsible for the strange gates that have appeared recently. Meanwhile, Ju wakes up and finds himself naked and trapped in hell. He begins to panic, screaming for someone to kill him. However, one of the Ghost King's prison guards prepares his hot blades, ready to flay the miserable man, alive for all eternity. The scene shifts to the Ram's meeting point, where all four bishops are involved in a serious discussion. The Eastern Bishop, Elheim, informs his colleagues about an unexpected incident that occurred in the East. The other bishops, especially the Southern Bishop named Asa, show great interest in learning more about the situation. He gets straight to the point, revealing that he lost 2 of the dimension takers he had authorized in Korea. The other bishops begin to debate the possibility of such an occurrence, discussing the implications and the likelihood of something like this happening. The Southern Bishop asks all the others to send their highest-level dimension takers to face this unexpected threat. He stands up, expressing his desire to personally handle the matter. He urges Insta to calm down and questions why he himself did not take care of the situation. In response, Azar challenges the Eastern Bishop, asking if he doubts his ability to deal with what he considers a mere individual. Cleverly, the Eastern Bishop explains that the individual Azar refers to is not just an awakened aura user, leaving all his comrades momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunters Association is meeting with the branch manager. The manager informs that, based on their investigations, a group known as Hans is responsible for all the kidnappings that have been occurring. When the president demands verification of the information, the branch manager responds that they received this intelligence from their top hunter, Dae Sung. Sensing the immense danger ahead, the president instructs the manager to direct Jin Hyung to initiate a private investigation. He emphasizes that news like this could lead to chaos and leak to the public. The scene shifts to a correction center, where Jun Hyung is waiting for Cho Hyung. He observes that she did her best, and suggests that she join him if she wants to grab some tofu. Cho Jung expresses the desire for her captain to meet someone, introducing him to a goat. Informing him that this is none other than the doctor with whom Park Ri is familiar, Jun Young feels a sense of confusion upon seeing only a goat before him. With no indication of the professor's presence, he mocks the man for having fallen so low as to turn into a goat. While sitting in the car, the captain rests his hand on his head. He scoffs at the goat doctor, expressing that he never imagined he would be talking to a goat, and feels very strange about the situation. The scene shifts to a familiar setting reminiscent of previous events. This time, the serial killer is targeting a girl named Mi Dong, with the intention of obtaining her brain. He blocks her path, but before he can act, Inspector Jonggu intervenes. Jonggu states that he has captured the individual responsible for all the kidnappings. He instructs the lady to step back and calls Captain Jimmy Hong for support. Jonggu prepares to engage in combat, but upon noticing the relaxed, defensive posture of his opponent, he wonders why the serial killer seems so unconcerned. The killer mocks Jonggu, calling him a hunter who stabbed and killed his own officer with those words. He manages to provoke Jonggu's anger. Jonggu reflects that this killer is connected to Alice Okwu and shouts that it should have been him to eliminate him with his own hands. Upon saying this, he unleashes a series of attacks on the killer, who effortlessly deflects them, reminiscent of Iruma-kun, the human boy attending a demon school with only a supreme dodging ability. In his fury, Jonggu puts all his strength into his attacks, but to his astonishment, the serial killer easily catches the blade with his bare hand. He slits the inspector's throat, and despite his determination to survive this day, Jonggu feels the sharp blade and realizes, too late, that his throat has been cut, leaving him lifeless. The killer contemplates whether he made a mistake, remembering that he was instructed not to harm anyone from the association. However, he soon recalls that the one who gave him that advice, named Jae Woo, has disappeared, leading him to feel that he has nothing to worry about. Now, after killing John Woo, he casually strolls, now looking for the girl who managed to escape. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who was watching the last video, recorded by John Woo. It becomes clear that he captured footage of the serial killer moments before his death. He asks if Hong discovered the true identity of the killer, to which Hong informs the manager with the details, revealing that the man's name is Chang Sik, and he is classified as a D-grade adventurer. He further adds that Chang Sik, along with Jin Chu and others, joined a secret organization known as Us Hunts. The manager then asks about Jia Wu, to which Hong informs that according to what Ti Chanho reported, the man died at the research facility. The manager, furious about this hunting situation, instructs Hong to update all the S-Wankers and send them to eliminate this organization. The scene shifts to the Dae Sung building, where Don Chu has returned to see Chanho again. He gets straight to the point, revealing that he is there seeking donations. He explains his intention to create a residence aimed at providing better living conditions for the children regarding their care. In exchange for the funds, he guarantees his full cooperation in all matters. Don Chu shakes hands with Tianho, asking if his proposal was accepted so easily. However, Tianho advises him not to get too excited, explaining that the final decision can only be made after he discusses it with his friend. From the Dae Sung scene transitions to the Hope Orphanage, where Don Chu calls his sister to share all his plans with her. He mentions that he contacted the Dae Sung clan to secure funding. Apparently he is organizing a significant fundraising program. The sister expresses her concern, but he reassures her, stating that if he can take down a single Class S gate, along with others of Class S, he is sure he will make a lot of money. While talking to his sister, he suddenly notices someone approaching the building from outside. Instinctively, he urges his sister to act quickly and take everyone, including herself, to hide in the monster shelter, as he feels a grave danger approaching him. The urgency in his expressions leaves no room for hesitation, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. Upon exiting, he finds a muscular guy with blonde hair, calmly walking towards him. Don Chu does not waste a second. He immediately initiates a high jump attack. However, the guy from the academy effortlessly defends himself, fully aware of Don Chu's Stronka status and prepared for the confrontation. Don Chu feels a wave of anxiety as he sees his attack being easily repelled. He gathers his courage and reminds himself that he needs to try harder and sweat a little more to prove himself. However, the muscular guy retaliates, attacking Don Chu from a distance, creating a sense of discomfort for him as he realizes that his opponent is skilled in long-range combat. A strange and threatening fog begins to surround the house as the woman approaches the building. As the fog enters the house, his Ian begins to feel sleepy and eventually faints. While she is lying on the floor defenseless, her voodoo doll suddenly comes to life. The woman inputs the access code at the door and enters the house. She materializes a staff in her hand and declares the house as the altar of the dead upon entering the living room. She is shocked to see the ugly doll holding a knife. Feeling a bit nervous, she asks what such an ugly doll is doing there. Like a scene straight out of a Chuck movie, the doll begins to lick the knife in a frightening manner. To get rid of the doll running, the intruder casts a spell on it, causing it to burn. However, the crazed doll runs directly at her. Despite being engulfed in scorching flames, the woman raises a barrier around herself. As the doll closes the distance between them, the toy from Dae Sung begins to break the barrier with its blade and vows to slice the intruder like minced meat with each knife strike. The shield begins to crack. Slowly, the intruder panics upon seeing the state of the barrier. However, she slips and falls, allowing the cursed doll to stab her relentlessly. The demonic toy bathes in her blood and enjoys the screams of the intruder. Defenseless, her screams can be heard from outside, but there is no one to save her from her end. At the Hunters Association, the branch manager is informed about the fights happening in different parts of the city. Team members report to him about the fight between Chung Sik and an unknown challenger taking place at the Han River Park. Another report also arrives saying that Don Chu and another strange challenger are also fighting this situation. Makes the branch manager very tense, and he wonders if these strange enemies are from Han's. He then tells the attendant to send their unit to help put Don Chu in the orphanage. Meanwhile, at Han River Park, Chun Sik's opponent is quite impressed with the abilities of the Korean hunters. The dark-skinned man seems completely fine and unperturbed by the battle, but on the other hand, Chun Sik looks worn out and tired. The strange challenger then uses his magnetic storm ability to end the fight. He fires the attack at the greatest hunter in Korea, who panics when his body suddenly begins to be pulled. By the attack, Chun-sik is completely helpless in this situation, and has no idea what to do. However, by some miracle, the ability suddenly stops. The dark guy is confused about why his ability stopped suddenly out of nowhere. Harim slides into the scene to help Chun-sik. The main hunter looks relieved to finally see an ally to help him. Harim asks if the dark man is from Hans, but quickly finds out that Chun-sik, he is as lost as a bird. He also has no idea about the important notice that was sent to the Rank S members. A group of men in suits appears, referring to Tiansiki as their leader. On the other hand, the enemy is upset that his fight was interrupted and proceeds to attack everyone in his path. He unleashes a heavy shockwave attack from his arms, but Saren quickly raises his light shield. The barrier is able to protect them from the attack, but the shockwave is strong enough to instill fear in the men. Tiansiki then tells the men to quickly hand him their sword. With the blade in his hands, he is ready to end the fight that has dragged on for a while. Seeing that he has overused his power, the man quickly flees the scene. With the threat no longer in sight, Tiansiki's exhaustion catches up to him. The hunter collapses to the ground and faints, leaving his subordinates in disarray. Rarin Liz tells them to take him to the hospital quickly before it's too late. In the orphanage's basement, the children are sheltered with the sister while a violent battle rages above. The nun does her best to reassure the little children that the director is fine. One of them tries to imitate Don Cho, making everyone laugh and lifting their spirits. Meanwhile, Don Cho is still in trouble, doing his best to defend himself from the projectiles fired at him. His patience wears thin as he fails to find any openings in his opponent's movements. The blonde-haired thug begins to launch some projectiles into the air while preparing to finish his fight with one of Korea's best hunters, Dong Chol. He prepares for any new trick the guy is about to unleash. His opponent activates a blood rain ability and begins to rain blood arrows in the shape of spears. To save himself, the director uses his storm ability to counter-attack. Even so, the blood arrows pierce heavily, mercilessly. When the dust settles, we see that the director is impaled with multiple projectiles despite his efforts to counter them. He does his best to cling to his fading life, promising not to die there. Unfortunately, his body gives in and falls to the ground. The thug's hand begins to tremble. As the fight comes to an end, the power slowly dissipates, and he realizes that he has used all the authority of the giant blood. When he feels something strange, he quickly leaves back to his home. She finds traces of the dead body in the pool of blood. From there, she accesses the memories of what happened and discovers that her ugly doll was the one who saved her. In our hero's apartment, his mother is watching the news, which is reporting on the strange encounters that occurred in the Ran River Park and in Don Cho's orphanage. These terrible news only leave her worried because her son has not been home for a few days. She quickly turns to look for the phone on the sofa. Then she goes into the room and tells her that Tachanho said not to worry about Dae Sung. The mother then asks when her children spoke and what her son has been doing recently. Jisu's response is quite rude because she implies that she doesn't care about what her brother has been doing. This causes the mother to give her a beating, leaving the young girl screaming for help. On the rooftop of a building, a dark and threatening figure can be seen there. The camera zooms in and reveals that the figure is the serial killer. The guy is preparing to kill one of our hero's family members and take another as a hostage. When all the lights in the apartment go out, the killer approaches one of the windows, ready to massacre the innocent family. He uses his powers to try to invade. Unfortunately, for him, he is pushed back while trying to invade. While Dae Sung's mother sleeps, the pendant around her neck begins to glow, serving as the key to the house's barrier. The killer becomes very anxious and frustrated upon seeing that a protective barrier has been set up. Suddenly, a spear is fired, impaling him on the spot. The guy twists in a pool of blood, while all his senses are filled with the agonizing pain that has been inflicted on him. As the spear pushes him away from the house, one of Dae Sung's subordinates emerges and tells the killer to be quiet. Fear takes hold of the guy when he sees that the summoned monster has appeared without its master being there. When the monster prepares to throw him off the building, he offers to explain everything. However, the beast says that Dae Sung will question him. The scene then shifts to a sea illuminated by the beautiful moonlight. The waves suddenly begin to stir, and a sea serpent emerges from the depths. There, the system window appears, stating that the protagonist's body has been completely liberated. Dae Sung is atop the sea serpent with more of his deadly aura emanating from his body. Looking closer, his hair has turned white, indicating that he has returned to his old self. He then receives a message from his summoned monster, saying that an intruder tried to harm his mother. The scene then shifts to the Great Iron Castle. Saying that the protagonist's body has been completely liberated, Dae Sung is atop the sea serpent with more of his deadly aura emanating from his body. Looking closer, his hair has turned white, indicating that he has returned to his old times. He then receives a message from his summoned monster, saying that an intruder attempted to harm his mother. The scene then shifts to the Great Iron Castle. There the assassin is tied up before the throne, awaiting his fate. He seems restless, and his anxiety continues to worsen because he has no idea where he is. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching him when the protagonist moves to question the prisoner. He is flooded with messages from the demons, who are watching him non-stop. He then promises to take them out when the right moment comes. After that, he catches the terrified prisoner's attention and demands to know who his master is. At the altar, south of Rance, Elheim is with the two bandits who attacked both Chunk Sik and Don Sheol. He asks him about the progress on their targets. The blonde guy tells him that he successfully eliminated Don Chol, But the dark-haired guy says he couldn't finish off his target. The guy tries to explain that Tiffany would have certainly died if there hadn't been interference. The bishop then informs them about the death of someone named Guzman. He also said that another person known as Sagar has disappeared. While the two guys discuss the shocking news, the bishop's body suddenly transforms into an ugly being with a large head. He then offers to grant the two guys the authority of an apostle and orders them to kill Dae Sung immediately. In a university hospital, two men are guarding the door of the room where their leader is recovering. Chang-sik finally manages to wake up despite the agonizing pain. As soon as the people around him notice, they send someone to inform the doctor and the president of the association. The elite hunter struggles with a strong headache while trying to figure out where he is. The lady beside him says that he was in shock due to aura exhaustion. He struggles to sit up in bed, but the woman tells him not to move yet. When he manages to sit up, he asks one of the men where Rarin is. The guy tells him that Herring went to Don Chol. The subordinate worker criticizes him for informing his leader about Don Chol. Of course, this only makes Chang-sik more worried. The hunter then asks the men if something happened to the director. The men look very grim and struggle to tell the leader what happened. One of them then tells Chang-sik that Don Kyo's life is in danger after his battle with the unknown attacker. Because of this, Harry rushed to see if anything could be done to help. Upon hearing this news, the despair in Chang-sik's eyes becomes very evident. He forces himself out of bed to see where his friend is receiving treatment. However, the lady told him to stop moving because he still needs to recover. Still, the hunter remains firm and demands to know where the director is receiving treatment. In Don Teo's class, Herring's voice can be heard trying to heal repeatedly any wounds he may have, to which Ron tells her that she can stop because all of the director's external injuries have already been healed. On the other hand, Herring's expression is filled with fear and despair. She holds the director's hands and refuses to accept the fact that he could be dying. The door of the room opens, and Chang-sik enters to see the critical condition of his dear friend. Don Teo is unconscious in bed, and all of Herring's efforts are not helping at all. Ron assures Chang-sik that the director is not dead, but the old man is in a coma and has suffered brain death. The best hunter in Korea blames Hans for all this mess and wants to know exactly who they are, to which Hongs tells him that the association is doing its best to track down the guys who attacked them. His phone suddenly starts vibrating loudly, and when he answers, he is informed about the appearance of a rank S gate. The expressions of Herring and Chang-sik become very anxious upon hearing the words, rank S gate. The atmosphere in the room becomes very tense. While Hong receives more information over the phone, the scene then shifts to the large portal that appeared in the middle of the city, causing panic and fear throughout the city. In the association building, the workers are doing their best to see how the situation can be resolved, but the size of the gate and everyone's nervousness in the room highlight how complicated things are. As if things weren't already bad, the branch manager is lost in thoughts about how most high-level hunters are out of action and the only ones available are support-type hunters. The man emits a red alert and says that all registered hunters in the association will be mobilized to help face the gate. The workers quickly start making calls and contacting all the hunters they can find at the moment, lost in thoughts and fear. The branch manager stares blankly, hoping they can contain the mess before it gets out of control. In the Iron Castle, the prisoner is being tortured by our hero, that is draining all his memories to discover everything he knows. He begins to see images of Bishop Hans, who is behind everything after the memories of the poor soul were sucked away. Dae Sung wonders if the person he saw is the final boss he will have to face. Back in the city, many vehicles can be seen, waiting at the toll booths to exit the area. A reporter informs everyone that citizens are trying to escape through the gate, but the lines at the toll are very long. On the opposite lane, many buses carrying hunters are seen entering the toll. The lady also informs that Chang-sik and Dongil cannot participate in the attack on the gate due to their injuries. The association also remained silent on the issue of the ranking S hunters. Back at Dae Sung's family's apartment, his mother sees Dae Sung carrying a large box and asks what it is for. The girl says they need to join the evacuation quickly because it's total chaos outside. However, her mother threatens to knock some sense into the poor girl because she is trying to leave without her brother. However, Dae Sung reminds the woman how strong Dae Sung is. They are interrupted when they hear a loud knock on the door. They open the door for Dae Sung to enter and immediately notice the color of his hair. Our hero does not know what they are talking about, so he proceeds to ask where they are going. His sister tells him they are preparing to evacuate because of the ranking S gate. She tries to persuade her brother to flee with her if things get dangerous. The protagonist then turns to his mother and tells her to stay at home with his sister. He uses to assure her that their house is currently the safest place in Korea. He warns that he plans to defeat the monsters and return home safely. The mother agrees to stay, but Dae Sung still seems very worried about all of this. With that resolved, our hero prepares to leave and deal with the imminent threats in the city. Armored cars are being positioned to face the monsters. The soldiers are doing their best to speed up the process as everyone heads towards the gate. As the tanks approach the gate, Dae Sung is seen standing on the roof near the gate. He looks at the gate, while his luminous aura emanates from his body. There, he wonders if all of this is a plan by his enemies to try to lure him in. Meanwhile, back at the association, everyone becomes more anxious upon seeing the ranking S gate. The branch manager slams his hand on the table in anger because the gate only complicates things. The employee then tells him that the Dae Sung clan has requested exclusive access to the S-level gate. The excitement he feels with this news is so great that he doesn't even notice when he shouts with joy. He quickly calms down and apologizes for being too excited about the Sunga clan taking over the gate. He orders the rest of the troops to be on standby as support. He tells the attendant to spread the news quickly to the others as the tanks continue to move towards the gate. Other hunters are gathered in the streets, planning their battle formations. The long-range attackers are instructed to move to the rear, while the defense forces will wait in front. Among the hunters, some are nervous about the whole situation and feel they will be used as cannon fodder. Suddenly, everyone receives an emergency alert on their phones, informing them about the Dae Sung clan attacking the S-Rank gate. The air begins to vibrate, and they hear a loud noise as Dae Sung's summoned dragon flies overhead. The sound nearly bursts their eardrums as the dragon swiftly passes and lowers its altitude. The hunters are awestruck upon seeing the majestic creature. They also become very excited upon realizing that our hero has come to save the day. In the association building, the branch manager watches as Dae Sung flies toward the gate. Both he and his assistant leave the situation to the Demon King and hope he can handle it. A reporter arrives at the portal site and sees that the Sunga clan is attacking the portal alone. They quickly prepare to broadcast the big news to everyone. Meanwhile, Dae Sung flies directly to the gate and arrives in a very cold area, with his white hair seeming to have obtained ultra instinct. He highlights how incredibly cold the place is before he has time to check the area. Ranz's henchman, who attacked Changsik earlier, tries to knock him out of the sky. The guy gathers all his strength to take down the Demon King. However, Dae Sung counters with the breath of his dragon. The blue flames fly to hit the guy, who tries to push them back with his magnetic storm. Being very weak, the shadowy man cannot repel the flames, causing an explosion. It tries to push them back with its magnetic storm. Being very weak, the shadowy man cannot repel the flames, causing an explosion. At the impact point, Dae Sung sees that his enemy is trying to escape behind the smoke, so he dives to follow him. The enemy hunter attacks the hero with blood spears, and tries to put him in the same situation as Dawn. Dae Sung pulls out his sword and deflects the spears with his fire. After that, he strikes the enemy's hiding spot. With a threatening and deadly look, he tells the guy to come out of hiding. The shadowy man reveals himself, and the two men face each other as the blizzard blows violently. The guy tells Dae Sung that he is too powerful to be considered a hunter. On the other hand, the protagonist is tired of the small talk and wants him to finish quickly. The enemy activates the Titan's Advent ability, probably given to him by the bishop. This causes his muscles and body to grow enormously, tearing his clothes when the transformation is complete. He looks like someone who should be in a wrestling ring. Despite his immense appearance, Dae Sung does not see much change in his powers with his new abilities. The shadowy guy prepares to give our hero much more than he can handle. He conjures a huge meteorite aimed directly at Dae Sung, but the protagonist sees through his tricks. Like child's play, Dae Sung releases more of his magical power and increases the dominant aura he is already emitting. His enemy is shocked to see such a level of power, and has no idea how someone can be so strong. The second henchman of Hans appears behind our hero and hints that Dae Sung's ability has a weakness despite its tactics and stealthy nature. The protagonist already sees him and tells the blonde not to rush to die, leaving the blonde wondering if he had known of his presence from the beginning. When the meteorite approaches him, Dae Sung uses his wrath ability to split the enormous rock in two. In the process, the shadowy man is also cut and meets his bitter end. The Demon King takes care of the guy easily without breaking a sweat, while the blonde-haired man watches this. Fear begins to take over his entire body. He admits that even he is not capable of such feats. Before he can activate his own power, Dae Sung quickly grabs his neck and starts frying his brain with his thunder abilities. With a severe look, he asks the guy about the bishop's eyes that he saw before. Suddenly, one of the eyes appears beside him, and then more of them start to emerge out of nowhere. Dae Sung gets very excited when he realizes the presence of the eyes. He then throws the blonde man aside, as he no longer has any use for the desperate subject. The bishop's eyes see that Dae Sung's power is different from that of the awakened, so he decides to test his strength. But before that, he uses a petrification ability on his henchman to turn the poor guy into stone. The subject begs for his miserable life, but is quickly transformed into a block of cement. After that, our hero asks if it is his turn to have fun now. He conjures a huge fireball, and demands that the bishop reveal his true form. He attacks the eyes with his flames, exploding them one by one in the process. The petrified guy is shattered during the fight as the battle fog dissipates. Our hero is sure that the enemy has not yet been defeated. He tells the bishop to come out quickly and stop wasting time. One of the eyes jumps again and asks him where he is from. The protagonist then offers to answer the bishop's questions, if his own question is answered first. The bishop assumes that he wants to make a deal. Then Kangoo asks what he will do. He doesn't even admit that he loves deals, but warns that he will take Dae Sung's heart if he catches the protagonist off guard. Dae Sung then prepares to ask a question, but instead uses his ghost eyes to spy on the memories of the eye in front of him. The bishop tells him that his tricks will not work, but the Demon King informs him that he does not trust people like him. Through the memories, our hero sees a war happening on a Titan planet known as Hecaton. An angel-like creature appears in the sky, and seems to be leading some giants. However, they are massacred, and the planet explodes. A spaceship then jumps through hyperspace and arrives at the Rand's Nebula. There, we see a giant creature telling its subordinates that all the descendants of Hecaton have died, and that they are the only ones left to resurrect their kind. He opens a portal to Earth and tells them to place a portal cube in it. Their plan is to charge the planet with header energy. Far away in D.C., where world powers are gathering, our hero sees that leaders from different nations were negotiating with the Rand species in exchange for ruling the Earth forever. The aliens offered them eternal life, and that is how they obtained the powers of the nebula. However, the memories are interrupted when the bishop tears out his eye and recognizes where Dae Sung's power comes from. He says it comes from the demonic beast Nebula, and wonders if our hero is the ruler of that place. Back at the Rank S gate, our hero realizes that the bishop, he has 1,000 years of memories, and wonders if the enemy he encountered is really the final boss. The images he saw still confuse him, because he can't understand any of them. He also realizes that there are no monsters inside the portal. He suddenly sees the burned body of the petrified guy from before as he slowly dissipates back to the city. Harry and Ranu are waiting with the other hunters in front of the portal. The branch manager approaches the S-rank hunters and thanks them for taking on the preparation unit. He is also surprised to see that Ranu can now use both arms. The hunter tells the manager that he quickly installed spare equipment to allow him to still fight. Hareen then asks how long Dae Sung has been in the portal, and the manager tells her that it has been about 3 hours. He hopes our hero returns safely, although there is a possibility of a second attack if he fails. He is interrupted by the strange Seo Yeon, who says it is rude to imply that her master will fail. Seo Yeon wonders if they have forgotten how strong her master is. Hareen, who is visibly irritated by the presence of the brat, asks what she is doing there. The obsessed lover of Dae Sung then tells them that the assassins from the Hans group also went to her house. Hareen and Hanu are shocked and speechless upon hearing this. The branch chief asks the hunter from the Fortress clan what happened with the assassins. Seo Yeon then says that the assassin died at the hands of her doll. She said she made a special doll that surpassed her regular cursed doll, but lost all its power. After fighting the assassin to bring the doll back to life, she said she would make Dae Sung stronger. Meanwhile, the other hunters notice that the gate has been cleared when they see the color changing. The branch manager, along with the S-rank hunters, is completely perplexed and speechless upon seeing this. Inside the gate, Dae Sung holds 2 crystals in his hands, and the system window appears informing him that he obtained the great power of the meteorite, and 2 ether cores capable of creating an S-rank awakening. However, he only thinks about how much money these 2 crystals will earn him. After thinking a little more, he decides to test them later. The hunters in front of the gate start calling his name when they see the Demon King coming out of the gate on his majestic dragon. The entire crowd goes wild and starts to applaud him. He looks at the scene and tries to get his attention. Then Dae Sung looks at all his loving fans, but doesn't seem impressed by all the praise. The hunters stand aside while he lands, and wonder how strong he is to be able to clear an S-rank gate alone. Our hero walks up to the branch manager, who approaches him on behalf of the association. The manager thanks him for his hard work. The other hunters also thank him and continue to cheer him on, even though he seems tired of them. He begins to feel embarrassed by all the attention he is receiving. As if that weren't enough, Hyun approaches him strangely and asks about the type of monsters he encountered in the gate. Heron and Han-Ul also look at him, waiting for his answer, but he tells them that there are no monsters inside. The branch manager is perplexed by this information and asks how such a thing is possible. However, the protagonist tells him that he found 3 people inside, one with blue eyes, another with black eyes, and the last with white eyes. Heron quickly realizes that the one with black eyes was the one who attacked Tun Sheik, and the one with white eyes must be the one who fought with Don Chell. Still, the branch manager thinks it is completely ridiculous that no monster was found inside an S-rank portal. He then says that the association will conduct further investigations inside the portal. Ranu recognizes the attackers as those who attacked his subordinates, but he has no idea who the one with blue eyes is. With a stern look, Harry asks our hero what happened to the people he encountered. Dae Sung tells her that he killed 2 of them, but the one with blue eyes escaped. He tells the manager that the one who got away seems to be the leader among the assassins, but the real mentor is someone else. He also feels that he needs time to organize his own information. His river approaches him again and asks if he obtained anything from inside the portal. The rest of the guys are also eager to know if he managed to get any loot from inside the gate. Daisy quickly ignores this, pretending to have a headache and saying that she spent too much of her energy. He then tells them to ask Han-Ul for more details on the matter. He quickly disappears from the scene before his crazy student can ask for the favor she wants. Unfortunately, everyone else is left with unanswered questions and no idea how to get the information they need. Later, reports begin to circulate in news channels. Harry asks our hero what happened to the people he encountered. Dae Sung tells her that he killed 2 of them, but the one with blue eyes escaped. He tells the manager that the one who got away seems to be the leader among the assassins, but the true mentor is someone else. He also feels that he needs time to organize his own information. His river approaches him again and asks if he obtained anything from inside the portal. The rest of the guys are also eager to know if he managed to get any loot from inside the gate. Daisy quickly ignores this, pretending to have a headache and saying that she spent too much of her energy. He then tells them to ask Cannon for more details about the matter. He quickly disappears from the scene before his crazy student can ask for the favor she wants. Unfortunately, all the others are left with unanswered questions, and with no idea how to get the information they need. Later, they start circulating reports in news channels, and without any idea of how to obtain the information they need, they start circulating reports in news channels about how our hero cleared the level S gate alone. This news helps improve Korea's image and also makes significant changes in its ranking on the world chart. In Antil's room, the streamer is celebrating this great achievement and refers to Dae Sung as the strongest hunter on Earth. He introduces himself to his subscribers as the leader of Randy Sung's fan club and tells them that he has been following the protagonist since the incident at the Gangnam Gate. He brings a world map to explain why Dae Sung's feat is such a significant achievement. Despite the fact that many countries have managed to clear a Class S gate, this is the first time a single individual has been able to do it. He tells his subscribers that our hero should be ranked as the #1 hunter in the world. However, his subscribers think otherwise. Considering that the portal had no monsters inside, this irritates Yongchil, and he starts shouting at his screen like a deranged lunatic. He decides to call Honda and Sung and ask about the situation at the level S portal. However, what the old man tells him is beyond shocking for the young man. Later, we see Cho Jung being bombarded with many calls from different news outlets because of the Dae Sung case. All of this is exhausting her, and she doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. She seems unable to catch a break, as more calls keep coming in, and this is driving her crazy. In the Sung clan, Chan Ho is trying to reach out to the protagonist, but our guy is known for not answering calls from friends. He is about to lose his mind, so he decides to send a desperate message to Dae Sung saying that they need to hold a press conference urgently. However, our hero is asleep in his bed and cannot hear the silent vibration of his phone. Chan Ho is extremely frustrated and feels that Dae Sung should have brought some hunters with him instead of clearing the gate alone. The scene shifts to the blood demon altar of Rams. There, in the vast confines of space, we see Rameche, the high priest of Rika Tao, while the priest is kneeling before the statues. The kingdom appears and tells him that there is a problem on Earth. When Rameche asks about it, the bishop says that the king of the demonic nebula is on Earth. He also reveals that the demon king has managed to access their memories and discover their plans. The priest is shocked to hear this and slams his staff on the ground in anger. He then tells the king that the creation of portals in Korea will be halted. After this, he tells the bishop to prepare for a war with the heavens. He humbly takes note of this. At the World Hunters Association, the tables are filled with magazines about our hero and how he single-handedly conquered a rank S portal. The dignitaries are waiting for the leader to address them. The president of the World Hunters Association, Darren Anderson, then begins the meeting to discuss the incident of the Category S portal in Korea. Anderson directs everyone's attention to the screen, showing Dae Sung's face at the portal. The image of our hero enlarges, and he tells them that it was he who cleared the Category S portal alone. The head of Central Communications from Japan, Natsu Shingi, interrupts him and says that in his country, they classify portals based on the level of the monster and not on the absence of monsters. Since there were no monsters in the portal faced by Dae Sung, Shingi does not see why he should be classified as Class S. He concludes by saying that a true Class S portal cannot be closed by a single individual. Jim Hyung, vice president of the Smart Force from China, says that they could only consider the gate at the same level as one of their hunters' exam sites. Someone else says not to rush to judge the situation, especially when the president of the Korean Association is there with them. Pak John-ho begins to feel nervous based on what has been said, but decides to go along with them. Anderson also informs the rest that the association will send an investigation team to officially recognize the situation as a Class S closure. For now, he tells them to pay attention to Jung-ho, the head of the Korean Association, who then tells them that they have acquired important information about Dae Sung, and because of this, he is requesting that global measures be initiated. He turns his attention to the screen and asks them to look at the first video. Later, a car arrives at the Dae Sung clan building, a horde of reporters surrounding the building. He immediately recognizes that the person inside the car is Kan Hyu. Cho Jung tells Chan Ho about the order of reporters and asks what they should do. The guy is tired of dealing with these reporters. He immediately recognizes that the person inside the car is Canon. Cho Jung tells Chan Ho about the order of reporters and asks what they should do. The guy is tired of dealing with these reporters, but still decides to get out of the car as soon as he steps down. The reporters begin to ask if the gate that was attacked is really an S-class gate, and what does Dae Sung have to say about the matter. He finds their comments quite annoying and insulting. Chan Ho tells them they will address the issue. So in the meantime, they will have to wait a little. However, the reporters continue bombarding with more questions, questioning whether it is true that nothing was discovered inside the gate. Uncle Jungos interrupts and clears the way for Tanho to enter the building. Tanho passes by and thanks her for the help. As he enters the building, the journalists direct their attention to Uncle Jung and begin to ask him different questions. Unfortunately for them, she humbly refuses to be interviewed. In the apartment building of our hero, his mother and sister are outside. When they see a different group of reporters looking for Dae Sung, the reporters notice them and immediately rush towards the two women to conduct an interview. Dae Sung tries to protect his mother from the eager reporters who are frightening her. One of them approaches and tells the mother that her son is the hero who saved the country and that they want a word with him. Dae Sung's mother is confused and doesn't understand why they are referring to her son as a hero. Regardless, the reporters press her to make a comment about the S-class gate incident. Dae Sung's sister tells them that her brother said not to evacuate. She reveals that Dae Sung told them that home is the safest place and there was no need to leave the city. The reporters quickly jot this down and continue to ask her about the change in her brother's hair color and if this has anything to do with his mental state. She keeps chattering like an open tap until she hears someone shouting her name. When she turns around, she sees her brother telling her to quickly leave with their mother and go home. The reporters immediately shift their attention to the hero and start bombarding him with a series of questions. The same reporter who questioned his family then asks him to comment on the S-class gate being empty. The protagonist tells everyone to shut up and says that anyone who speaks will not be allowed in the press conference room. The journalists quickly fall silent and become anxious at the idea of a joint conference. At that moment, Dae Sung snaps his fingers and sends an electric shock to destroy all their cameras and recorders. He informs them that photos and videos are prohibited during the conference. He promises to reveal everything in a week, and then kindly asks the reporters to leave. The news anchors have little choice, so they have to comply. Meanwhile, Jung Ho is on a plane returning home and is lost in thought about what happened during their meeting. At that time, Jin Hong suggested that they needed to find a way to capture the Hans guys who made the gate, but in his mind, he just wants to find a way to assess Dae Sung's ability for himself. He proposes that they should summon the protagonist to hear what he has to say. This way, he can confirm if Korea has a phenomenal hunter among them. Shindi also supported the idea because he feels it is necessary to maintain good relations with Korea if Dae Sung's abilities are indeed true. Another dignitary also intervenes and says they should call our hero for more information. However, Jung Ho warns that this will not be possible. Anderson then tells him that the Federation will send 5 S-class hunters for the defense of the portal. After that, he suggests they call Dae Sung and hear what he has to say before deciding on the association's policy. Observing closely, Jung-ho realizes that all these guys are only interested in Dae Sung. After exchanging glances with Anderson, he tells them he has no intention of cooperating with them. The head of the Korean Association then looks out the window and promises not to let the guys get what they want. In the Isung clan, the protagonist asks Cho Jung if she initially planned to work for her clan. She thanks him for saving her life twice, and he asks if her body has fully recovered. Cho Jung says she can no longer work as a hunter due to the core of her aura being destroyed, so she wishes to work for him until she can recover as a hunter. Dae Sung, who seems overly concerned, still asks if she cannot work as a hunter despite what she just said. Cho Jung explains that she lost both her parents to monsters. Cho Jung said that she can no longer work as a hunter due to the core of her aura being destroyed, so she wishes to work for him until she can recover as a hunter. Dae Sung, who seems too much in the ear, still asks if she can't work as a hunter despite what she just said. Cho Jung explains that she lost both her parents to monsters, so she plans to regain her abilities and take revenge on those who created the portals. Chan Ho enters the room, complaining about his friend, but surprisingly sees the hero there. He quickly hands Dae Sung an invitation from the Global Hunters Association. The content of the letter talks about how Dae Sung is invited to a conference, so they can learn from his experience and also gain vital information about the gate. Sho Young reads the boring letter to Dae Sung with all the important details. Chan Ho feels proud of his friend participating in a conference with the best global hunters and wonders if he is also invited. However, our hero warns that he has no intention of going. Chan Ho tells him to think about it and not make such a hasty decision, but Dae Sung tells him that the guys from Hans are not people to mess with. He feels that if they show up while he is out, the whole country will be doomed. The group leader thinks about this, knowing that 5 Class S hunters are still not enough to face the protagonists. After that, he asks how Dae Sung plans to handle the press conference. Dae Sung remembers this and looks at Cho Jung while stating that he has a plan. The poor girl starts sweating like a river because she has no idea what this crazy guy is planning. At the press conference venue, reporters crowd the room and are quickly flashing their cameras to not miss any details. Cho Jung opens the conference and hands the microphone to Chan Ho to give a detailed briefing while the clan leader Dae Sung introduces himself. The camera flashes continue to fire in his face. After his report, Cho Jung tells the reporters to raise their hands if they have any questions. When they raise their hands, she chooses the reporter in the front row. The lady introduces herself as Lee Jimin and proceeds to ask our hero. Dae Sung approaches the podium, and Jimin asks if he knows any information about the gate, considering he told his family not to evacuate. He tells her that he had no prior knowledge of the gate but boasts that he is powerful enough to stop any gate that appears. The reporters are all intrigued by this, but Chan Ho is afraid that his friend does not know how to choose his words wisely. A second reporter is chosen, and the guy wants to know what kind of enemy Dae Sung faced at the gate, since it was said that there were no monsters. The protagonist tells the guy that he fought against a very strong eye, but the reporter is confused by his words. Dae Sung quickly rephrases and says that he fought against the enemy in the snow. Chan Ho grabs the microphone and tells the reporter that the identity of the enemy is still confidential, so he will have to wait for the association's announcement. However, this reporter is very persistent. He then asks if there is any loot, to prove that the portal was not really empty. Dae Sung puts his hand inside a dimensional pocket and decides to show everyone what he got inside the portal. He pulls out the crystal and tells them that it is a Class S awakening core. The reporters lose their minds upon hearing this and start running to publish such big news. Mr. Yang, who is also watching the conference from home, is surprised by the massive size of the core. Chan Ho, along with the other ranked hunters, is also perplexed to see the awakening core. Rarin states that it is the first time he sees the item. The scene shows Young Ho and the branch manager, who are speechless while watching the press conference. Also, an uncle is excited to hear this, because he can mock those who said the gate was empty. Dae Sung holds the crystal towards Cho Jung, who looks at him nervously and wonders why the vice leader is pointing at her. Our hero then offers her a chance to return as a hunter. He tells the room that he will test the core immediately. Cho Jung then realizes that the main purpose of the press conference is to use her as a guinea pig. He reveals to her that he told Jun Yang that he would fix her and make her work for him. Cho Jung's hands are shaking nervously, but she quickly accepts the opportunity and promises to return the favor by accepting the crystal. A blinding light fills the room, causing the reporters to shield their eyes. The system window appears and asks if the Demon King would like to register Cho Jung as his servant. He accepts the request, and the crystal fully integrates into Cho Jung's body. After the process, she begins to feel the aura returning to her body, although it is a bit different from what she used to have. The reporters are filled with confusion and astonishment upon seeing that the awakening is real. They begin to try to measure and figure out how much one of the crystals will cost. Chun-ho looks nervously at Cho Jung, who has been reborn as a Class S hunter. He wonders if this is a step forward to make the Dae Sung clan. Chun-ho nervously looks at Cho Jung, who has been reborn as a Class S hunter. He wonders if this is a step forward to make the Dae Sung clan the strongest in the world. At the hospital, the door of Dongchu is filled with sticky notes from the children of the orphanage, who are waiting for him to wake up soon. Inside the room, the children are begging him to wake up. The sister tries to calm them down and prevent them from crying. The door suddenly opens, and she sees Dae Sung. Entering the room, the children quickly recognize our hero and wonder what he is doing there. It seems that the hospital has forgotten its policies as the flood of reporters followed the protagonist to the ward. There he offers Dong Chul something greater than the 400 billion he had requested. Before falling into a coma, the journalists are eager to see what will happen. Jung Sik and Herring enter the room, and Herring tells the reporters to leave. They both approach Dae Sung, who is holding the crystal on Dong Chul's bed. The two hunters are impressed by the immense power of the crystal, and wonder if their friend will come back to life. Our hero then declares that he will show them the rebirth of an S-class hunter in his Hyun's apartment. She is doing her best to revive her scary doll, but things are not going well to save the doll. She needs a stronger means from her master. The magic circle on the floor feeds the doll with power, but it is not enough to bring her back to life. She decides to quickly move and find her master, back at the hospital. The children and the nun are surprised. When the director's body begins to levitate, the system window appears on Dae Sung's face, and he accepts to register Dong Chul as a servant. The director's clothes are torn during the process. As the power courses through his body, the reporters are all flashing their cameras to not miss a moment of this resurrection process. After this, Dae Sung declares that the day's event has come to an end. He quickly teleports out of the room, leaving everyone else perplexed. At that moment, Dong Chul's eyes come to life, and his body falls back onto the bed. He quickly assumes a defensive posture, believing he is still in the middle of his last fight. But his friends end up laughing at him. The director wonders how he is still not dead, and they tell him that he has come back to life. He admits that he feels some changes after being revived as an S-class hunter. He then moves on to the more important subject, asking why he is suddenly naked in Dae Sung's family's apartment. His family is shocked to see his sister at the door. The child from the Fortress clan came to see her master, and brought many gifts with her. However, our hero's mother tells her that her son has gone to work. She looks at the shopping bags, and tells her mother that they are full of expensive shoes. Her mother thinks the gifts are too much, but her sister informs her that it is a way of gratitude, since her son saved her from the illness she had in the process. The girl from the fortress refers to her as godmother, shocking the woman with her statement. On the other hand, her sister is rummaging through the bags and pulls out a pair of limited edition sneakers. She tells her sister how much she really likes them, and even starts referring to the scary girl as her sister. After that, her sister decides to ask a favor from her master's sister. Her sister gets confused and ends up misinterpreting the situation, but her sister explains that it is not what she thinks. The scary servant then tells her, a master's sister, that she needs an object from Dae Sung that has a lot of concentrated demonic energy. She also says that the object is usually found in the men's bathroom, which puts more wrong thoughts in Jisoo's head. Our hero's sister quickly declines and tells the girl to ask for another favor. Her sister interrupts her for a moment and asks her to look at a piece of paper before making any hasty decisions. As soon as Jisoo sees the paper, she realizes it is a ticket to a pop concert that cannot be easily obtained at this moment. Jisoo is struggling between being a good sister and being a loyal fan. Her sister attracts her even more, saying that her favorite member JK is part of her fortress clan. For the girl to go so far, Dae Sung's sister sees how desperately she wants the ticket. With no choice, Jisoo accepts her request. In exchange for getting the ticket for the concert, the two girls start shedding tears of joy, as both of their dreams will soon come true. Her sister assures the spirit of her ugly doll that it can be resurrected and awakened at the fortress clan's headquarters. Don Cheol and Cho Jung are training in the training room, showcasing their newly awakened abilities. The two S-class hunters are giving it their all, and it is a sight to behold. In such a fierce fight, Chan-ho is impressed with the incredible results, and asks Dae Sung if there are still any awakening cores for him to use. However, our hero remembers the guy he must work in the office and not in the field. While watching the two revived hunters, the group leader comments that Dae Sung's clan is now the leading clan in Korea, with these two hunters as members. Regardless of that, Dae Sung feels that their skills are not enough to face the Rance group. The leader of the group continues complaining about how he won't be able to showcase his awakened abilities because there haven't been any gates recently. While watching the hunters train, Dae Sung thinks about improving himself as well. He returns to his family's home, and they welcome him. He wonders why his sister is being so kind, and even says that her eyes resemble those of the monsters in the portal, which disgusts her with his comments, and she storms out in anger. But that doesn't change the fact that he suspects the girl is up to something. He then goes to the shower to wash off the stress of the day. While drying his hair, his sister passes by him silently and opens the bathroom door. Seeing that her brother didn't notice her, she wonders if he really is an S-class hunter. However, he suddenly appears behind her, almost giving the poor girl a heart attack. She screams in fear, and Dae Sung asks why she is entering that bathroom when there is clearly one in her room. She then lies, saying that their mother asked her to clean the house. Dae Sung has no idea what she is talking about, but she slams the door in his face, leaving him perplexed by the situation. While in the bathroom, she tries to catch her breath. In her mind, she regrets doing this to her brother, all because of some pop star group. An idea pops into her head, and she prepares to look for the medium the next day. Her brother and Dae meet at a cafe, and she hands him an envelope, asking her brother's servant to check if the contents are correct. Her brother gets very excited upon seeing the aura emanating from the envelope. Dae tells her that he took everything from the bathroom, so it will be a good amount to use as a medium. She then asks the hunter for the ticket. With the amount of energy her brother is seeing from the envelope, she feels that her doll will be revived with a super awakening. Then she hands the ticket to Dae, who is lost in thought about how she will find JK. The two girls are satisfied with each other's services and continue talking for a while. Moments later, her brother returns home and begins the process of resurrecting her doll Chuck. She invokes the name of the demon god and asks the being to bless her toy with its powers. Meanwhile, the protagonist begins to feel something terrifying. While with Chan Ho, after some time, the doll is imbued with a lot of demonic power, and its eyes finally regain life once again. Her brother looks at her precious doll and is happy to see that it is back. She runs to hug Chuck, but the ugly toy pushes her away with a slap. Chuck starts calling his owner an idiot for taking so long to resurrect him, talking about an ungrateful piece of trash. He begins to stomp on her head and swears that he will stain the world with blood. On the other hand, her brother has no idea why her doll is acting so uncontrollably and stupidly. It's probably something family-related. Anyway, after some time, she manages to dominate the scary toy by piercing it with some spikes. She admits that she didn't discipline Chuck well enough, so now she plans to beat some respect into the spoiled little demon. However, her phone starts vibrating when she receives a call from her master. She gets very excited like a child who just got a candy. Moments later, she appears in the Pantheon along with Dae Sung and Cho Jung. The two revived hunters are confused about how they got there, but her brother looks at his master and asks what kind of diabolical place they will visit this time. Dae Sung informs the two revived hunters that they are very weak. Dae Sung and Cho Jung are left speechless because they know this is true. The protagonist then tells them that they need to level up considerably. He is interrupted by his most annoying servant, who tells him that she has something to show him. She then throws the demonic doll on the floor. Jack is not very happy to be called ugly. But how else would you call this repulsive-looking toy? Her brother then tells her master that the doll is their child. This girl has definitely let her fantasies run wild for too long. As expected, Dae Sung and Cho Jung are left speechless by this, and wonder if our hero and the crazy girl really decided to procreate. To make matters worse, Chuck stands up and refers to Dae Sung as his father. Suddenly, the doll starts running in his direction, but Dae Sung hits the silly thing before it can lay its hands on him. Her brother grabs her child and tries to bring the poor boy back to reality. The protagonist is fed up with the girl and has no idea how she came up with this. Dae Sung and Cho Jung are left speechless by this and wonder if our hero and the crazy girl really decided to procreate. To make matters worse, Chuck stands up and refers to Dae Sung as his father. Suddenly, the doll starts running in his direction, but Dae Sung hits the silly thing before it can lay its hands on him. His river picks up his son and tries to bring the poor boy back to reality. The protagonist is fed up with the girl and has no idea how she came up with this. Bringing the poor boy back to reality, the protagonist is fed up with the girl and has no idea how she made it up. Something so crazy the other two hunters are still speechless about the whole situation with Izung. Quickly changes the subject, saying it's time to increase the power of the Izung clan. He recreates the territory of the Spider Queen, and the landscape shifts to a dense forest. While Dae Sung tries to figure out how they moved so quickly, Cho Jung draws his weapons because he senses enemies around. A system interface then appears to them and says they can check their status through the view, command your river, and the others access it, and see their occupations and statistics. The whole thing is still confusing. Don't show. And he asks Sung if he is a ghost that can travel to different places, if Jung, who feels like the sky in this situation, tells them they are in the Hell Training Center and need to be prepared. Choi Jung stays alert. When suddenly they are approached by a horde of spiders, then Sung tells them they have to survive until the time limit runs out. A wave of energy courses through Don Teal's body, and he can hardly wait to spring into action. The girls also prepare for battle, and our hero signals for everyone to start. The spiders advance and leap directly at the hunters, without a second thought. Meanwhile, Jung Ho is reading the trending topics in the news. He then notices a headline talking about the rebirth of Don Teal and Uncle Jung. The landline emits a warning with a message, saying that the branch manager is requesting the velo. The manager enters the office, and the head of the association asks him what the situation is. The guy then tells the old man that there is an emergency call from the World Hunters Association. They announce they will hold the World Hunters Federation meeting in Korea, and the association wants to invite Isung Jung Ho, then asks for the list of participants, and the branch manager hands it over. The old man is perplexed to hear that the #1 hunter in the world, Aslan Anderson, will be present at the meeting. Not only is Aslan the #1 hunter in the world, Jung Ho also comments that he is the younger brother of the association president in the presidential office. President Lee Pantheon meets with Jung Ho while having a cup of tea. Jung Ho reminds Pantheon that it's been a while since they dissolved his clan. Pantheon tells the old man that being president is much better than his position as president of the association. After the two men catch up, Jung Gro decides to get straight to the point. He informs the president about the letter, stating that the World Hunters Federation will be held in Korea. Pantheon is surprised to hear that such an event will be held in the country without conditions. However, his old friend tells him they need to be discreet about the Rands group for now. He reminds the president how a portal is like a gold mine for the nation. The gates are necessary for the country's economic situation, and if the hetero core dissipates, the country's power supply will collapse. Jung Ho is irritated by Daron's unwillingness to take responsibility. If the Hans group shows up, he feels that the president is overly confident due to his younger brother being Aslan. Besides, Pantheon says that the United States will be monitoring the current situation unofficially. He then asks Chunghiro how they will maintain economic development and the safety of citizens. Chunghiro suggests they prepare the highest class metal. That is our hero. If they have Isung, they won't need to envy nuclear weapons. The president agrees with this plan. What is our hero? If they have Dae Sung, they won't need to envy nuclear weapons. The president agrees with this plan, and says that the protagonist must participate in the Federation Conference as a representative of Korea. The head of the association offers to handle the issue of our hero. The scene shifts to Dae Sung and Chanho, who are discussing the medal offered to our hero. The group leader explains that it is the highest category medal and not something common. However, Dae Sung feels that this will be used as a collar to keep him under control. Therefore, he refuses to attend the conference. Sean informed him that the government is also offering to reduce his taxes and provide him with better pensions. This is a great benefit for our hero, and this offer manages to pique his interest. After hearing that he will receive 30% of the revenue, he agrees to proceed with the conference. Cheo also informs him that they were the first to be informed about the Federation Conference, but Dae Sung has no idea what the conference is really about. The group leader explains that it is basically an event where the world rankings are announced. Dae Sung does not want something so boring, but the medal award ceremony will also take place at the Federation Conference. The idea of going to an event just for a medal makes him even more annoyed after that. Chan asks him where the other hunters are, and Dae Sung says they are currently training at the Infernal Training Center. Hyun is beating up the spiders. She activates an ability to significantly slow it down, allowing Chuck to take on his role as the insane assassin, the crazy doll. She jumps on the spider's back and starts chattering about how they are a bunch of insignificant creatures. At that moment, he pierces the blade through its exoskeleton, leaving the poor creature screaming for help. Cho Jung then appears with her weapons and destroys all the enemies in her path. Her attack pierces through and manages to freeze the spiders in place. Don Teal then advances and delivers the explosive final blow. To decimate the monsters, he uses a magnetic field to gather them, and his lightning strike to deal the fatal blow. He repeats the same combo until all the spiders have been eliminated. After the fight, the director praises Cho Jung's ice attacks, and she returns the favor by talking about how impressive his destructive attacks are. A message from the system appears, and his Rio warns that it is time to defeat the boss spider. Meanwhile, Dae Sung is sadly browsing the portal prices. but they are all sold out. If things continue like this, he will run out of money again. And then an uncle bursts into the room and tells the bald man that the Federation of Hunters Conference will be held in Korea. However, the old fool does not see how this benefits them. The young streamer explains that if they represent themselves as the exclusive loader clan of the Dae Sung clan, they will receive many requests and be able to expand globally. The idea of this makes Dae Sung quite interested in the plan. An uncle also told him that our hero's rank will be announced during the conference, which will certainly attract attention as the loader clan. The old man decides to take advantage of this opportunity and stop lamenting like a defeated person, seeing that Dae Sung agrees with the plan. An uncle then asks him to help film some content during the Federation conference. Layson agrees and decides to talk to Chanho about it. Meanwhile, in Darim's office, he informs his guest that they are holding the Federation conference in Korea as requested. The guest is then revealed to be Bishop Karina, from the Hans group. Karina places a menacing cube on the table, and Darim immediately recognizes it as a portal cube. Karim stands up to leave and tells him to take his organization and hide inside the portal. He turns to her and asks what she plans to do, and as she disappears, she tells Darim that she will do what he truly desires, while her body dissipates. The president of the association hears that he will get involved in population control after this. His presence completely leaves the room, then he goes to his desk to make a call. The person on the line answers, and he tells the guy to gather all the members, because a disaster is about to begin. Later, we see a plane landing at Incheon International Airport. Reporters are gathered around the entrance, waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. Class S hunters from all over the world begin to exit one by one, as they enter the venue. It is the first time that so many high-level hunters are gathered. One of the journalists is saying that their goal is to visit Aslan, who is ranked first among them. Reporters and spectators around begin to fire their cameras as soon as they see Aslan making his appearance. Everyone's attention turns to the entrance doors as they await the arrival of the protagonist. The #1 hunter in the world is not what you expected. The guy is nothing more than a true clown with all that makeup, and it seems that the circus didn't want him either. Regardless, he makes his presence known, and the spotlights are all around him. At our hero's house, his mother can't believe how handsome he looks while adjusting his tie. Dae Sung didn't think his mother would be so excited for the event. Jesus calls his mother and complains about not being able to find the dress that his sister gave him. While his mother goes to help, Dae Sung's phone starts vibrating. He answers the call from Chan Young, who tells him that the car is ready and that he should come down with his mother to the Federation conference venue. The flags around are emblazoned, with the faces of different Class S hunters, including our hero Yong Teo. He begins his broadcast and informs his viewers that he is at the location where the best hunters from around the world are gathered. He promises to give them the best view of the event, more than anyone else can. Inside the venue, the hunters are all seated with their families and waiting to be approached. Our hero is sitting with his mother and Chan Young, but it seems he can hardly wait to go out. One of the hunters dressed in a black suit looks at the protagonist and wonders if he is the Dae Sung he has heard about, a guy from the World Hunter Association. He then goes up on stage and introduces himself as Michael Jang. He then tells everyone that he will be the host for the medal award ceremony, and then welcomes President Pantheon to conduct the medal award ceremony. Dae Sung's family is amazed to see the president, and his sister wonders if Pantheon will personally present the medal to her brother while the crowd applauds. President Young asks Dae Sung to come up on stage, trusting our hero's family to cheer for him and embarrass the poor guy as he approaches the stage. When he gets there, Pantheon formally grants him the medal and asks the hero to protect Korea. Dae Sung is confused, but the president tells him to continue as he has been doing before. After that, both stand up to take photos while the crowd continues to applaud them nonetheless. Dae Sung still feels like he has a dog collar around his neck. On the other hand, his family is very proud of him and the achievement he has accomplished, and an uncle is also shedding tears of joy for some strange reason, and giving his subscribers a good view while our hero returns to his seat. The cameras continue to flash on him, and the applause continues. He is stopped by the strange Aslan, who congratulates him on the award. However, Dae Sung has no idea who the clown is, and asks who he is. Aslan introduces himself in a strange way, making himself seem even stranger. He hopes the protagonist will be impressed. He is stopped by the strange Aslan, who congratulates him on the award. However, Dae Sung has no idea who the clown is, and asks who he is. Aslan introduces himself in a strange way, making him seem even weirder. He hopes the protagonist will be impressed. But Dae Sung just steps back to get away from him when Aslan's wristwatch suddenly starts beeping with a bright red light. The other black-haired hunter urgently stands up and tells Dae Sung that a Class S dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. But it's not just there. All the other hunters are panicking as they receive notifications about S-rank portals appearing in different parts of the world. Yang is completely perplexed by the sudden turn of events as Hong takes the stage and tells him what's happening around the world. Due to this, he suggests stopping the Federation meeting. Dae Sung, who has that determined spirit, seems to be the only calm person in the entire room while lost in his thoughts. He wonders if the Han's group is acting. He enters the Pantheon world, where he is greeted by his fairy. He tells the fairy to open the celestial shop, the golden shop, with exclusive items. Then it manifests before Dae Sung. He quickly buys the diary of the future and begins to write about the events that will happen soon. While writing in the diary, he asks why Korea was excluded from all the places where portals appeared around the world. He wonders if his enemies are trying to avoid him. The scene shifts to the streets of the United States of America. There, the roads are busy, and the citizens are living their peaceful day. Suddenly, a monster appears, causing panic and fear in the eyes of the people around. As the horrendous beast looks at the humans, they quickly start running for their lives. Unfortunately for them, more of these terrifying beasts appear, blocking their escape. The humans pray to God to save their lives, but it seems hopeless as more monsters rain down from the gate in the sky. In the city of Tokyo, destruction and chaos are already occurring. A horde of wolf monsters is seen running through the streets and causing destruction. A hunter leads the monsters to an ambush point where he signals his partner to blow up the location. An explosion occurs, filling the air around with blue smoke. While the beasts are trapped, the hunter dives in and signals for the hunt to begin. Some other hunters dressed in ninja outfits join him and start attacking the monsters. They manage to take down one of the monsters, but a wolf senses where the attacks are coming from and quickly leaps into the air, ricocheting off the buildings and reaching the rooftop. Where the hunters are, a poor man is about to be devoured, but a subordinate appears and uses his sword to annihilate. The beast, the decapitated head of the wolf, flies past the nearly dead hunter while he is still dazed. After that, the young man thanks his captain, Tess, for saving his life. Tetsuka looks at the gate in the sky and is worried, because if the monsters keep coming out, the city will be annihilated. Back in Washington, the city is in ruins, and the hunters are completely defeated. A struggling hunter tries to crawl to safety, but a troll steps on him, crushing his body in the process. While the monster revels in its victory, it is suddenly cut in half by another hunter wielding photon blades. One of them suggests that they retreat and join Aslan to try to counterattack the monsters. The commander then shouts for everyone to return to Philadelphia. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hunters Association, the branch manager is observing all the chaos that is unfolding in different parts of the world. He notes that South Korea has not yet been affected by the multiple fractures in the portals that have appeared everywhere. His assistant then tells him that other countries are requesting help from Korea since they have not been affected by the dilemma. The situation is tight for the manager as he wonders how he will handle things if a portal suddenly appears in Korea. He wonders if sending local hunters is a viable option. He then refers to the lady as Kim Ah-jung and asks how the Class S hunters are doing. He wonders if sending the local hunters is a viable option. He then refers to the lady as Kim Ah-jung and asks how the Class S hunters are doing. At the conference, she tells him that Tetsuka from Japan and Tian Young-wall from China have joined the fight through aircraft. The remaining American and European hunters will soon join the battle. The manager's phone starts ringing, and he sees that Chanho is calling him. When he answers, the clan leader tells him to gather all S-class hunters for a meeting with the clan. Meanwhile, Dae Sung sees Aslan walking down a random street while his country is in crisis. Typical clown behavior, he pulls out his phone to take a picture and says he is in the Hanok village of Bukchon. Two guys passing by notice him and wonder why he isn't helping America at the moment. He turns to them and asks them to take a picture of him. The two guys agree, and he thanks them with a creepy smile. Then the scene shifts to the Dae Sung clan building, and we see all the ranked hunters gathered to hear our hero Dae Sung take the lead, opening the discussion on how they will deal with the group. Hans Chanho does not understand what the hero means by the resurrection of the Titan. The branch manager also wonders if the aliens are the ones who created the fractures of the portals. Dae Sung explains that the gate is an altar in itself, and people are being used as sacrifices in it to confirm everything that has been said. Chansuk asks if the Titan will be resurrected when the number of sacrifices is complete. However, Hareen intervenes, saying they can only help one country at most due to the time it will take to travel. Hanu places a gate cube on the table, showing it to everyone. Dongchu then says that the cube resembles the Absolute Protector. Hanu continues explaining that he did some research on the cube with Dr. Dong Ryuk. During their tests, they managed to turn the cube into a teleportation device capable of traveling between continents. On land, he said that Junyang is currently traveling and placing different cubes in key locations. Don Teo starts complaining like a spoiled child, because he thinks they should be fighting monsters. Instead of attending a meeting, Kareem suggests they move along with the elite hunters from each clan. But Anilo tells her that the teleportation cube still cannot move a large number of people. The branch manager does not see how this helps their situation. However, he is very shocked when Dae Sung says that everyone in the room will move together with him. The man tries to tell him that it will be bad for him if a portal fracture appears in South Korea. The protagonist turns his attention to the system window, showing the details of a skill that allows swapping with a specter basically. Allows him to swap positions between a specter and the caster. The clan leader then remembers how a friend appeared at the research center with a unique ability. Dae Sung explains that he can easily send Chanho to the problematic area and bring him back. With this ability, the hunters are all amazed by it. They cannot believe how powerful this guy is, considering how this issue disrespects both international assistance and domestic security. The branch manager feels that Dae Sung will be able to kill two birds with one stone. He then tells the protagonist to start the operation. Dae Sung prepares to leave with everyone, but is interrupted by Si Oyeon. Instead of saying something important, the annoying boy suggests they think of a cool name for the team, like the Avengers. Horam mocks him for thinking of something so stupid. During an important meeting, Dae Sung decides to answer his servant and tells her to say the name she thought of. She suggests the name Kagatos. Choi Jun remains silent about it, but she thinks it is a cute name. Everyone else remains silent, then Dae Sung agrees with the stupid name, so they can hurry up and leave. The scene shifts to the province of Zandong in China. There, an order to eliminate the threats is issued. Walking through the streets, a group of hunters forms a barricade and prepares to shoot at the monsters on signal. Arrows are launched from the skies and fall upon the beasts. Despite being pierced by arrows, the minotaurs advance until they meet the frontline hunters. The young hunters are nervous to face such terrible beasts. They try to boost their morale, shouting for the monsters to come to them. The battle begins, with hunters being thrown through the air like annoying flies. When a minotaur is about to cut off a soldier's head in front of him, a huntress leaps over their heads and reveals herself. She uses a skill, known as celestial dragon form, to take down a crowd of monsters at once when the dust settles. She tells the warriors to hold strong for their country. The soldiers grab their weapons and follow the leader Sheon at the same time. The order of minotaurs continues to advance against them. Jin Hong is watching the battle from the association headquarters in China, and he wonders if this will be the end of his precious country. The head of the department, known as Jin Long, enters to handle some news. She tells him that Korea will support them with 7 rank S hunters as long as certain conditions are met. From the letter he sees that Korea is requesting possession of all byproducts and cores from the defeated monsters. If the countries meet the request, they will support them immediately at the Korean Association headquarters. The branch manager receives reports about the different countries that accepted their conditions. The man then tells Ah Jung to pass the information to the newly formed K hunters. It seems that the name K cats is too stupid to be used formally in China. The streets are in ruins, and dead hunters can be seen everywhere. The minotaurs manage to massacre most of them, but Young barely remembers that she is still alive, and breathing. They advance towards her, and she prepares with the little strength she has left. Suddenly, the monster is decimated before her eyes, and she sees that the Korean hunters have come to help. Dae Sung looks at the gate and notices the order of monsters that are coming out. Haerin uses her healing abilities on Young Mal, while Changsik rushes past her to face the monsters. She tells the Chinese hunter to take a break and let them handle things. In the meantime, the Korean hunters then begin to showcase their impressive abilities. CEO Yoon uses his skill to turn the ground into a sticky glue, trapping the monsters. Choi Jung uses his magic bullets to freeze the minotaurs. As well, while Chun Sik cuts them down with his blades, Dong Shu enters with his storm of lightning and completely destroys the beasts with his overwhelming power of destruction. With most of the monsters defeated, Ranu uses his robot spiders to collect the hetero cores and place them in a container. With this, they can resolve the supply of hetero cores, acquiring them on site. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind him, and he sees the Class S Minotaur Ugnos. The huge flames and the threatening aura of the monster are enough to intimidate Chan Sik and Dong Chu. Ugnos slams his axe into the ground, causing a trail of fire towards the two hunters. Raren then, he raises his shield to protect everyone from the attack. The two hunters thank her because they would have turned to ashes if they hadn't reacted quickly. Erina then tells them to prepare for an attack. However, Young Mal barely suggests that they retreat, because the beast is responsible for eliminating their entire unit. The Chinese hunter is shocked to see our hero arrive ready to face the monster alone. Dae Sung mocks the Minotaur, leaving Young Mal even more impressed. In the blink of an eye, he rushes towards the monster and uses his flames to attack. Ugnos easily absorbs the flames and tells Dae Sung that his fire attacks are useless. In an instant, he pushes the protagonist away with a slap. Throwing him against a nearby building, the beast boasts of being the ruler of the demonic beasts and calls our hero an insect. Insignificant, Cho Jung tries to help by firing her magical bullets, but the bullets cannot pass through the flames, a cold fear enveloping her. Falling asleep upon realizing that her attacks are useless, the monster continues its assault. But Dae Sung transports himself and the beast to a different location. Dongchu explains what happened to Chan Sik, who is completely perplexed. Agnes is now in a foreign land with the Demon King. The system window then shows that the Demon King can now unleash all his mana there. Dae Sung does not understand how an enemy does so, straining so much that with a single swing of his sword, he releases a black flame that shakes the very foundations of the place. Hugo is completely disintegrated by these flames that he cannot absorb. After the battle, the Demon King acquires an S-class hetero core. The system then tells him to eliminate the collector who is gathering souls at the altar. While looking at the screen, the protagonist wonders if he needs to spend all his points to unlock the demon god before the Titan revives. Meanwhile, at the fracture of the gate, one of the Chinese hunters seems to be the one collecting the souls. He claims this is his first time and believes he will gain eternal life. After completing the process, a blade is suddenly plunged into his chest by our hero, who then asks the taker what he expects to gain. In his last moments, he asks the Titan to accept the sacrifice. Dae Sung feels something powerful and quickly takes a step back. He then sees a giant hand emerging from the gate to grab the offerings. Dae Sung suddenly finds himself in a completely dark space. The Titan's hand grabs the soul offerings and disappears into the darkness. The protagonist wants to talk to the Titan, so he cuts through the space next to the collector. But he is shocked to see that his attacks have no effect. The Titan's hand reveals itself once again and grants power to the Chinese merchant. After the receiver receives the powers, and the offering tray falls to the ground, our hero finds himself back in the city. He wonders if the domains have been swapped. When the Titan received the offering, however, he sees that the merchant has transformed into a being, supernatural. The guy then refers to himself as a fragment of the Titan and calls the protagonist a pathetic worm. The monster lunges to deliver a blow, but Dae Sung instantly dodges before the attack can connect. The Demon King appears beside the monster and pounds the guy's face into the ground, beginning to unleash a series of punches on him to silence him. When he finishes beating the merchant, the poor guy's face looks like a swollen bubble. Despite receiving the beating of his life, the merchant believes that if he dies, he will join the Titan and be resurrected. Dae Sung lifts him by the hair and asks if he plans to return to the Titan. However, he has another fate in mind for such a useless wretch. The merchant suddenly finds himself tied to a table in the Hell's torture chamber. The executioner of the chamber is about to unleash an eternity of torture on the poor boy. Back in the city, Seo Yan and the other hunters meet with the Demon King. Uncle Jung tells him that the situation has been resolved with our hero still alive. Dong Chu proves to Chan Sik why they didn't need to worry about who the true monster is in all this confusion. Young Wall is also surprised to see that Dae Sung dealt with the S-class monster alone. Heron tries to check if our hero has any injuries, but her Hyun tries to pull her away from the only man in her life. After that, Dae Sung addresses everyone, saying that he will take care of the portal boss while the rest of them will focus on rescuing the hunters. The hunters do not believe what they hear and wonder if he really plans to face the boss. Alone, on the other hand, the protagonist is determined to prevent the resurrection of the Titan. Later, we see Yanshu talking to his viewers, and he says he has great news for them while clicking with the mouse. He reveals that it is significant information he obtained from the Isung clan. He then uploads the battle footage from China. The viewers are all surprised. He tells them that the hunters are a newly formed group created to assist other countries. Yanshu also informs them that he obtained all this information from Chan Ho. He then comes across a news channel. The channel talks about how the key hunters cleared the portals in China and India. According to the news channel, the group is on their way to Europe. The scene then shifts to the dark shelter located within a portal. Military troops are on the scene organizing. Aslan passes through the portal and is greeted by some soldiers. One of the men approaches him and asks about the location of his brother. Inside one of the tents, a masked party is happening with the association members. A soldier goes to inform Darren about his brother's presence. This surprises him. Aslan is enjoying a glass of wine while detesting the appearance of the horrible dimension he finds himself in. Darren approaches his brother, and the world's #1 hunter tells him that they will be in trouble if they don't leave soon. He then asks his younger brother to explain. In the city of Tokyo, everything is a mess and in ruins. Dead hunters can be seen buried among the rubble of the destroyed buildings. Tetsuya and his combat unit are trying to hold the last line of defense against the monsters. He orders the vanguard to maintain the rear, while all others retreat to the third line of defense. The hunters move quickly, as they carry their injured comrades to safety. The captain holds his position, ready to give his life for his companions, and the rest have no choice but to leave their captain behind. Later, Karina approaches the high priest, and tells him that the altar they built is collapsing rapidly, and that the Demon King is on the move. Remy's eyes turn furious upon hearing about the Demon King. The bishop also tells her that the dimensional altar has been transformed into a spatial teleportation altar. The high priest then tells her to send the southern bishop, Unlucky, to the dimensional altar that has not collapsed to buy time for the Titan. Meanwhile, back in Tokyo, the Japanese hunters are desperately running for their lives. A huntress carrying her injured companion falls into great despair when she sees a portal appear in front of her. Fortunately, the Korean hunters appear but seem to be suffering from severe motion sickness. I guess teleportation is not a smooth journey. Seo Hyun has completely lost her mind, and Cho Jung is trying to tell her to calm down. While everyone tries to calm down, Dae Sung is the only one unaffected. He wonders if he should make a new automatic hunting deck after seeing how weak his fellow hunters are. On the other hand, the Japanese huntress is surprised to see our hero and his subordinates. She then receives news through her earpiece saying that the Korean hunters will provide support through the teleportation portal. She runs to Dae Sung and humbly asks him to save her captain. However, she is speaking in Japanese, so the protagonist does not understand her. Seo Hyun translates her words for him and tells him to turn on the translation device. After receiving the request, our hero quickly teleports to find Tetsuka, his Ryo. While everyone tries to calm down, Dae Sung is the only one unaffected. He wonders if he should make a new hunting deck, automatic, after seeing how weak his fellow hunters are. On the other hand, the Japanese huntress is surprised to see our hero and his subordinates. She then receives news through her earpiece saying that the Korean hunters will provide support through the teleportation portal. She runs to Dae Sung and humbly asks him to save her captain. However, she is speaking in Japanese. Then the protagonist does not understand her. Hyun translates the words for him and tells him to turn on the translation device. After receiving the request, our hero quickly teleports to find Tetsuka, his Ryo. Then she holds the girl that Dae Sung is strong and will be able to save her captain with tears streaming down her eyes. The girl humbly thanks on the battlefield. A poor hunter is caught in the jaws of a wolf beast and is devoured in seconds. Tetsu is completely exhausted because his aura has been significantly depleted. He tries to control his breathing while awaiting his end. The monsters approach him and prepare to make him a meal. When the hunter closes his eyes and accepts defeat, the beasts rush to devour him. In a swift turn of events, their heads are suddenly ripped from their bodies. Tetsuka is left speechless, seeing Dae Sung standing over him. With an intimidating aura, however, he seems quite scared seeing the Demon King. Our hero asks if he is okay, but the hunter's translation device is broken, so he doesn't understand a word being said. He then sees something dangerous and shouts to Dae Sung to be careful. The protagonist turns and sees a train flying directly towards them. It collides and causes a huge explosion upon impact. But Dae Sung and Tetsuka are completely fine. However, a green ball emerges from the smoke and flies straight towards the protagonist. Our protagonist bats the green ball away into the sky. The ball unfolds and reveals to be the Southern Bishop. The protagonist quickly realizes that the enemy is from another world. He launches upward to attack the bishop, who is also ready to strike. The two fighters collide, causing a massive explosion in the sky. Tetsuka protects himself from the smoke, and when he opens his eyes he can't believe that both fighters are completely unharmed. The protagonist admits that Azar is a formidable rival. The bishop enlarges the size of his head and sharp teeth, while talking about how much he wants to eat and drink. What a repulsive glutton. The protagonist tries to shift to a different domain, but it is impossible due to the bishop's crazy calories. While Dae Sung is still dazed by this, the bishop devours his body and swallows him whole. In a desperate situation, Tetsuka is confused about what action to take. Azar looks at him and shoots a beam from his mouth, but he misses the target, because he is trying to contain our hero. At the same time, the huntress we saw earlier rushes to the scene in search of Tetsuka. She shouts his name for a while until he calls her from behind. Tetsu is enjoying a can of soda while telling the girl, Masaki, that he made sure to pay for it. He then reports to the other hunters, and his Hyun can't believe that his master was eaten. The captain is unsure if Dae Sung is still alive or dead. He confirms to Hanuk that the bishop, Rans, ate the protagonist and disappeared without a trace. Jack suggests that they split up and search for the bishop, but Aaron says it will be dangerous to do so. However, their Riem is confident. that they don't need to worry about finding him. Darkside Shelter Darren is enjoying a bottle of wine with his brother Aslan. He asks his brother if he is surprised by the S-Class core, but Darren is not impressed. The president tells his brother that he does not understand. Truly the power of the aliens, Rands, he is sure that not even Dae Sung will be able to stop them from what they have decided to do. Aslan then gets up to leave and reminds his brother that he warned him, but Darren assures him that there is nothing to worry about, because his plans will be realized back in Tokyo. Their Riem brings the doll Chuck, who is not very happy for being summoned by his mistress. She tells the ugly toy that his father has disappeared, but Chuck remains unfazed. Even Chansik and Dawn, Uncle cannot stand the annoying attitude of the ugly thing. However, Chuck wonders who would be crazy enough to kidnap the Demon King. He suddenly turns around after feeling the protagonist's rage. The hunters can see or feel anything. Then Chuck points them in the direction of our hero. Ranu asks what is there, and Tetsuka says it is Mount Food. The hunters climb the mountain until they reach the top. There, Chuck uses the tip for a hole, where he feels the anger of the Demon King. To his surprise, the ugly doll jumps without hesitation. The others are very afraid to jump because they cannot see the end, but Tetsuka wonders why such a crater is on the mountain. Uncle Young then fires a flare gun that the other three hunters notice in Azar's stomach. The protagonist tries to use his movement skills, but they seem to be sealed. The stomach acids slowly begin to enter, worsening his condition. He releases a large wave of mana to push away the acid and protect himself. Meanwhile, the Bishop of the South is meditating and trying to suppress our hero's powers. The doll then finds the bishop lost in meditation. Chuck and Don Teal contemplate who should go first and deliver the first blow, however. Chuck rushes in like a fool, drawing the bishop's attention. Despite all his efforts to stab the bishop, he cannot cause a single scratch on him. Realizing that he is a cursed doll, Donk quickly pulls Chuck out of there, while Chunk Sick attacks with lightning speed. Unfortunately, they see that both attacks were ineffective against the bishop. The bishop rises to fight them, but whatever the Demon King is doing inside him makes him want to vomit. When he vomits, a bunch of fireballs comes out of his mouth while the hunters flee. Don Teal notices that the attack is similar to the aura skill of number 5 to get it. Dae Sung, when the explosion happens, Chun Sik infiltrates to deliver a fatal blow to the bishop, but Azar opens his mouth to swallow the hunter just before the best hunter is devoured. Don Teal saves him just in time when the two hunters are out of the way. Cho Jung appears and starts firing his magic bullets as the bullets begin to freeze Azar's feet. Don Chu returns with his lightning powers and delivers a fatal attack on the bishop. However, this causes the bishop to open his mouth and start spitting acid before the acid hits them. Harim appears with her shield and protects them. While she is protecting everyone, her Rio runs to attack. They try to call her back, but she is determined to rescue her master. She pierces the head of her voodoo doll in an attempt to instantly kill the bishop, but the system informs that the skill will be replaced by a called fainting. If the target soul is too large, the attack manages to hit Azar, causing him great pain before fainting. The hunters are surprised that their Hyun managed to achieve such a feat. With a single blow, even she is surprised that her skill actually worked, which means that this clueless girl went out without a solid plan. Down there in Philadelphia, the citizens are acting like zombies for no apparent reason. The monsters from the gate are just passing by them without attacking. One of the monsters asks the chief why they are not attacking the humans. The chief tells him that the Titan prefers the souls of pure warriors. Looking closer, we see some strings being connected to the humans, and controlling them like puppets, the humans begin to act more possessed as they run towards the monsters. The trolls start to push the humans away, and the chief monster finds all of this ridiculous. A human clings to a monster and the beast sees that the whole body of the guy is on fire. The poor guy could use a cold shower, but suddenly explodes into pieces. The chief then orders his soldiers to find the person controlling the humans. More explosions continue to erupt, killing some of the monsters in the process. On top of one of the buildings, we see that Aslan is the culprit, who is controlling the people. The chief sees the hunter, and jumps to the roof to deal with him. The monster vows to kill Aslan, but the hunter uses his ability to control the troll's mind. In a fraction of a second, the monster becomes one of Aslan's puppets. The hunter then orders him to go and kill his comrades back to the crater of Mount Food. The Korean hunters are not sure if Azar is dead. Don't you? Chansik tells Hyun to ask since it was her who attacked the bishop. She then tells them that the bishop just fainted and is not dead. They go crazy when Chuck climbs on top of Azar and opens his mouth. The doll tells them that Dae Sung is definitely inside the bishop's belly. So Rio wonders what the ugly toy will do when it gets down there. On the other hand, Ranu hands something to the doll before it enters the belly when Azar wakes up. He finds himself tightly bound with iron chains. He swears to kill and struggles to free himself from the chains. However, Tianxi prepares to attack the bubble. A teleportation gate suddenly appears in front of them, and so Rio is happy to see it. The protagonist suddenly steps out of the portal with Chucky and congratulates them for saving him. Without delay, Dae Sung tells everyone to jump. He throws Chucky into the air and starts to flee. The hunters are completely confused considering that the strongest among them is fleeing. They quickly begin to flee as well. But Donshu doesn't know why our hero hasn't jumped yet. Azar suddenly appears behind them and breaks the chains that were used to bind him. Dae Sung then tells the boy from the fortress clan to restrain the bishop. So Hyun manages to react quickly enough and retreats. She takes out her voodoo doll and makes the ground around the bishop turn into quicksand. Azar begins to sink slowly, but tells the hunters that they cannot escape from him. Tetsuka reaches 1,100. He asks why he is fleeing without fighting. Dae Sung then tells him that they will be dead if they fight inside the crater. As Azar sinks further into the sand, he extends his giant hand to grab the hunters. A bright light is seen from the top of the crater, and our hero then emerges with his spectral dragon. At the last moment, an explosion occurs behind them, but the hunters are safe and manage to escape in time. The dragon takes them to a safe place while the Demon King jumps back to the top of the mountain. Seoryo calls his master, but he lands on the ground and commands the bishop to reveal himself. Azar's giant hand breaks through the ground, followed by his large, ugly face. The Demon King quickly realizes that the large figure in front of him is the true form of the bishop. Azai emerges from the crater, and he is 1,000 times bigger than our hero. I guess all those calories finally took effect. The other hunters are perplexed to see the giant bishop, and wonder if it is the same enemy they fought moments ago. Captain Tetsuka is quite worried about this, saying that he needs to quickly inform their headquarters. Meanwhile, the Demon King releases a large wave of mana and rises to the skies to face his enemy. He manages to move stealthily under the cover of the clouds, making it difficult for the bishop to locate him. At the headquarters of the Japanese Hunters Association, Shinty becomes very anxious and scared when he sees the giant bishop on the screen. His assistant then tells him that Tetsuka sent news about Dae Sung being in combat with the giant monster. Back at Mount Fudge, Dae Sung attacks the bishop with a huge wave of black flames from his sword. However, Azar opens his mouth and uses the power of gluttony to swallow the attack. Meanwhile, the Demon King's dragon is circling above them. Dae Sung then tells the bishop to try to eat his next attack. The dragon charges an attack and fires a mana beam cannon at the enemy. The beam manages to pierce Azar's arm, causing him a lot of pain. The other hunters do their best to hold tightly onto the dragon while he attacks. Eventually, Azar's body swells and explodes into pieces as the bishop finally succumbs to his appetite. The system window appears with a message showing that the bishop has been defeated, and the Demon King has acquired the ability of gluttony. With the points he gained, he can now unlock the transformation into demon god. However, Azar opens his mouth and uses the power of gluttony to swallow the attack. Meanwhile, the dragon of the Demon King is circling above them. Dae Sung then tells the bishop to try to eat his next attack. The dragon charges an attack and fires a mana beam cannon at the enemy. The beam manages to pierce Azar's arm, causing him a lot of pain. The other hunters do their best to hold firmly onto the dragon while he attacks eventually. Azar's body swells and explodes into pieces as the bishop finally succumbs to his appetite. The system window appears with a message showing that the bishop has been defeated, and the Demon King has acquired the ability of gluttony. With the points he gained, he can now unlock the transformation into demon god. Our hero looks at the screen to see all the shining rewards he received while accessing the Pantheon. Remy witnesses the first heartbeat of the Ghost. Titan, a gigantic womb with a huge fetus, is in front of the high priest in the dead plains of another dimension. The priest notes that the Titan's heartbeats are getting very fast. He sees the spirit of misfortune appear and merge with the Titan, making the giant baby's eyes come to life. As the dust settles over Mount Food, Tetsuka finds it hard to believe that the battle is really over. Rarely then asks his Hyun where his master went, and it seems that the child forgot to tell them that he went to check on some things in the Pantheon. She then tells everyone to have fun, until the protagonist returns. However, Tetsuka offers to serve them with the best facilities and services. Don Shu takes the opportunity to ask if the fountain has more nearby. While Dae Sung examines the items in the Pantheon, he decides to sell all unused items, and hetero cores after that. He moves all his conquest points to the implementation rate, but cannot reach 100% complete. He feels that he will be able to achieve full implementation if he faces one more bishop. Dae Sung then organizes a video call with Chan Yol. The clan leader congratulates him for dealing with the bishop, and the Demon King asks where they should go. Next, he tells Dae Sung that the World Hunter Association has started dispatching hunters on a large scale, so he and his team can return to Korea. However, our hero wonders where these guys were, and even Tainho finds their sudden movement suspicious. Dae Sung thinks it's crazy for the association to try to protect the facilities instead of the citizens. After that, he asks the clan leader what the members of his team are doing at the moment. The scene shifts to a resort with hot springs, where the grimaces are relaxing and finally taking a break. Chungsik wonders why. Ranu is still wearing the mask, and the guy decides to take it off. They are completely amazed by Ranu's beautiful appearance. Without the mask, he looks more handsome than most girls. Hanu said he doesn't like his face much, and that's why he wears a mask. On the other side, among the girls, So and Won are enjoying a nice bath when Cho Jung asks what her master is planning in the Pantheon. Rarinha then asks what the Pantheon is after all. The boy from the fortress tells her that it is the secret base of the Esung clan. Uncle Jung explains that it is also a training center for subspace. So-in continues to tease Herring, saying that they are no longer opponents because she unlocked a secret move. During the last fight, Uncle Jung tries to warn her that it will be dangerous to use abilities there, but the young girl is a carefree, reckless, herself then unleashes her final blow, leaving the girls perplexed. Meanwhile, one attendant is taking our hero to the men's bath. Upon entering the locker room, his servant doll appears. The girls suddenly find themselves in the same hot spring bath as the protagonist. A month later, Hongo is invited to a news channel to give details about the situation of the portal fracture incident. Hongo then introduces himself and begins to explain that the incident is finally entering a recovery phase. The interviewer asks him about his thoughts regarding the damages that other countries suffered due to Korea's delayed response to help them. However, Hongo tells the subject that he did not come there for a Q&A program. Meanwhile, a protest has arisen from citizens wanting Aslan out, and for the president of the World Hunter Association to resign. The citizens are all marching through the streets and calling for Aslan's death. News reporters on site are covering the entire event, saying that these protests may not stop anytime soon. A protester is briefly called, and he tells the reporter that he lost his family during the incident, making him see no more use in the World Hunter Association. Darren watches the crowd from his office window and tells Karen that he only gained misfortune from all this. The bishop assures him that Hans keeps his promises. She drops some pellets on the table and calls it the flesh of the Titan. She holds the Darren that if he eats it, he could live forever. The president of the association is amazed to see something so powerful. Karen tells him that the world will soon be transformed into a new one if he wishes to obtain more of the Titan's flesh. She tells him to deal with Dae Sung. Karen then disappears, leaving Darren to think about how he will find our hero back at the Japanese resort. Tetsuka thanks the Kakets once again for being a great support to his country. He and his fellow hunters humbly thank the Korean hunters. With a job well done, the protagonist encourages everyone to eat and have fun, while everyone is enjoying their meals and drinks. Sion asks something inappropriate to his colleagues. Our hero quickly appears to end the conversation and promises to give his stupid servant hellish training. She tries to say it was a mistake, but he quickly disappears with the silly girl. In the clan of the Rice Eaters, the secretary suddenly receives a call from Isunga. Hears talking about the Japan Hunter Association, then decides to answer the woman's call. He introduces himself and starts talking about processing byproducts in Japan when he hangs up the call. The secretary asks if they will go to Japan. Very enthusiastically, the bald man says he will, but tells the woman that she has to stay and protect the office back at Mount Fudge. Ranu tells Emick that there is no teleportation cube because it was probably buried or destroyed. Dae Sung suggests they use his dragon, but Rarin tells him to be normal and use a plane. Shanks also does not feel comfortable riding a dragon, so he tells the protagonist to go alone if he opts for that. Tetsuka arrives with a stylish Toyota to give them a free ride. Most of them rush to get into the car, leaving only Cho Jung. With our hero, she is very worried about her Oyeon, but tells herself that the girl will be fine, unfortunately, for the child of the Fortress clan. She is facing an endless order of monsters. In the Pantheon, later we see Yong Chu broadcasting the moment Tetsuka thanked the Kakets. He shows this to his viewers, who immediately prefer the name K. Cats instead of K Hunters. He starts laughing at how catchy the name is. Then his phone starts ringing. He answers the phone to hear the clan leader of the carriers talking about the request from Japan. Yongchul gets excited to know that the old man will take care of the byproducts, and congratulates him. The old man offers the young streamer the chance to film some content in Japan, and he humbly accepts. The scene shifts to Rameda Airport, where we see many people arriving and departing on different flights. The plane carrying the Kakets is about to take off, and they seem to have the best seats in first class. The protagonist is also with them, and this is his first time flying first class. He sits next to Darren, who starts communicating with him through telepathy. The president introduces himself to the Demon King, who wonders why he is using telepathy. Darren then tells him he has a special proposal, and this piques our hero's interest. He tells the Demon King that the world will soon perish and the new one will be created. While Dae Sung thinks about this, Darren offers him a position as the owner of the new special world. The protagonist is not interested in any of this, which makes the president realize that Dae Sung does not believe him. Darren says he will explain better at the association headquarters, but our hero is still not interested. Dae Sung observes that he has been pretending to be the owner of a destroyed world. The president then stands up from his chair and says that Dae Sung's thoughts are limited to those of a common criminal. However, the Demon King suddenly uses telepathy to communicate, leaving Darren perplexed. He then asks the president if he is on the dark side. Seeing that the protagonist knows too much, Darren ignores his question and leaves. With this, our hero is now certain of the aliens' location. Rands can hardly wait to confront them. Meanwhile, Darren heads to a secret room where his superiors are feasting on the Titan's flesh. They all talk about how it is the best piece of meat they have ever tasted. They see the effects immediately, as the old skin sheds, and younger versions of themselves begin to appear. With this, they realize that the body of immortality is indeed real. However, one of them laments not having been able to eat a piece of the meat. Darren tells him that it is the last batch and requests permission to use the legacy to acquire more meat. The master grants the request but is unhappy to have to answer to old fools. Upon leaving, he vows to deal with them as soon as he obtains the legacy. At the headquarters of the Dae Sung clan, our hero concludes the activities of the Kakats until further notice. Chan thanks them for all their hard work. Just as the protagonist is about to leave his seat, Harim calls for him and asks for permission to use his special training center. Changsik also expresses interest in wanting to use the training center. However, Dae Sung cannot take them to the Pantheon unless they are registered as his servants. He tells them to go home and rest first and that they should contact him a week later. The hunters are excited about this and can hardly wait to use the special center. The clan leader reminds them that each clan must send personnel to deal with byproducts in the Eurasia region. The Dae Sung clan is already sending someone to Japan. Ranu says that the Ocean clan has also moved to China. Uncle Dom is surprised that they are moving so quickly, and Changsik explains how lucrative the business is. Chojung then asks about Soyeon, and Dae Sung says that the girl probably could have gone home if she had defeated the boss in the Pantheon. The scene shifts to a port where containers are being unloaded. Dae Sung is watching his containers being unloaded, and feels that he could make billions with the amount of byproducts he has managed to secure. However, Yantil comes to ask the old man when they will be able to start filming some content. Dae Sung then says that they should go take a picture together. They go to Mount Fuji, where Yantil begins his broadcast. The viewers are really excited about his content. He then tells them that he will explore the mountain to obtain byproducts with Dae Sung. The old man then displays his protective suit to the viewers, saying that it was launched by his clan. He tells them that the suit has a protective function to shield against monster attacks, and the Ancient One realizes how fully present the old man is in his broadcast. But he quickly decides to move to a deeper part of the mountain. The scene shifts to a desolate place in hell, and we see a young Dae Sung fleeing from a monster. He manages to find a hiding place there, and wonders if he has to die and start his long journey again. The Demon King then wakes up from the nightmare and wonders why he is having this kind of dream. We see that he is on a family trip, but for some reason, his brother came along with them. His mother told him to go play in the water like his sister and have fun. Suddenly, some small delinquents approach him and ask if he is Dae Sung. They are shocked to see that he actually is. He tells them to go home and rest first, and that they should contact him a week later. The hunters are excited about this and can hardly wait to use the special center. The clan leader reminds them that each clan has to send personnel to deal with byproducts. In the Eurasia region, the Dae Sung clan is already sending someone to Japan. Ranu says that the Ocean clan has also moved to China. Uncle Dom is surprised that they are moving so fast, and Changsik explains how profitable the business is. Cho Jung then asks about So-yeon, and Dae Sung says that the girl probably could have gone home if she had defeated the boss in the Pantheon. The scene shifts to a port where containers are being unloaded. Dae Sung is watching his containers being unloaded and feels that he could make billions with the amount of byproducts he has obtained. However, Yantil comes to ask the old man when they will be able to start filming some content. Dae Sung then says that they should go take a picture together. They go to Mount Fuji, where Yantil starts his broadcast. The viewers are really excited with his content. He then tells them that he will explore the mountain to obtain byproducts with Dae Sung. The old man then displays his protective suit to the viewers, saying it was launched by his clan. He tells them that the suit has a protective function, to protect against monster attacks, and the Ancient One realizes how present the old man is in his broadcast, but he quickly decides to move to a deeper part of the mountain. The scene shifts to a desolate place in hell, and we see a young Dae Sung fleeing from a monster. He manages to find a hiding place there. He wonders if he has to die and start his long journey again. The Demon King then wakes up from the nightmare and wonders why he is having this kind of dream. We see that he is on a family trip, but for some reason his brother went with them. His mother told him to go play in the water like his sister and have fun. Some small delinquents suddenly approach him and ask if he is Dae Sung. They are shocked to see that he actually is the legendary hero, and they ask to see his incredible dragon. The other people on the beach get very excited and start walking towards our hero. When they hear he is on the beach, the protagonist starts sweating like a faucet as he begins to receive a lot of attention. He remembers that Chang warned him about this and regrets not having followed the leader's words. When everyone gathers around him, he feels confused about what to do. He calls their attention, and they start asking for his autograph. Some people just want to shake his hand, while others make ridiculous requests. Our hero finds it hard to deal with all of this, stating that popularity is like a drug. Back on Mount Food, Dae Sung and the old man are still exploring the deep parts of the Ans mountain. One of their subscribers donates a large sum of money and asks the streamer to go deeper into the cave. More people start donating more money, but Dae Sung tells them he can't go any further. The viewers keep insisting until he gets out of the tight situation. He discovers something and tells Dae Sung to come down quickly. A bright light illuminates the old man's face as he stands in front of a gate cube. He tells Yonggil that they have discovered a gate because of this. One of the viewers donates 100 million won to the subscriber. Thus the boy is now a millionaire. The next day, Harry and Shanks meet in a common training center and not in the special one that Daisy promised them. The doors of the facility open, and they see their fellow hunters approaching. Don Shil tells them to wait because the protagonist will be there soon. His brother offers to summon his master with his doll, in case he is late. At that moment, our hero appears and tells her not to think of anything stupid. After that, he tells everyone that they will start the training session, seeing that it will be difficult to make. Harry and Chansik, his servants. Dae Sung changes the terrain to resemble one of the hell plans. Chansik and Harim are still amazed at how easily our hero can change an area. Cho Jung remembers being in the same area before, and his Yong says this is the place where he had his last training. Harim starts mocking the girl for having been taken there after causing trouble for her master. The MC tells them to cut the conversation, because they will immediately move on to the special training. The girls are quite curious to know what this special training will be. Seeing that they fought against really tough bosses, the protagonist decides to change their training approach. Young Sik admits that it was quite difficult for them to deal with the gate boss. Dae Sung then pulls out a sword and tells them that it will be the target of the training. The hunters are surprised by this, but the protagonist doesn't waste time making the first move. He launches the first attack, causing a huge explosion with his flames. Meanwhile, in an underground blood sanctuary of the aliens, Ran's a portal opens and Dae Sung peeks his head through it. He and an uncle jump out of the portal into the mysterious cave. The young man asks the old man where they are, but he has no idea. It is also too dark for his old eyes to see anything, and an uncle suggests that they should leave quickly because he feels something bad about the place. But the old man tells him they should wait a bit. He assumes they are in a rank F portal, and that he can easily handle the monsters. Suddenly, a large red substance bursts from the ground. Young Till screams when he sees the red and sticky thing sticking to the cave ceiling. Dae Sung tells him to be quiet and that he should stay behind, to be able to escape easily if things get worse. After that, the old man moves forward to investigate the strange phenomenon. When he looks down, he can't believe the horrible sight. A pile of corpses is at the bottom of the hole, and the poor souls beg to be spared. Shocked by what he sees, the old man tells Yonggil that they need to retreat. Immediately when he turns to escape, he bumps into the northern bishop Volks. The bishop demands to know how the man entered the cave, but Dae Sung shouts for Yonggil to quickly flee the scene when the folk turns to confront the streamer. Yonggil runs to the portal gate. The bishop tries to catch him, but an uncle manages to escape successfully. Volks attempts to access the gate, but his hand passes through it, and he realizes it is a dimensional gate. He turns to look for Dae Sung, but the old man has disappeared. The bishop is irritated with the humans, who are giving him a hard time. When Yonggil exits the portal, he tells his viewers that Dae Sung is in serious trouble. He quickly ends the broadcast. Then we see Egg Shanho being interrupted by a phone call. He answers and hears Youngchil whining like a spoiled child. The streamer tells him that the old man is trapped inside the portal and has been captured, causing panic in Egg Shanho. Meanwhile, the hunters are continuing their training. As they fight against the Demon King, Chang Sik's attacks are easily blocked, and Dong Til's punches don't even shake our hero. Choi Jung appears to attack from his blind spot, and Dae Sung admits that she has improved quite a bit. However, it is still not enough to defeat such a great being. The protagonist unleashes his ability, causing a massive explosion where he is. The hunters are thrown far away by this attack, which instills fear in their bodies. Han raises his shield to protect everyone from Dae Sung's deadly flames. The protagonist emerges from the flames and acknowledges the improvement in everyone's teamwork, but says that they still lack the final blow to seal everything. Changsik is frustrated for not being able to defeat him. Despite all efforts, Haran criticizes her river for being useless, but the girl's curse tricks are ineffective against her master. Then the protagonist receives a call from the clan leader and asks the guy what is happening with a worried look. Chanho tells Dae Sung that they urgently need his help. At the Isung clan headquarters, some black vans arrive, and a few soldiers disembark. They quickly form up and await the commander to exit her vehicle. One of the soldiers goes to open the door, and a lady steps out of the vehicle. The scene shifts to the training facilities where the key hunters are. Hyun seems about to explode, so she rushes to the bathroom with an irritated expression. Dae Sung asks, Chan Ho, why the old man from the Gatekeeper's clan is messing with a gate. The clan leader tells him that he has contacted the Korean and Japanese associations, saying they will handle the problem. The Demon King turns to his companions, hunters, and says he will go to Japan for a while. The hunters do not understand what is happening, but Dae Sung turns to leave quickly. He suddenly stops in the middle of the way when he sees some soldiers accompanying a lady. He asks why they are blocking the way. The lady then introduces herself as Seo U-mi, an enforcement officer from the World Hunters Association. She says that the association is investigating the recent incident at the portal and needs him to accompany them as a witness. Irritated by this, the clan leader asks if the order was not issued by the Korean Association. The Demon King deduces that Da ordered these guys to capture him. I correct the way he addresses the president of the association, but he does not care about that. Haran also says that she is not aware of any law enforcement power from the World Hunters Association. I then say that Dae Sung is suspected of being the culprit of the portal incident. However, her words provoke the hunters, and they prepare in case things end in a fight. Zanro also asks the lady to leave calmly, seeing that she is not getting results. I order my subordinates to activate the legacy. Zanro also asks the lady to leave calmly, seeing that he is not getting results. He orders his subordinates to activate the legacy. The soldiers outside receive the order and pull the lever of a giant golden box. A magical seal appears over the entire clan building. Leading the hunters into a panic, they quickly realize they cannot use their aura or gather any power. But our hero remains very calm. It's not that he can't break the seal, but he fears that the building will be destroyed if he does. He asserts that their powers have been sealed, and that if the protagonist follows them calmly, he will be treated well. The Demon King agrees with the condition that she lets the other hunters go. However, he decides to make a call before going with them. He calls his friend who is outside buying ice cream. Daisy laughs on the phone and asks if she has awakened a skill. The girl tells him that her skill is known as summoning, Dae Sung. He then orders her to use the skill immediately. Unfortunately, at the only moment when her Hyun should be useful, she tells her master that she cannot use the skill. She feels that as soon as he appears, he will scold her for having run away, so she begs him to wait a little. The Demon King tries to persuade her to use the skill immediately and promises not to scold her, but this foolish girl ends up hanging up the phone in her master's face. The protagonist becomes completely furious with her stupid actions of his Hyun. After that, he wonders if he is ready to go with them. However, Don Chu and the other hunters refuse to follow her. Harana even says that any action against the hero will be considered a hostile threat. Against the Fortress clan, the soldiers of Ime prepare to fight, but she leaves the decision to the protagonist, decides that there is not much he can do about his precious clan building. As soon as he tries to unleash his ability, he suddenly disappears, leaving the whole room in shock. The others wonder where he went, and Raren realizes that her Rio has finally decided to use his special ability. Ime tells her team to search the area for their fugitive target. While the soldiers move to search, she tells the remaining hunters to stay put until they find the hero. The hunters have no choice but to obey. Meanwhile, President Young Ho receives an official letter from the World Association. He opens the seal and reads the contents of the letter, stating that the association suspects Dae Sung is behind the portal incident, and they are asking the Korean Association to collaborate with them. This is quite shocking for the president, and he thinks that the association has completely lost its mind. Then, he tells his assistant to quickly call Hong. Later, our hero meets his servant in the middle of the city. She offers him an ice cream cone and apologizes for having irritated him. Dae Sung takes the ice cream and starts licking it, but suddenly loses patience with her for not understanding the situation. He quickly steps away and tells her to follow him back to the clan building. The law enforcement team is still searching for him. Guirong appears with his own forces. To confront the association's dogs, they tell him that they are carrying out a mission and ask him not to interfere with their work. However, Guirong is irritated that these lackeys feel confident enough to do as they please. In his country, the soldiers interpret his actions as a threat and prepare for combat. The leader asks the hunter to leave once again, before things get ugly. On the other hand, Guirong orders his troops to prepare for battle. His soldiers draw their energy swords. But Dae Sung appears just as they are about to clash. The execution team sees their target and immediately moves to capture him. However, the protagonist transports himself and the entire enemy team to a different dimension. Guirong is left speechless when the henchmen suddenly disappear without a trace. The execution team finds themselves in a desolate land known as the Cemetery Garden. While trying to figure out where they are, a group of torturers suddenly appears. When the team sees the monsters, they conclude that the protagonist is definitely responsible for the fracture of the gate. The troops rush to attack the monsters, and both sides engage in a fierce confrontation. Spikes emerge from the ground and begin capturing the soldiers one by one, while the troops are getting beaten like never before. They demand that the hero reveal himself. With only one soldier remaining, the Demon King appears. Dae Sung uses his powers to dominate the soul of the poor man. The soldier struggles but quickly succumbs to the Demon King's power. After that, the protagonist teleports back to his clan's building. Guirong is shocked to see him, and asks the hero where the agents went, saying that he kept the soldiers as prisoners to interrogate them. He hears a loud crash and looks up, to see part of his headquarters exploding. Chunsok and Choi Young are seen chasing Yoon In, who is trying to escape, but our hero is only worried about his precious building. This rancor awakens and fires his magical bullets at Yoon In. The lady blocks the bullets, while suddenly getting enveloped in black armor. Chong Sik sneaks up behind her and throws the executor to the ground. When the two hunters land on the ground, they see that Nin has escaped. Chong Sik realizes that the hero is no longer with Guirong, which means he has already started chasing the executor, and Nin speeds through the city to escape, but a cold sweat runs down her spine upon hearing our hero's voice behind her. Dae Sung slaps her neck and sends her rolling on the ground. She finally collides, leaving the hero to deal with her as he pleases, while the armor comes off her body. Dae Sung wonders if he should just hand her over to Kanho so he can quickly go to Japan. Meanwhile, Yantiu is sitting in front of the gate, hoping that the old man hasn't been sent to his creator yet. Unbeknownst to him, Tetsuka and Masaki are keeping an eye on him. The girl thinks they shouldn't leave the young man like this, but her captain tells her there isn't much they can do. Our hero finally appears, and the hunters quickly sense his presence. When Yoon Chul sees Dae Sung, he finally feels there is hope. Dae Sung apologizes for the trouble his carrier caused Tetsuka. On the other hand, Yoon Chul runs to our hero with tears in his eyes. The poor boy begs the hero to save Dae Sung before it's too late. The protagonist tells the guy to drop his pants and explain the situation, and an uncle explains that an alien captured the old man while trying to rescue him. Dae Sung deduces that the aliens are none other than the hounds. Tetsuka then offers to provide support troops, but our hero says that won't be necessary. The protagonist asks the captain to take the streamer away. After that, he heads towards the gate, and an uncle is shocked when the hero disappears, and Tetsuka wonders if he always had stealth abilities. On the other side of the gate, Dae Sung is hiding inside the hole, waiting for someone to come rescue him soon. He is sure that someone will come, if he can hold on for 3 to 4 days. Red Max suddenly bursts his veins out, and the voices begin to haunt the old man's mind. He apologizes for not being able to help, but there is really nothing he can do while the veins stretch. Our hero cuts them and asks, "What the hell is this?" The savior of the old man has finally arrived, but before our hero can help, he is attacked by the northern bishop of Dae Sung, who blocks the attack, but the impact throws him against a wall. Volks is happy to see that it is the protagonist who has appeared. Karen also appears in the cave, and begins to attacking the protagonist. She hits Dae Sung with a powerful beam before landing on the ground as the smoke dissipates, and we see that our young man is not bothered by the attack he just received. Karen tells Volks to perform the summoning, but he says that will limit his movements. The protagonist shakes it off and proceeds to showcase his own abilities. Karen manipulates the red substance in the pit, making the voice in agony scream louder. While the old man suffers from the voices, the bishop realizes that our hero is not affected by them. These actions only make Dae Sung angrier. The protagonist releases his wave of mana, causing the air and ground to tremble violently. The Mercedes, his aura, protects the bishops from the shockwave. They realize how much power the hero has been hiding all this time, with killing intent in his eyes. Dae Sung unleashes a skill to kill them. With a swing of his sword, he causes chaos around him. The bishops are terrified by the overwhelming ability of the Demon King. At the same time, the Titan uterus opens its eyes back at the underground altar. A massive explosion occurs due to the protagonist's attack, and a horde of undead soldiers emerges from the black essence. They begin to attack the bishops. Eren tries to tell him that the low-level minions won't be enough to stop them, but she is truly struggling. The hero tells her to experience what it's like to have her blood sucked and her flesh torn from her body. The bishops are overwhelmed by the large number of undead soldiers, and there is little they can do while the high priest approaches the Titan and says he will have to be absent for a while to deal with the threat that has appeared. The Titan points his finger towards the battle and unleashes a powerful blast at the bishops, significantly enhancing the bishops' powers, allowing them to quickly deal with the undead minions while glorifying their planet. They easily decimate the creatures with their abilities. The bishops grow back to their original sizes as giants. Dae Sung invokes the souls of his servants, including the Ghost King, as the creatures emerge from the ground. The Demon King sends his army to attack the bishops while the troops advance. The Ghost King clashes with Karen. On the other side, the Titan breaks out of his incubator to join the fight. Hamish tells the Titan that he is not yet in the complete phase of his resurrection. However, the Titan ignores him and charges to confront the Demon King. At the same time, the Demon King unleashes his black flames to end the fight, just as the flames are about to decimate the bishops. The Titan quickly grabs it, leaving Dae Sung perplexed as he sees the Titan Volk lift him with a single hand. The giant monster crushes the ground and obliterates all of the Demon King's forces. The destruction is unlike anything ever witnessed before, and Dae Sung screams in fear. While the area around him is being reduced to dust, he manages to survive, but his hiding place has been destroyed. Our hero wonders if his abilities are ineffective against the powerful Titan. He then sees the old man who is screaming for his life. Pathetic Dae Sung quickly moves to save the man, before he meets an untimely end. However, Ekaton notices the foolish old man, who nearly has a heart attack upon seeing the Titan. The protagonist appears in front of his assistant to protect him from Ekaton. He unleashes the breath of the King of Flames from his sword to distract the giant at that moment. He grabs the old man and quickly exits through the gate before the Titan can catch them. After that, the gate closes, and Dae Sung emerges on the other side. With the gate cube in hand, he realizes that the Titan is too much for him to handle at the moment. The scene shifts to the Korean Hunter Association building. There, a flashy car arrives at the gate, and the guards ask to see the person's identification. However, when the windows roll down, the guy is shocked to see who it is. In one of the interrogation rooms, we see Yumi tied up with devices that likely restrict her powers, while Ron sits on the other side of her. While typing something on his laptop, the branch manager, who is observing from the other side, wonders why the execution officer wanted to imprison our hero so desperately. Young rushes into the room to give her urgent news, but when she looks to the other side of the glass, she realizes it's too late. The branch manager is startled. Upon seeing Aslan holding Quinhong on the other side of the glass, the supposed #1 hunter takes a picture and mocks Yumi for being in such a pathetic state. Quinhong is furious at these actions. The agent then asks Aslan if he came to free her. The branch manager bursts into the room and calls Aslan rude while Ron tells the guy to let him go. As his patience is about to run out, Aslan quickly releases him and simultaneously frees Yumi from her bindings. The manager tells the clown that he is disregarding all the necessary procedures to free a prisoner. However, Quinhong, boiling with rage, decides he wants to find out how strong the world's top-ranked hunter is. When he tries to deliver a powerful blow, Yumi also prepares to face him. However, Aslan stops both from destroying the place and tells them to calm down. Quinhong's power completely disappears in an instant, leaving him shocked, and Yumi then says they need to investigate our hero's powers, because it's not something an ordinary person can awaken. Regardless of that honor, she tells him to stop talking nonsense, because Dae Sung is the one who saved everyone. Aslan acknowledges that the protagonist did a good job, and because of that, he suggests that the Korean Association should check Dae Sung's powers. Quinhong tries to object, but the branch manager accepts the conditions. He tells the clown that the association will discuss the matter and give them an answer. Aslan then leaves with his subordinates for now. However, Quinhong is irritated with the branch manager for letting them go so easily. The man asks the hunter if he could have done something against them even if they hadn't been stopped. The situation is also frustrating for him, but he knows there's nothing he can do for now. I praise your soldiers for working hard and tell them to return to base to await their next mission. The soldiers obey my orders and begin to head back to our protagonist. The system is telling him to rest because he has exhausted most of his mana. While assessing the situation, Youngchul celebrates the return of the old Tetsuka. He then approaches Dae Sung and asks him about the portal. Our hero tells the captain that the teleportation cube seems to be malfunctioning and is connected to the main base of Ran's. Fortunately, since he has the cube, the giants will not attack immediately. While Yongchu and Dae Sung thank the Demon King, the old man asks how he can repay the favor. The Demon King says there is no need because he has gained some benefits from the fight. After that, Yongchu asks the protagonist to have a meeting with his fan club. Dae Sung can't believe the kind of silly favor this guy is asking for. The old man explains that the hero's fans have grown all over the world, and meeting him will be beneficial for the clan's image. To his great surprise, Dae Sung agrees to this, and even decides to include all the members of the Kakets. The young streamer can hardly believe how insane this will be at the main base of Ran's. The old man plunges his hands into the death pit and collects the poor souls in agony. He devours their bodies to re-energize and heal himself. After that, Ramisha and the two bishops kneel before him. The high priest apologizes for not being able to provide enough blood. He explains that it is because the Titan was revived too soon. However, the Titan thirsts for more blood. The scene shifts to our hero, who is angry about something. The camera pulls back, and we see that the branch manager is trying to explain what happened. However, the fact that the manager was intimidated by Aslan's power is not enough excuse for the Demon King. After apologizing, the man tells our hero that the association wants to verify his powers. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is ready to rip the man's head off. But the manager has no idea why the World Association is acting strangely. When Dae Sung asks what the association intends to do, the branch manager says they have not reached a conclusion yet. He suggests rejecting the World Association, but Jung explains that the World Hunter Association is pressuring them with the integration license of the hetero core. This is because the technology is being used throughout the energy industry. In simpler terms, she tells him that the World Hunter Association has rights over the technology. With no other choice, Dae Sung agrees to have his powers verified. However, he says he will receive this at his fan meeting. The manager and his assistant are completely confused by Dae Sung's words. Later, in the Mesopotamian ruins in Iraq, a bright light can be seen shining from the depths. Inside, a strange structure known as the Tower of Babel is located. There are also a lot of small robots mining ores within the ruins. Vox is there, supervising the mining process. He holds an ore in his hand, while thinking about how he can neutralize aura powers. The material used in the making of the gate cube is also from Babylon. A random guy approaches him and informs him that the Korean Association will verify Dae Sung's powers. But there is a condition. The guy tells him that he and Yazlan have to participate in the hero's fan meeting. Upon hearing this, the bishop wonders why the hell there is a fan meeting in the first place. Back at Yongchu's house, he is informing his viewers that he has returned from hell. The leader of the Potter clan also joins his stream and greets the subscribers. When the young man looks at the live view count, he can't believe how high the numbers are. As he begins to tell the story, the numbers continue to rise rapidly. He tells them that they only survived thanks to the protagonist. It was on the third day of the old man's capture that our hero appeared. Uncle then passes the word to the old man to tell the viewers what happened at the gate. The old man begins to narrate the horrific vision he saw in the pit. All he could do was watch like a pathetic loser while the poor souls suffered in agony. As he narrates the story, an uncle notices that foreigners have also joined the live stream. The chat room is filled with people complaining about how family members and others have disappeared. The old man continues his story, saying that he endured for a while until the protagonist came to save the day. Complaining about how family members and others have disappeared, the old man continues his story, saying that he endured for now until the protagonist came to save the day. Suddenly, Yongshu receives a call from the hero himself. The Demon King tells the boy to connect the phone's speaker to the microphone. He puts the phone on speaker. He introduces himself to the fans and tells them to ask their questions during the fan meeting, informing them that it will take place at the World Hunters Association building. Before he can finish, the server crashes, interrupting the transmission. The young streamer tells Dae Sung about this, and the Demon King congratulates him on a job well done. The guy starts to cry when he hears the hero call his name. Meanwhile, our hero plans to eliminate the trash at the World Hunters Association before dealing with the aliens. In the World Hunters Association building, the president is in his office with his brother. He turns to the nest, which is also there, and she says that the Babylon ore has been placed on the ground. She holds that even the strongest hunters will be reduced to normal people once the magic circle activates. Aslan asks his brother if he has given up on confining and using the protagonist. However, Darren plans to turn the fan meeting into Dae Sung's funeral in the Hunter's Hall. Jun Young activates a teleportation cube, allowing our hero and his subordinates to pass while Dae Sung is fine. The girls still haven't recovered from the dizziness. Cho Jung meets her former clan leader, who tells her that he is living comfortably thanks to her. He tells our hero that he owes him a lot for taking care of Cho Jung. The man also informs the Demon King that Dr. Dong Hulk is excited about the research on the portal and promises to deliver significant results soon. Aslan then appears and welcomes the protagonist. However, Dae Sung and Jun Young are not very happy to see the clown, while the girls are shocked. Upon seeing the best hunter in the world, the clown starts trying to make conversation, but our hero has no idea what he is talking about. Dae Sung points to Aslan and asks who gave him the right to take his prisoner. Cho Jung is worried that something bad might happen, but Aslan doesn't take it seriously. He tells the Demon King that he is just following the orders of the president of the association. Suddenly, he betrays his brother as the one responsible for everything and asks Dae Sung to take him down. The hunters are surprised by this sudden action. Our hero wonders what this clown is really planning. After that, Aslan leads them to the hotel room, 7 stars that he prepared. The hunters simply watch him in silence as he walks back to the association building. Uni informs Darren that our hero has gone to the hotel room prepared by Aslan. He told her to reinforce security there and investigate who contacts Dae Sung. Regardless of this, she wonders why the president chooses to capture the protagonist during the fan meeting. He tells her that it will be better to have more spectators when they reveal the true identity of the Demon King. On the day of the fan meeting, hundreds of people wanting to see our hero arrive at the venue. Television reporters can also be seen, with their lights and cameras ready to capture every detail of the event as fans rush in. A reporter begins to broadcast what is happening around the Hunter's Hall. She interviews a young man who introduces himself as Harry, and he says he is an A-level hunter from Chicago. He plans to gather information about the aliens during the event to avenge the family members he lost. After this, the reporter ends her broadcast. Backstage in the hall, Dae Sung talks to his subordinates before the event starts, and everyone listens to him in silence. When all the seats in the hall are occupied, an uncle goes up on stage to address the audience. Hopefully, the nervousness doesn't get to him. He gathers courage and introduces himself as the host of the fan meeting event. The whole crowd goes wild, and he starts the meeting with our hero. Some other hunters who did not participate in the meeting are watching the event from their homes, and then an uncle welcomes Dae Sung to the stage. Our hero goes up on stage, along with his Ian and Uncle Young. Dae Sung grabs the microphone and addresses his fans. Suddenly, the lights in the hall go out, leaving the crowd confused. The main stage then lights up, and everyone starts applauding again. But the protagonist is annoyed because the fans won't even let him speak. Cho Jung then tells him that their enemies have started their plan. A door suddenly appears on stage, and a red monster comes out of it. The crowd begins to panic upon seeing this, as the monsters come out in groups. The fans believe that the protagonist is responsible for creating the portal. The hunters among them also cannot use their powers, because of the magic circle. Dae Sung is impressed with his enemies for using such a clever method against him. Through his headset, he communicates with Han Ul and asks him to get rid of the magic circle. The hunter agrees and begins the operation in an underground facility. Minnie is feeding the magic circle with a power core device. She realizes that the energy is being drained and tells one of her men to replace the hetero core pack. As the guy goes to replace it, another person steps away to access the door with a badge. He quickly inserts it into the access point, but when the man notices the spy, it's already too late. The door is open for another group of soldiers who are waiting to ambush the execution unit. The soldiers rush in, and both sides begin to fight each other. The execution officer puts on her black armor to join the fight and protect herself. Rano runs into the room and engages in a fight with the woman. The man uses his athletic skills to try to dominate the Korean hunter, but he manages to block his attacks. The other soldiers try to support Rano, but the woman defeats them with minimal effort. While they are already delaying the Korean hunter, he tells his soldier that they have to deal with the magic circle quickly. The guy then goes to stop the sealing circle. Meanwhile, on stage, the monsters are wreaking havoc everywhere, causing the fans to flee in fear. The magic circle around our hero begins to lose power faster than he expected. He turns to Yun and tells her that the seal has been broken. With that, the little pest is eager to have a lot of fun. She uses her abilities to turn the ground into quicksand, trapping the monsters in the process. While they are trapped, Choi Jung fires her magic bullets at them, which changes the course of the battle. The monsters are in a difficult situation and don't know what to do. The fans then realize that the protagonist is fighting against the monsters, making them believe that he is not the one who opened the gate. They start cheering for him and asking him to massacre all the beasts. Dae Sung pulls out a dagger and decides to warm up a bit with the monsters. On the other hand, Darren is overwhelmed by fear because he doesn't know how his plans have failed. The mime runs to him and says that they lost the sealing device room because of a traitor. After that, they hear the sounds of battle from the other side of the door. We see dead soldiers scattered on the floor and stairs of the building. Don Chu and Chun Sik are the ones who eliminated the soldiers, while searching for the president of the association. Some strands of light appear out of nowhere, but Herring uses his shields to protect his team members. Aslan then reveals himself and pretends that his abilities are not working. Chun Sik decides to confront the clown while the other two go to look for Darren. Before Aslan can finish saying nonsense from his mouth, Chun Sik charges at him. The clown traps the hunter with his aura threads, leaving Chun Sik in a humiliating state. He then pretends that the best hunter in Korea is too strong for him, which is why he lets the other two go. However, Raram and Don, Chill, have no idea what the silly clown is planning. Still, the two hunters take the chance to reach Darren's room. Don Chill attacks the door with his lightning powers, but his attacks are ineffective against the door's barrier. To him, the barrier is similar to the absolute protector. While he tries to break down the door, Raram notices someone behind them inside the office. He tells Darwin that they need to evacuate because they cannot stop the hero. If their powers are not sealed, Darwin decides to escape through the portal cube and come back later to get the Babylon ore. But before he can escape, a sword pierces the door, causing intense fear in the president. The door is knocked down, and they are shocked to see the Demon King before them. Daisy then asks if they find it funny to ruin her meeting with the fans while our hero faces the president. The other three hunters are dealing with Aslan. Chucks uses his aura ability on the clown, but Aslan manages to block with his threads. Despite Chucks' furious slashes, Aslan easily dodges and closes the distance between them. The Korean hunter quickly jumps back to avoid a bad situation for himself. The greatest hunter in the world then recognizes that the #1 hunter in Korea is very strong. John Sik is quickly wearing down because Aslan's power is more than he expected. The clown then reveals that he is actually the second best ranked in the world. Chang Sik wonders what this guy is talking about, but Aslan tells him that he can become #1 if his brother and our hero actually die while fighting each other. After that, they see the group of fans being evacuated by Choi Jung and Sor Hyun. The girls are doing their best to get the civilians to a safe place and prevent them from dying. While the crowd runs for their lives, Aslan watches intently from the building. Darwin praises the protagonist for managing to break the absolute barrier. The Demon King tells him to choose wisely the person he wants to mess with next time, if there is a next time. Anyway, the president doubts that Dae Sung is even human, and feels that he and the aliens Hans are similar. However, the protagonist accuses him of making deals with those very aliens. On the other hand, Darren believes that the Demon King obtained his immense power from the Rands. He tells him that those summoned creatures are under his control. They have the same aura waves as the monsters from the gate. Darren also asks our hero to explain the ominous aura that is emanating from his body. Don Chu and Hahan feel that the Demon King might be in trouble at the moment. Because of this, the director intervenes to confront the president of the association. Darren asks the man to identify himself, and the old man calls himself the #1 hunter in Korea. Don Chu explains that Dae Sung is the best hunter in the entire universe, and says that Darren's eyes are too rotten to see the truth. The president feels that the director is belittling him and calls the old man a trash hunter. Upon hearing this, Don Chu loses his patience. Then Hahan tries to calm him down. Dae Sung steps forward and says that their planet is different from hell, and he knows people like Darren who will only speak the truth after having their lives beaten out of them. He then vows to give the president the beating of a lifetime. Darren activates a skill known as Super Awakened Paladin. He switches to heavy armor while holding a hammer and shield. As the hunters try to protect themselves from the intense light, the president moves to attack the protagonist with his hammer. Dae Sung uses his aura nullification skill to block Darren's attack, leaving the president surprised by his powers. The president is pushed back by pure force. The hero wonders why he is acting so surprised, since he is using an aura skill like an ordinary hunter. He lands a strong blow to the man's face, sending him flying through the walls. Darren falls onto the stage with blood dripping from his nose. He quickly gets up and realizes that he is bleeding. Of course, he is furious about this. Dae Sung then uses a stealth skill, which surprises the president. Darren begins to be hit like a punching bag. Then he puts a barrier around himself. However, the Demon King easily splits the shield, causing the barrier to fall. Dae Sung descends with a final strike of his sword. When Darren tries to block, his hammer is ripped from his hands. When his weapon is pushed away, Dae Sung asks how someone without faith can be a paladin. The president tries to negotiate for his life, but our hero plunges his sword into the man's chest. After that, the Demon King sets him on fire like a roast chicken. The flames continue to burn him until nothing remains of the poor man. With that, Dae Sung acquires a 100% implementation rate and releases the seal of the demon god transformation. A powerful aura is released from his body, making him even more terrifying than he already is. The brilliant aura exits the building and reaches the vast limits of space. His entire body is covered with impressive-looking armor. Dae Sung marvels at his powers and is surprised to have broken the seal after being on Earth for such a short time. After that, he uses his powers to imprison Darren Anderson's soul. With his demon god powers, the capacity of his soul prison has increased massively. He then revives Darren's soul, turning the president of the association into his humble servant. Later, a news channel reports the events of the gate fracture in the Hunter's Hall. The reporter then invites Darren to talk about what happened there. The president then said that our hero and his team are the ones who bravely dealt with the portal fracture. The superiors of the World Hunters Association wonder why the president is praising Dae Sung instead of providing the meat he promised them. The three men are interrupted when the door to the room opens, and they are greeted by the protagonist. One of them shouts for their guards to come quickly. Some people rush into the room, and our hero finds himself instantly surrounded by 4 guards. He definitely does not mind their presence, but one of the old fools tells him that each of the guards surpasses an S-rank hunter. Before the guards can react, the Demon King grabs them with chains of fire and incinerates them. Instantly, he then asks the old man if they are done with their insignificant tricks. The men suddenly feel a fear they have never felt before. Moments later, Dae Sung exits the building after killing everyone who was there. He meets his servant Darren and asks. They feel a fear they have never felt before. Moments later, Dae Sung leaves the building after killing everyone who was there. He meets his servant Darren and asks to the guy because there were only 3 men in the room. The president tells him that the guys who ate the Titan's flesh will not return to that place if they find out about the death of their partners. They will do their best to hide, but the Demon King wonders if he should put up more warnings so that the guys can hide well. Suddenly, the building explodes, and Dae Sung comes out with his henchmen. The scene shifts to a bar in a dark alley, and we see Aslan enjoying a glass of wine. He is drinking to drown his sorrows because of how his brother died. The Nest approaches him. He sees that she managed to escape. When she asks about the president, he says that Daran is probably now Dae Sung's puppet. Feeling confused and scared, the lady asks him what they should do. The clown wants to know if she wants revenge or something else. She remembers that Daran took care of her since she was an orphan. However, Aslan tells her to move on. The clown tells her that the protagonist's time is on a different level than theirs, but she finds that hard to believe. When the bar door opens, everyone suddenly faints except for the hunters. Aslan says he has never felt the kind of aura he is sensing. At that moment, a woman dressed in golden bandages approaches and introduces herself as Barakiel, the 3rd ranked in the Celestial Order. Unim's body begins to tremble, and she eventually faints like everyone else. Barakiel finds the behavior of the humans peculiar. According to her, their ambitions extend to the far reaches of the cosmos despite their fragile bodies. Fearing for his life, Aslan asks if the Celestial was sent by Dae Sung. She tells him to stay calm because she is trying to save the planet. However, the fainted bodies in the bar say otherwise. Barakiel then realizes that the planet's source is trying to expel her. Meanwhile, Aslan is struggling to stay on his feet due to her immense pressure. She touches his forehead while talking about the malevolent stars of Hans and the iron prison on Earth. After that, she marks the clown and says they will meet again soon. The scene shifts to the dimension where the Titan Hans is located. He tears off his arm and spreads his blood all over the floor. Suddenly, strange creatures begin to emerge from the blood. In a matter of seconds, the Titan manages to gather a massive army. He tells the minions that he needs more blood and asks Hamish to open the dimensional gate. The High Priest explains that the creatures of the Earth are full of ethereal energy, and if they are destroyed now, it would disrupt their plans. However, this does not concern the Titan, who shouts at Hamish to open the gate. Caught in a critical situation, the High Priest thinks of a way to ensure that the bishops secure those capable of reproducing. He then tells the Titan to be patient because opening the dimensional gate takes time. Hamish turns to the bishops and tells them to prepare the gate. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon dimension, the system shows our hero that he can use Hell's abilities. In the realm, he is also able to create up to 4 apostles. Currently, his servants have gathered with him, but they are not sure why they are there for training. Turning his attention to them, the CEO wonders why his master has a devilish smile on his face. He tells them he will make them 10 times stronger than they already are. The director wonders how the Demon King will do that. Dae Sung then begins to surround them with intense flames, and they do their best to protect themselves. They start to fight as the flames continue to get hotter, but the protagonist tells them to hold on. She can't take it anymore, so she asks her master to stop this madness. However, Dae Sung feels that this is necessary because they only have 72 hours until the Ran's aliens invade. At the Korea Hunters Association, President Jung-ho leaves with his assistant, telling him that the time has come. He heads to a conference room and sits down with the branch manager and some other dignitaries. There, in front of them, an image of Darren, the president of the Chinese Association, is displayed. Wang Wei says that Darren has called for a doomsday meeting, which means he will have to resign from his position. Darren then tells them that he will resign from his position after the meeting. However, the Japanese and European representatives want him to be reinstated. On the other hand, the president of the Russian Association, Mikhail, says that his country will hold those accountable based on the results of the meeting. Jung-ho is irritated because all these guys are playing politics in such a serious situation. He tells them to shut up so that the president can explain the reason for the meeting. Darren thanks the old man for clearing the atmosphere. After that, he informs everyone about the Han's invasion that will occur throughout. He heads to a meeting room and sits down with the branch manager and some other dignitaries. Up front, they display an image of Darren, the president of the Chinese Association. Wang Wei says that Darren has called a doomsday meeting, which means he will have to resign from his position. He tells them that he will resign from his position after the meeting. However, the Japanese and European representatives want him to be reinstated. On the other hand, the president of the Russian Association, Mikhail, says that his country will hold those accountable based on the results of the meeting. Jung-ho is irritated because all these guys are playing politics in such a serious situation. He tells them to shut up so that the president can explain the reason for the meeting. Darren thanks the old man for clearing the environment. After that, he informs everyone about the Han's invasion that will occur throughout the world in 3 days. While some are perplexed by the news, Mikhail asks the president if he will be able to bear the weight of his words. Darana tells them that she obtained this information from Dae Sung and completely trusts her. The president's behavior is new to Jung-ho, and he wonders when the guy changed so much. Even the manager of the Korean branch is convinced that something happened during the meeting with the fans. Wang Wei then asks if Dae Sung is the one who prevented the destruction of Zandong. The other presidents also ask if our hero is the one who saved their various cities. After that, Darana declares the deployment of all resources from the World Hunters Association. He urges the association of each country to prepare for war days later. The streets of the city are filled with numbers. Haran asks Kansik if he is nervous, but he says he is more curious. He feels that war is really about to break out. Unlike her, he then asks her about the situation with the domestic and international teleportation portals. Haran tells him that the portals have been installed in major cities around the world to reduce defensive reach. With this, the hunters will be able to help each other in any way. Changsik still hasn't seen the person who said they would be invaded. He discovers that Darana is on a special operation, then asks about Seoyeon and Donchu. The lady tells him that the guys are on a mission. However, Chansik wonders what our hero is trying to do in a huge school building. The gymnasium is being used as a shelter for civilians. Everyone seems quite nervous as they do not know if this war will be their end. Two guys are talking, and the blonde doesn't understand why everyone is freaking out. He receives a call from his friend Duke, who says he is at home. Duke thinks he is safer at home because he believes the monsters will likely go to a crowded place if they appear. His friend feels he should have done the same, as he is tired of waiting in line to use the bathroom. The fat guy doesn't care what happens to the others as long as he is fine. He then hears his friend shout about the appearance of a portal. Suddenly, we see a crowd of portals appearing in the skies. An aura protector is activated around the city. While the hunters prepare for battle, dark monsters begin to emerge from the portal, and there seems to be no end to them. The city's defenses also charge their aura cannons and prepare to fire at the signal. The cannons launch a devastating beam that destroys the monsters before they can reach the city. When the soldiers see that the cannons are working, they continue firing. However, the monsters eventually begin to land on the ground. Their impact crushes buildings, destroying different parts of the city. Eok, who feels safe at home, encounters one of the Titan's minions. The monster unfolds and prepares to send the fat guy to a better place. With more monsters landing in the city, the hunters quickly spring into action and begin to take them down. When one of them cuts the monster, it turns to its comrades and says that the monsters are easy to defeat. However, these ominous servants begin to combine and grow. This sends a chilling fear down the hunter's spine. He quickly annihilates the subject, causing the others to fear for their lives. At the association headquarters, they can see several portals appearing across the country, and the numbers are not decreasing. One of the staff tells the branch manager that they have formed a defensive line around the shelters and are engaged in battle, but some areas have been left unprotected. Wong also tells the manager that the portals and monsters are rapidly increasing. They are definitely in complete disarray, and the manager has no idea how to get out of this. Back on the battlefield, Harry is buffing Chang-sik's abilities. The hunter activates his ultimate technique and leaps into the air. He manages to decimate some monsters and provokes the rest to face him. He uses a massive taunting skill to keep the attention of most monsters on him. However, Rarinia thinks he is stupid for using the taunt. At that location, the Titan's minions begin to combine until a gigantic monster forms. Chang-sik launches himself at the beast's head, without thinking twice, causing panic in Rarinia. In Beijing, China, the monk hunters, Shaolin are fighting the Titan's minions that appeared in the country. Hope is restored in the eyes of the citizens when they see the hunters battling the monsters. The monk tells them to evacuate quickly because the area is dangerous, but the people are proving to be stubborn, while the monk hunters continue the battle. The minions execute the same combination move, and they transform into a larger monster. The hunters quickly set up a formation to counter the transformation of the monster. However, one of the monks is having difficulty adapting to the formation because of this. The large minion easily manages to attack the hunters. Seeing that the situation has worsened, the citizens finally decide to run for safety, and a rooster then appears to help the troops in Japan. Tetsuka and his fellow ninjas are also dealing with their own part of the battle, using their aura ability. He fires a large number of shurikens at the monsters, defeating many at once. After that, he orders his team to advance as the troops push forward. The monsters, as usual, combine to form a large creature again. This time the minions form an enormous three-headed serpent that attacks them quickly, which the hunters find difficult to avoid. While the troops are being overwhelmed, Tetsuka leaps into the air to take down the beast as he flies towards them. The three heads merge into one. Tetsuka is caught off guard by this and finds himself in a difficult situation. The scene shifts to the Tower Palace at Dae Sung's house, where we see the monsters flying directly towards the people. A combat unit fires at the monsters with their weapons, but the bullets are ineffective. Seconds later, the barrier around the house is destroyed. The civilians are thrown into chaos. Turning to the door, they realize that the parking lot is already filled with monsters. The Viz creatures are causing mayhem, while searching for their next target. Our hero's family is hiding in their apartment, doing their best to remain silent. His mother hopes that her son will appear to save them. Just when one of the monsters is about to break down the door, it is hit by a beam from a summoned specter that protects the family. The specter appears and refers to the monsters as the remnants of the Legion of Chaos. The specter summons the soldiers from the Iron Fortress to massacre all the monsters in the building. The undead soldiers rise from the ground and engage in a fierce battle with the Titan's minions. After dealing with them, the ghost informs the Demon King about the defeat of the monsters. Despite having informed the hunters in advance, Dae Sung is furious with them for failing to handle a single task. He tells the Ghost King to stay where he is until he arrives. Dae Sung plans to deal with the enemies for invading his home and threatening his family. He turns to his servants, who now have horns on their heads and have been transformed into deadly assassins. He opens a portal and joins the fight with the three hunters. After everyone dives in, Chang-sik goes in like Leroy Jenkins and jumps into the portal as well, landing on the other side as if he were auditioning for the next Spider-Man movie. In the background, he is completely shaken to see this terrifying mountain of human bodies piled up like trash in a landfill. But then he realizes he is actually standing on the enormous hand of the Titan, with all of them. He instantly abandons this nightmare situation and runs as if his life depended on it. As soon as he jumps off the hand, the Titan immediately clenches its fist, as if crushing a soda can, smashing every poor soul inside until they turn to pulp, then casually swallows them as if it were a cursed and forbidden raspberry smush. Now fully charged with that human battery power, the giant looks down at the white-haired boy who just stands there frozen in awe as if trying to process a boss fight in nightmare mode. Right at that moment, another portal opens, and even more bodies fall like snacks. Extras for this threatening giant, which makes Chang-sik sweat with stress like crazy, since it really seems there is absolutely nothing he can do that would be useful here. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of falling bodies, our masked ninja makes his dramatic entrance and instantly faces the biggest moment of his life. As he looks around, completely perplexed by the absurdity, Shanks yells at him from below, urgently telling Tetsuka to jump off the cliff before he gets ripped from reality by Thanos. Tetsuka looks back in pure confusion, but then focuses on the enormous monster that is now dragging him and the rest of the poor civilians directly into its mouth without a shred of hesitation. The fearless samurai charges forward and unleashes his divine lightning ability right in the Titan's scaly face, only to watch in disbelief as the beast devours everything as if it were having a breakfast snack. Tetsuka murmurs some high-level curses about his bad luck. Upon realizing that the monster is about to eat him for dessert after the appetizer, suddenly chains wrap around the Titan's arm, causing him to stagger backward. While all this happens, our Demon King appears with his gang. He calls the big guy out for eating like a shameless, obese American, making it clear that this is his last meal, because he is about to wipe everything out with his army of horned apostles. Spotting the Titan in trouble, the High Priest quickly orders his squad of aberrations to eliminate all the so-called sinners. The two ugly demon clowns, Naruto, run straight for the Demon King himself, but the man's aura is so otherworldly that he doesn't even glance at them at that moment. Chu, in Ultra Instinct, cuts through the air and delivers a brutal, crushing punch directly to the face of the first enemy, sending the unfortunate soul flying like a rag doll. This only angers the demoness even more. She unleashes a cruel burst of energy aimed at Chu without hesitation, just before it hits. Chojung springs into action like a guardian, preparing to absorb the full force of the attack while she holds her ground. Monstrous, terrifying eyes begin to materialize in the air around her, locking her in their gaze before she even realizes what is happening. At that moment, some random demon enters the battle, and loudly declares that he has been blessed with the sacred demon eyes by the all-powerful Titan. He swears he is about to unleash hell on everyone. But before he can finish his nonsense, Chuck sneaks up behind him and calmly whispers that it would be a shame if something were to happen to those precious eyes. With a swift motion, the cursed doll climbs onto him and starts violently tearing out the eye he was so proud of, ripping it from its socket mercilessly. Meanwhile, the Titan is furious with Dae Sung for interrupting his lunch in the middle of the battle, vowing to give him the most brutal and agonizing death imaginable. And in the balance, the hero goes beyond and surpasses his mana limit, summoning a dozen flaming chains that whip around the Titan, making it clear that he still has the upper hand. Smiling with the aura of a true demon, the ruler of hell challenges the colossal monster to continue. The Titan roars in frustration and orders all his scattered servants to return to him immediately. Back on the ground, a lurking demon is seconds away from finishing off an office worker, terrified when he suddenly freezes, receiving the Titan's signal and instantly retreats without making another move. Shortly after, the watching hunters realize that all the demons are retreating, returning to hell through swirling portals, and without wasting any time, they begin to eliminate as many as possible, before the rest disappear. When the last of the monsters escapes, the hunters stand there, stunned and confused, trying to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, desperate voices echo through the skies as people scream and cry for their dead families, hoping that somehow they will return. But our boy just stands there in style. Amidst a giant cloud of dust with a deadly serious look, Dae Sung summons his soldiers, and undead warriors begin to rise from the crowd as if it were the Walking Dead. But out of fear, an impressive number of these cold-blooded warriors gather around the battlefield and wait, silently for orders. After that, our hero gives instructions to protect the citizens and guide them to a safe location. But the terrified people scream and curse the undead, who only receive verbal blows and continue on their mission in their boring 9-to-5 jobs. Meanwhile, two white-haired guys approach Daisy and casually greet him as if it were a class reunion. One of them even gives a humble thank you to our guy for saving him. At that moment, our hero suddenly staggers and groans in pain as the Titan thrashes violently against the chains like an enraged patient in a sanatorium trapped in a straitjacket. Looking around, our hero sees how dark everything has become, and tells the duo to focus on saving as many humans as possible. The leader, Tetsuka, tries to argue that it is not possible right now, but our hero insists, saying that these people are clinging to the desperate hope of returning home, just as the scene cuts to crying victims, collapsing around. He closes his eyes as the flash of his time in hell floods his brain again, and the PTSD hits him like a truck, because what he is seeing now reflects all of this very closely. At this moment, the two can only stay there, watching as he is dragged by his memories in silence until Shanks suddenly shouts that Dae Sung must take care of the giant Bremoto. While he takes care of getting all the civilians to safety, Tetsuka immediately understands the message and runs at full speed. After his partner, he decides it's time to focus, as he concentrates on the enormous smoking aberration walking around. Meanwhile, The Titan is still thrashing like an angry child in a harness and gives Dae Sung the ugliest look, promising to never forgive him and swearing to exterminate all of humanity. At all costs, the system suddenly sends a warning, saying that using more power could actually kill him, which makes him wonder if his transformation could fail, and revert if his level drops. While facing the absolute chaos monster in front of him, our hero tells the summoned apostles to go ahead and permanently cancel the life signature of this giant. The trio moves forward, but just before they can reach the Titan, their subordinate bishops appear in front, looking absolutely desperate to be defeated like an iPhone 6. Choi Jung advances with his dagger raised as the two exchange blows at nearly light speed. The wrinkled monster tries to deliver a low blow using its wrinkled spider legs, but Choi Jung stays 2 steps ahead as he dodges and unleashes one of his special moves, Extreme Launch. He drives both daggers into the ground and releases massive sharp ice pillars that break towards the monster, which counterattacks using its extra limbs to crush the stones. While throwing a weak taunt at Sojung at that moment, she accidentally sees the reflection of her dirty face in a broken piece of ice as the girl appears behind her and realizes she is completely fried. Our girl wastes no time and turns the wrinkled old lady into instant ground meat using her daggers, while the monster murmurs something pathetic about Daddy Titan. Before entering permanent sleep mode, a red orb suddenly crosses the air, making the girl pause and wonder if she really defeated the ugly insect, or if things just got worse as the Titan suddenly gains strength and starts thrashing around more intensely. The Demon King quickly realizes that the huge pile of garbage is actually absorbing its own subordinates. Meanwhile, Little Chuck is having a great time, stabbing one of the subordinates non-stop as the guy disappears from existence. Murmuring the same strange phrase about Daddy Titan, the Chaos Titan absorbs another giant sphere full of energy, and screams even louder, threatening to break free from its restraints. Seeing the system notifications, our hero is confused about why the enemy is somehow getting stronger, even though it is being defeated, and wonders if they have some secret trick activated at that moment. Don Cho steals the move from Street Fighter and uses the Hadouken, which tears a hole in another bishop and turns him into an unappetizing donut. Our Demon King has a broom moment when the final bishop also recites the hymn of his Titan father, and the system repeats the obvious again. After being forced to swallow the final energy-filled orb, the Titan screams in pure rage, but still cannot escape the chains, while Dae Sung silently reprimands himself. Even so, not all hope is lost, as 2 shining drops appear in front of Dong Chul, exactly where he defeated the last bishop. His river lowers with his cursed and hypnotized doll, Chuck like a baby attracted to shiny objects. Then the system notification rings and informs that each of the apostles absorbed the flesh of the Chaos Titan and all leveled up, increasing recovery speed beyond total capacity. Our hero immediately begins to ascend to Super Saiyan, emitting a purple aura, while a mischievous smile spreads across his face as he thanks his non-existent gods for this new opportunity given to him, and finally decides to break free. When his new power boost completes, he summons his giant sword and flies straight towards the Titan, bound like a Levi Ackerman made in China, who just stares at our hero with murderous intent since he can't do anything remotely useful. A sudden realization resonates in the nearly empty skull of the giant, making his eyes widen as he wonders if our hero is the ruler of hell. Dae Sung becomes absolutely irritated that the Titan didn't know who it was. Fighting immediately, says some unpleasant words about his mother. The giant tries to use the touch, no jutsu, saying that they share the same destiny and are 2 sides of the same coin, but accidentally reveals hidden information about heaven. Our hero pauses for a moment and questions the Titan about what he means by the Sky Project. The giant reveals that 2 beings as powerful as he are incapable of existing in the same dimension, but if they manage to combine their powers with the power of friendship, then they will be unstoppable, and their kingdom will spread across countless stars and dimensions. Suddenly, a voice calls our hero. He struggles to distance himself from the Titan and casts a severe glance in the direction of the voice. At that moment, in front of the portal, Chunk Sik reports that all the humans have been evacuated. However, our hero has another plan in mind as he smiles and tells Chunk Sik that he should also get out of there. Otherwise, he will be part of the collateral damage. Our hero then refocuses all his attention on the Titan and makes it clear that he has made all the wrong choices and has earned a first-class ticket straight to the City of Beatings, with a beating from him at no cost. At that moment, out of nowhere, portals begin to open around the Titan as his demon soldiers emerge. Flying towards the giant like second-rate superheroes, Dae Sung raises an eyebrow in confusion, clearly intrigued by what is happening, while the Titan continues shouting for his subordinates to regroup as quickly as they can. All the while, he futilely struggles against the chains that still bind him. Dae Sung becomes even more irritated and orders the massive smoking pile of burning trash to stop fighting and accept its fate like a good boy. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he activates one of his signature moves, the Execution Rift, which summons a giant, glowing sword above the Titan, ready to slice him like sushi. Driven by fear and panic, the Titan can barely free his hands. He raises his arms in a weak attempt to block the devastating blow. He screams that he will tear our hero to pieces but fails to stop the attack above him, only becoming even more pathetic. Daisy repeats the same command from before, shouting for him to stop fighting and simply accept his death. At that moment, a system warning appears. It tells our hero to be careful, or the loss of mana will seriously harm his body. The Titan still cannot move an inch, but somehow he holds onto the massive sword while pleading for his henchmen to finally intervene and stop the white-haired devil. He screams for his loyal soldier, Remish, who is stealthily approaching Dae Sung, although the poor guy has no idea that the protagonist comes with built-in plot protection. Still, he tries, and makes a wild swing, letting out a scream with that horrible voice of his. Dae Sung completely disappears from his line of sight, leaving him to hit only the empty air as his staff strikes the ground with a dull thud. Hamis has a true Nani moment, still unaware that he has been outmatched while his Hyun traps him within a magical prison. Summoning his spellbook, he prepares to go after the apostle who just humiliated him. But suddenly, his Bluetooth connection with his arm is cut off, and the limb falls to the ground. It turns out that Dong Shou passed by him like a runaway train and ripped the monster's arm off at high speed. Spinning back, the apostle decides to go for another round and tells the bishop to say his last words before charging directly at him again. Hamish can only think about how beings as powerful as they have been reduced to this by these despicable humans just before falling, victim of the overly common case of sudden head loss syndrome. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Dae Sung pours every last drop of energy into his strike as blood begins to trickle from his nose. The Titan, bleeding from every imaginable hole, struggles to stay upright as his body slowly begins to disintegrate under the pressure. This resistance does not last long, and before the Titan realizes what is happening, the massive sword descends and cuts his arms as if they were made of Swiss cheese. Then it splits his body into two perfect halves that would make even siblings fighting over dessert envious. With nothing more to do, the Titan gives our hero one last bombastic look and swears that one day he will take revenge for catching him off guard. So, when the battle ends, the smoking pile of trash finally dissolves into smoke as Dae Sung simply floats above the calm chaos, proud of his work. Looking at the purple and terrifying skies, he hears the system notify him that he has officially defeated the Titan god, but he only has 1% of his energy left. Completely exhausted, he tries to control his breathing and wonders if it is really over as his armor begins to disintegrate, leaving only the part on his arm intact. A massive, threatening heart-shaped mass floats in front of him, oozing blood, and the system announces that since he defeated the Titan, he is now able to absorb this divine power. Dae Sung licks his lips, realizing how much he needs this energy-packed snack, or he might end up face-first on the ground. But before he can move, a blade suddenly pierces his chest, making his eyes widen in shock. A voice behind him says that, fortunately, a huge, threatening mass in the shape of a heart floats in front of him, oozing blood, and the system announces that since he defeated the Titan, he is now able to absorb this divine power. Dae Sung licks his lips, realizing how much he needs this energy-filled snack or he might end up face down on the ground. But before he can move, a blade suddenly pierces his chest, making his eyes widen in shock. A voice behind him says that, fortunately, they are not too late and arrived on time. While Dae Sung grits his teeth in pure rage and disbelief, he adjusts his teeth and murmurs angrily, demanding to know what the cross-dressing warrior thinks he is doing. The being controlling the warrior praises Dae Sung for taking down the Titan of Chaos and gives a casual pat on his shoulder, but also makes it clear that the powers of chaos are not his to claim. Without waiting for a response, they begin to walk towards the core of the Titan. Like an exaggeratedly dramatic JoJo character, Dae Sung, clearly tired of the nonsense, tells him to stop playing around while gripping the tip of the spear so tightly that it starts to crack in his hand. The system continues to display warnings that pulling it out will almost certainly be fatal, but he doesn't care and continues without hesitation towards the city controlling the crossdresser, warns him not to proceed, explaining that the spear was specifically created to contain beings like him, with no other options in sight. Dae Sung pulls out his sword and charges at the animated warrior, who closes his eyes in disappointment, instead of reacting when Dae Sung attacks his head. The blade is easily stopped in mid-air, while the entity using the useful fingerhold focuses all its energy. Dae Sung demands that the vibrant fighter show his true self, and finally, the disguise disappears, as white smoke swirls around the body, now facing the golden being in front of Dae Sung, narrows his eyes and asks if she is a celestial. She ignores the attitude and begins to monologue like an exaggeratedly dramatic NPC, explaining that Dae Sung may have prolonged the life of her star for now, but it is only a matter of time before another titan of chaos is born. With a wicked smile, she tells him to stay in line and play his role, like a good boy, before slowly disappearing while bidding him farewell and warning him not to do anything stupid until their paths cross again. Dae Sung cursed his terrible luck, frowning as he instinctively brings his hand to his chest and realizes that the spear is gone, leaving a large hole in his shirt. And even more confusion at that moment, his Rio runs up to him calling for his master at full speed. The Gothic girl runs, while catching her breath, and provocatively asks what he did that was naughty with her. Don Chu appears behind her and explains that everyone fainted while training, and somehow woke up in this situation, suddenly having a moment of genius, and realizes that the apostles must lose their memories when they transform. He tells the group that he will update them as soon as they return. Cho Jung then points beyond him and says that something strange is happening behind them, which makes Dae Sung look back in confusion. Back in the city, civilians are lying on the ground while doctors and healers try to help them recover. From the trauma of nearly dying, 2 people thank Harim for healing them, but their moment of peace is interrupted when another portal appears immediately, leaving everyone tense. Some start to panic, thinking that the monsters are invading again, but Harim simply smiles when she realizes who is coming. The dude looks in disbelief, asking if Dae Sung's gang really managed to defeat the Titan. At that moment, our hero and his team step out of the portal, and, radiating pure confidence, the crowd immediately erupts in applause. People rush to congratulate and thank them for their efforts. But even with all the praise, Dae Sung remains silent, lost in thought, wondering if all the disaster could have been avoided somehow. Even after everything that happened, the Demon King is left speechless, even after using all his mental capacity, while staring at the floating book in front of him trying to look smart. He finds it strange that this book has the same name, Pantheon, as his own system, then begins to wonder if there is some kind of connection between them. At that moment, the system displays the book's information and asks if he wants to use it to transport something, or to change the present by sending someone through the dimensions. In exchange for the life of the caster, he understands the first part well, but still has no idea what the second command means, so he checks if the system is really connected to the book or not. The system gives a strange and glitchy response, which only makes him feel more lost than before. Soon after, the book activates on its own and starts flipping through the pages, while shining with an intense light, releasing dramatic lightning as if it were in a music video. It is then that things quickly spiral out of control when a huge, slimy tentacle monster leaps from the book straight towards him at insane speed. Dae Sung raises his arm just in time to block as a red tongue. The giant coils around him like a snake, and a voice from the book asks if Dae Sung is his new master, while he still tries to understand what all of this means. 3 years have passed since the apocalypse, and now everything seems to be returning to normal, with almost no trace left the scene. Then shifts to the United States, where tall buildings and streets congested with traffic fill the view at the auction house. The atmosphere remains calm for now. As a crowd gathers for a special event, the presenter steps onto the stage and tells the packed room that the auction will begin soon, so they better prepare if they want a chance to get some portal orbs. He displays a confident smile and reveals the first item to be auctioned: Class C orbs that can open 10 monster portals, and reminds everyone that only small or medium clans can participate. Reaching for the black box on the table, he pulls out what appears to be a plastic ball, then opens it to read the name inside before announcing the country clan as the lucky chosen and congratulating them for being selected. A slight tremor shakes the room, although no one pays attention, and the announcer prepares to start the next draw. When the shaking worsens and panic spreads through the crowd, as everyone looks around nervously, some people stand up from their seats to leave, thinking that perhaps a fire has started. But at that moment, a guard rushes in and informs the host that someone has stolen all of their spheres. The announcer nearly goes into shock. As sweat trickles down his cheek, the sound of heavy footsteps fills the air as the auction house guards rush towards the noise, with the old man following behind them. Everyone suddenly stops in front of the vault, where they freeze upon seeing an unconscious guard by the door. The announcer wastes no time and shouts for another guard to go and inform President Shan about what just happened. The scene shifts to a huge shopping mall bustling with life and filled with stores selling everything. Dae Sung's sister is outside a clothing store, glued to her phone. As she scrolls the screen without a care, a soft voice suddenly calls her, and the well-dressed doll lifts her eyes from the screen to find a gothic girl dressed in black, who easily deserves a 10. The girl smiles and playfully asks who her sister is trying to impress with her outfit. Her sister immediately turns red and starts fiddling with her hair, while awkwardly stating that she just needed a break after dealing with the Dae Sung. Gates smiles even more, and jokes that she must be trying very hard for her innocent little brother, which leaves her sister flustered like a cornered cat. Dae Sung continues and says it's a shame she hadn't planned to meet him today, since she intended to compliment him, which instantly destroys her poker face. Her sister is stunned as she suddenly realizes that the gothic girl is completely in love with their charming demon king, who doesn't even try to hide it anymore. Her sister isn't sure if what she feels is really love or just admiration, as she remembers that it all started 3 years ago, and that the bond with her master always seemed to have something important missing after that. Her sister raises her hands in total disbelief at her confession that she has secretly had a crush on her brother for so long. She immediately decides that shopping can wait, since there are juicier gossip to deal with. Now she practically demands that they go to Dae Sung. At that moment, which leaves the gothic girl even more confused, the scene shifts to our hero's organization when the elevator dings and a man in a pristine suit steps out with an irritated expression. As he pulls at his tie, he enters a quiet room filled with huge wine bottles and immediately notices Dae Sung passed out on the sofa, enjoying a well-deserved rest like a true king. The suited man reprimands Dae Sung for his lazy attitude and mocks how nice it must be to sleep all day and avoid real work as he reaches out to wake him. Dae Sung instinctively grabs his hand since he doesn't plan to let anyone catch him off guard again. He is still half asleep but manages to sit up when he realizes that the suited man is none other than President Seong, although his mind is still hazy. After expending all his energy, he falls back onto the sofa to sleep a little more, which irritates the president, who questions his careless and carefree attitude. Tianho shifts to a serious tone as he informs Dae Sung that there has been a major incident in North America where all the portal spheres were stolen. Directly from a vault of a secure storage, Dae Sung focuses and asks how many spheres they had sold to North America in the first place. And Tianho begins to list the incredibly large order. Dae Sung raises his eyebrows and questions the decision to sell 7 orbs, from grade S to Alice. But Chanho remembers that it was only because of this agreement that they managed to build their underground hideout. He starts complaining that things are finally starting to get peaceful and calm, but if a portal fracture occurs, they can say goodbye to all that precious peace. Our hero points a finger at him and tells him that all the blame will fall on his shoulders for selling them out, but Chanho retorts that it was his orders in the first place. Dae Sung closes his eyes and pretends to think of a way to recover the stolen orbs, but Chanho questions if that is even possible. At this moment, our hero lets out a deep sigh and admits that there is actually a way to locate them while he finally stands up to show how serious this whole matter really is. The two men suddenly become alert as they realize they are no longer alone, as the two ladies are approaching. Dae Sung seems surprised to have somehow managed to gather Chanho as well, and while waving at him excitedly, she closes the distance without hesitation and intertwines her arm with the chairman, complaining that he has been too busy with work lately and that she really misses him, but Chanho is focused on something else. While calmly telling Dae Sung to relax and take a step back, it is already too late because Dae Sung loses her composure. She demands to know what exactly the two clowns think is happening between them, and Sue boldly admits that she is dating Chanho, who just stands there with an expression that wishes he could disappear from embarrassment, while Dae Sung becomes even more irritated. But his brother confronts him, saying that he has no idea how much the chairman cared for her during his long absence. This only adds fuel to the fire as Dae Sung fumes, and the chairman slyly looks at him and demands to know what the big idea is and why he has been silent without saying a single word, which he instantly tries to cover up. Chanho intervenes and breaks the awkward tension when he calls Dae Sung Appa with a shy robot face, which instantly makes our hero break out in a cold sweat as his eyes seem ready to pop out. The gothic girl explains that it was Dae Sung who told her to call him that for effect, while she blushes even more and looks away. Dae Sung stands there proud and snobbish, and points out that Hyun clearly likes him and tells him to hurry up and give her a proper answer. Now Dae Sung is left speechless and completely frozen, but suddenly a cup falls to the ground with a loud sound, causing everyone to turn towards the noise to see exactly what happened. The culprit is none other than Choi Jung, who apologizes with a serious expression for being clumsy, and Dae Sung is paralyzed in shock upon realizing that a new challenger has officially emerged on the scene after becoming the demon god. Dae Sung now possesses the power to see the thread of causality, along with another strange type of thread through his eyes. Each person seems to have a bright thread tied to their body, shining at different intensities. Dae Sung watches in disbelief as a wild thought crosses his mind that Choi Jung might also be harboring feelings for him. On the other hand, Choi Jung begins to question the same thing and starts to think that perhaps the gothic girl secretly has a crush on her master as well. Dae Sung observes the threads with laser focus and realizes that they have become stronger since the transformation, which now seems to be amplifying their emotions as well. Suddenly, Chanho snaps out of his thoughts when he finally gathers the courage to confirm that what Dae Sung said is true, and admits that he wants to date her. Dae Sung blushes intensely at this, and calls his name softly while trying to hide the rosy mess spreading across her cheeks. Feeling a bit irritated, Dae Sung murmurs that although he doesn't like the idea of them dating, there really is no better option. His gaze intensifies as he focuses on the chairman, and asks if he is really ready to stand by his own words. Chanho gives a firm nod that somehow manages to be convincing, enough for the demon lord to approve of the relationship, which completely surprises the two lovebirds. Dae Sung immediately squeezes her man, and asks her brother if he really meant everything he just said. While the chairman smiles from ear to ear, her brother genuinely thanks him, feeling emotional. Meanwhile, the other two girls just stand there in total silence, not knowing what they should say next. Uncle Young approaches and breaks the awkward moment, going to Disu, congratulating, and the two hold hands like true best friends. Hyun tries to join the moment, leaning in to whisper to Disu about the agreement they made earlier. Although he clearly did not expect Uncle Jung to show up here, Daisy remains irritated, because her beauty sleep was ruined, and the scene for the others to step back, clearly wanting to be alone to deal with whatever the strange business that is happening in another part of the busy city. An ordinary lady is completely devoted to a wild religion sermon. She hands out pamphlets and preaches about her curious faith, claiming that the Divine Mother loves everyone without exception. She keeps repeating the same phrase in a loop like a broken record, while the people passing by start to discuss that this must be one of those new cults that are suddenly popping up out of nowhere. A glowing purple orb appears right in the middle of the street, and it seems like it is going to explode right in front of the traffic. The drivers panic, trying to avoid the luminous object, and one of them brakes sharply as the orb starts to grow even bigger. The NPC starts shouting immediately that it is a monster gate, which makes the situation worse, while someone smarter shouts to call the hunters. At that exact moment, the cult girl throws her pamphlets into the air like confetti and calmly walks towards the orb while pulling an aura as if she is energizing herself. The spectators try to warn her not to do anything stupid, but she simply walks directly up to the huge orb and gently places her hands on it while reciting a prayer to the mother. The unstable orb begins to slowly shrink in response, as if it is listening to her words, and the entire crowd watches in stunned silence, clearly impressed by her powers. While pointing out the obvious fact that the gate is indeed shrinking, eventually the monster portal completely disappears from reality, and the woman claps her hands before returning to promote her cult, loudly claiming that anyone who believes in the mother will receive her infinite blessings. She remains locked in prayer mode, completely ignoring the blaring sirens of the police cars that are quickly arriving and surrounding the area with lights. Flashing elsewhere, a giant bag full of shiny gold bars drops with a thud as Dae Sung orders the book to start eating. Without losing a second, the terrifying monster book unfurls its huge tongue and immediately wraps it around the bag, incredibly expensive as if it were grabbing a snack. Dae Sung simply sighs in defeat and shakes his head, clearly tired of the book's strange obsession with gold. The monster book retorts that it tastes better than the creatures it ate before and wonders why its previous owner didn't give it something so delicious to eat. The human's vibe changes when he gets serious and demands to know where the orb that the book created went. In response, the monster book opens up and flips through its pages at lightning speed, before stopping at the one it needs, sending a flash of light straight to the sky, informing the Demon King that the orb they are looking for is actually somewhere very close to their current location, while Dae Sung is there, radiating pure stylish energy at the headquarters of the World Hunter Association in Daejeon. A small secretary approaches to inform the president that one of the stolen spheres has been activated within the country, which immediately makes him shout and ask why no one informed him of this earlier. The lady informs him that there was no damage to any structure, and the incident is still under investigation, along with last night's incident. Meanwhile, the president finds it interesting and asks if the incident occurred within the management zone, but the secretary quickly clarifies that it actually happened in a civilian area, which makes his eyes widen in surprise, and then he asks if Dae Sung had anything to do with it. He is even more surprised to hear that the culprit was just an ordinary girl claiming to belong to the Church of the Celestial Mother. The president repeats what she said, as if he is trying to understand, and immediately focuses. Meanwhile, in the examination room, the branch manager turns to Kim and asks if the test results of that strange woman are available. Kim responds that the results show absolutely nothing special, and points out that she is just a completely normal person. working as a teacher, the branch manager seems completely perplexed that a civilian like her could overcome a gate without hunter skills. Turns to the manager to inform her that she has full permission to investigate further, to which the manager immediately agrees. Without hesitation, Kim thanks the woman sincerely for helping to save so many civilians, but the woman simply clasps her hands and begins to pray for the Heavenly Mother to bless Kim as well, while using his full name as if she had known him since kindergarten. The manager immediately adjusts her glasses and stays alert, wondering if she accidentally revealed her name while returning to a building that looks like a church. Loud chants echo through the street as the cult's devotees passionately scream the name of the Celestial Mother, one of their leaders spreading the propaganda that peace is temporary and the hunters will soon use their powers to dominate the world. The crowd raises their fists in the air, shouting every possible racial slur against the hunters while cursing the bad luck that turned them into ordinary, powerless humans. The sermon leader calms the audience and assures them that the hammer of justice will soon crush the hunters, while the Celestial Mother will protect them all. She activates the switch in her mind and immediately realizes this is nothing but a typical cult. The same woman from before asks if anyone can feel the power and reassures her that soon she will receive great power, to which she merely nods. Things change drastically when the sermon leader suddenly removes her veil and tells everyone to rise for the sacred celestial chant. Kim's mind goes into full alert as she recognizes the sermon leader as none other than the cult enforcer, Yumi, and realizes she needs to report this immediately. But before she can move, she feels a chilling hand on her shoulder, while the unbalanced woman beside her begins to sing loudly with the crowd, sending shivers down her spine. Before she even has a second to react, something strikes hard at the back of her head, and she falls to the ground, completely unconscious, as the cult worshippers slowly gather around her, still chanting with a terrifying intensity as they call for her to receive the grace of the Celestial Mother. As the chants grow louder, she collapses back into the chair, barely remaining conscious as a horde of mindless zombies completely surrounds her. Just before everything fades to black, a strange voice echoes in her head, telling her to open her mouth wide, because the celestial seed is about to be bestowed upon her, awakening a hidden power that has been dormant within her all along. Later, Kim wakes up with her eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets, completely shocked by what just happened. She immediately starts screaming and thrashing around like a madwoman, convinced that the zombie attack is still happening in real time. Seeing her panic, her subordinate casually asks if she is under the influence of drugs or something like that, which only confuses her further as she looks around and questions how she ended up inside the car with a perplexed expression. The driver responds that it's kind of strange, she doesn't remember, because apparently she left the church alone after saying she wasn't feeling well, while sweat runs down her face. Trying to remember exactly what happened, she squeezes her brain, trying to understand the strange memory, and then suddenly has a flash of inspiration. Without hesitation, she grabs her phone and urgently taps on the screen, dialing the branch manager, Ki Hong. Her voice is firm yet intense. As she reports what she saw, her Umi, one of hers, standing in front as if commanding the place, delivering a full sermon as if she were the main figure in the Church of the Celestial Mother. Rong hears the words and is paralyzed, completely surprised by the idea that an enforcer on his side could be involved in something like this. He asks again, pressing to ensure she is not mistaken about who she saw after that. The scene shifts to the charity building, where a huge cat mascot stands before a crowd of eager children and announces that it's time for gymnastics. The room comes alive as the children cheer and jump excitedly at the chance to exercise and dance with their beloved mascot, a kitten that waves with its huge paws and joins in the excitement. Uncle Don observes the children throwing themselves into the activity with pure energy and joy, and a sister approaches to greet him with a warm smile. She tells him how much it means that he found the time to spend, especially considering how busy he must be. Don chuckles softly and downplays it as if it were nothing, but she gently insists that his support matters more than he probably realizes. She says that the joy in that room wouldn't exist without people like him. He nods and responds that the credit isn't his, because none of this would be possible without his boss, Dae Sung, who funded everything and ensured that the children had a safe and happy place. While the dancer trapped in the catsuit is more of a Fortnite addict in a string of defeats, the sister maintains a soft tone, as she explains how the apocalypse shattered families across the country, with homes destroyed and entire communities annihilated, leaving countless children without peace, and forced to survive on their own. Her story grows more depressing by the second, so Don Teal suddenly remembers that he needs to meet a friend for dinner. Not wanting to linger in sadness, he gives a polite wave and makes a smooth exit, before she can say anything else. On his way out, Don Teal turns and reassures the sister not to worry about doors and surprises appearing soon. He tells her to keep her head up because things will only get better from here on out, especially with people like him watching over. His words carry enough confidence to calm her nerves, even if just a little. Meanwhile, hidden in the rugged mountains of the Land of Freedom is the base of the Dark Society. There, a man resembling Pablo Escobar, with severely botched plastic surgery, reclines in his chair, smoking a cigar while questioning his lackeys about the orbit that went missing nearby. The man with the dragon beard steps forward and says that the orbit came from the Koreans, confirming that it was sent intentionally. Another subordinate interjects, saying they are lucky to be alive, unlike the fools, who actually consumed the flesh of eternal life and paid the price for it. The leader squints through the smoke, declaring that now is their time to strike, especially now that Dae Sung is no longer on their tail. The man with the dragon beard expresses his concern and says, what really surprises him is how the cultists of the Celestial Mother can open and close portals as if it were nothing. He murmurs that doing this without any support from the Chaos Society shouldn't be possible, and yet somehow, they are. Realizing that the cult may just be borrowing a power they barely understand, or worse, being used as unconscious pawns by something greater. The men exchange glances and define a plan, agreeing to continue selling aura robots to the cult in the shadows, using them as the perfect distraction while they work behind the scenes. If they can undermine Dae Sung's influence by provoking chaos through his enemies, then it's a win for their side, no matter how small the movement seems. The scene shifts to a logistics center. At the moment, a sleek white Bugatti drifts around a corner, with its wheels almost leaving the ground before the car stabilizes and tears down the final stretch to its destination. The vehicle stops in style, and Don Teal steps out as if he just walked out of a movie set, smiling while thanking the masked friend for his incredible driving skills. But the masked driver is not amused, and gives him a look asking why he turned him into an unpaid Uber driver, when they should be going out to dinner like normal people. Don Chol ignores this and says they can eat later, but now he has business to resolve before the moment cools down. Another presence manifests, and Dae Sung appears behind them, with that unmistakable aura. Don Chol is curious and asks why the strongest man alive would call him for support, while the masked friend is surprised they were summoned by Dae Sung of all people. Out of nowhere, a glowing green magic book appears and starts flipping its pages at the command of its master. While the shimmering book floats right in front of them, both men are completely blank mentally, freezing with error 404, trying to understand what they are witnessing. A masked cyborg tilts his head and wonders if this thing is just some new artifact that their powerful hero found along the way. Then, without warning, the book speaks directly to its master and reveals that the orb he is hunting is now well within his reach. Upon hearing this, the boy doesn't waste a second and immediately unleashes an explosion, opening a huge hole in the factory wall as if he were Mega Man. Smoke floods the entire place inside as the trio walks through the debris, each step carrying an intimidating presence. Don Chol looks around and questions if blowing up the wall was really necessary, when entering like a normal person would have worked just fine. As they advance, they spot a cardboard box, oddly placed in the middle of nowhere. Don Cheol points to it and asks if all they need to do is grab it and run, but the cyborg takes a battle stance and warns that they will need to deal with the guards first. While all this happens, the hero remains strangely calm and silently observes how odd it is not to detect any real threat of causality linking these enemies. Still, our Giga Chad with spiky hair installs his fingers and cracks his knuckles, looking more than ready to face the wave of NPCs approaching from the other side. A bunch of robots resembling Gus start striking strange Spider-Man poses in a failed attempt to look threatening. The cyborg does not hesitate at all, staring them down as he prepares to unleash his dense and uncontrolled tentacle swords on the unlucky ones in his path. The blue guys charge with blades and hidden weapons emerging from their limbs, rushing in recklessly, but Don Cheol doesn't even blink. He cuts through the first wave, attacking with force and destroying their bodies, using only his boulder-sized biceps that could very well be forged from steel. As machine parts fly in all directions, it finally dawns on the gym athlete with 200 IQ that these are not guys in tight suits, but real robots. Meanwhile, his cyborg companion begins to destroy the bots in an equally relentless manner and is equally disturbed upon realizing they are machines built with advanced technology. Before they can think about it, however, everyone's focus shifts to a masked woman who emerges on the scene and gracefully lands right on top of the box. Her posture makes it obvious that she is not just guarding it but challenging them to try to take it. The woman's gaze cuts attention as she raises a hand, and uses psychic force to shatter one of the nearby robot carcasses, pieces of their armor floating, and uses psychic force to shatter one of the nearby robot carcasses, pieces of their armor floating around, slowly towards her, while the trio watches with surprising patience, just allowing her to prepare as if it were a turn-based game. She completely covers herself in her dismantled armor and mocks, saying that she knew their hero would eventually show up, acting as if everything was part of the script. But instead of meeting her gaze, he is more intrigued by the strong thread of hatred and disgust that emanates from her presence. After that, the lady screams at him that it's time for her to take revenge for all the unpleasant things he did to her in the past. You see, the woman who goes by the name of Mimi was once hopelessly in love with the Walmart version of the Beast Titan. Her mind wanders to a memory where he seemed deeply concerned, but still maintained that warm and comforting smile while gently stroking her head. It was a moment that stayed with her, and in that moment, she swore to protect anything or anyone that stood in the way of her beloved daddy president. Even so, when he truly needed her the most, she was completely paralyzed instead of fighting by his side. She froze and screamed like a scared little girl while he was being torn apart. Her hands never moved to help, and the guilt still burns within her, tired of hearing her complain like a broken loudspeaker and whine like a cursed termite from hell. Don Kyo charges at her with all the strength packed into his fist, determined to silence her once and for all. But the plan fails instantly, when she throws him through the wall with a complete explosion that sends him into what seems to be the fourth dimension. Seeing Don T pass by like a real bullet, the director decides he has had enough and advances with his twin tentacle whips, ready to beat some sense into her that she won't forget in this life or the next. After that, he runs like Naruto, with his whips crackling with magic, and swings them right where she is. But she casually jumps into the air, does a few backflips, and strikes her knees onto his shoulders as if it were her finishing move in a wrestling match. Seeing the expression on his face, that impact definitely knocked the wind out of him, screaming about how she will destroy everything that matters to the Demon King. She pulls her fist back, with deadly energy, fully ready to send Joe straight into oblivion at the same time. Our hero decides that he has officially had enough of watching the chaos and chooses the second most unpredictable to finally act, catching her completely by surprise. Even so, she somehow throws her punch at him, but he withstands it like a champion. With arms as hard as rock, he generates enough pressure to make her quickly retreat unless she wants to end up sprawled on the floor, like her partner, looking completely impassive, as if her punches were just a light breeze. The Demon King gives her a look so intense that makes it clear her attacks mean absolutely nothing. It doesn't take long for her to realize she definitely picked the wrong guy to provoke. Her energy is fiercer than that of a rabid dog on caffeine, which actually piqued his curiosity, and he directly asks what he did to the misresentment for her to hate him so much. Instead of answering, she dodges the question as if it were beneath her, and gives him a veiled compliment for surviving basic physical damage without crumbling afterward. She turns the tables by pulling out something that suspiciously looks like a remote control for a bomb or something equally dramatic. The moment she presses the dubious box nearby, it starts shaking wildly, indicating that whatever the orb inside has just been activated. Meanwhile, Joe is still busy recovering from that devastating fall on his shoulder. While she casually jumps as if she hadn't almost evaporated someone, she doesn't realize that our hero is not done yet and has a few tricks of his own. He summons a strange creature with eyeballs to chase her, while Director Joe starts sweating profusely again, feeling that something worse is coming. Moments later, the cursed box glows a threatening red seconds before exploding and destroying half the factory, as if it were the end of a round in Counter-Strike. As expected, the Demon King emerges unscathed, his face intact, and checks if Joe is okay. But Director Joe doesn't stop sweating, as if they were in a sauna from hell, because the bomb site is now emitting an incredibly strong aura that seems to be far beyond anything they have ever seen. As this happens, they turn around and are greeted by a massive black hole throwing a tantrum with wild winds howling around as Dongchu finally regains consciousness after being completely defeated and immediately starts to wonder where that crazy woman ran off to, already imagining that this brainless gorilla might try to jump straight into the black hole without a second thought. Then Sung quickly steps in and positions himself in front of him, telling him to stay still before doing something even more foolish than usual at this moment. Director Ju realizes that this looks very different from any normal portal they have dealt with, and just as he starts to get confused, the magic book from before reappears as if it had never left and explains to its master that it is not actually a portal but a dimensional catastrophe. That seems like something out of a science fiction movie. The exaggeratedly dramatic name makes our hero raise an eyebrow while his assistant gets scared. and remembers that cataclysms basically teleport anyone inside to a completely unknown location. So he casually asks the book how far this chaos can reach. It turns out that, unlike common cataclysms the size of a village, this one is built differently and much larger, which makes Joshua chill at the possibility that the blast radius could harm nearby civilians. So, our hero doesn't waste any time and demands that his grimoire reveal how to end this mess. The book says it would be necessary to use his divine powers to erase it. But, unfortunately, that is not possible since the divine power is sealed within him by the golden spear. But Dae Sung just smiles like a true madman the moment he hears that he is the one who can do something about it. Without hesitation, he leaves the rest of them behind like background characters, and runs straight towards the black hole without caring, and then pulls out his sword. Our boy activates the Demon Lord mode, and begins to radiate an intense aura as his monstrous energy increases. The sealing golden spear embedded in his chest starts to come out, which immediately activates the system, warning him to deactivate the transformation now, or he will suffer some truly irreversible damage to his powers. He grits his teeth as if he is about to bite steel, while the pain courses through his entire body, with the system screaming non-stop in his head to turn off immediately. But our boy doesn't even blink and goes all out, with his Demon Lord strike, unleashing a massive wave of emptiness straight into the black hole. Meanwhile, Joe and Don Chu just stand there like statues, completely speechless, as the monstrous catastrophe is annihilated and disintegrates into ashes, right before their eyes as if it had never been real. After that, Dae Sung curses the psychopathic witch and clutches his chest, as if he were having a heart attack, and falls to the ground right there. A few days later, he finally blinks his eyes. In a room so bright it feels like a hospital, and he immediately feels something strange pressing against him. He jolts awake. At the moment his lion roars with excitement that his precious master has finally awakened, still half-conscious. He exclaims, "Why the hell he is completely naked," and she calmly says that she personally cleaned every inch of him, and also mentions that he has been unconscious for 3 whole days, just as the door bursts open as Choi Jung storms in, huffing, as if she is ready to fight. The second she sees someone being overly affectionate with her man, Choi Jung practically explodes with rage and demands to know what suspicious plan she is scheming. But the CEO just smiles and says she got permission from Dae Sung's sister to take care of him in an extra personal way. Choi Jung couldn't care less about that formality, and immediately grabs her by the hands. As if she is about to break each of her fingers, the gothic girl praises her for finally showing some courage, but then remembers that she is about 1,000 years ahead to want to fight, which further ignites Choi Jung's anger. Seeing the two act like clowns, Dae Sung tells them to stop it, since he really doesn't have time to deal with them and needs to get back to handling real issues. This sends Seo-yeon into panic mode, as she insists that his body is still very messy and that he can just order his loyal servant to do literally anything for him. When he realizes she can feel the cursed spear still sealed inside him, he is stunned. Seo-yeon mentions that curses are technically her specialty. Hearing the whole conversation leaves Choi Jung completely speechless, since she has no idea what is happening. So when they finally explain everything to her, she looks visibly shaken, and immediately asks if he has found any way to get rid of it. Dae Sung tells her he has been trying non-stop for the last 3 years, and still hasn't succeeded, which makes her lion tilt its head in curiosity, since she always had a little idea that popped into her mind whenever she saw this. And now he is suddenly wondering if she really had a legitimate discovery. Thanks to her experience with cursed skills, she then leans very close to his face and tells him to be quiet for a second, with that same mischievous smile before giving him a daring kiss that instantly makes him visibly uncomfortable. Jung immediately loses her patience, furious because this gothic threat is here kissing her man without even asking, while our hero just stands there boiling as the gothic girl acts as if she just had her first magical Disney kiss. He is 2 seconds away from unleashing hell and showing her why they call him the Lord of Demons. But before he can even finish the threat, both girls freeze in shock as the cursed spear suddenly begins to leave his body on its own. The system casually informs that the conditions for removal have finally been met. And with that, Dae Sung stares at the space between his well-defined pecs, where the cursed mark is now completely gone. Seeing this, the girls immediately go wild, celebrating the breakthrough. But Dae Sung's smile quickly fades as a dense black mist appears right in front of him, which turns out to be his lovely, a small recognition specter full of eyeballs. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the Celestial Mother cult, one irritated subject is seen shouting at the guards at the entrance, demanding they return his daughter or get out of the way so he can take her himself. This instantly irritates one of the guards, who responds that his daughter is inside praying, so he better wait in silence, or shut up. But the man and the nearby crowd begin to freak out, and cry that none of them have seen their families in weeks, which sends a chill through everyone, as they begin to suspect that something much darker is happening. Inside, the other guard intervenes and tells the crowd that they absolutely cannot enter the prayer room without first signing a suspicious contract. But then Pastor Nina calmly approaches and tells them to open the gates and let everyone in. She claims that seeing their precious children ascending to heaven should calm all the parents. But a brave woman shouts that no one should fall for this, since no one who entered that room came out with a fake smile on their face. The pastor tells her to stop spreading lies and dragging the sacred name of the church through the mud. But the old man, with tears streaming down his cheeks, shouts his daughter's name and begs the pastor to take him to her. Now impassive, as always, she simply turns and tells anyone who wants to reunite with their loved ones to follow her. As if they were in some strange field inside the building, all the boomers walk behind her through a dark tunnel. As she says, they can see the prayer room with their own eyes. Hesitating for a second, the old man finally pushes the door and takes a look inside, and what he sees almost makes his soul leave his body on the spot. His daughter is being lifted by a bunch of sinister cultists, who sing while crying some strange things about the Celestial Mother, blessing her with her divine cheeks, or something like that. While the crowd is still processing, the pastor tells everyone to applaud because they are all witnessing a sister ascending directly to heaven, right before them. With her hands together in a strange pose, the girl begins to moan, as if she is having the time of her life, thanks to the aura of the Celestial Mother, which makes her father think she might be under the influence of some substance. He panics and screams for his daughter to get out of it and run, while she remains there, enjoying the spotlight. After that, he loses control and grabs the pastor by the collar, demanding he stop this bizarre show immediately. But before he can do anything else, the only thing left of his daughter is a cloud of smoke rising in the air. As he clutches his daughter's clothes, the only thing he has left of her, his hands tremble with sadness, while the pastor, with a satisfied look, claps her hands and says he should be grateful that the Celestial Mother chose his daughter. This outrageous comment leads the old man to feel immense rage at her insane audacity, and he grabs her by the collar again, shouting for her to bring his daughter back, or she will seriously regret it. Unfortunately for him, he immediately regrets going so far as a guard finally appears and strikes him with the baton without an ounce of mercy, sending a brutal shock through his body. The old man collapses with a loud thud right there on the cold ground, completely unconscious. And it is then that the most unexpected person makes an entrance. Our bespectacled official enters now, looking completely converted into one of them, and calmly tells the guard to drag him to the confession room, which is actually just the sophisticated name they give to the torture chamber, so he can repent for his shameful behavior. With that, she and the guard leave with the inert body of the poor father, while the pastor, still euphoric from spiritual illusions, murmurs confidently that he will definitely switch sides after seeing how beautiful the celestial family is. Meanwhile, in the sky, which turned out to be a surprisingly beautiful green plane, with a summoning circle right in the center, a sphere appears out of nowhere and reveals to be the soul of the old man's daughter who has just ascended. She finally seems to come out of the trance she was in, and looks around with total confusion, clearly uncertain of where she has ended up or what it is, when a blindfolded woman dressed in ridiculously ornate clothes, straight out of a Dark Souls boss battle, casually approaches and greets the bewildered girl, who is still very worried about the fact that she has no clothes. She feels absolutely ecstatic for finally being welcomed into the arms of the Holy Mother. But the monstrous witch has other plans, and tells her that she is nothing but a useless husk wasting oxygen. Then it is time to abandon that body. With a lazy flick of her fingers, the girl is instantly decapitated, and her head rolls down the grassy hill, like a bowling ball on a very cursed lane with no pins after that. The Celestial Mother casually pulls out a wine chalice and collects what turns out to be the essence, shining of a pure soul inside it. She then floats over to a guy who looks very familiar, and very muscular, chained to a massive rock with a glowing blue heart attached to his chest like some strange parasite. Taking a casual sip, she asks why he doesn't just accept the heart of the Titan and move on. But he again says that he is not interested in becoming a complete monster. Upon hearing this, she murmurs something about his refusal, probably being a mistake in fate, but then her terrifying wings fully open, covered in twitching eyes for no reason, making the guy's eyes widen in terror at what she has just become without asking. She simply forces him to drink the essence of the soul as if it were a vitamin dose, causing the Titan's heart inside his chest to glow immediately in response, as if it were syncing with him. This leaves the blonde clown super irritated, practically boiling with rage, but she ignores his tantrum and tells him to stop complaining and accept his fate as the new Titan god. He, however, doesn't care at all about her drama and starts shouting that he will tear her apart as soon as he gets out, throwing every insult he knows while she walks away, not caring at all about his loud threats. Just then she feels something deeply sinister in the air and looks up at the sky, where a strange orb begins to crackle with wild energy. It takes a second to realize that the seal keeping heaven and earth apart is starting to unravel. Apparently, our demon king is the one causing all this, but the system informs that his demon lord powers have diminished, and he can no longer use any of his hell-exclusive abilities. With everything as a cost for withdrawing the golden spear earlier, he ends up unlocking a celestial ability called Kiss of the Demon Lord, which basically allows him to completely heal an ally from any injury, or curse with, you guessed it, a kiss after that. His grimoire suddenly changes and congratulates him for regaining a part of his powers, leaving Dae Sung instantly suspicious because the sudden kindness of the book seems strange. The grimoire then explains that its personality depends on how worthy its master is, and now that he has been officially accepted, he can use it without restrictions or strange limits holding him back. Hearing this, our boy smiles and orders the book to take him directly to the palace where the basic class Celestials are hiding. But it refuses, because apparently a special key is needed to enter. Even expecting this kind of response still irritates him. But the magic book adds that fortunately, one of the celestial beings carrying the key appeared randomly on Earth at the perfect moment. Back at the church, Mimi devises ways to become stronger, to settle the score with Dae Sung, when Pastor Nin enters with her usual calm demeanor and casually informs that another one has ignited. Then without warning, she falls silent. Mimi raises an eyebrow and asks what is bothering her this time. Surprisingly, the pastor shows a spark of human emotion for the first time, and silently asks how many more people need to ignite before she can recover the only person she lost during the apocalypse 3 years ago. Staring at her intently, Mimi remembers that she didn't even lose her child back then, and decides to bring her a reality check. Reminding her that each of them lost someone in the war, she assures that the Celestial Mother will surely keep her promise and will bring back what strangely seems to calm the pastor. But just then, Mimi's soul randomly leaves her body, and she begins to shine in brilliant gold, making her not even question whether it is truly her turn to become fully celestial. The silver-haired lady then rises when something awakens within her. The celestial form thinks she needs to seal the Demon King's power again immediately, before he shatters the last barrier between heaven and earth into pieces, when the Celestial Mother suddenly appears behind her like a fully summoned apparition. Mimi falls to her knees in tears and begins to plead like a desperate worshipper for the return of her child, losing that previously confident attitude. Surprisingly, the Celestial gives a light pat to the woman, intoxicated by divine illusion, and says it is not yet time, but that she must continue to dream intensely of that day. Then, without hesitation, she knocks the woman down and laughs, saying that at least her day has finally come since the aura of her target is rapidly approaching outside. Our boy stands confused by the fact that the magic book and his spectral explorer somehow led him exactly to the same place. Determined to teach a deserved lesson to the mischievous Celestial, Dae Sung decides to enter the building. However, a thick fog rises out of nowhere and covers everything, making it impossible to see even a few steps ahead. He stops, confused, trying to understand the strange environmental change, then moves forward through the fog, while his frustration continues, and it becomes difficult. Immediately, Dae Sung has the feeling that he is not alone in there, so he scans the fog until he feels something moving nearby. Without wasting time, he draws his sword and drives it directly into the ground. After that, he summons his undead squad that begins to rise from the ground, one after the other, as if it were a cursed version of whack-a-mole. Eventually, the zombie warriors manage to fully emerge and form with their weapons ready. Some of them look around as they clearly sense the same terrifying presence in the fog, but cannot visualize it. Then, out of nowhere, the mysterious enemy initiates things by launching a wave of invisible attacks that slice through the undead soldiers like butter, effortlessly shredding them. Dae Sung sees an opportunity to counterattack and advances with his sword, ready for the strike, but the enemy effortlessly dodges his attack. It turns out that the attacker is the same woman from the random cult, before who is now clearly dominated by the Celestial Mother. Dae Sung can't help but mock her for being nothing more than a puppet, doing someone's dirty work. The Celestial makes a presumptuous comment, and declares that this is not the time for Dae Sung, saying that she will cut off his head and keep it until the right moment. Dae Sung's patience wears thin, and he increases the speed of his strikes, but no matter what he throws at her, she continues to block as if it were light. They advance like two professional gamers, in a final battle against the boss, exchanging blows back and forth at lightning speed. Then, suddenly, Dae Sung plays his ace and activates his special card. The entire battlefield transforms into a terrifying hellish scene with flames blazing and the sky opening as if the end of times had come. But the Celestial is not impressed. She displays that unhinged serial killer smile and drops the bomb that his trick will do nothing to her. The demonic scenery is suddenly overlaid by a blinding holy light, flooding the area, forcing Dae Sung to actually sweat for once. The Celestial Mother, like the Queen of the Heavens, mocks him and asks why he is trying to protect this world if he himself is not human. This statement irritates Dae Sung, who shouts at her to get her head straight and proudly declares that he is a law-abiding citizen of South Korea. Without losing a second, he slams his sword into the ground again and summons his faithful apostles, who materialize and line up in front of him, ready to fight. Each of them looks excited, clearly eager to jump into the fray. Finally, they receive the signal to advance, and all three rush forward in sync. The Celestial Lady does not falter and simply stands there, still cultivating aura while holding her sword to her face. The three apostles attack from all angles with Liu Chuk running alongside them, swinging his little knife with a killer look. However, this does not impress the angel, as Liu Chuk is the first to be thrown away, followed by Don Cho, and then his own. Soon after, the Celestial Mother shakes her head at their childish attacks, and tells them to stop playing around. But suddenly her expression changes as she feels that something is wrong. She scans the area and finally realizes that she is no longer in her divine realm. Somehow, she has been brought back, directly into the middle of Dae Sung's hell. After this, Dae Sung displays a mischievous smile as his domain expansion imitation finally activates, and his three apostles stand firm behind him, like supporting dancers, boosting his aura far beyond 9,000. He opens his eyes and declares that he has already won, telling her that she better prepare because she is about to be folded like a gas station omelet. The Celestial tells him not to get too cocky, yet as the black mass explodes from his back, with small, terrifying spheres attached all over it. Meanwhile, she throws a smile and asserts that in this space, she can also access all her powers without holding back. She thrusts her hand forward and launches a fierce aerial attack that Dae Sung easily dodges with a smooth hand motion. He then brings forth the same chains he once used to bind the Titan and sends them piercing directly into her wings, trapping her in place. He leaps into the air with his sword raised, completely ready to cancel her life signature, with extreme enthusiasm. With that, our hero gives it his all, and uses his classic Demon Lord strike against Harley Motor, but she counters with her own move, activating the Wing of Destiny, and shielding herself with those cursed wings. Both insane attacks collide and cancel each other out in a ridiculous explosion of flames that ends up pushing Dae Sung back. And while protecting himself with those cursed wings, both insane attacks collide and cancel each other out in a ridiculous explosion of flames that ends up pushing Dae Sung flies backward and is even more irritated than before. The Celestial is not slowing down while she comes, flying again with her claws out, hoping to finish the fight before he can use another trick. She aims for Dae Sung's eyes and breaks through his defense, as if it were nothing, making it seem like she truly won. However, her body ends up being nothing more than smoke, and is being controlled by her Hyun, who is deeply focused. Dae Sung wipes the blood from his cheek, and admits that he would have truly been wiped out there if his wife, his Hyun, hadn't intervened. During the battle, the apostles had already freed themselves from any spells they were under, and his Hyung begins to wonder if his master is once again in serious danger. Cho Hyung interferes without filter and points to the nearby wrinkled golden witch, asking if that crusty nightmare is really the enemy. He can barely process the chaos, and comments on how massive the explosion was, like you mama. This little joke makes Dae Sung realize that his team has finally regained control. At this point, Dae Sung tells them that he will explain later, but now they need to attack the evil chicken woman, which causes the apostles to spring immediately into action without hesitation. They unite, as if they are about to launch a strike, all positioning themselves in sync as they prepare to face the cackling threat that merely stares at them, and says that their fate is already sealed, so they should give up their pathetic resistance now. Boiling with rage, his Rio gives the middle finger to the chicken lady without hesitation, along with Liu Chuk, challenging her to come and receive a luxury punch. Meanwhile, his Rio executes one of her skilled ninja moves, activating her water trap skill that transforms the ground around the angel into bubbling, disgusting black mud that almost makes her lose her balance. The frightening liquid begins to slide around her feet, as if trying to inject something unpleasant, but the Celestial Mother doesn't even blink and merely calls it a sad trick before attempting to fly. as if nothing had happened. At the same time, shards of ice start appearing randomly around her feet as well, completely locking her in place, as Shoyoung decides to showcase her thorn cemetery skill, summoning a barrage of sharp spikes from the thorns, straight at the angel. The ice pieces hit from all directions, but she remains impassive and doesn't even move, enduring the blow like a monster. Dongchu suddenly screams as if auditioning for a horror movie, and charges forward, stacking his thunderstrike in the combo. But of course, the angel still remains there, appearing as if the reaction mode is permanent. Soon after, Dongchu begins to act all smug, as if he has done something impressive with his exaggerated attack, and then has the audacity to feign surprise for not having done absolutely nothing. The angelic threat blocks everything, curling up behind her wings like the dramatic coward she is. She then displays a super unsettling smile as her head slowly appears between her wings, promising that she will wipe them all out one by one while slowly sneaking out from behind her wings, looking like the most threatening ugly duckling in the world. Back on the battlefield, the Celestial Mother begins to gather energy for her final move. The apostles can barely hold their ground as everything shakes, as if they were in a fury earthquake, with everything on the brink of total chaos. Dae Sung finally decides that he is done with the games and cancels the call of his apostles. With a snap of his fingers, one after another, the apostles disappear in clouds of mass, although his Rio makes an effort to fight her, clinging to her master's will, but eventually, she too disappears into the mist. He sends a quick thank you to his loyal squad for keeping control and says he will take over from here to wrap everything up with this statement. The Demon Lord charges forward, while the angel is still busy strengthening itself, as if waiting for a game scene to finish at that moment. He thrusts his sword directly into her without letting the enemy finish her power-up, which Goku would definitely have expected for the system, conveniently notifying him that his final move is almost ready, as he finally hits 100% of the infernal materialization rate. The Celestial realizes something is wrong when she looks around and discovers she has been teleported to another dimension. Cursed once again, just a few seconds later, Dae Sung begins to float toward her, propelled entirely by the gravitational force of his aura, which sends her into a panic as her eyes begin to glow a bloody red. He calmly tells her to start praying because he is officially about to unleash, declaring directly that her chances of survival have just hit 0% as he slowly gives a thumbs down in a gesture of extreme disrespect. Right after, the Demon Lord activates his final move, Immortal Hellfire, which releases massive waves and demonic flames, while the Celestial Mother finally begins to show signs of concern as a massive black hole opens right beneath her, offering an exclusive, one-way VIP passage to Annihilation and Asunga. In a final act of desperation, the Celestial Lady removes all the limiters holding her back, and her body begins to transform into something truly cursed. As the smoke dissipates, a horrendous creature with a mutant eye shape emerges, whose legs seem to be more bent than hers. But her repugnant transformation ends up being completely useless because the tentacles of the Hell Portal start to wrap around her. Anyway, a heavy wave of dread hits her when she finally realizes that no matter what she does, there is no chance of escaping this mess. Dae Sung casually tells her to shut up and then descends from above like a WWI star, delivering a wild flying kick to her spine while shouting in the air that she simply needs to die. The Celestial Mother cannot process the fact that she is actually being destroyed, and begins to question why fate suddenly decided to betray her so harshly. Moments later, the angel completely disappears through the portal, in a final burst of shining feathers. As the closing hell circle tightens and explodes in a massive blast, silence falls over the entire dimension, leaving only a huge crater as the last evidence that a divine-level battle even took place. But this moment of peace does not last long, as a bright beam cuts through the silence and a floating sphere of mutated angel appears outside. Dae Sung just stares at the large floating eye, as if it were a slightly irritating insect. The system warns that the demonic beasts of Pandemonium are completely serving their master. A flood of system messages arrives shortly. After that, the system hits him with the final question, and asks if he wants to absorb the divine powers of the angel, Barakel, that he just defeated completely without wasting any time. He instantly agrees to absorb the power, as a huge flash of light sweeps through the area, and the orb begins to slowly sink into his body. The system confirms that he has officially absorbed the celestial powers, and unlocked all the shining angelic abilities as bonuses. Now he can use his demonic powers even across different dimensions, thanks to his insane level up out of nowhere. The magic book appears as if it owns the place, and tells Dae Sung that the dimensional key to the celestial realm is literally right in front of him. Floating just ahead is a large shining golden orb that Dae Sung grabs and crushes in his hand as soon as he does. The orb marks itself on his hand in the form of a glowing tattoo, and the system informs him that he now has full and unrestricted access to the celestial realm. He begins to wonder if this sphere is truly the key, and the book confirms that it can indeed be used to travel to the celestial dimension. Dae Sung realizes that these people are still after his family and friends, so he orders the book to explain how to activate the sphere. For the first time, the book decides not to be a troll, and even offers to create a special orb specifically for this task. To help his master, a bright golden and blue orb suddenly appears out of nowhere, as if it had been summoned by routine, and the book informs him that he now has the ability to open the portal to the dimension at any moment. He wishes Dae Sung has one of his moments of great intelligence, and casually scratches his head, realizing that he is still missing some of his other orbs. Meanwhile, back at the cult of the Celestial Mother, the same lady from before continues to frantically plead for her unconscious superior to wake up already and stop pretending to be dead. At that moment, a group of soldiers dressed in ninja outfits invades the room, and the cult lady loses her mind, demanding to know who they are. The soldier leading them gives a calm but firm order to capture the orb immediately, while the rest of the squad storms in, and one guy simply punches a locked cabinet as if it were nothing. The cult woman begins to hold her head in pure panic as the room is ransacked, until one of the soldiers finally grabs the royal orb. The lead soldier casts a cold glance for a few seconds before telling his team to move forward and eliminate both women, while the cult woman just stands frozen, with her mouth agape in total disbelief at this nightmare. Right at that moment, a sudden explosion interrupts their tense moment, and sends debris flying in all possible directions. The cult woman raises her arms, trying to protect herself, while the lead soldier looks irritated as if someone just ruined his perfect plan. Through the dissipating smoke, a pair of very familiar footsteps begins to echo, and then Dae Sung enters, striking a pose. As if he were posing for an album cover with a completely dazed expression, he calls them naughty boys, and asks if no one ever taught them good manners, not to steal. The leader panics and shouts for his soldiers to attack with everything they have, while he begins to charge the weapon strapped to his arm. Dae Sung doesn't move a muscle, because just the murderous look in his eyes is enough to make all the soldiers collapse to the ground like sad pancakes. He forces the entire team to squirm like pathetic worms that the pressure of his presence is too much for, their weak spines with all threats completely crushed. Dae Sung finally remembers why he is here, and casually picks up the stolen S-class orbs from the defeated thieves. Looking to the side, his eyes land on the unconscious woman, and he narrows his eyes slightly as he tries to remember who she is. The cult woman starts to tremble instantly like a defective Roomba, and reveals that the woman is their representative, and a mystery the system then informs Dae Sung that there are still many people who are hypnotized, and asks if he would like to turn them into his fans. This somehow makes him even more irritated as he processes the fact that the angel had been manipulating an entire army of loyal followers all along. Without a second thought, Dae Sung quickly orders that all the cursed people be freed from the terrible mind control. A giant wave of light sweeps through the entire building like a divine Wi-Fi signal, and the cult followers suddenly awaken, and they finally realize the ridiculous nonsense they have been doing all along. The moment of clarity leaves them completely horrified, as regret hits them like a truck, and the cult woman simply starts crying on the spot, collapsing on the floor in total depression as the light reaches every room. Manager Kim blinks in confusion as she comes out of the trance, and insists that she was just going to work a second ago. Panic begins to rise. As the freed girls try to process what happened, some of them start crying and begging for help. Kim quickly takes charge, announcing that she is from the Hunter Association, and assures everyone that she will get reinforcements immediately. The president hurriedly calls Dae Sung and asks for an update on the incident, to which he responds to relax because the mission was successful. Chanro becomes curious about how Dae Sung managed to retrieve the level S orbs so quickly, and asks about the absurdly strong enemy they fought. Dae Sung confirms his victory and tells Chanro to deal with the minions of the Maternal Association while he hunts the Obis. The president quickly agrees without questioning like a loyal intern, and promises to go straight to the location, while Dae Sung is already mentally foaming at the mouth, thinking about getting his hands on the human trash responsible. Meanwhile, at the Dark Side base hidden in the Rocky Mountains, the usual silence is completely shattered, when the entire base explodes in balls of fire and chaos, as Dae Sung casually strolls through the burning ruins, admiring the mess he caused. He looks at the floating monster book nearby, and reluctantly admits that it is indeed useful, as the book practically explodes with joy. In the basement, the three evil goofballs hurry down the dark corridor, sweating profusely as they wonder how Dae Sung manages to find them every time. One of them bites his nails and wonders if they will be followed here, while another manipulates, making them believe that maybe he can. Lost. The disfigured grandfather admits that supporting the cult was a big mistake, as they not only lost their orbs, but now they have been forced to become the prey. Echoes of footsteps begin to approach from the other side of the corridor, as the arthritis trio stands rigidly in front of a massive door and pulls a rusty lever with a screech. The door opens as a thick cloud of dust spreads through the corridor, as if it hadn't been touched in centuries. As the dust finally settles, a gigantic war-ready robot appears, clearly built to demolish anything in its path. A familiar hand touches the robot's structure, and wonders aloud how a bunch of sewer rats to manage to get their dirty hands on something so sophisticated. The monster book continues to talk about its powers and explains that the golem was created by a race that worships a mechanical god or something like that. The wrinkled trio looks about to collapse in panic as they demand to know how he got here before them. Dae Sung doesn't care at all about their complaints and simply cuts the enormous golem in half with a powerful strike that instantly turns it into metal confetti, flying and explodes the entire chamber in a fiery blast. Their leader has a moment of sudden genius and quickly pulls out an ancient artifact, announcing that he will form a barrier. The artifact glows and emits a large protective shield that envelops the trio, and the leader finally exhales in relief, thinking that this might actually give them a few seconds. Unfortunately for them, Dae Sung casually appears right behind the barrier, as if he had been waiting for this revelation, and asks them exactly what they are waiting for. The demon elders nearly faint on the spot, completely unable to believe that this guy is still after them. Dae Sung calmly declares that their execution is now confirmed, and within seconds, the walls are splattered with red as their screams fade into silence. After this, Dae Sung rises over the bodies and wonders how these little crusty worms thought they had any chance against him in the first place. Pantheon interrupts and disrupts his deep villain moment, asking if he wants to go to the celestial dimension immediately. Daisy smiles and replies that there is no rush since there is something important to discuss. Before leaving, the scene shifts to a delicious banquet with endless dishes lined up, and Don Chol cannot contain himself as he dives in, without a second thought, praising Dae Sung's mother for her divine-level cooking skills. She pretends to be calm and states that it was all very last minute, nothing special, then turns to Cho Jung and tells her to stop pretending to be part of the team and get a plate for herself. Cho Jung turns completely red and says that she actually didn't do much, that it was very calm learning to cook with her. Dae Sung wastes no time and directly attacks the delicious omelet rolls, and the mother reveals that it was actually Cho Jung who made them and mentions that she wouldn't mind having her as a daughter-in-law. On the other hand, Hyun basically freezes upon hearing this and mentally blames himself for letting Cho Jung charm his master's mother like that. The two girls exchange glances in a deadly silent battle, while Don Chu looks around confused and casually asks Dae Sung why he suddenly invited everyone. Dae Sung casually drops the bomb that it is just a small farewell party since he plans to leave Earth in exactly 3 days. Everyone stops what they are doing and turns to Dae Sung, stunned by the verbal bomb he just dropped on them. Chan Ho finally breaks the silence and asks if Dae Sung is serious about leaving Earth and if he didn't hit his head too hard. Dae Sung calmly explains that it is very risky to leave those pests alive up there and that he has already decided to deal with them alone. Hyun tries to be cute and asks the master if this means that they will go together. Dae Sung remembers not to lose control with her since she took the spear out of his chest, so instead, he gently tells her to start calling him older brother instead of daddy. She lights up with excitement, thinking it is a special nickname just for her to use, and blushes a little while Cho Jung wonders if she is also allowed to use it. Dae Sung takes another big bite of the meat, and tells them that it is impossible for any of them to go along since none have permission to enter the realm. But Don Chu is not convinced. He asks if it is really that important, and reminds Dae Sung that he can always use his special ability. Choi Jung quickly realizes that he is talking about the summoning ability, and her Rio joins the conversation to say that Dae Sung can simply teleport back whenever he wants. Even so, our hero does not seem very convinced, but gives his word that he will at least try once he gets there and asks the group to take care of his house and the country. Chan Ho does not seem very excited, but agrees nonetheless, and Dae Sung's mother is equally irritated that her son keeps getting into these ridiculous situations. Meanwhile, Diso tries to gently calm her down with a deeply worried look. The mother turns to him and asks if he will really be able to come back home safe and sound. Our hero gives his mother a calm and reassuring smile, and promises that he will return soon, then asks her to trust him. The scene shifts to the system screen that lights up to inform the descent. The portal is about to appear, and he just looks at it blankly before casually announcing that he is going to the celestial realm. A sudden burst of purple light explodes from the portal and pulls him completely, sending him at full speed towards a white light. Blinding, The system gives a quick update saying that the gate has been completed and that he will soon be transported with a new body, formed from pure ether energy. This part leaves Dae Sung a bit confused, but it is too late to do anything as he suddenly finds himself face to face with a tall, hooded figure in front of a massive gate. It only takes a moment for Dae Sung to realize that the hooded man looks strangely familiar and resembles exactly the priest Odie that he crushed in hell not long ago. Odie immediately feels that something is wrong, upon seeing that the creature before him does not seem to be a celestial, and notes that its aura is strangely similar to something from his homeland. Dae Sung sees this as a challenge. Upon hearing the word aura, he casually unleashes an explosive and powerful wave of energy to bring the guardian back to reason. The Dae then recognizes the energy as belonging to none other than his glorious king, and falls to his knees, greeting the demon god standing before him. Our demon king gets straight to the point and demands to know why a priest from hell is now working as a prisoner here in the celestial realm. The priest explains that since Dae Sung bent him back in hell, he was captured and forced to serve as a guard in this place. Our demon lord notices that the spear embedded in Odie's chest is almost identical to the one the angel stabbed him with before. He asks if the gate behind Odie leads directly to the angels, and the priest replies that to reach them, he will need to go through 100 trials. Upon hearing this, Dae Sung holds his head in frustration at the thought of the effort he will have to make, but just at that moment, the monster book is very helpful, and suggests that the master try to show the emblem he carries. Feeling a bit relieved, our hero turns to Odie and asks if he can just use the master key while holding it in his hand. The priest gently explains that since Dae Sung possesses the emblem, he now has full access and can enter and exit at will without having to face the trials. With everything resolved, Dae Sung decides to enter, but Odie briefly stops him and politely asks for his master's hand, leaving Dae Sung slightly confused. Even so, he accepts the strange request and offers his hand, and the system notifies him that he has now received the Guardian's seal. Soon after the transfer is complete, the priest's body begins to crumble, which surprises Dae Sung, but Odie calmly places his hand over his heart and offers his demon lord a blessing for the upcoming war against the Celestials. Dae Sung looks at the spot where the priest was and makes a firm promise to himself that this will not be a war, but rather a total massacre. Meanwhile, in the angelic palace, the disguised warrior remains trapped while slowly regaining consciousness and wonders why his usual tormentor has not yet appeared. In the body, a voice argues with itself about being stuck in the task of feeding, while Aslan calls her and tells her to just leave. Next to her, a strange angel resembling a butterfly appears and immediately insults her, asking why someone as pathetic as her refuses to become a Titan god. Aslan notices the change in expression and realizes that the different angel must be on duty, but she still gives the same answer and firmly states that she will not let herself be transformed into a grotesque monster. The angel repeats her words mockingly and smiles, praising how impressive it is that she has resisted for so long, even though she is still as stubborn as ever. She decides to give him a taste of angel blood as a reward, and he lifts his head with difficulty and defiance, demanding to know what that is without saying a word. A celestial grabs his jaw, cuts his finger, and lets a single drop of his golden blood fall into his mouth as he throws more insults. The moment the drop goes down his throat, it starts to take effect. His eyes change color as he screams in pain, and his body begins to transform, still firmly held in place by the chains, as he thrashes violently. The celestial lets out a distorted laugh and says it doesn't matter if he accepts it or ends up transforming into a horrible creature either way. But suddenly she stiffens as she feels an immense presence approaching rapidly, and quickly turns to face a figure descending the stairs, sword in hand. Dae Sung now has a maniacal look in his eyes upon spotting the butterfly woman, and without wasting a second, he shoots toward her like lightning, raising his sword and savoring the chance to finally face one of those cursed celestials the moment he sees a stranger. Suddenly charging directly at her, the butterfly angel begins to panic and quickly transforms into her ethereal form, causing her body to start dissolving. Dae Sung's sword cuts through the air as she literally transforms into light, narrowly avoiding the strike with a crooked smile on her face. Her form slowly resumes shape again as Dae Sung lands a few meters ahead, propelled by the force of his momentum. She casts an angry glare and demands to know how a mere mortal managed to invade her sacred realm with an ugly grimace. Dae Sung doesn't even bother to answer her question, and simply comments that this won't be an easy fight. Meanwhile, just behind him, Aslan suddenly begins to transform, grotesquely into a shapeless mass of flesh and screams in despair, begging that whoever can save him will serve him for the rest of their life. Dae Sung diverts his attention from the butterfly angel for a moment, and focuses on the bizarre creature behind him, trying to figure out what the hell it wants. The Celestial mocks, and thinks that if she had taken one more second to dodge his attack, she wouldn't be there now, as she materializes a blade formed entirely of ether. The Demon King immediately raises his sword in a combat stance, and before she can react, he disappears from sight in a sudden, the flash of lightning. The angel begins to sweat as she realizes she can no longer even detect his presence, while a single drop of sweat trickles down her cheek. She spins frantically, trying to catch any trace of her attacker, and swings her sword blindly, completely oblivious to the fact that her death is coming from above. Dae Sung, with his eyes burning with a crazed and hungry expression, activates his demonic strike and brings his sword down with brutal force, forcing the angel to raise her own weapon with both hands to block the incoming blow. Using all her strength, the impact causes a massive explosion that sends the angel flying backward. Although she manages to protect herself with her arms and reduce some of the damage, gritting her teeth in anger, she realizes how close she was to being killed at that moment. Dae Sung shows no intention of stopping as he advances for another strike. Shouting for her to die once and for all, he swings his sword again, aiming directly at her neck and giving no chance for evasion. Seeing no other way out, she becomes desperate and ends up using her trump card, the Divine Law, to create a zone of non-violence. A brilliant pillar of light erupts from her body, instantly freezing Dae Sung in the middle of his strike while his sword halts just a few centimeters from him. He tries to move, but his limbs do not respond at all, and with a furious look, he demands to know what the insect witch did to him. The Celestial opens a smug smile as she touches the blade and casually comments on how close he came to being inside Dae Sung's head, while touching the blade and casually commenting on how close he got inside Dae Sung's head. The Pantheon comments and states the obvious that all intent to kill was completely blocked, which makes Dae Sung wonder if he should suppress his intent to kill the angel who maintains that sly smile, and begins to talk about how, thanks to the divine law of the Lord, the area is now locked in a zone of peace. She approaches with the same twisted smile and boldly claims that no one can challenge the divine law, which only irritates him further as he retorts asking, "Since when do angels care about peace?" She is still in her speech when Dae Sung suddenly commands his mana to be released. At that moment, the Demon Lord takes on his true form, as his body begins to shine and his aura floods the entire area. The angel immediately recoils in shock upon hearing the name of the demon god, but it is already too late before she can say another word. Dae Sung cuts through her like Swiss cheese. Her body begins to disintegrate into nothing. As she screams that it shouldn't be possible to defy the divine law, she completely disappears in smoke, while Dae Sung simply stands there, his aura radiating completely. Ignoring her final words, as soon as she vanishes, he casts a cold, deadly glance and declares that, now that he has arrived, the celestial realm can say goodbye to any hope of peace. Well, at that moment, the system notifies him that defeating a high-ranking angel allows him to absorb her powers. He looks at the mask she left behind, scratches his head, and wonders if the vibrant-looking accessory is really her divinity. The system begins to list all the powers in the most boring way possible, sounding like a dry entry from Wikipedia. But before Dae Sung can completely tune out, he suddenly feels something and instinctively turns to the side, grabbing a massive hand that was about to throw him like a fly. His eyes shift to the mutated bubble in front of him, and something in that face triggers a memory. It seems strangely familiar. The anguished Langrita as his body continues to expand in size, and the Pantheon calmly explains that the guy is in the middle of a Titan transformation. Aslan, completely overwhelmed, begs Dae Sung to save him, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pleads not to become a monster. Our hero quickly turns to the monster book and asks if there is any way to interrupt the transformation, and the book casually suggests turning him into an apostle. Closing his eyes, he falls into thought, seriously pondering the risk before breaking into a wide smile, and deciding to go ahead, mainly because it seems fun. The scene shifts to a place where a voice echoes inside Aslan's head, repeating the same phrase, non-stop, demanding obedience to the Demon Lord. Aslan wakes up in a panic and sits up screaming for the voices to be quiet. Nearby, Dae Sung is crouched next to a small fire, warming his hands, and casually asks if he has finally woken up. Aslan slowly regains his senses and politely asks if it was the hunter Dae Sung who saved him, but Dae Sung just shrugs, not giving it much importance. Suddenly, Aslan's face turns serious as they both sit in silence looking at the fire, until he finally gathers the courage to ask if Dae Sung is really the demon god. Dae Sung answers the question with a dark and impenetrable look, but before anything else can be said, Aslan suddenly jumps into action, With a quick movement like lightning, he throws the blanket aside, falls to his knees and pounds his fist on the ground, bowing his head and declaring Dae Sung as his master. Dae Sung acknowledges his loyalty and says that from now on he will be an apostle and fight for him from here on out. Meanwhile, in the celestial castle, everyone is on alert in the main hall in front of the leader sitting on his throne. His eyes are closed as he asks his subordinates if it was a celestial being who broke the divine law. One of his minions approaches with a hand over his chest and comments that since all their lives are intertwined, it is impossible to say who is truly at fault. The angel leader then opens his eyes and summons a golden scroll with a gesture of his hand. All the lesser angels look at him in shock as they recognize that the scroll is a sacred relic of extremely high level. One of them suddenly manifests and asks the leader to wait while commenting that it would be a waste to use such a valuable item on an inferior being. However, the leader of the angels retorts that an inferior being would not be capable of breaking the divine law, and at the very least, the culprit would be a demon of his level. Without wasting any more time, he activates the scroll, which unfurls and begins to rise into the air. His eyes start to shine as well, while he declares that the demonic beast responsible will not escape the judgment of the divine lord. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Aslan shares his surprise that the celestial realm truly exists, while Dae Sung seems visibly irritated at having made absolutely no progress. The monster book tries to reassure him, saying that the end is finally in sight, but this does not improve his mood, especially when he realizes he cannot fly in dimensions outside of Earth. Just then, our hero freezes when a sudden flash of light pulls him from his thoughts, and a golden scroll appears before him without warning. The scroll immediately begins to speak inside his mind, and does not hold back, hurling insults at him for having broken the divine law and declaring that punishment is now inevitable. A portal forms beneath his feet, as the book shines even brighter, announcing that the offender is being sent straight to the abyss of emptiness. The Demon King immediately tenses as he feels himself starting to sink, still distracted and lost in his own thoughts. Aslan thinks aloud that they are still far from reaching the celestial village. When there is no response, he turns to look for Dae Sung and freezes in shock to see only smoke where his master was. Meanwhile, impassive as always, our boy plummets into a void of infinite darkness as waves of painful memories return. Starting with the moment his father died, he narrows his eyes with burning rage as the trauma of his time in hell floods back, where he was forced to eat disgusting monster flesh just to stay alive. The memories shift again, showing him lying defenseless on the ground, with a large part of his body missing as he desperately cries to go home. Then out of nowhere, he finds himself at the entrance of a cave, questioning if all this is happening again from the beginning. But the true Dae Sung is still falling through the darkness, eyes closed as the memories continue to flood in completely. Unable to control the flow of his thoughts, the monster book quickly pulls him back to the present with a sharp alert that something is approaching, fast, bringing him back to the reality of complete darkness. A creature resembling a worm, with a disturbingly cheerful smile, begins to crawl towards him, clearly hungry for its next unfortunate victim. The creature advancing towards him reveals itself as the physical embodiment of the void itself, and lunges at Dae Sung with terrifying speed. In the midst of the fall, he manages to summon his sword, eyes shining with a dangerous light, as he raises it and comments that the thing seems to be hungry for something. Without hesitation, he unleashes his demon god powers and uses his cutting ability, slicing the monster in two equal halves, shouting for it to die as the creature disintegrates into several parts and numbers. Spirits begin to emerge from its body, finally freed from the torment they suffered while trapped. Within the void form, Dae Sung looks ahead while continuing to fall and suddenly tenses upon spotting something as it rapidly approaches the ground. The ground gradually appears, revealing a vast desert land that stretches infinitely in all directions. With nothing but air and terrain, he collides with the ground like a meteor, raising a huge cloud of dust and debris in all directions, but lands impeccably unperturbed by the impact, not shaken at all by falling from the sky. His focus immediately shifts upon noticing movement in the distance. One by one, lizard-like monsters glowing blue begin to crawl out from underground, conversing among themselves about the sudden disappearance of the void's presence. The group becomes alert when one of them announces that it really doesn't matter, since the void will reappear soon anyway, and instead demands to know who managed to defeat such a being without warning. A huge cat-like monster emerges behind the lizard men, roaring in anger as it joins the group. The monsters are now locked in a tense standoff with the mysterious figure who just took down the friender, embodiment of the void. Dae Sung meets their gazes with an impassive expression, completely indifferent and more irritated than anything else, while silently wondering what kind of strange creatures these are. At that moment, a system notification appears and informs him that he is now officially in the deepest part of the dimensional beasts. The scene shifts to a large castle where a magical pen scribbles on a scroll, guided by Semjaza, who sits calmly in his chair, with his arms crossed while a burly angel stands before him. The imposing angel speaks first, asking why he was summoned. Suddenly, with his eyes closed, Semjaza calls him Arequiba and explains that he is being sent to Pandemonium to identify a new demonic beast that has emerged there. Arequiba's demeanor instantly shifts to something more serious, as he recalls that no angel or other being has ever returned from the abyss, and boldly questions whether Semjaza is sending him as nothing more than a pawn, sacrificial for your useless games. Semjaza's gaze sharpens as he remembers, Arequiba, that the remnants of the great demon god reside in that very abyss with this. Arequiba's eyes widen in shock as he confirms if this is the same demon god that was once defeated by the Divine Lord. And the thought awakens a terrifying possibility that the wretched demon who invaded his realm might be following the will of this god. He lowers his eyes in shame and quickly retracts his previous accusation without Jaza, advising to take with him the third-rank angels, in case the situation spirals out of control. Arequiba bows his head and promises to fulfill the mission without fail. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the abyss, a pair of hands slowly lets slip between the fingers belonging to the administrator of Pandemonium, Ian, who randomly screams into the void that there is absolutely nothing here, speaking to no one in particular. He wonders aloud if the sudden disappearance of the void means that a new demonic beast has arrived. At that moment, a vortex begins to form on the ceiling, pulling him from his train of thought. At the base of a massive tree trunk, a cloud of smoke reveals 3 sudden arrivals. Arequiba, flanked by 2 smaller angels, twins who are right behind him. Before them, a mass of canned vines begins to twist and form a cluster from which the administrator Ian suddenly emerges and asks the imposing angel what brings him to the depths of the abyss. Arequiba wastes no time and speaks directly to Ian, ordering him to open the gates of Pandemonium immediately, explaining that it is something he needs to confirm elsewhere. Back on the plains, a flash of light crackles in the air as a tree and 3 figures begin to take shape, formed entirely by lightning. Arequiba and his subordinates have now entered the abyss, silently observing their surroundings until something in the distance interrupts them. Cold, their eyes widen in shock, as they spot the Demon King smiling while seated on the same giant wolf monster from before, who now does not dare challenge his master. Our hero refers to the surrounding monsters as his lackeys, and although none of them seem enthusiastic, they remain aligned in formation, too afraid to do anything but obey. Eager to catch attention, they advance with swords raised. The twin angels confidently assure Arequiba that they have everything under control. Dae Sung does not hesitate for a second and summons his chains, launching them directly at the approaching angels. The twins are instantly trapped, completely immobilized by the chains, losing all ability to move, even slightly. Dae Sung advances, sword in hand, shouting for the celestial intruders to accept their fate at that moment. The concentration of Arequiba intensifies as one of his eyes transforms into gears, and he activates his celestial ability, time reversal. Before they even know what is happening, both angels end up trapped in the chains of the Demon King, while Dae Sung advances towards them, fully prepared to end their miserable lives. With a single strike, but well before our boy's attack lands, Arequiba uses an ability called Observation Reversal and instantly teleports the angels behind him, leaving the Demon King momentarily perplexed while Arequiba calmly tells his angels that he suspects the demonic beast in front of him may actually be the new Demon King. Our boy fixes his gaze on Arequiba's mechanical eyes, clearly wanting to claim them for his growing collection. Without holding back, Dae Sung releases his mana and transforms into his true Demon Lord form, catching Arequiba completely by surprise. He dives with all his strength, trying to finish quickly, but becomes irritated when his attack misses once again. While Arequiba remains calmly unharmed, with both angels still by his side, the Demon King begins to suspect that Arequiba's eye must be some kind of advanced version of his own, and his magic book confirms this, explaining that the man has a ability that allows him to completely reverse events. Arequiba wonders why the Demon King hasn't weakened, since all demonic beings should lose half of their power when they pass through the abyss. He asks directly if the king absorbed the divinity of an angel, which the demon confirms with a proud smile while casually raising his hand, signaling for his subordinates to attack the angels. The monsters advance howling for revenge and ready to tear the angels apart, but they freeze mid-attack when Arequiba casts Observation Recovery an ability that creates a perfect copy of the Demon King that eliminates the monsters instantly, and even tries to bind the original with his own chains. The Demon King cuts the chains with his swords, but is immediately surrounded by the twin angels who launch their attacks simultaneously, hoping to finish him off for good. However, once the dust settles, they realize that their attack was not enough. As the Demon King emerges unscathed, having protected himself using Demon King's wings, a powerful ability he acquired. After defeating an angel, Arequiba discovers that the Demon King must have absorbed the divinity of Barakiel. While our boy begins to realize that this angel is not only absorbing his attacks but can even completely mimic them, the Demon King cannot help but wish he had his own apostles to support him, which immediately reminds him of the seed of destruction, Aslan, that he is capable of summoning. With a blinding flash of lightning, Aslan appears before them, and Dae Sung wastes no time, ordering him to eliminate the angels. Aslan casually mentions that he has been testing all of his abilities, until now, and is finally ready to show his true strength, which makes our boy joke that he will be promoted to a full apostle if he can pull this off. This really catches the land by surprise, since in his mind, he was already a full apostle anyway. He sees this as a personal challenge to prove his worth, and activates his transformation into Titan King, a move so powerful that it leaves the angels trembling, as they try to understand how a demonic beast could summon a Titan. The imposing Titan loudly declares death to the angels, and throws a massive punch, only to be abruptly stopped by Arequiba's observation nullification, without hesitation. Arequiba continues to resume observation and returns the punch to the Titan, launching it into the air. Arequiba mocks the Titan's foolishness, clearly amused by the confidence with which the beast advanced. But that arrogance doesn't last long, as the Demon King quickly plunges a precise dagger into its back, shattering its pride in an instant, while still coughing blood and gritting its teeth in pain. Arequiba manages to activate his observation reversal ability just in time to free himself from the Demon King's control. As he escapes, the king turns around only to find one of the twin angels right behind him. Arequiba wastes no time and tells Ian, the administrator of Pandemonium, to get them out of this mess immediately. But before anyone can move or speak, the Lord of Demons casually separates the twin angel's head from its body as if it were nothing, and the sight of Chamseel's lifeless form sends the remaining twin angel into a panic. Without blinking, Dae Sung marks both the angel and Arequiba, enveloping them in a sinister purple glow, as he declares that no one escapes once they bear his mark. Ian freezes in horror, watching helplessly as the angel Arequiba begins to lose his divinity, the light slowly fading from him as Ian screams in desperate protest, unable to do anything to stop it. The remaining angel shouts for Ian to cultivate the void before it's too late, but the warning comes a second too late, as the extraction ends and the Demon King successfully absorbs Arequiba's divine eye of observation, corrupting it into a distorted version of his former self, his own demonic eye. The power it grants is overwhelming, allowing him to nullify or copy enemy attacks, scan their past actions, and even see their ranking in an instant, with a brief burst of raw power. A crimson lightning bolt shot from the Demon King's eyes, illuminating the void with an unsettling red glow. And when the glow dissipates, he turns to the administrator Ian, hoping he will be useful. But Ian completely messes everything up, stammering that although he has administrative control over Pandemonium, he will never hand it over to the Demon King, no matter what, our boy. He will never deliver it to the Demon King, no matter what, our boy. Upon discovering Ian's role as an administrator, smiled softly at him, realizing how sensitive the information he had carelessly let slip was. Without wasting a second, our boy activates his ability to summon the Demon King, a terrifying skill that compels anyone ranked below him to obey all his whims without question, and projects this influence directly onto Ian, who soon begins to succumb to the haunting voices that push him to defend, praise, obey, and serve without resistance. Completely dominated, he pledges his loyalty to the Demon King, who finds this manipulation skill disturbingly effective, casually asking Hen to relinquish the authority of Pandemonium, and without hesitation, Hen agrees, offering the key that the Demon King takes without a second thought, only to find himself instantly transported to a strange corridor filled with bright pink light, something for which he was clearly unprepared. He turns left and notices a single door waiting at the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, something wild begins to unfold, as all seven suns suddenly enter eclipse, sending waves of panic through the skies, until the constant glow in Samyasa's private chamber begins to dim, which immediately catches his attention, causing him to jump up and rush out, alarmed towards the Supreme Lord's palace. When he finally arrives, He is blocked at the gates by two angels, firmly guarding the entrance to Samiasa's chamber. He demands the angels step aside so he can access the Lord's oracle, but they explain that the Supreme Lord has forbidden anyone from entering the chamber. Samiasa lowers his head and sighs, accepting the Supreme Lord's plan, before moving forward to summon all beings present in the celestial realm. Every being responds to his call, including Sariel, the third category angel, Ramiel, and Kokabiel, both second category angels, along with others. In a decisive moment, Samiasa declares war on all demonic beings, and urges everyone to prepare for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, our hero walks down the corridor of Pandemonium until he reaches the door, using the key he was given. Then, Sung opens the door and is astonished by what he finds inside. He enters a classroom that he immediately recognizes as his elementary school, that he attended as a child. There, he notices a girl doodling in her notebook and approaches her. She is surprised by his sudden appearance, but then smiles warmly, revealing what she had been waiting for him. Our boy grabs a chair and leans on it, asking the girl who she is, but she retorts by asking who he thinks she is. He uses his third authority, the evil eye, to read her rank, expecting some arrogant brat, but is shocked when a dark figure appears behind her and his title changes to the primordial lord of demons. Satan. She is ecstatic to see that he has also acquired his demon eye. While our friend asks why he was summoned here, she explains that she wanted to meet her successor, the one who could obtain the key to the abyss, so she set a trigger to make their meeting. Possible in a surge of something that seems like madness, she rejoices at the idea of finally defeating her longtime enemy and begins to laugh maniacally. The dark figure appears next to our guy and asks Satan if she is ready since he seems prepared, but Satan points out that he is still a novice and that they will need to help him at this moment. Dark demons from the shadows surround Dae Sung and begin to debate whether they should enter his body or leave him behind, while one of them wonders if he is even worthy of being beside them. Our guy loses patience with the demons and waves his arms to push them away before telling Satan that he doesn't need any help and that he will simply do what he came to do before going home. The little primordial demon warns him that, if he leaves now, he will end up dying, which our guy cannot take seriously. But Satan sees potential in him despite being a novice and decides to test him with a flying kick, straight to his face. Our guy blocks the kick with his hand, confident that he can dodge anything thrown at him. But the absolute power behind the primordial demon lord's strike overwhelms him, slamming him directly into the wall with a loud crash. While Dae Sung struggles to recover from the blow, the demons explode in laughter at his failure, so he tries to turn the situation around by activating his first authority, observation reversal, hoping to rewind the moment. However, the demons quickly reveal that they cannot be observed, rendering his ability useless against them. Suddenly, everything changes, and our guy finds himself enveloped in a blinding white light that slowly fades, revealing a ruined city, leaving him questioning whether he is dreaming or hallucinating. There he spots Chansik, gravely injured and supported by his teammate, both protected by a force field. Nearby, one of the team members is dead on the ground just before a sudden explosion shakes the area. The group leader complains that Samiasa attacking them with his wings was basically cheating, but Samiasa doesn't waste time and fires a beam of light from his eyes, taking down the leader. At that moment, his teammate jumps in, blocking the attack with her shield. She checks the leader's condition, but before she can react, Samiasa advances and finishes him off with a single swift strike. The leader becomes furious upon seeing his companion killed, but Samiasa doesn't waste time letting him mourn and destroys him with a laser beam. Before naming Honda and Sung as the cause of the fall, our boy clearly feels the weight of remorse, but in the next moment, he is taken to a different place, where he finds Celian, Unni making one last stand, using her illusion veil to hide her companions from the angels. While one of them points out that these angels resemble those that Dae Sung had gone to face, Celian Unni does not take the idea of losing to mere angels lightly. But before she can respond, an axe pierces her illusion veil. Ramiel bursts through the force field with a roar expressing his anger against the team for hiding from everyone's sight before swinging his axe to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, Chucky leaps in, blocking the axe with his knife and shouting for his master to run. As he holds Ramiel, Ramiel grabs Chucky and crushes his life while Chucky screams, his last request for his master to flee while she still can. Seeing his friend being destroyed, his realm is consumed by a fierce and frantic rage and releases her instant death ability on Ramiel. Absolutely furious after seeing her little boy's life drained away, her realm casts the instant death curse on Ramiel, causing intense pain to surge through his body and almost making the majestic bearded angel fall to his knees, yet he displays a smug little smile and says that he is not some inferior angel who would fall to the ground after a silly curse like that, right? After this, he charges at her with his massive body and knee aimed directly at her stomach, but what actually strikes is his enormous axe that cleanly cuts her in two perfect halves. Protecting the shaken family of Dae Sung, Chan pulls out his weapon and yells at the celestial bastard for wasting a perfectly good gothic girl, then fires his small airgun directly at the giant. Meanwhile, the celestial giant does not react at all, but instead, some flying harpies appear screaming and dive straight at Tianho, attacking like a pack of hungry vultures. That whole horrific scene leaves Jesus and his mother completely traumatized, as they cling to each other in fear, watching the inferior angel slowly approach them. Next, seeing the last people he truly loves and considers about to meet such a brutal end right in front of him, leaves our demon king Ali standing, completely speechless, with nothing but pure rage burning in his eyes. He swears to brutally destroy each one of the heavenly trash bags. Just then the shadows begin to swirl around him again, and remind him that this is the fate that awaits him not far off if he continues to ignore what they are trying to say. On the other hand, the ruler of hell tells the little scary ghosts to shut their ugly mouths. But then the sweet voice of Satan slips into his ear, and gently asks if he really saw what is coming for him later when he returns to her mysterious dimension. He completely refuses to believe that what he just witnessed could really be the future, but she gives him a smug little smile, and says that things happened exactly like that without her divine wisdom to guide him. The shadows come in and start mocking his sad excuse for using all his potential as the demon lord, but Dae Sung is no fool, and demands that they drop any schemes they are trying to pull on him with a cute little smile. Satan says she would love to help him, which immediately makes him raise an eyebrow, and wonder exactly what she is gaining from this after that. She explains that she will let him borrow one of her shadows. This will help him fight against the annoying angels of Rudra so he can destroy them all and return to his family. Safe and sound, one of the shadows throws a tantrum and reminds her that she is forgetting their agreement, which makes Dae Sung instantly suspicious of any game she might be playing, thinking intensely. The little girl rubs her chin, as if trying to remember what she promised. When one of the shadows refreshes her memory, she finally reveals that his job is to use that power to recover her body. Seeing him all confused and disoriented, she casually explains that during her last confrontation fight, her body was torn apart like cotton candy, and now she cannot leave this scary dimension without a physical vessel to keep her soul together, since our demon king already plans to eliminate all the Hudra locals anyway. She said that basically it is a win-win situation for both a deal, but he has a much more urgent question in mind. Out of nowhere, he asks the little infernal creature if it was her who summoned him there in the first place. She stares at him with an expressionless face, prolonging the suspense before displaying a mischievous smile and stating that she has no idea. Really, he tells her to stop with the theatrics and be serious, but Satan just says that it was actually her charming little grimoire that made the summoning. Instantly recognizing the name, he stares and asks if it is really what he thinks it is, and the ghost whispering right in his ear confirms that yes, it is the Pantheon. He starts making jokes, saying that those strange mission alerts he keeps seeing as if he were in a game are part of the demon lord's growth system, created by the original. The little demon casually adds that she sent the grimoire over the big silly nose of the fight to find a new successor, since she herself could not do it with that. She throws the question back at him. Since she couldn't do it herself, she returns the question to him, asking if he is willing to accept the deal honestly. Our boy admits that it is indeed quite a solid offer. Just then, he turns around to hear the voice of his own grimoire, and it is at that moment he realizes that technically he should also be a fragment of the original Pantheon. The book screams that even though the Pantheon created him, he is definitely not an evil spawn of Satan, and Dae Sung immediately mocks this, saying it is just a cheap imitation, but he falls silent when the book politely asks him to just listen for a moment, as he calmly converses with his bootleg false Theon. The shadows begin to swirl confusedly and try to pressure him again, saying that he has no chance of surviving without their power, but our boy just smiles silently like a genius and seals the pact with the devil within himself. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm called Elysium, an army of monstrous angels kneels before their great chief, Semiasa Ramiel, asking if the progenitor of all the lords of demons can appear, since this is the greatest war between the heavens and humanity, and wonders if she has really been resurrected. The masked celestial points out that all 7 suns have eclipsed at once, clearly marking the return of the great devil. Upon hearing that a serious war is approaching, The others begin to lose morale, and Duriel suspects that Satan might try to reclaim their power, while the majestic bearded angel wonders what the supreme leader truly wants. Simiasa tells them to stop thinking and just follow the orders they receive. With that, an angel blows the trumpet, and Kokabiel initiates the fight by shooting arrows, inspired by the Stones of Infinity, directly at our hero, as he advances, ready to destroy some enemies. Remembering Satan's plan to let her fight, after eliminating the small fry and the top 5 ranks, then he spots a barrage of colorful arrows flying in his direction that are definitely not straight. Dae Sung holds his position unwaveringly as he accesses the new powers he recently acquired, and shouts to freeze time, the mechanisms in his eye starting to spin as a crimson glow radiates outward. Instantly, the arrows stop in midair, as if someone had pressed pause on reality, but he doesn't stop there, and activates another ability called Time Reversal, sending the arrows back along the path they came from, returning the attack directly to the sender. The deadly projectiles advance toward Kokabiel, who is atop a massive building, and quickly prepares as he recognizes the familiar technique that once belonged to an old comrade, now clearly stolen by Dae Sung. Still, Kokabiel remains calm as he casually raises his hand and commands his divine power to return. Thus the arrows lose their rainbow glow and fall harmlessly to the ground without ever reaching him. Semiasa stomps his foot on the ground in frustration and shouts an order for all the Celestials to attack. Together the creatures that barely pass as celestial beings launch themselves towards Dae Sung at full speed. Their thirst for blood is obvious as they advance with wild and hungry eyes, completely uninterested. Dae Sung raises his sword and comments that if they are planning to attack him like filthy rats, then they should face what awaits them with a single movement. He cuts through the air, tearing a huge demonic rift that connects directly to the gates of hell. Within that dark void, a monstrous hand breaks through and crashes against the ground, followed by the colossal body of a titan that emerges and rises to its full height. Aslan emerges, completely transformed, and plants his foot on the battlefield, with enough force to send powerful shockwaves tearing through the ground, and locks eyes with the approaching Celestial. In the next moment, an explosion shakes the battlefield, and smoke spreads in all directions as the gigantic titan, despite its enormous size, launches into the sky with incredible force. The winged celestial creatures follow him like annoying insects, but he uses his tremendous weight to dive back into the enemy ranks, crashing to the ground with a devastating impact, flattening entire squads like ants beneath his feet. The Titan takes a deep breath and lets out a thunderous roar, promising to eliminate each of the cursed angels before him. While all eyes remain fixed on the chaos, no one notices the constant approach of Dae Sung's forces, marching through the demonic rift that is still wide open, with death cries to the angels. The demonic army invades the celestial realm and hails Aslan as the official commander of the demon god. Aslan looks at his battle companions, a smile breaking on his face as he wonders if this impressive display will finally earn him a promotion to full apostle. On the other side, Duriel is absolutely devastating on his giant harp, playing an intense battle tune that sends waves of motivation throughout the battlefield, propelled by the sound, and clearly connected with his favorite waifu. The celestial troops advance strengthened by the music. The armies collide brutally, teeth bared and weapons wielded as both sides throw themselves into the fight. For a time, the Celestials clearly seem to have the advantage, cooking the demonic soldier. Left and right with little effort to their surprise, the wounded demons begin to undergo horrific changes, their forms transforming into celestial beasts against their will. Duriel's eyes begin to shine intensely, as she orders her troops to hold out for her, continuing the mass transformation of enemy fighters into Celestials. In the midst of the battle, shortly after, Aslan suddenly looks up just in time to see a huge hammer descending towards his head. He grits his teeth as he catches the hammer with his bare hand and stops it in its tracks. Ramiel, boiling with rage, calls him a filthy traitor and curses Aslan for attacking the celestial realm after everything that happened on his home planet. Aslan stares at him expressionless, completely lost, not understanding a word while keeping his fist ready, still furious. Aslan declares himself a human from Earth and punches Ramiel's cheek, sending shockwaves through the ground. Ramiel is thrown back by the powerful blow, crashing against the castle wall with a loud thud, but he still manages to hold onto his hammer as Gabriel positions himself, launching himself off the castle wall, and quickly fires arrows one after another, hitting each target with perfect precision. As he takes down wave after wave of demon soldiers with his skillful technique, he crashes hard onto the ground, which somehow doesn't break his noodle-like legs, and remains optimistic that his radiant magical arrows will clear a path for the celestial troops to advance through the enemy forces all around him. more demonic soldiers continue to transform into celestial beasts, turning against their own. In the midst of the chaos, Kokabeel suddenly freezes upon hearing a familiar voice behind him, casually announcing that he found his arm. It turns out to be Dae Sung, who is simply standing behind the archer angel, and appears completely calm while explosions continue to erupt across the battlefield. Out of nowhere, a surprise attack nearly catches him off guard, but he quickly raises his sword to block a spear aimed directly at his heart, then steps back slightly to regain his balance while facing whoever just tried to hit him. And just when one annoying enemy doesn't seem to be enough, a whole swarm of Kokabeel begins to dive towards him from the sky, forcing him to divert his gaze from Sariel for a second. Gabriel wastes no time taunting that, even with the observation eye stolen from Dae Sung, he still won't be able to dodge the strikes of his ghostly aim. Ariel rushes forward with his spear, and shouts for the demon to stop resisting and just die already. Dae Sung's body transforms into pure darkness, and he displays a sly smile as if hiding something. The duo of angels doesn't hold back, delivering a powerful combined attack directly at him, causing a massive explosion that sends dust and debris flying in all directions. Gabriel jumps back from the explosion, hoping they have finally eliminated the demon, but his expression quickly changes to panic upon seeing dark shadows starting to gather around him, something that should be impossible in the celestial realm. Dae Sung suddenly emerges from the darkness, laughing like a complete maniac, and grabs Kokabeel's arm, almost scaring him to death without wasting any time. He rips the limb off as if it were just a detachable Lego piece, and Kokabeel lets out a piercing scream, looking exactly like someone who just lost an arm, while Dae Sung cheerfully raises the severed limb, as if it were some kind of macabre trophy at that moment. A bright light cuts through the smoky mist and catches Dae Sung by surprise as a burning laser pierces his body, penetrating places that shouldn't be pierced. From the smoke emerges a furious figure, as it growls that it has been watching the demon all along. But Dae Sung's dark form repairs itself effortlessly, as if the wounds had never existed, while the dark side takes control and immediately realizes that Rudra has given one of his eyes to the cursed angel. Dae Sung watches as Sam of Wings raises a finger to the sky, the light above him starting to gather into a spirit bomb. The light above continues to grow alarmingly, until even the celestial soldiers begin to look up with concern. The intense force of the energy raises clouds of dust. The demon army struggles to protect themselves, covering their bodies from the blinding light that seems to burn them completely, while the celestial soldiers remain firm, completely immune and even more energized than before. Dae Sung's dark form raises an arm to protect himself, grimacing in pain as smoke rises from his dark body. Even so, he still manages to laugh at all of this, crediting Semjasa for finally figuring out how to fight a demon like him with a cold gaze. The angel leader decides that the battle ends now and pushes his hand forward, dragging the mini-sun in, flames closer to the shadow with overwhelming force. The shadow now visibly cracking under the heat screams in frustration and demands to know why. Dae Sung is taking so long. Then in a flash of dazzling white wings, something crosses the battlefield. Tearing through the air, Semjasa trembles as the gust passes by him, and a part of his face is ripped away, spreading golden celestial blood everywhere. A radiant figure rushes past the stunned leader holding a shining golden sphere in hand. Without wings, he bends in agony, golden blood gushing now from his eye socket like a fountain. The winged figure removes his mask, revealing that it has been Dae Sung all along, holding an extracted eye in his palm and admiring its shine. Without hesitation, Dae Sung channels his Uchiha side and fits the eyeball into its socket, as if he were just changing a light bulb now. Looking back at him with a mismatched gaze, Dae Sung's new eye radiates power pulsing with two completely different types of aura at once. The system informs that he has absorbed Satan's right eye, officially completing the set and unlocking the ability to wield the Supreme Tion ability in the mortal realm. Satan's shadow immediately begins to criticize Dae Sung for taking so long to get there, but he casually responds that good timing doesn't happen. Just on command, he remembers the moment with Satan when she told him to bring his chains, which left him more than a little confused. He invokes them anyway, and the primordial goddess quickly begins to search like a mechanic. Dae Sung just stares at her, as if she had finally lost her mind after so much time in isolation, but then she turns, holding the flaming chains, and tells him to bind his swords to them, saying that this will unlock her special ability, still suspicious. Then Sung narrows his eyes and asks what this supposed mysterious special ability is. Back in the present, he launches his newly upgraded weapon directly at the angel and activates the special cutting move, putting every drop of strength into it, without holding back, to delay the inevitable evil. managing to block with his light orb technique. The clash between the two forces causes a massive explosion, but somehow, both fighters maintain their positions, the moments of Dae Sung beginning to stand out as he grits his teeth and puts everything he has into this final push to end the nuisance in front of him. Now almost out of energy, Samyaza uses every last bit of remaining energy, just to contain the blow at the end. Then Sung breaks through and sharply cuts the light sphere, leaving the angel leader frozen in shock, with not even a moment to react. His sword, inspired by Kratos, continues cutting directly through Samyaza, and officially sends him to the realm of shadows when the blow strikes. The angel leader realizes that his death will cause the entire celestial realm to crumble. After rambling on, Samyaza finally falls to the ground, leaving behind nothing but the demonic sword. In his place, the Lord of Demons screams that they brought this upon themselves, when they dared to exterminate his family in the future, and begins to address the two. Meanwhile, Sariel shows his sorrow for his incapacitated brother, while holding close and quickly, decides they need to get out of there immediately. But then Dae Sung launches his sword directly at them, piercing the chest of the spear-wielding angel in a precise strike. He then calmly pulls his sword back, letting the golden blood drip along the way as Samariel disappears in a cloud of smoke. Joining his leader in the land of Never, Dae Sung then advances toward the archer angel, who stares at him, paralyzed with fear, completely immobile. But it is already too late for any pleas now, and the archer's eyes widen in pure shock. The moment he feels something hit his back with force, however, it doesn't end so easily, as Dae Sung immediately senses something approaching rapidly, and turns his head. Ramiel is filled with fury after witnessing the fall of all his comrades. Hurling insults at the demon lord and charging straight at him, Dae Sung recognizes him instantly as the same pile of steaming garbage that eliminated his friends in the future. This memory only fuels his own rage further. Ramiel advances, consumed by blind rage for everything he has just seen. But Dae Sung is equally furious, and brings forth his chains from Olympus once again. Using his speed and agility, Dae Sung throws the chains at the robust giant and subdues him, the same punishment he gave to his former master, while shouting that this is for his precious gothic mommy and his little Chuck. This huge angel dissolves into smoke that rises to the sky, and the calm finally settles on the battlefield moments later. Dae Sung enters total mukbang mode, devouring various exotic parts of the demon god like a cursed Lego set, and the demonic shadow begins to drool. While declaring that the body is now almost complete, laughing uncontrollably, Dae Sung displays a smug smile, and responds with a question asking if the body really belongs to him, which makes the shadow start to sweat cold. Immediately, our demon king crosses his arms like an annoyed girlfriend, and declares that the body now belongs to him, which only makes the shadow even more nervous. It starts to circle desperately around him, and mentions the agreement they made, but then, Dae Sung just covers his ears, and pretends he can't hear a word, finally unable to take it anymore. He waves both hands and admits that he is just joking, telling them to relax and maybe take a sedative. The demonic shadow, now clearly furious, demands that Dae Sung use his true name soon, but Dae Sung prolongs, saying to wait a second. While he summons his grimoire, Pantheon almost collapses in shock at such an absurd name. But Dae Sung quickly retorts, pointing out that the monster book is technically just a copy. Anyway, without a good answer, the book remains completely silent. He then asks Pantheon how much time they have left in the celestial realm, to which the book conjures a shining clock. Right in front of them, the system shows that they have about 2 hours remaining, and Dae Sung checks again with Pantheon to confirm what he said before Pantheon seems personally offended by the idea that he would lie, and insists that there is nothing to worry about. Dae Sung then turns to the demonic shadow, and assures that all he has to do now is say the true name, haunting the scene with his head, and tells him to speak the true name, and declare that the body is being returned. But before Dae Sung can say anything, a brilliant pillar of light explodes in the sky beyond the wall. Catching his attention as he watches it, the shadow suddenly screams that it has arrived, smiling with anticipation as it says that the true battle is about to begin. After that, the enormous pillar of light crashes down over the entire castle, while the two guards look at each other in pure fear. Clearly fearing any nightmare that is about to unfold, they scream in shock that the supreme god has finally descended to this realm. While their faces are frozen in disbelief, their demonic shadow does not waste time, and yells at Dae Sung to stop stalling and just hand over the body once and for all. On the other hand, Dae Sung closes his eyes in silence as those sticky shadows swirl around him like flies, and plead with him not to prolong this any further. While pretending to listen, he chooses to go see who this big shot really is. Suddenly he pulls away from the souls in the blink of an eye, leaving them stunned, while they scream for him to stop being a stupid clown and come back. because he can't even use his powers without them. But Dae Sung doesn't stutter instead. He seems confident enough, and thinks that just because he can now access the supreme ability of life, the Pantheon, he can annihilate anyone in his way. Dae Sung then shoots towards the castle gates, like an angry comet diving from the sky. The guards immediately panic, as they wave their weapons and shout for him to stop right there, but Dae Sung simply crashes through and explodes the gates like a kamikaze missile. Meanwhile, one of the guards lets out a grunt of pain as the shockwave sends him crashing into the building, and Dae Sung stands there relaxing at the entrance. The guard continues to slide slowly into what appears to be an open library, where there is a person sitting in a chair reading as if nothing is happening. The poor guard turns to smoke as the figure casually continues reading the book without even looking up. After that, she murmurs something about her breathing while flipping through the book that is labeled with the name of our demon lord. Dae Sung wastes no time and runs, while dragging his sword across the floor without a hint of hesitation, without any calmness. He launches his blade at the mysterious figure using the chains, but an invisible force field casually blocks the strike while she remains seated, still glued to her book. After that, he crouches with a cold, stone-like expression and calmly asks if she is the one they call Rudra. The veiled woman finally lifts her gaze from the pages and hits him with her full name. Dae Sung narrows his eyes, clearly both irritated and curious, and asks the lady in black if they have met before or if she is just being sinister. She simply raises the book she is holding and tells him that she has been reading about him all along while this happens. Dae Sung tilts his head in confusion and repeats her words just to make sure he heard correctly. Right? The veiled woman then starts pounding her fists on her own legs while grinding her teeth in anger, and says that Rudra is extremely disappointed with him. Her expression suddenly turns into something seriously ugly as she continues repeating the same word more and more tightly. On the other hand, Dae Sung immediately goes on high alert, realizing that this is not an ordinary weirdo, and activates both of his demon eyes as a precaution. Out of nowhere, a huge finger shoots from the figure in his direction like a cursed missile, but he barely dodges it, sliding quickly to the side as he crashes to the ground with a deafening thud. Dae Sung quickly observes mentally that he was too weak to block that move and had no choice but to dodge to survive. Then the veiled angel extends a hand towards Dae Sung while throwing him a smug smile, and this time a huge hand emerges, hovering above the endless rows of bookshelves as if it owned the place. Dae Sung looks at the approaching hand with great irritation and begins to roll as if he were in a damage-free dark Soul's Run. The veiled woman lowers her hand, followed by her massive version, but Dae Sung jumps and parkours over the gigantic limb with extreme grace. As soon as the hand collides with the ground, Dae Sung does not waste the chance, jumps onto it, and runs towards the celestial figure at incredible speed, his eyes shining in crimson red as he raises the sword in front of him and accelerates, closing the distance between them. But suddenly, he feels something strange happening, and thus his mana begins to drain rapidly, causing him to slow down and lose almost all his power. At that moment, the two enormous hands advance in the air, trying to crush him like a literal insect. Just when he has no mana left to defend himself and can do nothing to stop them, the hands come together with violent force and crush him in the middle like a fly. When the hands separate, Dae Sung is just lying there, completely sprawled in the palm, unable to move even a finger. Again, the huge hand repeats the same brutal movement, repeatedly giving Dae Sung zero chance to breathe, while it screams for him to just die already. The resounding slaps shake the entire castle from top to bottom, while Dae Sung barely holds on. Quickly realizing that his mana is completely out of reach now, the demonic shadows suddenly reappear, and swirl around him like flies, joining the celestial call for him to simply give up and die quickly, so they can finally take over his body, since he is clearly useless without them, even with his fatal injuries. Dae Sung still manages to laugh because deep down he had already imagined that these demonic leeches would betray him. He opens his eyes with a sly smile spreading across his face as he activates the supreme ability of Tion, the recharge save point. A system screen appears in front of him with a message informing him that now he can return at any moment of his choosing to the past. At that moment, all the battles he fought flash quickly through his mind as time runs backward, and he reappears exactly at the point just after winning the Celestial War. When he blinks awake, finds himself staring directly at the demonic shadows that are once again disturbing without pause to return Satan's body. Daisy just smiles ironically and remembers how these dark snakes planned to betray him. The moment he lowers his guard, he recalls the conversation with Tion. It is clear that, even if he hands over the body or accesses the powers of the demon god, he can still use all his abilities whenever he wants. But the real game changer is to watch that time limit. Because no matter what wild trick Satan might be hiding, he always has the option to return to Earth. Dae Sung smiles again upon realizing that if he plays smart, he can kill two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, back in the dusty battlefield, Dae Sung stands firm among massive clouds, while taking a moment to plan his next move. Then, declares loudly that he is returning Lucifer's body. The demonic shadows practically squeal, and call him a good boy for finally doing what they said. A blinding light spins around him, forming a wild tornado, and when the glow fades, a smiling girl is in her place now, showcasing her post-possession transformation after a smooth gender transition from Dae Sung immediately. Satan stares at the gigantic castle walls as he feels an overwhelming power and launches into the air towards the source. Leaving behind a crater of dust, the celestial palace rises ahead, and Satan lands in the courtyard. As if it were a landing strip and smiles facing the gates, she begins to salivate upon finally arriving at this place after 6,000 years and calls for Rudra to appear soon. Satan stares straight ahead with a completely uncontrolled expression in his eyes as the smoke from his landing finally begins to disperse, but his eyes remain fixed directly ahead. Out of nowhere, a figure begins to materialize right in front of her like some kind of scary magic trick. Sect narrow eyes and mocks Lutra for finally coming out of her hole. The veiled woman stands firm, without saying a single word, as she clearly thinks Sect's taunts are not worth even acknowledging. At the same time, her feet slowly transform into sharp claws, as raw human begins to escape around her. But Satan continues to provoke her by throwing more comments, and asking if she has finally grown up and stopped playing with toys. Lutra grits her teeth hard, and mutters something about her breathing, clearly getting irritated, while Satan pretends ignorance, and casually tells her to speak louder next time. Suddenly, the veiled lady loses control and screams that Lutra now needs a new toy, and Lucifer just happens to be the perfect one for her collection. This instantly infuriates Satan. Her eyes narrow as anger takes over her expression. She advances and demands to know if Lutra really thinks she can perform the same twisted move she did all those centuries ago. At that moment, Lucifer's mind drifts back to a memory nearly 6,000 years ago. On a forgotten planet that was completely destroyed by chaos, she walks alone down a dusty, ruined road, and spots a worn-out doll tossed aside, probably left by a child amidst the madness. She bends down and reaches for it while carefully picking up the small plush toy. With her claws sharp as razors, she stands up and looks at the doll, while commenting that the test was a spectacular failure at that moment. A bright light disrupts the post-apocalyptic world and sends massive waves of aura as Lucifer is teleported against her will, finding herself transported to an unknown place with a white landscape. Stretching for miles and miles, however, she is definitely not alone, as the veiled lady suddenly appears and starts incessantly reprimanding Lucifer, saying she is very upset because of what Lucifer did. Satan doesn't even blink and returns the favor, saying that it's all Lutra's fault, since her creature was disqualified and thus self-destructed. This strikes a nerve, and Lutra immediately starts screaming and accuses Lucifer of ruining everything on purpose and sabotaging her. From the very beginning, she keeps shouting the same accusation repeatedly, and Lucifer, who lowers her guard for just a second, suddenly feels her arms separate from her body. Lutra grits her teeth fiercely, as her hand transforms into monstrous claws and completely cuts off Satan's limb, leaving her holding the bleeding stump. Lucifer immediately reacts, shouting at Lutra and demanding to know what the hell she thinks she is doing, and if she has completely lost her mind. But of course, Lutra goes off script, and then drools over herself while staring at Lucifer's potato body. Her veil lifts slightly from her face, finally revealing the round horror beneath as she screams that Satan's body is perfect for creature materials. Lucifer tries to resist, but her strength quickly fades, as her vision becomes empty and her mind completely shuts down in a horrific instant. Lucifer's entire body is torn apart from each limb, leaving only her torso intact. She falls to the ground, powerless, as Lutra rises above her and dark tentacles sprout from her own body. Clearly not a fan of solo leveling, she then extends her hand and says, "Get up," making fragments of soul escape from Lucifer's body and transform into crawling, terrifying tentacles. Shortly after, new angelic celestials begin to sprout from the broken pieces of Lucifer's soul as the celestial tadpoles crawl out of her and slowly develop complete bodies, who immediately fall to their knees in front of their new creator. These newly born celestial beings join their hands with frightening devotion and begin to sing praises to their supposed mother, as their eerie voices rise in harmony. Meanwhile, what remains of Lucifer's original body begins to evaporate into smoke, but just before she completely disappears, dark tendrils of energy explode from her remains, interrupting the celestial leather as they pause to witness the chaos unfolding at that moment. At that exact moment, a cursed-looking scroll shoots into the sky with insane speed and launches through a portal of blinding light, eventually reaching space. The scroll contains Lucifer's essence, screaming a promise that she will be waiting for a fight until the end of her creation and that she will return for revenge, coming back to the present. Satan is absolutely furious from the flashbacks of the trauma he had to endure and summons a massive storm of tentacles. These tentacles quickly reveal themselves as a swarm of shadows, swirling around as Lucifer faces the fight and reminds her that she would return, remaining calm and impassive as she raises her hand casually and activates one of her signature powers, Hands of Judgment, from beneath the earth. A flood of magical arms bursts forth and launches towards Lucifer shortly thereafter. Satan responds with an explosion of demonic shadows to combat the approaching limbs, officially starting the fight. She screams that, from now on, the fight will be her new toy, while the veiled woman roars back that Lucifer will be turned into spare parts for more celestial dolls. Satan, fully provoked, invokes her devastating ability, Black Flames. As massive pillars of fire rise behind her like a second-phase animation, Lucifer stands there, indifferent to such a weak attack, and taunts Satan, saying that her attack is useless, with a mischievous smile on her face. The veiled celestial then activates her own special ability, the Ocean of Life, and a huge flood of water surges forward, meeting the dark flames head-on. The two attacks cancel each other out, which leaves Lucifer even more furious as she charges to attack, her mind consumed by rage at that moment. The two uncontrolled monsters exchange blows as if it were a final boss fight with no intention of ceasing fire. Meanwhile, Dae Sung relaxes calmly in Lucifer's mind, like a good boy with his arms crossed, and wonders if they will really manage to escape back to Earth. The scene shifts to Dae Sung's building, where an exaggeratedly edited poster of him hangs behind someone, our girl at the computer. Not only has Dae Sung's face on the wall, she also uses his sculpted face as a mousepad. Shojung's mind seems busy with something, as she browses the internet and feels disappointed to see that her master Han, she is not going to return today. Just when she is about to panic, her phone rings, bringing her back to reality, as her secretary on the other end says there is a visitor. But suddenly, the call is cut off as she shouts for the visitor to stop. Suddenly, her Rio casually enters the office and greets her team leader with a bright and innocent smile, as if he hadn't tricked the secretary. Chojung starts to sweat coldly as the gothic girl spots the huge shrine of Dae Sung in the background. But in a split second, all of Dae Sung's merchandise magically disappears like a guilty browser tab, and Chojung pretends to be busy on the computer. Chojung looks up with a nervous smile and asks why So-hyun decided to show up out of nowhere. Without bothering to give a heads up beforehand, as the two continue talking, a flaming meteor advances directly toward the Earth as if it had some issue, So-hyun teases, saying he had no idea that Uncle Jung had a crush on collecting the master's products, making her even more embarrassed. So-hyun takes a sip of her tea and addresses the elephant in the room, to finally resolve the love triangle deadlock once and for all. Uncle Jung blinks a bit surprised, but then quickly goes back to saying that her love for him will never stop, so So-hyun should just leave. So-hyun gets up from her chair and accuses Uncle Jung of playing dirty, even though she came here to talk like a civilized rival. Suddenly, a huge explosion shakes the city as the alcohol collides with the ground, interrupting their discussion as the two look out the window in shock. A massive green orb appears over the city, high in the sky, and grows by the second. At the same time, a random news helicopter approaches and begins broadcasting the chaos live, announcing that a gigantic gate has appeared randomly in the center of the city. Apparently, the Hunters Association and some government bigwigs are already everywhere trying to understand what happened. The group of hunters gathered below just stands there, lined up, and looks very tense as they stare at the monstrous portal. Elsewhere, in a random facility, Manager Kim approaches one of her agents, Joe, and tells him to provide an update. She watches the screen closely and casually comments that the aura levels are breaking all the scales they have, and the cyborg guy adds that it is still rising rapidly. He narrows his eyes, focusing on the data, and says this could be a rank S portal or something even worse. Hearing the depressing news, Manager Kim just closes her eyes as if she already knew it would be this bad. Director Joe looks at her and asks if they have chosen which clan will lead the invasion, or not. Manager Kim adjusts her glasses about to respond, but then simply gets completely distracted, as if her brain had frozen. At this moment, the scene shifts to Don Teal, who looks amazed at the enormous portal and says that it has been a long time since a gate of this size appeared. In comparison, the apostle standing there looks like an ant next to the green gate, which has the potential to plunge this world into chaos before he can continue to enjoy the view. Some irritating noises pull him out of it. He turns around and finds the source, the two apostles arguing like girls in the midst of an apocalypse. Don Teal just smiles as he watches them approach, still arguing, as if it were their full-time job. He tries to look all cool and powerful as he greets the two girls. However, they simply walk past him as if he were an invisible loser. Don Teal almost explodes with second-hand embarrassment and grinds his teeth in frustration upon realizing that they didn't even give him a glance. The girls say not a word as they reach out their hands towards the dull, enormous portal and try to search for something. Cho Jung pulls her hand back the moment she feels something familiar, that the portal is definitely connected to their master at that moment. Hyun agrees completely with Cho Jung, absolutely certain that the human from dead Dae Sung is leaking directly from there. Don Teal strikes a smug pose with a smile, as if he already knew what the two girls just confirmed to each other. He wraps his arms around them, which instantly sends them into panic mode, and pulls them closer to the gate so they can finally reunite with their one and incomparable master. At the same time, Director Joe observes everything and turns to ask the manager, 15, our hero plans to lead the attack, but she responds that he is not available right now. Genos of Temo questions how they should conduct such a large invasion without the presence of the top-tier ones. Even so, Manager Kim remains calm and explains that Honda and Sung promised to support the attack from the inside. With that, the apostles decide that it is time and enter the portal without wasting another moment as they cross the gate. A thick fog completely engulfs them, blocking their view entirely, but they press on without slowing down. Hyun complains about how annoying the fog is, but Cho Jung tells her to stop whining and hurry up. As they follow Don Teal's lead, out of nowhere, Don Teal stops and prepares as he spots something moving ahead in the fog. Then Aslan emerges from the fog like a charming prince and gives them a huge smile. Cho Jung looks at him, not knowing who this strangely attractive guy is, and asks him to identify himself. Her eyes widen in surprise that it is not Dae Sung who is coming out. And Don Teal takes a second to remember that this man is the brother of little Dongdaran. Aslan examines them and directly asks if they are his fellow apostles. Seniors, this leaves everyone completely to avoid embarrassment. Aslan clears the air before it gets any stranger and reveals his full name, then explains that he has also been officially appointed apostle by our demon king. Uncle Jung forces a trembling smile while asking if Aslan is seriously the fourth apostle. Now Uncle gently strokes his sad excuse for a beard and thinks that since this guy already knows they are all apostles, maybe he is really legitimate. His Rio clearly doesn't care about this logic as he approaches him and shouts directly at Aslan to tell exactly where his precious husband is. He thinks it's easier to show them than explain, then turns and guides them towards a cave with a huge stone blocking its entrance. He uses his Titan powers and casually lifts the giant stone, as if it weighed absolutely nothing, before tossing it aside without breaking a sweat. Then he stands in front of the entrance, emanating an impressive aura, while the wind makes his long hair flutter majestically. His expression becomes serious, and he tells them to follow him as they enter a tunnel lined with sparkling stones embedded along its walls. As they walk further in, Aslan warns that things could become dangerous at any moment, and tells them to keep their mana active as a shield. At that moment, a bright flash of light rushes towards them, and Aslan reacts instantly, throwing his hands forward to block the mana explosion that sweeps through the tunnel. Uncle Jung grits his teeth in irritation, while the girls focus and use their mana to shield their bodies from the impact of the mana explosion. Finally dissipates and retreats down the corridor, and Zojung demands to know what the hell just happened. Aslan casually dusts off his shirt, as if nothing important had happened, and says that Dae Sung is just going through another one of his classic mana outbursts. The apostles advance and enter a chamber where everyone freezes, shocked by the sight of an unmoving body in the center of the room. His Rio can no longer hold back and runs to her master's side, but before she reaches him, his hands begin to contract while glowing in a strange and threatening way that warns something bad is about to happen. Daisy's eyes widen with a sharp gasp as her whole body starts to illuminate with a blinding glow of mana. The wave of power reaches such insane levels that it lifts him straight off the bed while his Rio prepares and tries to shield herself against the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Uncle Jung remains completely prepared as he advances and activates his maximum protective barrier that forms an invisible and tight dome around his leader. His shield manages to contain the wild mana explosion, but this quickly drains and requires all his attention to keep it stable. Uncle Jung calls Dae Sung to get out of the traffic, and Aslan praises Choi Jung for managing to suppress the explosion this way, but she quickly says that the barrier won't last long, so he better hurry and start explaining. Aslan's expression turns grim as everyone turns to him, and clearly waits for an explanation. He reveals that Dae Sung saved him when he was imprisoned as a prisoner in the Dae Sung, Celestial Kingdom. After freeing him, the two ended up going to war with the Celestials. Without hesitation, Aslan continues that amidst the chaos, Lutrao grabbed him with his tentacles. After that, he is forced out of the fight while Lutrao throws him down and descends to finish him off. Then, when Lucifer enters again and approaches the ugly lady, crouched on the ground, thinking she is about to receive some attention from the attractive blonde man, she proudly declares with a stomp of her heel, signed with the name of the fight that belongs to her, victory. The stomp hits her head with a deafening echo and sinks Lutra's head 30 centimeters into the ground. But the yokai-looking monster suddenly emerges with its long neck, and begins to laugh like a lunatic the moment she screams to get up. Dozens of bubbles begin to appear all over Lucifer's body, and rise up his arm, making it look like a spiky, horrible staff. Lutra continues laughing as she reveals that she had planted seeds of her little babies inside Lucifer's body a long time ago, and now it is a fertile ground for them to hatch. Meanwhile, Lady Satan makes a face, befitting her cursed title, as she sees herself losing her only chance to finally defeat the ugly supreme being, after 6,000 long and painful years, and begins to unleash all the curses she memorized from the darkest corners of the dictionary, at the bitch who set the trap and ruined everything. However, even as she faces her humiliating end, a burning presence begins to violently explode from the deepest and darkest layers of her burned soul. On the other hand, our hero mocks the little demoness, well aware that even she has spectacularly failed. Once again, something Lucifer also realizes, as he looks down and notices the crimson flames bursting from his hand, and the unpleasant bubbles slowly starting to disappear. Her little bird brain cannot process how this maniac could possibly regain control, and she throws a tantrum asking him to return her body. Not caring in the slightest, our hero calmly pulls his hand out of her entrails, and before she can even make a sound, the ruler of hell makes his triumphant return to action. Without hesitation, he tells the fight to begin, praying to any god she believes in because he is about to destroy her entire existence. And then he pulls out his enormous black blade, which is now fully charged with maximum demonic energy, ready to unleash a demon lord strike at full power that splits its ugly face in two perfectly symmetrical halves. The wrinkled mummy monster barely has time to react as the swirling purple vortex violently tears at its face, but its deafening scream forces our hero to make a temporary tactical retreat. Like a scene from the worst possible nightmare, he watches the head completely open with no sign of a brain, but rather a mass of slimy tentacles that keep the two halves together. The newly regenerated monster screams that he is just Lucifer's little loser, which really hits a sensitive spot and leaves him absolutely furious. He barely manages to control himself from flipping the bird and remembers that she is the real loser here, but the system suddenly interrupts to announce that his time in the other dimension is almost up and his real body will soon be reconstructed. Our boy watches in silence as his body slowly begins to dissipate into smoke. But on his way out, he still makes sure to let Lutra know just how filthy the piece of trash she really is, and vows to ruin everything for her the next time they meet. No mistakes. With that, Lutra makes one last effort to grab him, upon suddenly noticing that a giant, bright portal has appeared to pull him in. Dae Sung looks down in pure confusion, completely speechless, seeing her desperately holding onto his legs to prevent him from escaping. This small action reignites the burning hatred within our demon king, but his grimoire reminds him that he absolutely needs to pass through the portal. At that moment, his best buddy Aslan springs into action, with a direct elbow to Lutra's face and starts pummeling her with his titanic fists. Looking like he is about to finish her off right there, after giving her a good beating, he turns to Dae Sung and says he will cover for him, wishing his boss a good trip. Our demon king gives a slight smile at Aslan's loyalty and decides to return the favor. Throwing a chain in his direction, Aslan instinctively grabs it, clearly uncertain of Dae Sung's intentions. When Dae Sung says he doesn't leave his own behind, and welcomes him as the fourth apostle, the weight of the title hits hard, and Aslan's eyes nearly fill with tears, and the two jump into the portal together, screaming like a spoiled child whose parents took away their favorite toy. Lutra runs towards the gate with all her might, but as soon as she arrives, it closes right in her face, leaving her behind with nothing but an unfinished feeling. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of interdimensional space, Aslan and Dae Sung finally see their home planet in the distance. However, our hero feels something more than just homesickness, as the inside of his body begins to churn due to some foreign body writhing within him after that. He tells the false Pantheon to open another portal, where they land just as they are about to touch the ground. Then he turns to Aslan and says that he will open the portal and enter as soon as they land, and orders him to close the portal immediately. If there is any sign that Dae Sung is transforming upon hearing this, the blonde looks at him, seeming a bit lost, but seeing him floating in the air now makes it very clear what he meant. Meanwhile, Aslan explains that they eliminated all the monsters as soon as they landed, and he has been holding back our hero's uncontrolled magic wave ever since. Celeron immediately gets excited, and, with an air of superiority, says that this is his area of expertise, which makes Dantiel wonder if she is really serious about helping surprisingly. Cho-jung silences her rival, and says that her technique will not work, seeming super uncomfortable saying it from the other side. Being interrupted before she can really explain irritates Rion. But Chodunga steps forward and reveals that the plan involves waking her man with a kiss as if it were a fairy tale. You heard an argument that worked last time, but Zojung retorts that this time his power is not sealed, it is literally exploding everywhere. At that moment, Aslan adds that it makes sense since he absorbed a bunch of celestial beings after defeating them, so now the power inside him is basically overflowing. That's when Cho-jung suddenly suggests that they all help drain his excess magical power together before things get worse soon after. The four apostles gather in front of our demon king, and one by one, they place their hands forward and prepare to absorb his magical power, thinking that this might help alleviate his suffering just a little bit. Inside the essence entering another sudden wave, Shojun shouts that there is no better time than now, and the whole group moves forward to start absorbing the demonic energy. Our hero grits his teeth in pain, while none of them have any idea of the war that is occurring inside him at that moment. In the depths of that ticking time bomb body, he takes blow after blow from Satan and his little demon lord shadows, in a dimension that somehow seems worse than the hell he went through after both sides stop to catch their breath. For a second, he asks the completely insane girl if it is really smart to keep fighting him, when there is clearly a common enemy nearby with a deadly gaze. She retorts that no existing being seems more dangerous to her than him just then. The Celestials who are watching from their front row seats decide to take action and surround, announcing that they will now carry out the mission assigned to them by their supreme leader, telling the two demon lords to surrender and become food for them. The Celestials, in a serpentine manner, or the so-called angels, launch themselves forward. But Satan reacts badly since their target is Dae Sung, and she casually decides to join the enemy to take him down, which makes our hero furious, with the spineless cowards who join forces just to defeat him. But before anything else can happen, the three angels suddenly begin to weaken rapidly as their magical energy is drained directly from them by some external force. Fortunately for Dae Sung, even the little girl starts to feel her energy being pulled like clothes drying in the sun. This opening is exactly what the ruler of hell was waiting for, and with a sharp smile, he lunges at little Lucifer, raising his enormous black blade and slicing her like a sushi chef on a mission. However, this does not mean the end for her, or for the Celestials trapped inside her body. Our hero suddenly awakens in the real world as he sits on the cold stone bed. He sees his apostles scattered on the floor like fainted partygoers, having absorbed as much of his power as they could. He looks incredulously at both hands and realizes that one of them has turned dark, making it uncertain whether he truly absorbed all their power, or if something went wrong along the way. Suddenly, the hand begins to emit a terrifying aura and a sharp pain shoots straight through his arm, so he does what any somewhat sane person would do at that moment, and starts to punch her life out with the other hand, as if she had personally betrayed him. Soon after, his possessed hand transforms into the shape of a club, causing our demon king to panic about which move he should try next. He quickly realizes that there is a weak seal on the guys resting in his hands, so finally, he turns to those who helped him escape, asking if they were the real reason he got out of that mess in the first place. He approaches them and calls for his gothic girl, who seems to be recovering from having eaten the strongest edibles ever created by none other than Snoop Dogg. But the moment she hears the voice of Dae Sung Appa, it brings her back to reality, and she stands up surprised before throwing her arms around him as if marking her territory in front of the group. After that, Choi Young also comes out of his magical coma and rushes to cling to him too, clearly not wanting to be left out before the two girls start arguing again. The girls exchange glances in a duel of stares to assert dominance as the best girl, and given a headache so strong that he decides to simply ignore it, and instead turns to his boy to ask about the chaos he just went through in the celestial world. Our demon king displays a happy smile as he greets his companion, but he is apparently super irritated for being left behind. While Dae Sung went alone to enjoy all the fun and glory, Aslan tells him that he has already explained everything to the others, and then Sung feels genuinely relieved that everyone returned safe and sound. Seeing a perfect opportunity to earn some points as a wife, Choi Young Kora says, softly, that it was her idea to absorb his mana and help him. But before she can receive any praise, Hyun interrupts and points out that her foolish plan almost sent them all to heaven without that embarrassing moment. Behind them, the group finally leaves and starts heading home after the meeting. Meanwhile, outside a gate, the vlogger boy appears excited and proudly announces that he is live in the presence of the famous team leaders. On the other hand, the bald dwarf decides that it is his time to shine and strikes his spiked club against a goblin twice his size and then poses for the camera, as if he were starring in his own movie, and says that he is too cool for low-level trash like that. Well folks, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.